Chapter 1. Return to the main ship. The brain repository. A large group of zombies passed by your brain. The zombies took out human for a feast. The zombies left, burping. Is this the ghost ship? This is just amazing. In the endless starry sky, a small spaceship docked beside a massive space fortress. Inside the small spaceship, several space pirates blinked their green single eyes, gazing out the porthole at General Dean's flagship, the Ghost. With its sturdy shell, ferocious cannons, and sharp searchlights resembling opened magical eyes, all coated in dark red paint, it looked like a steel beast poised to strike. These pirates had just been recalled to headquarters from a pirate energy station, and most of them were visiting the Ghost for the first time, all shocked by its grandeur. But due to their low pirate culture, they could only shout in a WB. By the way, didn't Brother Seven just come from the main ship? He must be very familiar with the Ghost. One pirate suddenly said, "So Brother Seven came from main ship. No wonder he's so amazing. Thanks to Brother Seven, we are where we are today. It's him who helped us achieve great feats, otherwise we wouldn't have been transferred to headquarters." "That's right. Thank you, Brother Seven. Thank you, Brother Seven." The pirates began to flatter one of their members. Since boarding the ship, they had subtly regarded Brother Seven as their leader. Brother Seven looked no different from them. All standard pirate grunts with pointed heads, single eyes, and blue-purple skin, appearing rather dull-witted. Brother Seven smiled humbly and exchanged polite words. For the observant, it was evident that he possessed a calmness and wisdom that set him apart from the space pirates. In fact, Brother Seven was not a space pirate intelligence program, but a living soul. His name was Erqi, a former race maggot, who was fortunate enough to be selected by a truck from another world and transported to this realm filled with mechanical life and elves, becoming a newly minted pirate grunt fresh off the production line. His identification number, 9527, matched his name exceptionally well. Identity verification passed quickly, and the spaceship entered the Ghost. At the moment they truly stepped onto the Ghost, several pirates looked around in wonder at everything above them, with some pulling Erqi aside to ask questions. Suddenly, several figures blocked their path, forcing Erqi and his companions to stop. "These newcomers are up to no good." "But, Brother Seven, we are the newcomers." The leading pirate stepped forward and mocked. "Oh, isn't this 9527? You've been hiding outside for a year, how dare you come back?" "Second brother, is this the little loser who used to go against Big Brother? He clearly hasn't learned his lesson. Isn't it just that he runs fast? Just like that electric rat of his. I've never seen a master so closely aligned with a spirit. Ha ha ha. Only a waste like him would treat an electric rat as a treasure. A useless master raising a useless spirit is a perfect match." The pirates blocking the way exchanged taunts, their attitude extremely provocative. "Get out of the way, I don't want to fight right after I return." Erqi said coldly. "You haven't changed a bit after a year. Looks like I don't need to wait for the boss to arrive, I'll deal with you first." The leading pirate assumed a fighting stance. "What do you want? If you dare touch Brother Seven, you won't get away with it." A pirate who had a good relationship with Erqi stepped forward. The other pirates exchanged glances, unsure whether to step in, but instinctively gathered behind Erqi and the other pirate. "A bunch of second-rate useless security guards dare to act wild in front of me." The leading pirate's second brother charged forward. "Sixth brother, step back." Erqi pulled Sixth brother back when he saw him wanted to rush in. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'm not hitting him, I'm hitting you." Erqi snorted coldly. "I've been waiting for you." Although space pirates are notorious, such a large organization has its rules, such as prohibiting private fights at headquarters. If Erqi fought him now, it would technically still fall under the category of private fighting, but the defending party would bear a greater responsibility. Erqi sidestepped and extended his iron hand, firmly capturing Second Brother's wrist. Second Brother was forced to stop, his expression turning ugly as he was easily subdued in front of his underlings. Did he still have face left? "Let go of me, you fool." Ignoring Second Brother's struggles, Erqi kicked him back, sending him spinning like a bowling ball and knocking down two of his brothers. This is what happens to people who need to be taught a lesson otherwise. Any old cat or dog would dare to act wild. "You bastard! What are you all standing there for? Kill him!" Second Brother shouted angrily. "Brother Seven, they are bullying us too much, let's fight them." Sixth Brother hurriedly said, "Stay calm. Remember to record this." Erqi once again stopped Sixth Brother and took out a spirit capsule. "Tex, come out." A blue figure burst out from the spirit capsule, covered in blue fur, with very short hands and feet, looking quite harmless. "Hey!" Tex shouted with full battle spirit, but to everyone's ears, it sounded rather childish. "Haha, 9527, you really cracked me up. I thought you would summon that electric rat of yours who knew you would regress like this. I could crush that little thing with 1 foot." Seeing Erqi summon such a small creature, second brother burst into laughter. To be honest, if Erqi had summoned that thunder mouse, he would have to be cautious. Tex, upon hearing this guy mock him, roared and charged forward. "Hey!" Tex transformed into a ball of electricity and directly collided with second brother, sending him flying. The other pirates, seeing this, rushed in to punch and kick Tex, but were instead struck by the electric ball, crying out in distress. "You! Just wait! My boss won't let you off!" Second brother continued to shout, only to be targeted by Tex, letting out the most miserable scream among everyone. "All right, Tex, come back." Erqi prepared to recall Tex, but at that moment, someone suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield and grabbed Tex's Tex. Erqi rushed forward in fright, but upon seeing the person's face, he quickly stopped and saluted respectfully. "General Dean." Tex, after releasing several bolts of electricity, could not break free and gave up struggling. Erqi forced a strained smile and explained, "General, they attacked first and mocked us first. Tex was just helping me teach them a lesson. Could you please?" Erqi thought Dean had come to investigate his private fight, but Dean casually threw Tex back, and Erqi quickly caught him, cradling him in his arms. When second brother and the others saw Dean, they wanted to complain but heard Dean say, "So it's you who defeated Nadare and protected the energy station?" "Yes, it was me." Dean smiled, his eyes holding a hint of admiration. "Come with me, let's discuss what happened." Feeling Dean's attitude, second brother found his complaint stuck in his throat, unable to speak for a long time. "My brother, 7, single-handedly defeated the Overlord Nadare of the Twin Alpha Star. How dare you?" Sixth brother mocked as he looked at their bewildered faces. "Exactly. No matter how powerful the people on your main ship are, how many could actually defeat Nadare? How do you look down on us, second-line members? Aren't you just a waste yourself?" The voices of Erqi's companions reached second brother's ears, making him both ashamed and angry, contemplating how to take revenge. But at the same time, he couldn't understand how Erqi had suddenly become so strong. Chapter 2. Black and White. General Dean, when Nadare was discovered, he seemed to have been stimulated by something and became very agitated, launching an attack on the entire energy station. We first sounded the alarm, gathered all the brothers, and counterattacked using the defensive structures. Erqi recounted the details of that day. In his account, the security department's response was commendable, and the sense of responsibility exhibited by the security personnel was also worth recognizing. Despite suffering heavy losses, they continued to hold their ground. Dean listened quietly, showing no signs of impatience, that Erqi felt he had laid enough groundwork before revealing the answer. "I used the life-sharing skill of Pippi to significantly weaken Nadare's vitality." Nadare, realizing he was at a disadvantage against flying-type spirits, used attribute reversal to exchange his attributes with Pippi, turning into a flying type. In the end, I sent out my main force, Tyx, who managed to defeat the severely weakened Nadare, now a flying type, albeit with difficulty. Dean's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Using the life-sharing skill to weaken Nadare's vitality is indeed a clever idea, and you even utilize your opponent's abilities. It shows you have a profound understanding of spirit battles. Our OB organization doesn't have many qualified spirit trainers. Most are superstitious about their firearms. It's rare for you to have such research, so don't give up on cultivating your spirits. It will take you further, and I have high hopes for you. I remember your spirit is a fusion spirit, right? Yes, it is a fusion of Thunder Mouse and Rook, and it will evolve into the advanced electric-type spirit Tyrai. Good. You are even more outstanding than I thought. You've cultivated a strong fusion spirit just from the meager salary of a regular soldier. You flatter me, General. Erqi felt a bead of sweat form in his heart. Now that you're transferred to headquarters, which department do you want to go to? Please give your orders, General. Erqi caught the hint in Dean's words and replied that I originally wanted to transfer you to the security department, allowing you to take on the role of captain and be promoted to an elite soldier, but now I want you to go to the operations department instead. Thank you for your guidance, General. I will definitely follow your lead and face any challenges without hesitation. Wu Erqi patted his chest in assurance, making a loud thud. Dean smiled. Though he found Wu Erqi's flattering demeanor somewhat amusing, he was still quite satisfied with this perceptive cleverness. The organization's current key task is to expand into the Pano star system, but the situation in the Rift star system is unstable, so I can't send many people here. I'm reluctantly sending Zog and Allison out to carry out the expansion task. With your help, it should be easier for them. I will definitely assist the two generals seriously. After leaving the captain's office, Wu Erqi summoned TYX and took out an energy stone to feed it. The energy stone burst into brilliant sparks at TYX's mouth, but not only remained unaffected by the electric shock, but also enjoyed it immensely. The master and servant hummed a tune, perfectly embodying the old saying that good things make people feel good. Recalling all this, Wu Erqi couldn't help but smile. Natore's appearance in the anime was still far off, and the reason for his early emergence was undoubtedly due to Wu Erqi's planning. He had been at the pirate energy station for a year, and Thundermouse had successfully fused and reached the intermediate stage. There was no significant meaning in staying longer, so he planned everything. Wu Erqi's report to Dean was half true and half false, such as the security station standing united and orderly resisting Natore. Nonsense. They were almost blown up. If it weren't for Wu Erqi's backing, the entire energy station would have had to go mine. The station manager begged him in every way possible, promising him numerous rewards just to get a few flattering words in front of Dean. And he took all the rewards in energy stones, naturally for TYX. Of course, that wasn't all, because he took advantage of the chaos during Natore's attack on the pirate energy station to secretly grab a lot of energy stones. Asking the station manager for energy stones was just a way to fish in troubled waters. Just like now, who would know whether the energy stones that went into TYX's mouth were stolen by Wu Erqi or rewards for defending the energy station? Brother Chi, I finally found you. A pirate ran over breathlessly. Wu Erqi had been in this world for 2 years and had barely learned to distinguish people, even though they all looked the same. Liozai, what do you need me for? Did those guys trouble you? Wu Erqi frowned and asked. Liozai shook his head. We're fine, Brother Chi. You weren't blamed by the general, were you? Of course not. That's good, that's good. I thought you were punished by General Dean. Seeing Wu Erqi looking confused, Liozai awkwardly explained, we went to report to the personnel department, and the personnel officer ordered me to be the captain of the security team, but that position should be yours, Brother Chi. Congratulations to you then. Only then did Wu Erqi see the badge on Liozai's chest. ID 10086. Department, Security Department. Position, Security Team Captain. Rank, Regular Soldier. All of Liozai's information was on this small badge, just without a name. Because most universe pirates are not entitled to a name, these pirate foot soldiers are all mass-produced robots from the same production line, only identified by ID numbers. In fact, everyone privately gives themselves names, and those who are lazier just make up a name based on their ID number. Wu Erqi was considered relatively lazy in everyone's eyes, but that was indeed his real name. Brother Chi, did I take your position? That position should have been yours. Not at all. I was assigned to another department by the general. The operations department. You must have heard of it. What? It's actually the operations department. Brother Chi, you definitely have a bright future ahead. Just do well in the security department, and I will find a way to bring you into the operations department later. Liozai was one of the few people Wu Erqi could get along with at the pirate energy station and found him trustworthy, but he had never mentioned any of his private actions to Liozai. Finding someone trustworthy and actually being trustworthy are two very different things. The things he did, if exposed, would lead to irreversible consequences. Soon, Wu Erqi received his first task upon returning to headquarters, to assist General Allison in the expansion of the Claw Star. Of course, it was called expansion, but it was actually plunder. If it weren't for the current situation where the OB organization couldn't spare manpower, the habitable planet of Klaus, with its lush vegetation and no powerful overlord, would face not just plunder, but colonization. Allison also learned that he was supposed to be assigned a subordinate, and he heard that this subordinate was highly regarded by Dean, which made him a bit envious. Soon, the newcomer would meet him, and he needed to think about how to make the newcomer remember their place. Knock, knock, knocked out. A knock on the door signaled the first meeting between Allison and Wu Erqi. A cunning light flashed in his eyes as he was about to do something when he was met with an exaggeratedly excited expression. It was as if a fan were meeting their idol. Are you General Allison? I finally get to meet you. Wu Erqi grabbed Allison's hand excitedly. You have no idea how much I admire you, that I've grown up listening to your stories. I even read your memoir, My Struggle, word for word. Whenever I felt lazy, I found motivation from it and then gathered myself to continue striving. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to achieve success. Today, I finally stand by your side. The usually eloquent Allison fell silent in front of the shameless Wu Erqi. I see. Then we must work well together in the future and support each other. Sharing life and death. Wu Erqi eagerly interjected. Sharing life and death. He completely forgot that he actually wanted to give a newcomer a warning. By the way, when did I ever write a memoir? Chapter 3. Tires versus Mushroom Monster. After a long journey, the spaceship finally arrived at Claw Star. Under the control of Wu Erqi, it slowly hovered above the rocky ground of Claw Star. Allison hurriedly stepped into the pre-prepared ground drilling machine. The cockpit of the drilling machine was narrow, only enough for one person to operate. General, let me handle this rough work, Wu Erqi said. Can you operate this machine? First, drop me down. Then find a place to park the spaceship, and go check if there are any other mineral deposits. The exploration of Claw Star had already been conducted once, and the location of the yellow crystal vein was right beneath the spaceship. Starting the drilling machine would yield a massive harvest. This kind of work, which involved both merit and hard labor, even if it was dirty and tiring, was something that had to be fought over. As for Wu Erqi, Allison certainly wanted to send him away. Although Wu Erqi had been keeping him happy these days, Allison remained vigilant. Wu Erqi didn't think much of it. Since Allison wanted to take charge, he was happy to relax. After all, these yellow crystals would eventually belong to him. After parking the spaceship, Wu Erqi summoned his 2 Pokémon. Tyke's was his main force. As long as it evolved once more, it would become the advanced electric-type Pokémon, Tari. At this point, just after the main characters left the novice village, it would definitely be a crushing advantage. The other was Pippi, a Pokémon he had unexpectedly captured. This game creature, living on Claw Star, was widely distributed in this world, second only to the electric mouse, Biber. This Pippi was captured by Wu Erqi on Eddy Star when he was severely injured after battling some Pokémon. Wu Erqi took it away and healed it. Throughout their journey, Pippi had helped with various tricks, thefts, and sneaking food. Sometimes, Wu Erqi felt a bit guilty. After all, being close to a bad trainer like him had changed Pippi, a kind-hearted Pokémon, for the worse. Pippi, this is your true homeland. If you have been born on Claw Star, perhaps you wouldn't have been injured and wouldn't have followed me, Wu Erqi said while holding Pippi in his arms. However, he would never do the foolish act of releasing a Pokémon back into the wild. The 3 of them, along with the 2 Pokémon, wandered through the woods. Claw Star was indeed rich in resources. Although they didn't find a large-scale mineral vein, they occasionally stumbled upon scattered ores. However, there were more various fruits, some delicious, some hard to describe, and a very small portion that was helpful for training. They were lucky enough to discover an energy fruit emitting a grass-type aura. Such a ripe energy fruit was as tempting to grass-type Pokémon as a beautiful woman without clothes. It was rare to come across it. Pippi, go for it. Pippi's eyes sparkled as it flew towards the energy fruit. Just as it opened its mouth to take a bite, a poisonous arrow shot in swiftly. Pippi, be careful, Wu Erqi shouted loudly. Pippi quickly dodged, making an arc in the air, avoiding the arrow. Wu Erqi then saw a Pokémon lurking in the shadows of the bushes. The Pokémon pushed through the bushes and came out, its brown skin dotted with red patches, wearing a big mushroom hat on its head, with eyes glowing white. Looking somewhat cute, yet ugly. This is the Mushroom Monster, Wu Erqi exclaimed with surprise and excitement. This was the first boss in the game, a childhood memory for countless people. Moreover, this guy's strength was very friendly. Even the Pippi he casually caught could defeat it, making it a perfect beginner's experience for novice trainers. Pippi, use Thunderbolt. Pippi dashed towards the Mushroom Monster. Just when Wu Erqi thought Pippi could deal a heavy blow to the Mushroom Monster, the monster hit Pippi back with a headbutt. Wu Erqi realized he had underestimated it. This Mushroom Monster was not weak. Roar. The Mushroom Monster let out a loud roar, bouncing off the ground and chasing after Pippi with its short legs. The Mushroom Monster's movements looked comical, but its aim was accurate. The first kick sent Pippi, who had just stabilized itself, flying back again. However, after landing, the mushroom monster bounced back up like a resilient ball, continuing to chase Pippi. Arrogant. Tykes, use lightning charge. Tykes transformed into a ball of electricity and flew towards the mushroom monster. This was its priority skill, executed with incredible speed. Even if it was slightly late, it still managed to collide with the mushroom monster in front of Pippi. With a loud bang, Tykes and the mushroom monster collided, and both were sent flying back. Tykes rolled a few times on the ground, then got up and unleashed a burst of electric threads, forming a layer of electro barrier around it. Tykes, go in and hit hard. The mushroom monster exhaled a puff of poisonous mist, but Tykes showed no fear. The raging electricity dispersed the mist, and Tykes was already closing in on the mushroom monster. The two little Pokémon engaged in close combat. Tykes unleashed an electric spark with its left hand and a thunder punch with its right, despite electric-type moves being weak against grass-type. It was evident from the scene that Tykes was dominating the fight against the mushroom monster. As for the mushroom monster's poison, it had already been weakened significantly by the electric barrier, and the little poison it had wouldn't have much effect for a while. Once they defeated the mushroom monster, they could slowly deal with the poison. Well done, that's it. Erqi was very satisfied with Tykes' performance. It was indeed a Pokémon he had carefully trained. Pippi, Pippi, go for it, go for it. Pippi cheered excitedly, seeing its big brother avenging it fiercely. Roar. The mushroom monster trembled in anger, possibly from pain, as many of the spores on its skin had been blasted away by the electric attacks. The mushroom monster pulled back, staring gravely at Tykes. Erqi was unsure whether the mushroom monster was about to admit defeat or prepare a big move, so he called Tykes to halt. Then, he saw the mushroom monster's 4 legs slowly soften, and it sat down on the ground. Is it going to sleep, or? Erqi was confused when he noticed a green light emanating from the mushroom monster. Erqi, having some knowledge, recognized it as healing light. Although he couldn't immediately recall what skill this was, it didn't affect his decision. Tykes interrupted. Tykes erupted with a burst of electricity again, transforming into a lightning ball that charged towards the mushroom monster. The two Pokémon collided like billiard balls. The mushroom monster, which had been quietly recovering its strength, was suddenly struck by the electrified Tykes. The mushroom monster was a bit dazed, wondering how it could be attacked while healing. Aliens don't follow the rules. They from Class Star would never do such dishonorable things. There might be some beautiful misunderstandings here, but the two conflicting parties clearly could not communicate calmly. The mushroom monster was completely enraged, howling to the sky, then leaped into the air as if preparing to unleash a falling move. This looked very dangerous, and Erqi could only let Tykes use its newly learned powerful move, a full force strike. However, halfway through the skill, Erqi suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Tykes, interrupt the skill and dodge quickly." Tykes was a bit confused by the shout, but obediently interrupted the skill and dashed away as a bolt of lightning. Just after Tykes evaded, the mushroom monster crashed down from the sky, landing precisely where Tykes had just stood, creating a large pit in the ground. The cracked fissures spread around like a spider web, demonstrating the terrifying power of this move. Wow, what terrifying power! Tykes exclaimed, still shaken. All right, it knocked itself out, Erqi said with a smile. Chapter 4. Capturing taking advantage of the moment when the mushroom monster fainted. Erqi quickly grabbed the energy fruit and ran away. By the time the mushroom monster woke up, the star tree was already empty, making it roar in anger. Erqi could still vaguely hear the mushroom monster's roar and couldn't help but smile. When he reached a safe place, he sat down and carefully examined the energy fruit. The energy fruit was bright red, surrounded by a faint green energy halo, and just by looking at it, one could tell it contained rich grass-type energy. Erqi took out an energy detector, a device that looked like a COVID-19 thermometer, just scanning could detect whether it contained energy. Although the tree fruit was not in, or it could still be tested. After scanning, all 3 stars on the energy detector lit up, and Erqi's eyes brightened. This indicated that the energy fruit was of very high quality. He took out a small carving knife and gently dug out a small piece of the fruit, bringing it close to Take's mouth. Takes, open your mouth, Feeding the energy fruit directly to Takes was actually very wasteful, as it wouldn't help with his cultivation. However, grass-type energy often had restorative effects, and this piece of fruit would quickly alleviate the poison injuries on Takes. As Takes swallowed the energy fruit, his initially enjoying expression instantly twisted, his features contorting into a mess. Ugh, so sour. Sour? Such a bright red fruit could be sour. Erqi wanted to try it too, but he drank oil. Erqi brought the energy fruit in front of Pippi, wanting Pippi to have a taste. But upon seeing Take's miserable state, Pippi hurriedly flew up to the tree and wouldn't come down. Forget it. If you won't eat it, I'll keep it to sell for money. Selling this energy fruit for some electric-type resources would help Takes evolve sooner. Just as Erqi was thinking this, he looked down and found that the energy fruit in his hand had disappeared into thin air. Eep! Pippi shouted from the tree, warning Erqi to be careful. Following Pippi's gaze, Erqi saw a small green figure running away quickly while holding the energy fruit. Thief! Don't run! Someone catch that thief! Hurry! Erqi shouted angrily. Takes had just rinsed his mouth with water and felt his taste buds return when he heard his master yelling to catch a thief. So he dropped the water bottle and rushed forward. A sprite was running ahead with the energy fruit, while behind it were one person and two sprites desperately chasing, creating quite a commotion. Shameless thief. You're more shameless than I am as a cosmic pirate. Erqi scolded while chasing, pulling out his laser gun to shoot. The thief dodged left and right, but was finally cornered by Pippi using its aerial advantage, and Takes also surrounded it, trapping it from three sides. Covered in green, with two long antennae swaying on its head, Erqi finally saw what kind of sprite it was. URE? The anger over the stolen energy fruit instantly dissipated by more than half, as EE was one of the reasons he came across Star in the first place. EE was a rare grass-type sprite with significant collectible value. In a game, it would definitely be a must encounter. However, this world was different. Raising sprites cost money, lots of money, and the treatment of pirate minions was generally poor, so it was impossible to play around collecting sprites like in a game. Nevertheless, he was still a sprite Erqi valued highly. He remembered that the Cosmic Pirates had a battle-type bonus, which was very powerful and had once defeated the entire protagonist group and Jelly in the storyline before being instantly killed by Jagger's cheat ability. But bonus could be even stronger if fused with EE to become Yeekalot. If Erqi had to cultivate a fusion sprite from scratch, he might not be willing because it was too exhausting. Once fused, it would be like starting over. However, since bonus was already available, he was very willing. He planned to catch a EE on Crossstar first, then wait for an opportunity to obtain bonus later. At that time, with Takes on his left and Yeekalot on his right, he could walk sideways without fear of the battle leak. EE, you stole the energy fruit. Aggravi crimi. I am here to capture you. Do you plead guilty? Erqi stood with his hands behind his back, speaking with righteous indignation. Eep, eep, eep. Wasn't the energy fruit also stolen from the mushroom monster by you? Robbery can't be considered theft. Robbery? Can the deeds of cosmic pirates be counted as theft? Erqi argued. Eep, eep, eep. Robbery is even more despicable than theft. I can't be bothered to argue with you. You're not worthy of it. Erqi stopped talking and threw out something that looked like a grenade, but instead of exploding, it turned into a huge net that enveloped EE. Holding the energy fruit in one hand and grabbing EE's antennae with the other, he lifted it up. Eep, eep, eep. EE struggled wildly, but it was futile. Stop struggling. Just come with me. If you behave well, I can give you this energy fruit. Erqi spoke like a bad uncle trying to lure a child. EE's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Really? Of course. The sudden change in EE's attitude left Erqi dumbfounded. He initially thought he would have to put in a lot of effort to train this little guy to listen obediently. Who knew it would be this easy? But you have to tell me, what do you want this energy fruit for? Erqi suddenly felt that the energy fruit's attraction to EE was a bit abnormal. This. If you don't say, then I won't give it to you. Wait. After a moment of hesitation, EE said, the forest energy fruit has a huge effect on our EE clan. Legend has it that if we find 20 forest energy fruits, our clan can be reborn and transform into a more powerful existence. The one in your hand is a forest energy fruit. It was regarded as a forbidden treasure by the mushroom monster and has been guarded for a long time. I waited a long time for it to mature, and just as I was about to take action, it was snatched away by you. So you took the risk to steal it? Yes. You really are bold. We can defeat the mushroom monster, and you still dare to take action. If I didn't take action, the forest energy fruit would have been stolen by you. It's robbery. You said this energy fruit. That as long as 20 forest energy fruits are found, a transformation can be completed. Has your clan ever completed a transformation? No. He shook its head in disappointment. Why? Because forest energy fruits are extremely rare, and they're helpful to all grass-type sprites, so no clan members can gather 20 of them. What's the most any of you have eaten? 6. My grandfather found 6. He was the strongest warrior of our EE clan. And you? 1, if this one counts. Then it's 2. Erqi placed the energy fruit behind him, avoiding EE's fiery gaze. Have you ever thought about planting fruit trees to cultivate them yourselves? That's not possible. The forest energy fruit is the essence of a forest trees. It doesn't necessarily appear on a certain tree, but can potentially be found on any towering tree. I see. Erqi thought for a moment and said, you probably know that Cross Star cannot produce enough forest energy fruits. Why not come with me? The outside world is vast and exciting. Erqi felt that he should first coax EE away and then decide later whether to merge it as material or help it find those forest energy fruits. By the way, the transformation it mentioned should be a super evolution, right? What is EE's super evolution? Chapter 5. The initial battle of the protagonist team, 95-27. How's the resource exploration going? General, I found some yellow crystal ore and a few air crystals. Yellow crystal ore and air crystals? How many? 5 pieces of yellow crystal ore and 2 air crystals. Useless. This little bit isn't even enough for a scoop. Find me some real veins. Veins. Don't just stare at those few scraps. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Erqi's expression darkened. Sooner or later, he would be beaten up by Sai Xiaoxi. Just then, Erqi noticed a bright light streaking across the sky, like a shooting star, but you can't see shooting stars during the daytime. Erqi smirked. He knew the protagonist team had arrived. The protagonist team is here, and another pirate warehouse is about to fall. Allison, I see you're in trouble. Erqi strolled back leisurely with his hands behind his back, humming a tune. We travel in the universe with the most invincible spirits. We are the champions of the galaxy. When Erqi arrived at the yellow crystal or area, he heard an explosion, and a dark spot flew into the sky, accompanied by a shout of "I will definitely return." It seems General Allison is flying freely. Erqi bowed his head for 3 seconds of silence, then perked up. He was about to confront the protagonist team. Erqi jogged towards the direction of the explosion and saw Sai Xiaoxi's team packing the yellow crystal ore. Hey, shameless thief, put down my yellow crystal ore. Erqi shouted, grabbing his waist, catching the attention of Sai Xiaoxi and the others. How shameless. You're the one who's stealing. We took this yellow crystal ore from Allison. Atida said angrily. Are you a space pirate too? Why are you so much uglier than Allison? Although Allison is also ugly, just look at your pointed head and your single eye. You don't look very smart. Sai Xiaoxi mocked mercilessly. Erqi, don't be angry. So what if I'm ugly? Being ugly is safer. Stop talking nonsense with him. Watch me chop him up. Atida pulled out his dual blades and was about to rush forward. Slow down. Erqi hurriedly raised his hand to stop Atida. We are all spirit trainers. It's not proper to fight personally. Let us have an exciting spirit duel. You're right. Atida was persuaded. Gage, go for it. Tex, yes, yours. Gage swung his fists and charged at Tex, who also extended his short arms. Atida saw Tex's limbs were so short and thought they had this in the bag. Haha, welcome defeat under Gage's iron fist. However, the next moment, Tex's small hand erupted with brilliant electric light, which gathered on his fist and struck out. Boom! Gage was directly blasted away. How can he be this strong? Atida was shocked. Sai Xiaoxi and Karalu were also astonished. Something's wrong, this spirit. I remember now. Karalu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly reminded. This spirit is the intermediate form of the fusion spirit Terry, Tex, and its spirit level is much higher than Gage. It's actually a fusion spirit. Atida and Sai Xiaoxi were also shocked. So who has stronger, him or the previous Nisk? It's hard to say. Anyway, they are both very powerful. Then let us go together. We absolutely cannot let the space pirate take the yellow crystal or Xiaomi, Psych Xiaoxi Soted Lodli. You're not allowed to help. I want to fight one-on-one like a warrior. Atida tried to stop Sai Xiaoxi, but Tex charged and knocked Gage away, instantly shutting him up. Wu Erqi took out another spirit capsule. Xiaomi, it's up to you to deal with. Wu Erqi still recognized Xiaomi's strength, but light types are ineffective against grass types. Bubub Seed, you come help. Pippi, you hold her off. Seeing the space pirates on the opposite side summon 3 spirits like magic, Sai Xiaoxi's team was alarmed. Are space pirates really this strong? If all space pirates have this level of strength, can they still find endless energy to save the Earth? Forget it. Xiaomi, you do your best. I'll rescue the yellow crystal, or first. Sai Xiaoxi shouted, and then picked up her backpack and rushed towards the pile of yellow crystal, or Sai Xiaoxi. What are you doing? Fight like a warrior. Atida disagreed with Sai Xiaoxi's actions, but upon seeing Tex show off his power again, knocking Gage down once more, and then turning to zap Bubub Seed with an electric spark, he felt it was better to rescue the yellow crystal or first. Carolyn noticed this and thought that instead of trying to defeat the space pirate head-on, it would be better to quickly take the yellow crystal or away and then think of a way to drive him off. But with her rich knowledge of spirits, she still issued a command. Bubub Seed, you go hold Xiaomi, you deal with Pippi. Although this wouldn't change the situation, it was better than having everyone fight against their weaknesses. Carola glanced back at Wu Erqi from just now's formation. It was clear that this space pirate was very cunning and a tough opponent. Damn, you are too shameless. Put down my yellow crystal, or... Wu Erqi saw that Sai Xiaoxi and the others were ignoring the spirit battle and were all running to pack the yellow crystal, or... He couldn't hold back any longer and took out a big bag to rush in. Thus, a ridiculous scene appeared in the yellow crystal or field of Kelosi Rock. Outside, 6 spirits were bravely fighting, while inside, 4 robots were frantically scooping up the yellow crystal, or each holding a big bag. Wu Erqi glanced at the 3 of them, suppressing the urge to take action, and continued to dig. He silently chanted, "Can't win, really can't win, they have too many people." Sai Xiaoxi and her team were also affected by Wu Erqi's spirit strength, and, not understanding the space pirates' hierarchy, couldn't grasp Wu Erqi's true abilities. So they didn't dare to act immediately. Thus, they continued to dig without disturbing each other until the yellow crystal was nearly gone. And Wu Erqi's adrenaline-fueled brain also cleared up. He realized he felt a bit unsafe, so he quietly started to pull the big bag back towards the exit. Don't think about running. Atida tried to block Wu Erqi. Wu Erqi pulled out a gun and shouted, "Move again and I'll shoot." Damn you. Atida was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged, and Wu Erqi took the opportunity to rush out. Damn it, hurry and chase. But when they chased out of the warehouse, they saw Wu Erqi standing with his hand behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. "You 3 useless fools. I'm waiting for the spirit battle to end. What are you waiting for? Run." Sai Xiaoxi and the others hurriedly recalled their spirits, and then rushed out without stopping. In an instant, the situation changed. Still trying to run? Hand over my yellow crystal, or... Shameless. Is this your yellow crystal? Or... This is what we took back from Allison. What belongs to Allison is mine. Chapter 6 Aminos the yellow crystal, or was retrieved, but not completely. After arriving at Claw Star, Sai Xiaoxi and his companions made 2 friends, Pippi and Cactus. Pippi called her elder, which made Wu Erqi dare not pursue them further. However, Sai Xiaoxi tripped over a vine, causing his backpack full of yellow crystal to spill out, but he managed to pick it all up in the end. Wu Erqi estimated that he only got about 40 of the yellow crystal which sounded a bit low. However, he had already planned to keep it for himself. And 2 large bags of yellow crystal were actually a lot. Wu Erqi called out to and asked "Do you know of any places to hide things where no one would find them?" Thought for a moment and nodded. Wu Erqi hid the yellow crystal in the place mentioned, and also moved some unclear machines from the mine into that spot, recording the coordinates. He definitely couldn't carry these 2 large bags with him, as his status in the UBI organization wasn't high, and it wouldn't be easy to sell them. Wu Erqi was waiting for the Cosmic Junk Company to be established and had entrusted Saidashi to help handle it, which is also the reason he picked up the junk. Compared to the yellow crystal, the junk was more appealing to Saidashi. Although he had beaten up his son today, Dashi should be business-minded and wouldn't hold a grudge. After finishing all this, Erqi then piloted the spaceship to rescue Allison based on the distress coordinates he had received. When he found Allison, he was hanging in a tree, completely wrapped up by vines. As soon as Erqi saw Allison, he started acting. General Allison, our yellow crystal, or was taken by that damned sale number. Those murderous robots left us nothing, not even the broken machines that were blown apart. They are worse than pirates, the scum of scum. Erqi cried out passionately, and when he got emotional, he even started singing in the Honanyu opera style, making those who heard him sad and tearful. However, Allison was getting furious. You little loser, can't you see I'm hanging here? Sing, sing, sing your ass off. Erqi felt he had performed well and hurriedly brought Allison down. The yellow crystal, or was taken? Yes. Why didn't you get back? Me? Get back? I'm just an ordinary little pirate. Erqi was feeling wronged, almost catching up to Benbo-Oiba. What a waste. You can't rely on anything. Allison also felt it was a bit unreasonable to put so much pressure on Erqi, but still vented his frustration on him. Erqi felt it was about time. Allison had despaired enough and needed a bit of hope. General, actually, I found a bit back. Erqi took out a small bag from behind, filled with yellow crystal, or, there's more? Allison showed a bit of joy. Although it wasn't much, it was better to have something to report. How did you find it back? When a mine exploded, some yellow crystal, or was buried in the ground, and they didn't notice it. I dug it all out. Suddenly, Allison slapped Erqi and criticized. If you were a rookie pirate, I wouldn't bother with you, but you've been in the organization for 2 years. If I don't hit you, you won't learn your lesson. Tell me where this yellow crystal, or came from? Allison said seriously, it was us bravely fighting back and reclaiming it from sale number. Reclaimed it? Erqi suddenly realized, right? It was reclaimed. Allison smiled with satisfaction, as if his eyes were saying, finally, you got it. Erqi also smiled, looking at Allison as if to say, finally, you got it. General, should we report what happened here to General Dean? A trace of panic flashed across Allison's face. General, the sooner we report the information, the better. Perhaps General Dean will think the information we provided is valuable and won't hold us accountable for our failure. Allison thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. General, my Pippi previously infiltrated the Pippi tribe and learned some news about sale number from other Pippis. Those 3 robots are. Erqi casually fabricated a story, giving Sai Xiaoxi's trio an epic boost, attributing some of sale number's cadre spirits to them. As for being exposed later, he could argue that it was sale number's first mission, and it was reasonable for the leadership to arrange some experts to accompany them. In fact, if the mission failed, only Allison would be punished, and Erqi didn't need to worry about it. However, given Allison's status and character, he might blame it on himself, and at that time, as a newcomer, Dean might not listen to his explanations, whether for self-preservation or to give Allison a favor. Helping him was necessary. On the way back to the spaceship, Allison walked out of the communications room, looking spirited. From his expression, it seemed he had passed that hurdle. Erqi, come here. Allison waved, and Erqi hurried over. Don't be formal, sit down. Allison pressed Erqi into the co-pilot seat, kindly helping him fasten his seatbelt and put on a helmet. Erqi instantly woke up, thinking, fastening my seatbelt is fine, but what's with the helmet? Big Boss Dean values the information I provided and has asked us to support Zog, and to relay the details of the information to him. Then let's go support. General, what are you doing? I also need to report back to General Dean, but we only have 1 spaceship, so I have to trouble you. Allison, what are you doing? Erqi was so scared he forgot to use honorifics. Have a good trip. With a whoosh, the seat under Erqi ejected, turning into a meteor, flying into space. Allison, I'm on an early shift. On an early shift? What a diligent pirate. Erqi flew like cosmic debris, not knowing how long he flew until a blue planet appeared in his sight, getting larger and larger until it filled his entire view. Clang! Erqi fell into the water. He unfastened his seatbelt and climbed onto a small island, angrily tearing off the seaweed wrapped around his head and angrily greeting Allison's whole family in the sky. After cursing until he was tired, Erqi sat on the small island, enjoying the sea breeze, when he suddenly heard a few familiar voices. Erqi's heart skipped a beat, thinking, could it be that coincidental? The newcomers were indeed Sai Xiaoxi's team. They had already come to Ocean Star. They were really fast. Didn't sail number take a break? Sai Xiaoxi's team also noticed someone ahead and approached, only to see an unknown creature with what looked like seaweed draped over its head. Excuse me, who are you? I'm Aminos. How can I help you? Hello, Aminos. We are interstellar explorers. I am Captain Sai Xiaoxi. This is Ataida, and this is Kalyulu. Hello. Ataida pulled the enthusiastic Sai Xiaoxi and whispered, I think he is suspicious. He emits a faint killing aura. Aminos is a good person, and Wu Ti emit killing aura. Wu Erqi shook his head. Ataida knew his whisper had been overheard and awkwardly smiled. Dear friends, what are you planning to do on Ocean Star? We are here to investigate the cause of seawater pollution. The cause of seawater pollution? You've asked the right person. Legend has it that there is an evil organization in the universe called the NOOB organization, which has several leaders notorious for their crimes, leaving a trail of evil in the universe. One of the pirates is named Zog. Chapter 7 My backstabbing teammates, dear friends. Collecting intelligence is a troublesome job. If you want to know more, Wu Erqi made a gesture of rubbing his fingers together. We don't need intelligence. With my moonslaying twin blades, any Zog or Radget will have to surrender. Ataida said confidently, that is a mistake. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Zog's strength and status are even above Allison's. If you charge in without knowing anything, you will definitely suffer losses. How much? Sai Xiaoxi asked. Fixed price, 10 gold coins, no cheating. That's too expensive. Where is it expensive? It's been this price for years. Well, don't speak with your eyes wide open. Intelligence work is difficult. Sometimes you should reflect on your own reasons. After all these years, has your strength improved? Have you trained seriously? What do you mean? Ataida was angered by Wu Erqi's attitude, and Sai Xiaoxi was a bit unhappy as well. Fortunately, Kalyulu pulled them back and whispered a few words. Kalyulu took out 10 gold coins. Aminos, please tell us about Zog. Wu Erqi happily took the gold coins and said, from now on, you don't need to call my name. He then shared all the information he could about Zog and Radget with the trio, including things he couldn't say, and even shared a newly compiled story for their understanding. Wu Erqi could honestly say that the money they spent was worth it. Dear friends, the transaction is complete. I wish you good luck. After Wu Erqi finished speaking, he quickly slipped away, leaving Sai Xiaoxi and the others in intense discussion. It was clear that Zog was very strong, and they would not be easy to deal with. Ataida firmly believed that his strength could defeat Zog, but Sai Xiaoxi and Kalyulu thought they must be clever about it. After all, Aminos mentioned that Zog was not very intelligent and was impulsive and easily angered. They argued until it was dark, and only then did Sai Xiaoxi learn the latest news about Zog from Bay Air, and he decided to steal. After Wu Erqi slipped away, he contacted Zog. However, Zog looked down on Sai Xiaoxi's team, believing he could defeat all enemies. Well, another reckless person, as long as he's happy. However, Wu Erqi still reminded him, General Zog, since you have already obtained the essence of water, why not go back to report? Or you could also give the essence of water to your subordinates, and let me take it first. No need to say more, Sai Erhao. I will make sure he has no return. If you have nothing to do, go help others collect methane gas. He felt that he couldn't keep this essence of water. If he couldn't keep it, then so be it. That thing was indeed strange. One could say it had a spirit. In Zog's hands, it was useless. But in Sai Xiaoxi's hands, it was like a god descending, probably a treasure with clear good and evil. Who knew if taking it directly would cause issues? A treasure that couldn't reach his hands was the same, no matter who took it. General, didn't you come alone? How could I collect methane gas alone? Don't disturb my sleep. Go play somewhere else. Zog hung up the communication angrily and lay down to sleep. It might not have been mentioned in the anime, but it didn't matter much. Wu Erqi very obediently followed the leader's arrangement and went to play. He wasn't going to collect any methane gas. That stuff couldn't fit in his pocket. Energy ores were somewhat helpful for spirit training, but methane gas was completely useless. Only a few fire-type spirits would store it for attack purposes. Wu Erqi wandered around in the ocean, collecting valuable items. He also hoped to encounter some rare spirits, like brew, but unfortunately, he only ran into Bay Air or Leaf fish. Unknowingly, he arrived at the depths of the ocean, surrounded by many coral caves. Wu Erqi didn't know what spirit's habitat he had entered. There were no spirits in the caves, and he didn't know if they were out foraging or if it was an abandoned habitat. In the cave, Erqi found a crystalline object emitting a metallic luster, somewhat like obsidian, but definitely not. He took out his scanning gun, but there was no reaction, indicating it was not an energy or not containing energy. Have my eyesight declined? Erqi was somewhat incredulous. It clearly didn't look like an ordinary item. A spirit's cry broke Erqi's contemplation. He looked up to see a Lee of fish. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and opened the language translation system. Although the cosmic pirates didn't have a highly intelligent spirit butler like NOOB, they had developed some similar functions, although the performance was much poorer. What are you doing in my house? Erqi then realized that he had actually entered the habitat of the steel-toothed shark. No matter how powerful the steel-toothed shark was, he didn't want to challenge it. Little friend, is your adult at home? Erqi asked softly, trying to be as friendly as possible. They are outside, but you haven't said what you were doing in my house. Danger! 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 Erqi's alarm bells went off, his mind racing, and his CPU almost overheating. Suddenly, he spoke up. I was sent by Xiaoxi to call for help. Xiaoxi is the robot that just brushed your teeth. Do you remember? The Lee of fish nodded, believing Erqi's words. Xiaoxi and the others are in great danger. They have offended the cosmic pirate General Zog, who is very powerful. All right, Zog is the bad guy who stole your essence of water. You must go help Xiaoxi. If you wait any longer, Zog will take the essence of water and leave Ocean Star. The elders of the Lee of Fish also heard Erqi's words and were instantly alarmed and angry. Roar! The steel-toothed shark roared, shouting, Gather everyone, reclaim the essence of water, and bite Zog that bad guy to pieces. The steel-toothed shark tribe roared and charged out, and in no time, their habitat was left empty again. Erqi looked at the empty coral cave and silently mourned for Zog for 3 seconds. However, after knowing this was the steel-toothed shark's home, Erqi also thought about what kind of ore this was. Black crystal ore dropped after defeating the steel-toothed shark, used to forge the Black Warrior set. Although it wasn't an energy ore, it was a very precious forging material. Erqi looked at his somewhat shabby little hands and knocked on his not-so-heavy shell. They say Xiaoxi is a broken robot and often shorts out, but he felt that the quality of the pirate minions might not even be as good as Xiaoxi. At least Xiaoxi had been traversing the universe for over 10 years, and aside from his arms often shorting out, he hadn't had any other issues. The pirate minions had been dismantled many times. Damn it! I'll take it all back and find a blacksmith to make me an indestructible exoskeleton. Chapter 8. Crafting the set. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. As Erqi stepped through the door, he saw Zoj shouting and covering his head. Has he been knocked silly? Earth punch. Earth punch. What a terrifying earth punch. The sail robot is so scary. So scary. Erqi tried to comfort Zoj a few times, but failed. He had no choice but to contact Dean. As soon as the video call connected, Zoj instantly sobered up. He shoved Erqi aside and cried into the big screen, Boss, the sail robot is too despicable. They aren't just hitting but it's like they're hitting your face. You have to avenge me. All right, stop howling. I can't get away right now. You discuss a plan with Allison first. Yes. I'll have someone prepare some powerful weapons for you to use well. Dean seemed to notice Zoj's low spirits. Or perhaps it was because of the 2 consecutive failures that he paid a bit more attention to the Sailstar. The things the boss has prepared will definitely make the Sailstar eat dirt, Zoj said, turning his worries into joy. Back on the Phantom, Zoj and Allison got the equipment that Dean prepared, which was a meteorite manipulator, a piece of black technology invented by the Pirate RD department. It was said that using this machine, one could manipulate meteorites in space, using them to collide with and destroy spaceships, an incredibly powerful weapon. But Erqi didn't compete for this task because he knew it would ultimately fail and he wouldn't gain anything. Besides, it wasn't his turn to compete. In the end, it was Allison who executed the mission, allowing Erqi to take a rare few days off. Erqi first went to find the blacksmith on the Phantom. He had a long-standing friendship with the blacksmith. Years ago, when his left hand was severed at the shoulder, it was the blacksmith who repaired it. Old man blacksmith, I see you're here. Erqi shouted from outside the door. Erqi, you little rascal is back. You're not leaving this time, right? The blacksmith smiled widely upon seeing Erqi. I shouldn't be leaving. Those guys can't do anything to me now, Erqi reassured him. Still, be careful. I remember the gray wolf has completed his elite transformation. He looks much more handsome than you now. The gray wolf was the leader of the group that Erqi had trouble with when he first returned, and he had long been an elite soldier. Erqi had been forced to leave the headquarters because he offended him. Of course, there were many reasons for Erqi's departure from the headquarters. The bigger reason being that in order to fuse with the Thunder Rat, he had to capture the Spirit Rook, and to capture Rook, he had to go to the Pirate Energy Station. Additionally, everything would have to be redone after the Spirit Fusion, and retraining would be a huge expense. The Twin Star's energy ore was rich in reserves, and the Electric Stone was its specialty. He could sneak into the Pirate Energy Station and make some minor adjustments. Enough to cover the early training expenses for Texas. Looking handsome won't help against a mechanical oil can. In terms of one-on-one combat, I'm not afraid of him. And in terms of spirit duels, I'm even better than him. It seems like you've had quite a few opportunities during this year away from the Phantom. Luck. By the way, blacksmith, I found a type of, or do you think it's useful? Ore? The blacksmith took the bag, puzzled, thinking that mining ores should be handed over to the Military Merit Statistics Department. However, as soon as he opened the bag, he was incredibly surprised. This is black crystal, or, hearing the blacksmith confirm it was black crystal, or, Erqi let out a sigh of relief. Wow, a big bag of black crystal, or, what do you plan to do with it? Just upgrade my whole body. I'm now in the operations department, running around every day, and this iron shell doesn't feel durable at all. That's a small matter. Do you want me to design a cool look for you? But your identity isn't that high right now, so it's best not to be too flashy. How about a set based on the elite soldier template? Isn't that just eating Grey Wolf's exhaust? Blacksmith, just make a set based on my current look. This look, you want to use good black crystal, or to craft regular soldier armor? That's too wasteful. Playing dumb to eat the tiger, huh? Old man, you don't understand the thinking of young people. If I dress too flamboyantly, I'll definitely get focus fire in the fight. I can't keep up with the thought processes of you young people. Anyway, it's your stuff, you decide. By the way, you're definitely not going to use all the black crystal, or what do you plan to do with the rest? How about you make me a suitable weapon? The rest can be considered a sponsorship. Let me know if you manage to come up with something good. That's great. Do you want a lightsaber? A light axe? I prefer something more violent. Erqi also took some time to meet friends, and the remaining time was spent training the spirit. Tex had maintained this form for a while, but still couldn't find an opportunity to evolve. Now, training could only hone his combat skills. On the other hand, E fell into a deep sleep after consuming an entire energy fruit in 3 times. Erqi visited the spirit doctor, who told him that E had stored a lot of energy and would wake up once he evolved. It seemed what E said might really be true. Pippi, didn't your elders leave any hints for you to achieve super evolution? Pippi shook his head. You've never heard of the realm of divine pets since you were little? You must have heard that Pippi is a divine pet. Pippi shook his head again. It's still a matter of not being born in the ancestral land. If you get a chance, ask the Pippi clan on Crossstar. Maybe they know something. For 3 consecutive days, Erqi received no missions until Allison returned in disarray, having failed again. Soon after, a new mission was issued. They would go to Cloud Sky, start a mine. Erqi remembered this storyline. Allison had destroyed the home of the Floating Fish clan while mining, forcing them to compete with the TIA's clan for habitat, leading to a major conflict. The developments were no different from the anime. The mining machines of the space pirates were operational, and the floating fish had no way to stop them, with their living environment deteriorating at a visible rate. Not long after, the habitat of the floating fish was completely destroyed, unable to fight the pirates. They had to leave their homes and enter TIA's territory, leading to friction with the TIA's clan, which escalated into tribal conflicts and then into ethnic struggles. General, if these 2 clans keep making a fuss, the Sail Star will probably have to meddle again. Are you afraid they won't come? This time, I'm fully prepared. I'll definitely give those low-level robots a taste of color. Allison sneered. Does the general have any good ideas? I have a virus that can be loaded into weapons. As soon as someone picks up a weapon, the virus will infect the holder, making them extremely evil. I will find a way to get those low-level robots to pick up weapons, and by then, we could just sit back and watch them tear each other apart. Ha ha! Brilliant, truly brilliant. Wu Erqi gave a thumbs up in admiration. From now on, you keep a close eye on the conflict between the two clans, and notify me as soon as the low-level robots arrive. Yes, General. Wu Erqi was unwilling to just play a minor role. He wanted the war between the two clans to be fiercer so he could reap some benefits. Wu Erqi moved a machine down from the spaceship, which he had prepared before coming. Then he took out a seaweed-shaped wig and put it on. He switched to a new identity. Now he was called Aminos. Please announce that Interstellar Merchant Aminos requests to see the clan leader. I can provide weapons to help you defeat TIAs. Chapter 9. Interstellar Merchants and War Profiteers. The leader of the floating fish tribe, Synopsis, has recently been overwhelmed due to the conflict between the two tribes. TIAs insists on not giving up an inch of territory, while his tribe is on the brink of collapse and desperately needs a habitat. At this moment, he hears reports from his tribesmen that an interstellar merchant is willing to sell him weapons that can defeat TIAs, regardless of whether it's true or not. He must meet this merchant. He soon meets the interstellar merchant, who has unsightly green hair that obscures much of his face, resembling the water ghost said to be born in the water. He admits he is quite ugly himself, but upon seeing this interstellar merchant, he feels inexplicably confident. Synopsis makes an effort to shift his focus away from appearance and asks, "Are you the one who said you could sell me weapons?" Respected leader Synopsis. That is indeed the case. What kind of weapon? Wu Erqi smiled slightly and gestured for him to look. Leader, please see. This is the best-selling combat device in the universe, called the Thunder Summoner. It can change the climate in a small area and manipulate lightning to attack enemies. I'm sure the leader is aware that lightning restrains flying elves. This Thunder Summoner is undoubtedly the greatest nemesis of the TIA's tribe. The Thunder Summoner? Summoning lightning? Not interested. Synopsis showed little enthusiasm. It's just summoning lightning. My floating fish tribe can do that naturally. Watch me. Suddenly, several bolts of electricity shot out from the large bubble on Synopsis' head, increasing in number until they formed a basketball-sized ball of lightning. With a thought, Synopsis sent the lightning ball flying toward the rocky mountain, and with a loud bang, a noticeable dent was created in the rock. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from Wu Erqi's chest. The leader truly possesses divine power, but compared to the Thunder Summoner, it still lacks a bit of might. Words are not enough. I hope you're not just boasting. Synopsis gestured for Wu Erqi to demonstrate. Wu Erqi confidently stepped forward, his fingers dancing over the Thunder Summoner as he began a series of adjustments. After about a minute, Wu Erqi's movements halted, his fingers resting on a prominent red button. Everyone, watch closely and don't blink, he announced, then pressed the button firmly. In an instant, a beam of energy shot straight into the sky, and a dark cloud began to gather above the floating fish tribe, flashing with bursts of lightning. At this point, Synopsis was already convinced by most of Wu Erqi's words. If it were up to him, he couldn't create such a spectacle. Summoning such a large cloud would at least require a dominant-level electric elf. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted, causing the floating fish tribe to collapse in fear, with some younglings even having their protective bubble shattered. The thunder struck a distant mountain, instantly splitting the peak in two under the watchful eyes of everyone. Is this truly the incredible power that a mere machine can achieve? Synopsis did not lose his composure and prostrate himself like his tribesmen. But if that thunder had struck him, he would have run faster than anyone else. Leader, what do you think? Well, I don't know how to refuse. Does that mean the leader is going to make this deal? I wonder what price we need to pay. Enough money or resources? Nothing else? Of course. I'm a qualified merchant. For a merchant, money is everything. Synopsis nodded in agreement, then looked troubled. Mr. Merchant, our floating fish tribe has just lost our home, and we don't have many resources left. Otherwise, we would need to go to war with the TIA's tribe. As for the money you mentioned, we don't spend money in the Cloud Sky Star trade. Then this deal is likely. Wu Erqi made a regretful expression. However, we still have a batch of Earth-type resources piled up in our tribe. I wonder if Mr. Merchant would accept them? Accepted. As long as it's valuable, I'll take it. Wu Erqi smiled. Although he didn't understand where the floating fish tribe got their Earth-type resources, he didn't mind. Originally, he thought he could help Pi scam some pocket money. But now it might be a bit troublesome. He would have to find a way to sell the stolen goods himself. Then it's settled. Erqi informed the floating fish tribe about the usage of the Thunder Summoner and happily left with a backpack full of Earth-type resources. Although most of the Earth-type resources were quite ordinary, one piece, the core of the Earth, was extremely precious. Unfortunately, he didn't have any Earth-type elves. Otherwise, he could definitely cultivate a strong Earth-type main force. Synopsis of the floating fish tribe stared blankly at the Thunder Summoner and sighed softly. He knew that his actions were wrong, but for the sake of his tribe, he had no choice. He just wanted his tribesmen to survive. Even if he was truly at fault, the fault was his alone as a fish. The other tribesmen were not to blame. Synopsis steeled himself. Having come this far, he could only walk this path to the end. He called all his tribesmen and issued a final pre-war mobilization. After night, the well-rested floating fish tribe launched their survival war, while the TIA's tribe took the most resolute stance to defend their habitat. The Synopsis team arrived at Cloud Skystar at this time, witnessing the two major tribes in a state of hostility, unsure of how to mediate. They interviewed both leaders, Synopsis and TIA's, but returned empty-handed. Synopsis, what should we do? We can't just let them fight like this. It's all the fault of those damned space pirates. Karalu, can we persuade both tribes to team up and drive the pirates out first? Ataida, hey, that's a good idea. Let me use my moon-slicing twin blades to drive all the pirates out of Cloud Skystar and give it justice. However, Synopsis poured a bucket of cold water on them, saying, it's useless. The floating fish's home has already been destroyed, and they're desperately hoping to find land to settle their tribesmen. As long as TIA's doesn't relent, they won't be able to unite at all. So even if they join forces against the pirates, they must first settle the floating fish tribe. When I was starving on Earth, I could hardly think of anything but filling my stomach. Such a hassle. Ataida complained. But no matter what, we must first stop this current war. We can't let the relationship between the two tribes deteriorate further. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang in their ears, startling them. Oh no! They knew that the two tribes had begun to fight, and such a powerful attack must have been executed by both leaders personally. Let's hurry over. The Synopsis team ran towards the battlefield, forgetting about whether they could persuade both tribes or how to do so. Meanwhile, Erqi, after that loud bang, quietly snuck into the TIA's tribe's encampment, stealthily slipping inside. Who goes there? The two Malamii spotted Erqi and shouted loudly. Why aren't you at the battlefield? Never mind. It makes no difference. Leader Synopsis sent me to strike directly and bring TIA's back home for some warmth. Matman. Tex, quickly deal with them. Malamii wanted to stop Erqi, but under Tex's lightning attack, they had no power to fight back. Thus, the TIA's tribe, weakened by tribal warfare, was entered by Erqi as if it were unguarded. Air crystals, pack them up. Pure energy, pack them up. Bean fruit? Wow. Does Cloud Skystar also grow bean fruit? Hey, this is energy fruit. Pack it up, pack it up. Erqi laughed more joyfully than if his leader had died. Chapter 10 Double Evolution. After Erqi robbed the TIA's tribe clean, he quickly made his escape. Although he was curious about the outcome of the war between the two tribes, carrying the large bags was indeed inconvenient. He wasn't sure if the thunder summoning platform would be effective, but Erqi felt it was unlikely, as he had somewhat exaggerated its capabilities. The thunder summoning platform was an equipment in the pirate armory that rarely saw use. It was troublesome to charge and had a complicated operation. After a few uses, it needed recharging, and the wind-up time was too long. It looked powerful, but as long as one wasn't disabled, they could easily run out of the core damage zone. For speed-oriented flying elves like TIA's, being cautious would likely mean not getting hit at all. Thinking about it, if it were really that useful, would he have been able to apply for it? If it were truly effective, what would cosmic pirates have to fear from Lei? The thunder summoning platform was the true god of thunder. After running far out of TIA's territory, Erqi took a moment to compose himself, even crying a bit until he was satisfied with his sobbing, before dialing Allison's number. General Allison. Erqi, why are you crying? General, I was hit by a cell robot. But hurt so much. I told them I was the general's soldier. But they not only weren't afraid, but hit me even harder. They weren't just hitting but it was like they were slapping your face. So arrogant. Allison shouted angrily, kicking over a stool beside him. These low-level robots are simply lawless. It seems I need to teach them a lesson. They really don't know how powerful I am. Erqi sniffled, excitedly saying, General, you must avenge your subordinate. Avenge? Avenge, ah? Where are you now? Allison asked with a frown. I don't know, they hit me flying. General, it hurts so much. I feel like all my parts are wrecked. Well, tell me everything you know. Oh. Erqi told Allison about the war between the two tribes and reminded him that the Cell ship was stopping the war and resolving the conflict between the two tribes, hinting that this was the best time to stir up trouble. Allison indeed took it to heart. He decided to take the initiative. As long as he could turn one of the 3 low-level robots evil, he could definitely ruin the Cell ship's plans. Erqi, who caused all this, happily went invisible, finished what he needed to do, and hit his. Come on, Pippi, the best training resources, hurry up and use them. Pippi looked at the mountain-high, flying-type training resources and felt almost dizzy. If he didn't have a stomach as exaggerated as Tyke's, he would have wanted to chew the pure energy. Unfortunately, this Yin-Yao star was unfamiliar, and he didn't even know where to hide them. Otherwise, he could have entrusted them to the Cell ship. We'll just take it one step at a time. Pippi, eat as much as you can. Don't worry about wasting it. Money spent is still money, and resources used are truly resources. Erqi was still talking to himself when he saw a white light appear before him. Pippi actually evolved right under his nose. Pippi evolved into Bibbo, now a mid-level elf. The next evolution would be the highest form, Boker. Good job, Pippi. Bobo. Pippi was also very excited. The barrier that had blocked him for so long was suddenly broken. Thinking back, it seemed that just seeing the mountain-like flying-type resources had excited him enough to break through the barrier. If only he could have the master pile up a mountain of resources in the dormitory, so he could see it every day, all day. Pippi, now that you've evolved, you can eat even more. Just think of Tyke's and how much he can eat. Bibbo perked up, determined to catch up with the boss in terms of appetite. He didn't care about what happened after Yin-Yao Star. It must have been very exciting, but aside from the joy of teaching the Cell team a lesson, he wouldn't gain anything good and might even get caught up in the war between the two tribes, falling into greater danger. Erqi was not a person who clung to survival. He was willing to fight for benefits, but he had little interest in matters with no benefits. Regardless of how intense the fighting outside was, Erqi buried his head and pretended to be dead, focusing on his elf training. However, it wasn't until Bibbo was red-hot, the whole bird looking roasted, that only a small portion of the resources had been consumed. Just when Erqi decided to hide all the resources, a ray of hope appeared. Allison was hit flying again. This time he was directly blasted out of Yin-Yao Star. So, the spaceships on Yin-Yao Star would be under his control now. Please call him Captain. Riding on his beloved little motorcycle, it would never get stuck in traffic. Erqi hummed a song, piloting the spaceship, feeling exceptionally joyful. He took advantage of everyone resting to return to the ghost ship. Although there were still some soldiers on duty during the break, they were mostly low-ranking ones. Erqi used a tiger skin to make a coat, and no one dared to check him, easily transporting things back to the dormitory. The treatment in the action department was much better than that of ordinary soldiers, at least ensuring single occupancy, and no one would check. Pippi was asleep. He had eaten too many resources and needed to digest them, but he was awake. He had completed his evolution and was now in the mid-level form, Yeeting C, a leaf wrapped around him like a scarf. The tip of the leaf stood up high like an antenna, looking comical no matter how you looked at it. Ha-ha-ee, you're so funny. Yeeting C was unhappy. In their E tribe, this was a symbol of growth. The longer and thicker that leaf grew, the healthier the body would be. Come here, let me touch it. Erqi reached for the tip of Yeeting C's leaf, which made him jump away in anger. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. This is an energy fruit I found on Yin-Yao Star. See if you need it. Erqi took out the energy fruit, and Yeeting C's eyes instantly sparkled. But after getting close to look, sniffing it, and cautiously taking a bite, he finally shook his head. This is not a grass-type energy fruit. It won't be effective for me. I think it should be given to Pippi. Are you sure? What a pity, but it's not a waste. Yeeting C murmured for a while. Perhaps the pirate language translation system was too low-end, causing a translation failure. Erqi just thought Yeeting C was talking to himself. Unexpectedly, Yeeting C suddenly shouted, remember what it is. It's a wind bell fruit. This type of fruit can enhance an elf's speed talent and is a very precious training resource. It's rarer than the energy fruit in the woods. Wow. Erqi widened his eyes, looking at the energy fruit in his hand and then at Yeeting Sea. He was about to strike it rich. Once Bibbo woke up, the 3 elves could split it. Huh, my elves are going to be invincible again. I don't need it. The E tribe doesn't need to train speed. You can give the Windbell fruit to them. What are you talking about? Who would ever think speed is too fast? Since you recognized it as a Windbell fruit, you should have a share of the credit. Erqi said grandly. Yeeting Sea was also slightly moved. He felt that leaving home with this robot might have been the right choice after all. Yin Yao Star. Tyas let out a sharp cry upon seeing the devastated cave. She wanted to kill someone now, especially Salams. If it weren't for that fool, how could her home have been robbed? What made her angriest was that the Windbell fruit was stolen. It was a treasure she had reserved for her child as foundation. She hurried to the innermost part of the cave and, seeing the egg in the nest safe and sound, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the child wasn't stolen. Chapter 11. Capturing Gaia. On the second day, Erqi went to the logistics department to pay a fine and coincidentally ran into a disheveled Allison returning. His heart sank, realizing that something was wrong. Allison also saw Erqi, and his tired expression instantly turned to excitement as he angrily rushed towards Erqi, wanting to question him. However, Erqi acted first, swiftly lunging at Allison with a sorrowful expression, crying out in a heart-wrenching manner that was truly moving. General Allison, I'm so glad you're okay. Your subordinate was so worried about you. You have no idea. After you left Cloudstar, that bunch of damn cell robots actually wanted to wipe us out completely. It was utterly devastating. Even the earthworms would have been split in half, and the eggs would have been scrambled. I risked my life to protect the spaceship. If it weren't for divine intervention, you wouldn't be able to see your most loyal subordinate now. General, you must pull yourself together and take revenge with your subordinate. We need to turn that despicable cell robots into toilets. And the cell ship, let us make it the biggest toilet in the universe. And those lowly elves, we need to capture them all to scrub toilets. Allison was momentarily stunned by Erqi's wailing, but quickly reacted and questioned. I sent a distress signal. Why did you pretend not to see it? Oh, General, the spaceship was attacked, and the systems were damaged. I truly didn't receive any signal. This all has to be blamed on those damn cell robots. Allison had suffered several setbacks, while Erqi managed to turn every crisis into safety, which sparked resentment in him, wanting to vent his anger on Erqi. However, faced with Erqi's righteous indignation, he couldn't find the words to retaliate. Erqi kept lamenting about how detestable the cell ship was, and how everything he suffered was due to the cell ship, which had little to do with him. As more and more people gathered around, Allison felt the probing gazes of those around him and ultimately let Erqi off the hook. He hurried back to report the situation to Dean. Although Erqi had successfully silenced Allison by acting first, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He secretly followed Allison and overheard quite a bit. It turned out that on Cloudstar, Allison had indeed stirred up more trouble. He had darkened Ite's character while trying to mediate between the two factions of the Cell team. The conflict between the two races had already intensified due to the influence of the Thunder platform, and Ite's actions nearly caused a complete explosion of hostilities. However, after Ite nearly lost his life, the two clan leaders finally came to their senses and recognized their mistakes. At the same time, due to Ite's condition, the two races reignited their overwhelming hatred for cosmic pirates, miraculously shifting the conflict. Erqi didn't know whether to say that evil couldn't suppress righteousness or whether there was a natural order to the world, but in any case, Allison had lost his advantageous position. After being scolded by Dean, Allison promised to set traps on Volcano Star to ambush the Cell ship, and Dean agreed with Allison's plan. Hiding outside and eavesdropping, Erqi became alert at the mention of Volcano Star. He remembered that a very memorable plot would occur there, which was also very operational. If successful, it might have a huge impact on storyline. As for whether it would be good or bad, or whether it would bring greater trouble, Erqi couldn't be certain, but if he could pull this off, it would definitely be a significant achievement. Erqi concentrated and pondered how to exclude Allison and replace him in the storyline. Just then, he was suddenly hit on the head by a falling screw, and when he looked up, he realized that the gas pipeline above him was swaying dangerously. General Allison, how could you suffer such a calamity? Could it be that there are spies from the Cell ship on the Phantom ship, deliberately ambushing you? They must have known the importance of your position to the organization and realized that as long as you were incapacitated, no one in the UBI organization could stop their ambitions to conquer the universe. What a despicable bunch. Unable to face the general head-on, they resort to such underhanded tactics, leaving my most beloved General Allison in such a predicament. Erqi fell onto Allison, weeping and wailing as if the world would collapse without Allison in the UBI organization. Allison was rendered speechless by Erqi's shameless flattery, awkwardly saying, "I was injured by the ventilation duct. That must certainly be the work of a spy." Erqi's gaze was incredibly firm, causing Allison to have some doubts. Perhaps someone really was plotting against him. It might not necessarily be a spy from the Cell ship, which seemed unrealistic, but perhaps someone below was jealous of his position as the fourth general and wanted to take his place. Thinking of this, Allison suddenly woke up. He couldn't let the villain succeed. No, he couldn't allow his injuries to affect the plan. However, just as he intended to stand up from the bed, alarms rang out, and a dizzying sensation of a short circuit filled the CPU. Finally, he grabbed Erqi's hand tightly. "Erqi, you're the only one I can trust now. Let me tell you my plan." Erqi was deeply moved. If he weren't a robot, he would have surely been in tears at that moment, when he heard that one of the pieces of equipment Allison prepared for him was an anti-proton cage. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Erqi also said some assurances about completing the mission and resolutely walked out of the infirmary. As soon as he stepped out, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. If it weren't for fearing negative consequences, he would have laughed out loud. Erqi went alone to Volcano Star and set everything up according to Allison's instructions. In truth, he wasn't interested in the traps ahead and didn't believe they would be effective. After all, the main characters would definitely turn the tide in the end. But to avoid any unforeseen complications that might affect the storyline, he still executed the plan seriously. Soon, the Cell ship would receive a distress signal from Volcano Star and be lured into the trap by the radio. As expected, the plot continued to develop along the predetermined path. Until that evening, while roasting meat with the elves, Erqi encountered the war god Gaia he had long been plotting to meet. The black and white diaper-clad war god suddenly appeared in Erqi's camp, and the terrifying pressure made Tex and Aiden's hair stand on end. Erqi remained relatively calm, holding up the roasted meat and asking, "Want some?" Gaia replied directly, The legendary Gaia, the millennium nemesis of Lei E. Do you know the whereabouts of Lei? Erqi tossed the roasted meat to Tex and said, "So you're the legendary Gaia. I know where the Lei you're looking for is." Gaia excitedly asked, "Where is Lei E?" "He's right over there. You can see him quickly if you go that way." Erqi pointed in a direction. Gaia flew off in the direction Erqi pointed. Erqi muttered helplessly, "Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? To seek death?" As expected, Gaia soon encountered Lei E, and the anger he had been harboring for centuries erupted instantly, to the extent that he didn't even notice that Lei E was currently in a cage. Perhaps even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. Gaia rushed in, grabbed Lei E, and wanted to question him. However, after grabbing Lei E, he suddenly realized something was off. This Lei E was a fake. It was just a doll. Gaia turned around sharply and saw Erqi's face, which was half smiling and half serious. Click. The anti-proton cage sealed shut completely. Chapter 12. You go to White Star. Oh my. Is this the legendary war god Gaia? How come he is trapped in a cage and cannot get out? In Erqi's mocking tone, Gaia launched an attack on the cage, but to his astonishment, the cage remained completely unharmed. How is this possible? It looks like the cage isn't even that sturdy. Stop struggling. This is the strongest cage in the entire universe. Even if you are a war god, you absolutely cannot break it. Gaia, however, did not believe in such evil and continuously attacked the cage. Erqi watched this scene with great interest and leaned down at Tex. "Tex, pay attention. This is a carefully crafted performance from the war god. Although you are electric type and he is fighting type, both are known for their high attack. Plus, your ultimate move in the future is a punch technique. So learn more from this. It might help you in the future." "Hey." Tex nodded. and watched Gaia's moves without blinking. After trying for a while with no results, Gaia finally stopped, and Tex still seemed unsatisfied, letting out a couple of "Hey, who are you? Did Lei send you?" Erqi couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Gaia, do you really have to be so brilliant? Even with your stupid brain, you should be able to figure it out. Who are you? You will find out soon." The spaceship slowly flew up, and a mechanical arm reached toward the anti-proton cage, grabbing both the cage and the sprite back into the ship. Erqi dared not have any more distractions and directly took Gaia back to headquarters. "What a pity. I wanted to meet the guardian of Volcano Star, Rios." Crow, the son of the award officer of the Sire Star, captured a Rios. At first, that Rios did not perform strongly, but later it was unexpectedly evolved by Crow, and the evolved Rios Jiez faced off against the Flame Gorilla without losing ground. Erqi guessed that Crow's Rios was the one from Volcano Star. So whether it was intercepting for capture or eliminating potential dangers, it was indeed a correct thought. However, compared to the weight of Gaia, Rios was simply not enough to be seen. Erqi could still distinguish between priorities. On the way, Erqi was on edge, fearing he would run into Lei. But after passing by Cecilia Star without any incidents, he finally felt relieved. It seems there is no such thing as heavenly correction in this world. Only then did Erqi boldly contact Dean. "Erqi, what is up?" "General Dean, guess what I captured?" Erqi said excitedly, then turned the camera towards Gaia. At first, Dean did not clearly see Gaia in the cage, but when he recognized who it was, he was so shocked that he stood up from his chair, hurriedly walked to the big screen, seemingly wanting to see the sprite inside through the screen. "You actually captured the war god Gaia. General, does this count as a great achievement?" "Yes. Of course it counts. You are truly a genius. I thought you were different from the other soldiers, someone who could achieve great things, and now you have not disappointed my expectations. When you return, I will definitely reward you properly. Forget waiting for your return. I'll come to pick you up. Make sure nothing unexpected happens with Gaia." Dean couldn't sit still and directly ordered the Phantom ship to change direction and head towards Erqi's location. Upon hearing Dean's words, Erqi knew this time it was secure. What should he ask for? How about becoming a general? That wouldn't be meaningful. Look at how Zog Ellison ended up. The title of general isn't worth much, not compared to real strength. Should I ask for the fighting type sprite bonus? I am indeed somewhat tempted. But Erqi shook his head, as Yaiden was more in line with his desires. Moreover, Yaiden seemed to have some family heritage. Recognizing many fruits he didn't know the use of, which might lead to future evolution. Evolution would require the sprite to fuse with another one. Or maybe I should ask for electric-type resources, ensuring Tex can break through to a higher form. Just energy stones alone might not be enough for Texas. Before long, Erqi saw the Phantom ship. It seemed Dean was anxious, otherwise it wouldn't have arrived so quickly. As soon as the ship docked, Dean rushed in with his team. When he saw Gaia with his own eyes, Dean's previously calm mood became excited again. "It really is the war god Gaia." Dean patted Erqi on the back, saying appreciatively, "Erqi, you have really made a great achievement this time. Speak up, what do you want? I will try my best to satisfy you. Even if you won't be the 5th general of the Abi organization, I will recommend you to the leader." Erqi caught a glimpse of Ellison, who was still bandaged, and saw his envious expression. A thought crossed his mind, and he said, "General Dean, actually, this entire plan was orchestrated by General Ellison. I was just executing it. Capturing Gaia was also a matter of chance. If there are rewards, they should go to General Ellison first." Dean was momentarily stunned, looking at Erqi with growing satisfaction. Not arrogant, not impatient, and not greedy for credit. Thinking of his colleagues after achieving merit. Such a subordinate is truly rare enough not to be like a space pirate. Ellison did not expect Erqi to share the credit with him. His jealousy dissipated, and he felt a hint of guilt. Erqi truly did not disappoint his trust. He cast a grateful glance at Erqi. Erqi smiled back. In reality, Erqi understood that such matters could not be entirely given to someone else just because of his words. If this was a 10-point achievement, he would take 10 for himself, leading to Ellison's resentment and eventual retaliation. But if he gave Ellison 2 points, Dean would be pleased, and perhaps he would still get his full 10 points while also receiving Ellison's gratitude, making the 2 points he shared eventually come back to him through various means. I naturally remember Ellison's credit, but now we need to discuss what you want, Dean said. General, actually I have always admired you. You are the most outstanding sprite trainer in the universe and a role model for me. I dream of becoming a powerful sprite trainer like you. My Tex is currently struggling to break through, and if he can reach a higher form, his strength will definitely leap qualitatively, allowing me to better serve the organization in the future. That's easy. Dean waved his hand and continued. You can pick an electric-type crystal from the treasury that you like, and there's a place called Thunder River on White Star, a training holy land for electric-type sprites. The mine there happens to need a manager, so you could take on that role for a few days. White Star. I'm going to White Star. Erqi pointed at himself, feeling incredibly excited. Yes, I plan to appoint you as the mine manager. Dean was slightly puzzled by Erqi's change in attitude, but repeated himself. It's no wonder Dean was confused. After all, Erqi had just achieved the great feat of capturing Gaia and remained calm and collected. Yet now he was so excited to hear about going to White Star to be the mine manager. I will ensure the task is completed. Erqi stood up straight and saluted. His serious demeanor made Dean both amused and helpless. In a secluded area, Erqi couldn't help but laugh until he could hardly stand straight. White Star, that's Cassius's territory. But right now, Cassius is still a disaster that everyone hates. Chapter 13, the new leader being undermined. Secretary Casa. What kind of person do you think the new supervisor will be? I'm not sure either. But to be able to replace the old supervisor, they must have some exceptional qualities. In my opinion, Secretary Casa should take over as the supervisor of the mine. The old supervisor originally thought so too. Look, don't say things that aren't conducive to unity. Here they come. The pirates waiting to pick them up have already spotted the spaceship. As the spaceship landed, the moment Wu-27 stepped out, he was met with an overwhelming wave of cheers. Warmly welcome the new leader to guide our work. Warmly welcome the new leader to guide our work. Warmly welcome the new leader to guide our work. Wu-27 was startled by the enthusiastic reception, and his companion, Luzi-1086, was equally shocked. Seventh brother. The colleagues from White Star are so enthusiastic. It seems they really welcome you. Wu-27 felt he couldn't lose face and straightened his back as he walked down the spaceship. An elite pirate approached Wu-27 and Luzi, asking, I am Secretary Casa. May I ask where the new supervisor is? Wu-27 was taken aback and pointed at himself, saying, I am. You? Secretary Casa clearly did not believe him. What do you mean? Do you know who our seventh brother is? Luzi directly retorted as Wu-27's mouthpiece. Wu-27 secretly gave Luzi a thumbs up and said, I'm a new supervisor, Wu-27. Are you the person in charge of the mine during this period? Although Casa did not show obvious disbelief anymore, his eyes revealed a hint of disdain and defiance. Yes, I'm the supervisor's secretary, and I handle the daily affairs of the mine. All right, do your best. Wu-27 patted Casa on the shoulder, acting like a leader encouraging a subordinate. Casa squinted his eyes, feeling insulted. After Wu-27 left with Secretary Casa, the pirates left behind began to discuss openly. How can this new leader be an ordinary soldier? By rights, he shouldn't have a rank. There must be someone backing him. Ridiculous. If there really is someone backing him, he should at least be an elite soldier, right? Look at him walking with Secretary Casa. Casa's elite aura could overshadow him by a mile. Ha ha! Laughter erupted among the pirates. Wu-27 heard the laughter, but did not associate it with himself. He just thought the pirates from White Star loved to laugh. He sat in the main seat, listening to Secretary Casa's report. Casa was quite knowledgeable about the mine and was clear about all the major and minor matters. Not bad, not bad. Wu-27 nodded in satisfaction, thinking that Casa could fully handle the role of mine supervisor. With someone like him assisting, he would have it much easier. However, a trace of contempt flashed in Casa's eyes. His evaluation of the new supervisor was dropping lower and lower, thinking he was just a nepotistic slacker. Secretary Casa, please bring me the roster of the miners. Okay. Casa was even more disdainful, thinking it foolish to check the miners' information without first understanding the pirate brothers' details. What is there to understand about miners? They are just the elf laborers captured from nearby tribes. What use is it to know about them? Wu-27 read through the roster and asked, Is everyone here? Yes, they're all here. I see. Wu27 felt a bit disappointed. There was no mention of Cat's name, indicating that he hadn't been captured at the mine yet. Supervisor, do you have any other instructions? None for now. You will handle the daily affairs of the mine and report to me on important matters. The key work of the mine is to mine the yellow crystal and search for the lightstone, so we will stick to the original plan. Oh, wait. Lightstone? Yes, the lightstone is a sacred object of White Star, and this is something the higher-ups emphasized must be obtained. I understand. You can leave now. Casa left the room, and as soon as he stepped outside, he spat softly. What an ignorant fool. Wu27 then fell into deep thought in the main seat. The lightstone mentioned here was definitely not the 3 sacred stones, the treasured lightstone of the Mika clan. Wu27 recalled that after Blake joined the evil spirit organization and underwent Weskier's test, he had stolen a certain treasure from the pirates, which seemed to be the lightstone. Wu27 couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking that what he initially thought would be a simple job was hiding such a big bombshell. It seemed he needed to make an early exit. That Secretary Casa seemed quite capable and ambitious, and he seemed dissatisfied with himself. He would find a chance to pass the bomb to him. Wu27 went to the Chocli clan once, but did not find Cats. He pressured and tempted some Chocli members and ultimately confirmed that Cats was not within the clan. So, Wu27 focused on the evolution of Texas currently. White Star was basically under pirate rule, and even the mountain god of the colorful mountain had allied with the pirates. There were hardly any left who dared to resist. Therefore, Wu27 was so idle that no incidents occurred, with Casa supporting the mine. Lu Zi had complained to him, saying, "Seventh brother, you should be cautious of that Casa. Now the mine listens to him, and no one sees you as the supervisor. If you keep this up, you'll be completely undermined by him." Wu27 comforted him. Lu Zi, don't waste your energy on this. Strength is the hard truth. I didn't bring you out just to have you learn to scheme against others. The elves on White Star are very powerful. Even the wild monster's talents are not inferior to some dominant clans. You'd better go capture one. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. Lu Zi scratched his head and said, "Seventh brother, I don't have your extensive knowledge or your remarkable training talent. I'd be satisfied just to raise a powerful elf. I'm currently learning to raise a BB rats and hope to cultivate a fusion elf, Terry, in the future." Wu27 felt somewhat frustrated, saying, do you think I can't trick you? For instance, on the 4th layer of Colorful Mountain, there's a wild electric type elf whose strength isn't inferior to Terry. You didn't have a chance before, but now the opportunity is right in front of you. Are you really going to let it slip by? Wu27 spoke all these words sincerely. He was also genuinely training Lu Zi, building a foundation for the future. Lu Zi understood Wu27's good intentions and no longer focused on Secretary Casa's small actions, requesting to accompany Wu27 to the Colorful Mountain. Their destination was the Thunderstorm River on the 4th layer of Colorful Mountain to help Tex break through. At the entrance of the 1st layer of Colorful Mountain, they met the guide sent by Daifit. Yadin, a low-level fire-type elf, was one of Daifit's subordinates and had joined the pirates early on. When Wu27 saw that the arriving elf was indeed Yadin, a slight smile appeared on his lips, as he had guessed correctly. Although helping Tex evolve was indeed his main objective, capturing a Yadin was also an important goal of this trip. After all, this ugly fire-type elf could master the control technique, Illusion Fire, in the future. With this technique, Yalanro could compete with powerful fire-type elves like Flame Demon for the throne of Fire King. Chapter 14. Tempting Aiden. Thunder Essence. What is the grass-type spirit that resides on the 1st layer of the Colorful Mountain? The 2 leaders are from the Duagia tribe, but these guys are really ungrateful, always playing both sides against us in the Ubi organization. If the leader has business on Colorful Mountain, just come to me directly. Erqi laughed, thinking that Aiden was quite interesting, not only calling himself part of the Ubi organization, but also taking a jab at a potential rival. Brother Chi, is this Duagia powerful? Leozi asked. Not powerful at all. I can knock down a whole group with just one fire vortex. Aiden quickly chimed in. Erqi picked up Aiden and tossed him on his head, saying to Leozi, don't mind him. This Duagia is considered strong among grass-type spirits. Its species and skill set are better than my Yudinsi. If you want to train a grass-type spirit, choosing him would definitely not be a mistake. Liuzi looked surprised and asked, "Then, Brother Chi, aren't you planning to capture one? I already have Udinsi and don't plan to capture any other grass-type spirits for now. Besides, I already have 3 spirits, which is quite a burden. In the future, capturing spirits will have to be carefully considered. A spirit that can be mined doesn't need to be exceptionally strong, but its talent must be outstanding, 1 in a million, and it must be smart. I don't want any fools." Erqi leisurely expressed his requirements for spirits, while Aiden, perched on his head, listened with sparkling eyes. Not strong enough, but with unique talent. Wasn't that describing himself? This leader also said that being smart is a must, apart from the mountain god, who in Colorful Mountain is smarter than him. Aiden couldn't help but lift his head, guiding them more earnestly. Erqi revealed a knowing smile, thinking, "Little guy, I've got you under control." Along the way, Erqi and Liuzi chatted casually, intentionally or unintentionally mentioning how Dean valued him and how good his relationship with Allison was, almost like brothers. All of this was intended for Aiden to hear. Aiden knew that his superior was General Dean, a big shot whom even the mountain god had to obey, and he didn't expect this leader to be so highly regarded by General Dean, making him increasingly awed by Erqi. The group arrived at the 4th layer. Aiden worked hard along the way, detailing the spirit populations and the terrain of Colorful Mountain. To be honest, Erqi was a bit tempted. The 4 tyrants of Colorful Mountain all had training value. However, unfortunately, only the Aiden tribe truly allied with the Cosmic Pirates, making it somewhat thankless to capture the other 3. Moreover, the pressure of training was indeed quite high. His spirits were all in intermediate forms now, consuming more resources than before, and it would only increase in the future. If he just captured and then let them roam, he might end up like the main character group, still carrying low-level spirits by the 12th season finale. Such spirits would be useless in the later stages, even with attribute advantages. "Leaders, we have arrived at our destination. Do you still need my services? Don't rush off. Stay with us a bit longer. You don't need to do anything. Just consider a vacation." Erqi took out the crystal he had mined for Volcano Star last time and gave it to Aiden. "Thank you, leader." Aiden's eyes curved into a line with his smile. These 2 leaders seemed ordinary, but their generosity was remarkable. Perhaps everything they said before was true. He had to work harder to try to latch onto this big leg. There was also a spirit waiting for them on the 4th layer, with yellow skin, limbs and torso that looked somewhat uncoordinated, and a halo on its head. It was an elderly Denairu, clearly having a long beard on its chin. "If you're going to the Thunderstorm River, I'll take you there right away," the old Denairu said, hunching its back and speaking with a hoarse voice. "Why send an old man like you? Does the Denairu tribe have no young people?" Aiden complained. The elderly Denairu, wise with age, did not respond, which only made Aiden more frustrated as he complained to Erqi. Erqi didn't mind and said, "Please lead us there." He knew very well that not all spirits in Colorful Mountain were loyal to the Cosmic Pirates, but they all dared to be angry without speaking out due to fear. So it was normal for them to act with duplicity. Although called a river, the Thunderstorm River was actually a canyon without a drop of water. Countless heavenly thunders fell every day, washing everything in the canyon. Perhaps there were ores in the canyon that could temporarily store lightning. So even when there were no heavenly thunders, the entire canyon continuously released sparks, shimmering like waves of water in the sunlight, hence the name Thunderstorm River. The lightning in the Thunderstorm River was very fierce. If it exceeded the spirit's tolerance, it would cause irreversible damage. However, if they could withstand it, it was a good environment for honing their skills. But once a month, there would be 1 or 2 days when a rare purple lightning would appear. The power of the purple lightning was actually greater, but contained an extremely special force, which we call super vitality. It was like a test from the god of lightning to his followers, allowing them to draw closer to him, transcending the ordinary. If one could overcome the destructive power of the purple lightning, its power would merge into their limbs and bones, helping them refine their bodies and break through their limits. The elderly Denairu's hoarse voice seemed to carry a power that saw through everything, leaving Erqi stunned. Is that purple lightning really that powerful? This isn't just training. It's like cultivating immortality. Leaders, don't listen to this old man's bragging. Aiden said, the purple lightning is indeed very magical, but its effect is most pronounced the first time a spirit experiences it. After that, it doesn't have much use. As for after 2 times, it's no different from ordinary lightning. Don't you think if that purple lightning were really that powerful, the Denaira tribe would be in a better position? Perhaps the mountain god would have to step down and let someone else take over. Erqi nodded thoughtfully and praised Aiden. Thanks for the reminder. I need to let my spirits give their all and not waste this great opportunity. Upon learning that today was the day the purple lightning would appear, Erqi knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he did, he would have to wait until next month. He gave Tykes a series of instructions, and Tykes also became fully focused, determinedly leaping into the thunderstorm river. Hey! With a conductive foreign object intruding, bolts of lightning were instantly released from the canyon walls, shooting toward Tykes, who felt his body filled with electricity, his fur standing on end. Everyone present, except for Erqi, held their breath anxiously. A little lightning from the canyon wouldn't harm the spirits. At most, it would cause some discomfort. The real trouble was the heavenly thunder. The elderly Denaira sighed quietly. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, heading straight for Tykes. Hey! Tykes looked at the thick, dragon-like heavenly thunder, screaming in fright. Tykes used charging. Hearing Erqi's reminder, Tykes quickly opened his body to welcome the lightning. With a loud bang, the thunder dragon followed Tykes' guidance and surged into his body. The immense current made Tykes feel like every pore in his body was opened. The lightning crashed against his internal organs, refining his body. Hey! With incredible willpower and strong energy storage capacity, Tykes overcame this bolt of heavenly thunder. Chapter 15. Past. Evolution soon. A rumble echoed through the sky again, and forked lightning flickered among the towering dark clouds, signaling that another bolt of lightning was about to form. Tex raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the sky. A flash of lightning illuminated the earth, and a thick lightning dragon poured down, followed by a deafening roar. Hey! Tex instantly drew all the lightning from his body and released it into the sky. 2 lightning dragons collided with a thunderous crash, bursting into brilliant sparks of electricity. Dense strands of lightning scattering in all directions, with some even jumping out of the canyon and landing beside Erqi. This little guy is really violent, Dunalu exclaimed. There isn't a single young one in their clan as violent as this. It's said he hasn't even evolved to his highest form yet. The leader's spirit is actually this strong. Yadin also stared intensely at Tex, whose figure was clearly similar to his yet possessed terrifying strength. Of course, Tex has defeated Nadare before. Do you know Nadare? Leozi excitedly pulled Yadin to talk about Erqi's great achievement of single-handedly defeating Nadare, making Yadin's eyes sparkle with excitement. Old man, when will the purple lightning descend? 2 consecutive bolts of lightning couldn't harm your spirit. I believe the purple lightning will come soon. Since your spirit can fully absorb a whole bolt of lightning, it should also be able to absorb the power of the purple lightning. After that, several bolts of lightning fell, and Tex still didn't dodge, but instead absorbed the lightning as much as possible, expanding the limits of his body's lightning storage. The vast and turbulent electricity surged chaotically within Tex's body, delivering a tremendous impact on both his body and mind. But he gritted his teeth and persevered for the imminent purple lightning. Is this little guy crazy? Is he trying to kill himself by absorbing so much lightning? Dunala looked at Tex's crazy actions, appearing very anxious. Although he didn't like cosmic pirates and felt displeased that the mountain god made him bring cosmic pirates to their training sanctuary, he still didn't want to watch someone so talented throw their life away. Erqi was also very nervous, but having spent a long time with Tex, he could tell just by looking at Tex's state that he hadn't reached his limit yet. Even when Tex was still a baby mouse, he had already shown an impressive side. When he first crossed over, he was just an ordinary little pirate, earning a salary of 2,800 a month, which wasn't enough after buying engine oil. Of course, he wasn't satisfied with that and dreamed of capturing young Cassius or snagging a powerful spirit. But as a little pirate, he could never encounter such good luck nor spare the energy to pick up scraps. Every day was just continuous work, so he could only settle for second best and cultivate a fusion spirit. Originally, Terry was in the plan, but he was definitely not the first choice. Although the 2 spirits needed to fuse with Terry were both wild monsters, The main pet was just an overly common BB mouse. However, BB mouse wasn't strong. It had high attack stats, but couldn't unleash its power, making it a pair of unfortunate brothers with Steel-Tooth Shark. The pirate minions didn't display such grandeur. They roamed the universe, but having one more mouth to feed was enough to cause worries. When Erqi first met Tex, he was still a BB mouse, stealing energy ores at a pirate base and being chased and scolded by the warehouse manager, yet he couldn't be caught. He even went to the pirate dormitory to steal food, appearing and disappearing without a trace, frustrating many pirates. Erqi was astonished by BB Mouse's speed and agility. Although BB Mouse was a rat, its speed stat wasn't fast at all, so it didn't make sense for it to treat dozens of pirates like dogs. At that time, Erqi thought this must be a cheerful Jerry, and as for why it wasn't a timid little mouse, it was because this fellow was not timid at all. Later, BB Mouse became even bolder, biting through wires to steal electricity, and act so reckless that even stronger spirits wouldn't dare attempt it. Yet BB Mouse did. So he died. Not quite, but he was stunned by the electricity. Erqi caught him and saved him amidst the shouts and chaos of the pirates, at the cost of just giving the base a good review, completely pulling off a con. Oh right, at that time he had snuck into the inspection department, and the small mines and bases below still treated him well. After being subjected to 100,000 volts of high voltage, BB Mouse quickly woke up, acting as if nothing had happened, which amazed Erqi even more. Later, Erqi discovered that BB Mouse had an extraordinary appetite, directly eating electric energy stones, and after evolving, dared to bite through wires. Even though energy ores could assist in training, and electric spirits could use electricity to enhance their strength, it was unusual for him to have such a good appetite. Erqi deeply suspected that beneath BB Mouse's appearance lay the universe's most pretentious electric king. When he was young, Hathaway was still a little girl who blushed when holding hands, and Scarlet was just a little girl who followed behind calling him brother. Of course, that was impossible, but Erqi speculated that BB Mouse might be a top-notch spirit with perfect stats and full learning ability. For this, he spent half a year just selecting Rook at the Pirate Energy Station, fearing he would lower Tex's talent. After fusion, a special ability would awaken. Erqi had never noticed Tex having any abilities, estimating it to be a useless one. Now it seemed it might be static. In the canyon, Tex had stored up to 5 bolts of lightning in his body before he could no longer hold it in and let the lightning out freely. Dinalu was stunned, his jaw dropping in shock, repeatedly exclaiming monster. Tex's control over the lightning in his body acted as a signal, and soon a purple glow emitted from the dark clouds, prompting Dinalu to call out, "It's here." Tex panted, and he also saw the purple lightning, striving to gather his spirit. The purple lightning descended, then seemed to have a mind of its own, darting around. Unlike the previous bolts, it aimed directly at the head, and if you didn't dodge, you would definitely get hit. Tex's figure flashed, positioning himself in front of the purple lightning. The purple lightning attempted to curve, but Tex directly used charge, guiding the purple lightning into his body. The moment the purple lightning entered his body, Tex instantly felt a warmth, a powerful vitality coursing through his limbs that had just been battered by the lightning. All the pain in Tex's body vanished, and he was astonished by this peculiar sensation, enjoying it dazedly. "Little guy, don't daze off, quickly absorb it. There will be more purple lightning soon," Dinalu shouted loudly. However, after shouting, he felt a hint of regret. This was a pirate's spirit. Tex quickly gathered his spirit to absorb it, the meridians in his body that had been widened by the thunder rapidly healing, strengthening, and forming. Excess energy flooded into his bones, muscles, and every corner of his body. Slowly, Tex's body began to change, enveloped in a moon-white glow of evolution. When the light disappeared, Tex's size had expanded several times, and his originally comical short arms and legs had transformed into strong and powerful limbs. Now, Tex looked more like a robust gorilla than a big mouse. "Hey!" Tex excitedly pounded his chest, throwing his head back to let out the loudest roar. Chapter 16. An imperfect first encounter. Looking at Terry, who had evolved into a higher form, Erqi was moved to tears, if he could actually cry. After 2 years of hard work raising him, his son had finally grown up and could now show off with his dad. flying around without worrying about being beaten up by the protagonist group in the future. Terry was energetically moving his body, throwing punches at the air, feeling excited, and thinking he could take on 5 opponents at once. Soon, another purple lightning bolt struck from the sky. Terry jumped up and absorbed the purple lightning into his body, the poor lightning bolt barely having been born before being consumed. The purple lightning disappeared into Terry's body like a cow sinking into the sea, quickly digested. Terry roared twice at the sky, urging the dark clouds to send down more thunder. The heavenly lightning seemed to sense Terry's provocation, and the frequency of the purple lightning strikes increased. However, the current Terry was terrifyingly strong. Even after absorbing 3 or 5 bolts of heavenly lightning, he remained vigorous and felt it was still not enough. Denairu was dumbfounded. Terry's performance was too outrageous. If he were a Denairu, today might have laid the foundation for his super evolution, breaking the limits of life in the future. The purple lightning bolts struck one after another, and only after absorbing 13 bolts did Terry truly reach his limit. He actively avoided the 14th bolt of purple lightning, and it seemed the heavenly lightning understood his intentions, as the frequency of purple lightning appearing suddenly decreased. Even the heavenly lightning would not actively attack Terry while he was in cultivation mode. Terry quietly stayed in the thunderstorm for a full day and night, completely digesting the purple lightning. He felt he had become much stronger. With a sharp gaze, Terry concentrated his power in his right fist, and, in an instant, the tip of his fist was enveloped in lightning. He punched the stone wall, and with a loud crash, the wall collapsed, sending countless rocks flying. Terry had just broken through and could already unleash the lightning burst punch. At that moment, a sprite flew in from a distance. It was a beast-like sprite with sturdy limbs and large horns on its head, resembling a bull. It landed steadily by the thunderstorm, looking at Terry in the canyon and then at Erqi. "Is this your sprite?" "Lord Mountain God, this is the leader you asked your subordinate to accompany." The new supervisor of the White Star Mine, Aiden, quickly introduced. Defute nodded and continued. "Your sprite's strength is quite good. I sensed his aura from the mountaintop. Lord Mountain God is very powerful too. I've often heard of your reputation under General Dean." Erqi casually flattered. Erqi had a bit of disdain for the mountain god Defute from the anime. He had become a mere lackey for pirates, not even able to defeat Nanafendo in the 4th season, and had lost a lot of prestige compared to Cassius's master in the game. Not to mention the peak threats in the mobile game that were always a must-pick. However, since he himself was a pirate, he decided to let it slide. "You're the mine's supervisor, and I also serve the organization. We will be neighbors from now on. If there are any troubles, come find me. There's nothing Defute can't handle in White Star." Defute boasted. "Then I thank you, Lord Mountain God. You had Aiden guide me and let Denairu Sr. instruct me on the matters of the thunderstorm. I am very grateful. Everyone loves to hear good words, and Defute was no exception." This new supervisor was humble in his speech, calling him Lord Mountain God, which pleased him greatly. "Denairu, your clan guards the thunderstorm, eager to uncover the secrets of super evolution. I think you might be beaten to it by outsiders, haha." Defute teased Denairu and was about to fly away when Erqi stopped him. "Lord Mountain God, please wait." "What is it? Do you have something to say?" "I would like to ask Lord Mountain God for a sprite." Erqi looked at Aiden, and Defute followed his gaze to Aiden. After a moment of surprise, Aiden quickly came to his senses. Actually, he could sense that this leader had intentions of recruiting him over the past few days, but he was afraid of being overconfident and laughed at, so he thought too deeply about it. "Aiden, what do you think?" Defute asked. Aiden weighed the pros and cons. Following the mountain god would prevent him from being bullied, and he could still bully others in the Rainbow Mountains. But now that the mountain god had been forced to join the pirates, the future was uncertain. This leader seemed ordinary, but not only did he have very powerful sprites, but he also had connections with the pirate general, undoubtedly a significant figure. Aiden quickly made his decision. "Lord Mountain God, I am willing to follow Supervisor Erqi and venture outside the mountain." Defute nodded in agreement. Although Aiden was a clever subordinate, he wouldn't miss him. Since this pirate wanted him, let him take him away. Erqi breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought he would persuade Aiden first and then inform Defute, thinking Defute wouldn't refuse him. Who knew Defute would show up so suddenly? Fortunately, Aiden was perceptive. This trip to the Rainbow Mountains was fruitful for Erqi. Not only did Tex successfully evolve, but he also pushed to an exaggerated height with the energy of the purple lightning. Capturing Aiden was also a joyful event. Before leaving, Erqi even took advantage of Denairu's clan, and the group returned fully loaded. He was grateful to old Denairu, but the tradition of pirates could not be forgotten. Of course, he also returned the favor by exempting Denairu's clan from labor quotas. Upon returning to the mine, the first thing he did was ask for the list of new miners, as that was what he cared about most in coming to White Star. However, before he reached the supervisor's office, he suddenly caught sight of a figure out of the corner of his eye. It was a small sprite, entirely brown and black, resembling a lolly from the Chocolate clan. At that moment, it was being whipped by a pirate, curled up in a corner with its head held down, crying out in pain as the whip struck heavily against its body. Erqi stepped forward, and the pirate glanced at him but didn't take it seriously, continuing to whip the sprite. Erqi frowned and grabbed the pirate's hand that was swinging the whip. "What are you doing?" The pirate roared in anger. "Get lost." "What did you say? Looking for death, huh?" The pirate, furious, was about to whip Erqi, but Erqi punched him hard, smashing his face in, sending him flying and crashing against the wall. You, I'm going to report to Secretary Casa. I'm going to report to Secretary Casa." The pirate, frightened and angry, scrambled away. Erqi squatted down, looking at the sprite at eye level. The sprite was huddled in the corner, only daring to sneak a glance at what was happening. Erqi was silent for a moment. All the opening lines he had thought of in his mind failed to come out. Finally, he extended his hand and said, "Follow me, and you won't be bullied. Follow me, become stronger, and take revenge for yourself." Chapter 17, I'm a bad guy, but I can protect you cats, stared blankly at the outstretched hand. And after a long silence, he said, "You are a bad guy." Erqi's hand froze in midair, and he smiled. "I am indeed a bad guy, but I can protect you. I don't need you to protect me. So you're willing to accept all of this, to be whipped by pirates, to watch your friends being bullied, yet feel powerless to resist? Come with me. If you don't get stronger, you won't be able to do anything." Erqi firmly pulled Katz up and held him in his arms. Katz struggled a few times, but slowly began to enjoy the sense of security that came with being protected. "What do you want me to do? Just so you know, I won't do anything. Also, I'm a disaster. Being close to me won't end well. That pirate just now hit me because my bad luck caused the drilling machine to explode. You just need to work hard to become strong enough to protect yourself, protect your friends, and take revenge with your own hands. When that time comes, remember to protect me as well." "I will." Katz nodded heavily, feeling it wasn't enough, and added, "I will do my best to protect you." The pirate who had just been beaten ran back with a dozen other pirates. He pointed at Erqi and shouted to the pirates behind him, It's him who attacked me indiscriminately. Brothers, teach him a good lesson. It's this little brat? Brothers, kill him." Katz trembled in Erqi's arms and whispered, "Why don't you put me down and run away? If they hit me, they might not hit you. Don't be afraid." Erqi ruffled Katz's hair and threw out the spirit capsule. "Terry, teach them a lesson." "Hey." Terry clenched his fists, his sharp gaze fixed on the charging pirates, full of fighting spirit. "What a big rat. Let's go together." The pirates, seeing Terry's size, felt he was not easy to deal with. But there were still over 10 of them, so they weren't too afraid. Terry swung his arms and landed a heavy punch on the pirate in the front, sending him flying. In a moment of shock among the other pirates, Terry had already charged in a crowd, his punches fierce, lightning flashing. And more than a dozen pirates couldn't even fight back before they were begging for mercy. "What are you doing daring to act recklessly in the pirate mine?" Secretary Casa finally arrived late, and as soon as he got there, he saw his subordinates sprawled all over the place, with a blue spirit crackling with electricity standing in the middle. He thought a powerful spirit had invaded, both shocked and angry, but just after scolding, he saw Erqi behind that electric spirit. Secretary Casa blinked, fearing he had seen it wrong, then instantly replaced his expression with a smile. "Supervisor Wu, I was wondering how there could be a wild spirit rushing into the mine. It turns out it's your spirit. No wonder it's so powerful. Supervisor, what happened to them?" Secretary Casa pointed at the sprawled pirates. "They are blind. Wu Erqi replied succinctly. I see. I will teach them a good lesson later. These idiots don't recognize a great mountain and dare to disrespect the supervisor. They should be punished, Secretary Casa said, but he gestured for them to hurry and leave. Wu Erqi saw this but pretended not to notice. After all, he was beating them to establish authority in front of cats, and now that it was done, he was happy for Secretary Casa to help with the aftermath. He couldn't really kill them all. This spirit, I'm transferring it, consider it. My assistant. Of course. Secretary Casa nodded with a smile. Secretary Casa, come with me for a moment. Secretary Casa followed Wu Erqi into the supervisor's office, guessing that Wu Erqi wanted to make trouble over what just happened. It seemed this fool finally realized he had been sidelined and wanted to regain power. Wu Erqi didn't speak, just had him stand aside. Establishing authority, Secretary Casa thought. However, he saw Wu Erqi calmly dialing a phone number. Soon the call connected, and a face appeared on the screen. Secretary Casa leaned in to take a look. It was General Allison. General Allison, how are you? Wu Erqi switched to a smiling face. It's Erqi. Aren't you the supervisor on White Star? How come you have the time to call me? I was just thinking of you. How's your expansion in the Pano system going? Oh, don't mention it. Those low-level robots are truly despicable, repeatedly disrupting my plans. I was well prepared on Cecilia Star. Not only did I control the divine beast Axia, but I also got the holy artifact Ice Heart, only to have it all ruined by those detestable celestial number. In Snowstar, I almost managed to capture the low-level robots and the magical Lion Dilu in one go. But alas, they still escaped. As Allison spoke about these things, a sense of grievance surged up, and he complained to Wu Erqi. Secretary Casa was shocked to find out that Wu Erqi had such a good relationship with Allison. He realized he had underestimated this seemingly uninvolved new supervisor. Erqi, it was much more reliable when you were here. Even if we lost, we wouldn't lose everything. You clever kid. You always managed to keep something for me and even helped us capture Gaia. It would be great if you could come back. Allison sighed. General, that's exactly what I intend to do. My spirit has successfully evolved, and now there isn't much to do on White Star. I think following you to deal with Celestial Number would allow me to contribute more to the organization. You want to come back? That's wonderful. Wu Erqi chatted with Allison for a while longer before hanging up. Then he turned to Secretary Casa and asked, what is the progress on the excavation of the Lightstone? Still looking. You need to hurry. I can give you at most a week. Yes. Wu Erqi made Secretary Casa stand there and listen to over 10 minutes of chatting, but he only used less than a minute to ask him questions before sending him out. As Secretary Casa left the supervisor's office, his expression turned gloomy. Greedy dog, planning to leave and still wants to steal the credit. He needed to quickly smooth over relationships to ensure he could take over as supervisor and find a way to have this guy transferred out as soon as possible. Secretary Casa, there's new progress on the exploration of the Lightstone. A pirate technician rushed to Casa's side and whispered, how long until we find it? The engineering department has detected a stronger signal. If all goes well, it should be 3 days. Conservatively, a week should be fine. Hearing the time, Casa's face darkened a bit as he glanced back at the supervisor's office, thinking, what a stroke of luck. After a moment's thought, Casa said sternly to the technician, has this news spread? Not yet. Then you all pretend you don't know and keep the news under wraps. Not a single word can get out. If it reaches Wu Erqi's ears, I think you know my methods. Warn everyone that if anyone dares to snitch for a reward, let them have their life to take it, but no life to spend it. I understand. Chapter 18 Cats Rehabilitation, sending off the old leader to a higher position. I hope Supervisor Wu can continue to showcase his talents under General Allison and rise steadily. I will help guard this small mine for the old leader, and when he returns after achieving success, it will be my utmost honor. Secretary Casa, holding the transfer order and unable to suppress a smile, spoke in a well-rehearsed manner. Wu Erqi glanced meaningfully at Casa. This person is indeed capable. He only casually mentioned that he found the Lightstone 7 days later, and this guy moved him on the 5th day. In fact, Wu Erqi did not know that the Lightstone had already been detected, and it was only a matter of time before it was mined, which is why Casa was so anxious and used a lot of connections. Coincidentally, Wu Erqi had indeed mentioned wanting to return to Allison, and the whole matter went smoothly. Thanks to your assistance during this time, It has made things much easier for me. Finally, I have a piece of advice for you. The old leader is listening. Pay attention to security. Wu Erqi emphasized each word. Seventh brother, are we just leaving like this? Lu Zi felt that leaving like this seemed a bit disgraceful. We have already taken what we needed. Why not leave? At least we should wait until the light stone is mined. That would count as a great achievement for us. This mining progress has nothing to do with us. Have we ever worried about it for a day? We can't take all the good things for ourselves. Oh, seeing Lu Zi still reluctant, Wu Erqi smiled helplessly. Once the light stone emerges, the big thunder behind it will explode. If we don't leave now, when will we? Blake is not as straightforward as Gaia. He is very cautious, and Wu Erqi lacks confidence in being able to catch him. Moreover, Katz knows Blake, and if he confronts Blake now, it will immediately alienate Katz. Blake also needs Katz to perform a miraculous rescue in the future. If he knows that Wu Erqi has taken Katz away, he will probably cling to Wu Erqi for a while. It's better to take Katz away now and nurture the relationship. As for whether Katz will leave him in the future, that's a matter for later. After all, he's been like a father to Katz for some time. And even if the heavenly path corrects itself, Cassius will eventually join the God of War Alliance. In the future, he will have to show mercy, right? This is still the worst outcome, but the investment is not a loss. Wu Erqi was not that pessimistic. Once he became Katz's spirit, he would never let either side easily drift apart. Seventh brother, aren't we going back to headquarters? Let's go to Yanyan Star first. We'll soak in the hot springs. Yanyan Star is next to White Star and has long been occupied by cosmic pirates. There is a hot spring on Yanyan Star called the Colorful Hot Spring, which not only alleviates fatigue and speeds up recovery from injuries, but also has the effect of dispelling curses. The mining supervisor has the opportunity to take friends to the hot spring for a vacation once a year. Although he has stepped down, the benefits still remain. As soon as Wu Erqi and Lu Zi entered the hot spring, they felt completely relaxed. Every screw in their bodies seemed to be sublimated. Ah, so refreshing. After Wu Erqi moaned, he took out the spirit capsule and released his spirits one by one, and Lu Zi followed suit. Katz suddenly fell into the hot spring, feeling a bit at a loss, but soon a strange warm current flowed through his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Katz, the colorful hot spring can dispel the curse within you. Soak a little longer. Are you saying my curse can be dispelled? Katz looked flustered and extremely excited upon hearing Wu Erqi's words. The misfortune curse that had troubled him since birth could be dispelled in this hot spring. This feeling of effortlessly stumbling upon something so miraculous made him feel as if he were dreaming. Life is as easy as turning over a hand. Terry, Aidens, and Aiden were comfortably indulging in the hot spring. After the initial fright, Bo was also pulled into the hot spring by Wu Erqi. After splashing around a bit, he realized that the hot spring wouldn't drown him and began to enjoy it thoroughly. Seriously, you weren't this afraid of water when you were still Pippi. Why are you afraid of water after evolving? BB, I used to have fur, now I have feathers. I can't let the feathers get wet, or I want to be able to fly. Katz was the last to come out of the hot spring. After soaking, he found that the black energy in his body had indeed dissipated. He now felt light all over. Do you feel like the curse has been dispelled? Yes. I've never felt this good before. Katz nodded heavily, his gaze toward Wu Erqi filled with gratitude and admiration. Seeing Katz's little eyes, Wu Erqi felt extremely pleased and took out a core of the earth. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Although Katz didn't know what the core of the earth was, the pure ground energy emanating from the crystal already indicated its rarity. What are you talking about? You are my spirit. I use cultivation resources to nurture my spirits. How could there be a reason not to accept it? Wu Erqi roughly stuffed the core of the earth into Katz's arms. Don't say such things again. Katz was taken aback, realizing the logic behind it. He still hadn't gotten used to his current identity. How do I use this treasure? Terry took out an energy stone, gestured for Katz to look at him, and then stuffed the energy stone into his mouth. With a crunch, the energy stone shattered, and the powerful electric current contained within instantly poured out of his mouth, wildly darting around, with several electric strands shooting out. This bold scene startled Katz, but seeing Terry's expression of enjoyment, he wondered if this was really how it was used. He awkwardly glanced at the core of the earth, opened his mouth hesitantly, and made up his mind to bite down. Crunch. Cats felt a toothache. Ha ha ha. Cats, don't listen to Terry. His appetite is different from others. You just need to absorb the energy emitted from the core of the earth normally. If you really want to eat it, let us see if Idens can find some ground-type fruit in the future. Cat scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Before the spacecraft had even returned to the Phantom, Erqi received an order to go directly to the pirate energy station. This was his old unit where he had spent a year. It felt as familiar as returning home. When the spacecraft landed, Erqi saw the old leader, the former director of the pirate energy station. Old director, you personally came to greet me. Oh, Erqi, why are you being polite? What is our relationship? We have been through thick and thin together. Last time, when Nadare attacked the energy station and the warehouse collapsed, damaging a lot of energy stones, if it weren't for you defeating him, I might have had to go dig for minerals. The director made a series of gestures, reminding Erqi. Firstly, it was a reminder that they had previously made a deal, with one providing money and the other averting disaster. Secondly, it was a hint. I know you took the energy stones, but I won't say anything. In short, they were in the same boat. Director, what is going on? Well, I won't hide it from you. Last time, thanks to you defeating Nadare and successfully capturing him, compared to the losses of the energy station, Nadare was more valued by the higher-ups, so no one was punished, and you all were absorbed into the headquarters. However, Nadare has a brother named Reanator, who learned about his brother's death and has attacked the energy station several times. General Zog, the director, looked around, and even though no one was there, he still lowered his voice and said, General Zog was beaten so badly. He was almost blown to pieces. Chapter 19, Renardo. The conference room was playing videos of Renardo's battles, and everyone present was silent, their faces serious. Erqi was relatively calm. He estimated that Terry should be able to handle Renardo. However, seeing the reactions of others, he didn't show too much. Erqi, what do you think we should do about Renardo? The energy station director asked. Erqi shook his head, saying, I'm not sure either. Renardo is indeed very strong, not inferior to his brother. Erqi, you were able to defeat his brother. Can't you deal with him? I defeated Nadare through strategy, with some luck involved. Erqi, just say what you need. I refuse to believe that an entire energy station can be intimidated by just one Renardo. The energy station director slammed his hand heavily on the table. Then I'll do my best. I hope the director can provide support in terms of resources. Don't worry, I'll give you whatever you need. Erqi smirked. This was a long-term meal ticket coming in. At this moment, a soldier reported from outside that Allison and Zog had arrived, and everyone went out to welcome them. Erqi initially thought they were coming alone, but it turned out they brought an army. Allison and Zog were jointly operating a giant collision cannon, with 4 smaller ones lined up behind it, followed by a squad of fully armed pirate soldiers. They brought the entire pirate fortress from Beta Star over here. Erqi, you finally made it back. Allison first showed a look of joy, then said, Today, watch how I dismantle Renardo into pieces, daring to beat up my brother like that. I will definitely make him pay. Everyone's gaze focused on Zog, who was bandaged all over and indeed looked miserable. But he insisted on taking revenge himself, dragging his injuries along. I must make that big scorpion pay in blood. Zog angrily slammed his fist, then winced in pain. Allison helplessly rubbed his forehead. He never thought his brother would be this foolish. Perhaps in the past, when the OB organization was running rampant, most situations didn't require Zog to think. Renardo has harmed General Zog. He already has a death wish. Now that the 2 generals are leading the army, they will surely be able to tear him apart to avenge their grievances. Erqi agreed. However, he was thinking, the long-term meal ticket has flown away. Not far from the Alpha Star hot springs, there was a forest, a good hiding place where a robot and a robotic beast were arguing about something. Renardo, you mustn't act impulsively. We just discovered that the cosmic pirates have dispatched a large army to support the energy station. If you go over now, it's like walking into a trap. I don't care. I must avenge my brother. I'm not afraid of how many pirates there are. Renardo said hatefully. But you can't win like this. If you're afraid, then I'll go by myself. I've already received the appearance of that pirate through electromagnetic waves before my brother was captured. Even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will kill him. Is it possible the guy is just a pirate lackey? The pirate organization must have at least 8,000 robots that look like him. Sai Xiaoxi said awkwardly, shrugging. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere pirate lackey injure my brother? Well, take a look at the photo. Sai Xiaoxi helplessly took out the photo. When Renardo saw the group of his brother's enemies in the photo, his mentality exploded. If the cosmic pirates are all at this level, how could he take revenge? Renardo, we're at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. We need to come up with a good strategy. Do you have any good ideas? Sai Xiaoxi thought for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I've got it. We'll feign an attack. Renardo, I remember you are from the Twin Beta Star Elves, right? Are you familiar with the pirate fortress? I only know where it is, but I haven't been there. I usually don't mess with the cosmic pirates, but they absolutely shouldn't have captured my brother. These despicable pirates not only plunder resources in our territory, but also want to turn the tables. It's truly shameless. Absolutely shameless. I must make them. Sai Xiaoxi wanted to slap himself for mentioning Nadare. As soon as he did, Renardo turned into a chatterbox. Going on and on. The two sides temporarily agreed on a strategy. Renardo would attack the pirate fortress, forcing Zog and Allison to return with the army, while Sai Xiaoxi and the others would sneak in during the chaos at the pirate energy station to investigate Nadare's location. Did you talk it through with Renardo? After parting ways with Renardo, Carolou and Atita returned from scouting, and Carola asked, "We finally got through to him. Otherwise, that stubborn guy would really have charged in. This guy may not be very smart and has a terrible personality, but this relentless spirit really suits my taste. Let me say, with my Moonslayer dual blades plus Renardo's firepower, taking down a mere pirate energy station is a piece of cake." Atita drew his Moonslayer dual blades and danced a few moves in the air, confidently saying. Sai Xiaoxi and Carolou were speechless. Is it really okay for us to use Renardo like this? Carola said with guilt. Carolou, you're overthinking it. The Renardo brothers are vicious elves. Letting them go at each other with the pirates is perfect. Besides, we're not completely deceiving him. Once we sneak into the pirate energy station, we'll also investigate where Nadare is being held. Sai Xiaoxi comforted. You're right. Rescuing the elves who send out the distress signal is more important. It's all Renardo's fault for scaring the energy station into a state of panic. It's now very difficult to sneak in. Did you find any loopholes? Don't worry. Carolou patted her chest to assure her. Pirate energy station. Erqi sat in the assembly hall in a daze. This time he had mostly come to the energy station to just watch the show, and he looked uninterested. Suddenly, an alarm sounded at the energy station, and Erqi hurried to gather, only to find out that the pirate fortress was under attack. Damn Renardo. He stole our home as soon as we left. Everyone, go back. We must catch him and not let him escape again. Allison exclaimed angrily. The main force had just arrived, and their home had been stolen. It was clearly a trap, and it was no wonder Allison was furious to be played by an elf like this. However, Erqi was also curious about how Renardo had grasped the movements of the pirates. Did he have help? Allison called Erqi along, but Erqi felt something was off. Wouldn't this leave the energy station empty again? It should be fine. After all, there's only one Renardo. The pirate army stormed back to the pirate fortress, only to see a scene of devastation. Chase! Kill him for me. Zog was so furious that he was steaming. He absolutely could not let Renardo escape this time. Renardo hadn't run far. After being discovered, he didn't continue to hide. Logically speaking, as a native overlord of Beta Star, he should have been able to shake off the pirates, but his hatred had blinded him, making him choose to confront the cosmic pirates head-on. Renardo shot a few missiles from his scorpion tail, directly covering the pursuers, causing many pirates to be blown apart. Erqi watched his presumably dead colleagues and silently mourned, then continued to lag behind, just going with the flow. Bring all the collision cannons. For collision cannons surrounded him, and Zog personally operated the giant collision cannon to join the siege. A lead bullet whizzed past Renardo, smashing into the rock behind him and shattering it, instantly startling Renardo, whose head was filled with revenge, clearing his mind a bit. Chapter 20. Killing Leonardo. Leonardo realized that the small cart beneath the pirate's rear could hurt him, so he became much more alert. He began to dodge and flee, using the terrain to outmaneuver the pirates. That cunning scorpion, surround and kill him, Zog commanded loudly. However, this gave Leonardo an opportunity. The steel scorpion tail behind him shot up high, and with a savage sweep, a dense barrage of bullets poured out, killing a team of pirates who had lost their cover. Erqi, still shaken, looked at his fallen comrades ahead and felt lucky for running slowly, then continued to paddle. His appearance was advantageous. Not only would Leonardo not notice him, but even during intense fighting, Zog and Allison would overlook him. Damn it! Fire! Fire! Zog shouted frantically. The 5 ramming cannons all aimed and fired at once, instantly shattering the massive rock Leonardo was using as cover, causing him to hurriedly reposition. The pirates had enough manpower and firepower, but Leonardo was too familiar with the terrain. After winding around, the pirates' formation had fallen apart. One ramming cannon broke away from the group, but the driver, oblivious, continued to drive forward recklessly. During the previous exchange, the ramming cannons could block Leonardo's machine gun fire, so the drivers had lost their usual caution. However, in the next moment, the driver only saw darkness as a giant mechanical scorpion fell from above. Leonardo used his massive pincers to crush the driver, instantly turning him into a pile of scrap metal. This scene was witnessed by another ramming cannon nearby, and the frightened driver quickly adjusted the cannon's aim at Leonardo. However, a powerful laser beam shot from Leonardo's middle eye, hitting the ramming cannon before it could fire, instantly penetrating it from front to back, causing it to explode. In a matter of seconds, Leonardo had destroyed 2 ramming cannons. It turned out he had been unable to harm the ramming cannons earlier. He simply didn't dare to engage recklessly due to the pirates' numbers. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Zog was furious when he learned that 2 ramming cannons had been destroyed, and he was determined to kill Leonardo. However, Allison held him back. What are you doing, Allison? Zog shouted in a panic mixed with anger. The energy station has seer robots infiltrating. We've been played. Leonardo is drawing us away. What should we do then? Zog, not the brightest, easily froze in complex situations. We need to go back for support. What good is it to take down Leonardo now? If the pirates destroy the energy station, Boss Dean 1T let us off. But we were just about to take down Leonardo. Zog still refused to back down. At that moment, a few rockets shot toward the massive ramming cannon that Zog and Allison were driving. Because they were at a distance, Leonardo didn't hit them directly, but a fragment from the explosion struck Zog on the head, causing him to cry out in pain, clutching his already injured head. Seeing that Zog also wouldn't insist anymore, Allison quickly ordered everyone to evacuate. Erqi mixed in with the crowd, but always kept his distance from Leonardo. Seeing the pirates retreat, anger surged within Leonardo. He didn't want to let a single pirate escape, whether for revenge for his brother or to buy time for the seer robots. He had to delay the pirates' return as much as possible. You, go block him. Allison pointed to the remaining 2 ramming cannons, sending them to the rear. Leonardo didn't care who was last. He attacked indiscriminately, which suited Allison's intentions. Since machine gun bullets were hard to damage the ramming cannons, Leonardo switched his tail to launch small rockets. However, at the moment the rockets fired, a ramming cannon's shell exploded, causing Leonardo's tail to misfire. By coincidence, a few rockets wobbled and headed straight for Erqi. He was stunned. How could he still be hit from so far away? Watching the rockets flying towards him with smoke trailing, Erqi quickly threw out a spirit capsule. Terry, block it for me. Terry punched the ground, creating a dense wall of lightning that detonated the rockets prematurely. Although the blast wave was terrifying, it caused no harm in front of Terry's strong body. Terry, thank goodness for you, Erqi praised. Hey, hearing the compliment, Terry scratched his head happily. Upon seeing Terry, Leonardo instantly became alert. An electric-type spirit and pirate minion. While not the same as the one from his brother's memory, the 2 electric spirits bore a clear resemblance. Leonardo finally found the culprit who harmed his brother and charged at Erqi like a madman. The one who harmed my brother, I'll take your life. He disregarded the ramming cannon's shells, ignoring ordinary bullets that hit him. Erqi remained calm, knowing he had been discovered and that Leonardo wanted him dead. Terry, distract him first, Erqi calmly commanded. Terry picked up Erqi and ran in one direction, with Leonardo hot on their heels. Soon, they had evaded all the pirates. Allison noticed Erqi, but was more concerned about the pirate energy station. so he didn't change his orders. Once they reached a relatively open area, Erqi had Terry stop and waited for Leonardo to catch up. Leonardo initially thought he might lose track of them, his anger boiling with nowhere to vent. But little did he know, his enemy was waiting ahead, ready for a showdown. Despicable pirates, you use vile means to capture my brother. Today, I will avenge him. Magic energy. A laser beam gathered from the third eye on Leonardo's forehead. His ultimate move, magic energy. This move was terrifying. It had previously pierced through a ramming cannon in one strike. However, Erqi believed Terry could handle it completely. Terry, Thunder Light, Explosion Fist. Terry charged at Leonardo, the terrifying force of his legs shattering the rocky ground beneath him. Leonardo, seeing Terry barreling toward him like a missile, was utterly shocked. In the end, he only saw the blue giant mouse swinging a fist surrounded by lightning, and his vision spun. Terry unleashed a barrage of fierce punches at Leonardo. Even his steel skeleton couldn't withstand Terry's lightning fists. Leonardo swung his pincers at Terry, trying to smash him into pulp, but Terry countered with a rising dragon strike, deforming Leonardo's pincers. Leonardo attempted to sweep Terry with his massive scorpion tail, but Terry firmly restrained him with both arms, unable to break free no matter how hard he struggled. Leonardo was both shocked and furious. Pinning down enemies was his favorite method of attack, and he loved to hear their cries of agony as he crushed them beneath his pincers. But today, he was the one being restrained. "Hey!" Terry shouted, exerting force with his arms, lifting Leonardo off the ground like a tree, then slamming him down hard. This heavy blow severely damaged many of Leonardo's functions. The triple targeting system, originally used for precise enemy locking, now operated independently, with three eyes focused on Terry, creating three overlapping images. Leonardo realized he was in grave danger and issued the last curse of the scorpion. "Even as a ghost, I won't let you go." Terry's final Thunder Light Explosion Fist struck Leonardo's head, and Leonardo's three eyes quickly lost their light, his entire mechanical body collapsing to the ground like it had lost power. "Hey!" Terry excitedly pounded his chest. This was the first Overlord spirit he had defeated head-on since his evolution. Erqi kicked the dead Reynaldo, shrugged his lips, and mocked, "You, insisting on shouting for revenge, wouldn't do if I didn't kill you." Chapter 21. Nadare's Escape. Nadare accused Leonardo's corpse was left behind as a form of accountability, which could be considered a significant achievement. Among the remaining battle debris, there were also some valuable items, such as a collision cannon. One of them was destroyed by Reynadu, but the other one had only lost its driver. Nadare used a pair of iron pliers to extinguish its fire. Erqi approached and fiddled with it, and surprisingly, the collision cannon started up wobbly. Seeing that the collision cannon was still usable, Erqi was very pleased. Usable scrap could fetch much more than pure junk. He collected all the scrap, used the collision cannon to drag it to a hidden spot, noted the coordinates, and planned to contact Saidashi for retrieval later. However, as he was about to leave, he noticed a shiny object in the corner. Curious, Erqi approached and discovered it was a half-broken disc. Finding it uninteresting, he was about to leave when he suddenly remembered a plot point where Sai Xiaoxi's team was looking for a disc. Regardless of whether it was relevant, he decided to take it with him. Time moved slightly forward to the Alpha Star Pirate Energy Station. Sai Xiaoxi's team successfully infiltrated and found the distressed fairy, Yu. However, Yu was trapped by a sturdy alloy chain that even the dual moon blades couldn't cut through. Just as they were at a loss, the energy station's guards noticed something was amiss. Though temporarily dealt with by Tieta, more guards would surely sense the irregularities. Their time was running short. As they tried various methods to open the chains, a violent shaking caught their attention. There was killing intent. Tieta became extremely alert, pressing his ear against the wall and realizing the vibrations were coming from next door. Something was happening next door. It was Nadare. The three guessed the truth. When Sai Xiaoxi Pride opened the heavy iron door, the long-imprisoned Nadare finally saw the light of day. "Damn pirates, let me out. Otherwise, when my brother comes to rescue me, I will definitely kill all of you." Nadare cursed upon seeing the robots enter. "Nadare, don't misunderstand, we are Sire robots, sent by Reynadu to help you." "You're helpers sent by my brother? Great, hurry and get me out." How we get you out? The three stared at the chains on Nadare's limbs, which were several times thicker than Yuyu's, and lost all ideas. We need to steal the key, but Zog and Allison have already left the pirate energy station. The key might be with someone else. No need for a key. You just need to help me detoxify, and I'll regain my strength. These iron chains can't hold me. Detoxify? I'm the best at that, Sai Xiaoxi confidently said, then summon Little Bean Sprout. Karalu also summoned Bubu Seeds. The two fairies used their absorption skills together to draw the anesthetic toxins out of Nadare's body. One of the brothers hasn't returned to handover. This area has a problem. Get me the person out. A voice from outside came. Xiaoxi, hurry up. The pirates have sensed something is wrong. Almost done. Little Bean Sprout, keep it up. The lock on this door is broken. The big iron door is also broken. Achiera held his breath, gripping the dual moon blades tightly, knowing the pirates could burst in at any moment to check. Roar! The next moment, a roar powerful enough to shatter glass erupted as Nadare forcefully twisted his limbs, brutally breaking the 4 iron chains as thick as arms. After months of confinement, suffering countless inhumane abuses, and being used by pirates for experiments, Nadare finally broke free at that moment. He punched the massive iron doorway, roaring and destroying everything in sight. Walls, pipes, tables, and chairs, nothing was spared. Nadare, calm down, we're still here. Atiera shouted loudly, but Nadare seemed not to hear, continuing to vent his anger. Perhaps not attacking Sai Xiaoxi and the others was already a sign of his restraint. The three could only helplessly rescue Yuyu first. Perhaps by luck, Yuyu's alloy chains did not break, but the wall securing the chains collapsed, allowing them to rush out with Yuyu in their arms. As they burst out of the pirate energy station, it completely collapsed. This Nadare, I shouldn't have saved him. Forget it. At least we saved Yuyu. And he's also fighting the pirates. Let's not worry about him. We've already fulfilled our promise to Reynadu, so let him fight to the death with the pirates. Sai Xiaoxi and the others decided to no longer care about Nadare and prepare to leave Alpha Star, only to be blocked by Allison and the others who had come back for support. Low-level robots. Allison. Both sides were very surprised. What have you done to our energy station? Allison had already seen the dust swirling in the distance. Hehehe, I don't mind telling you. Nadare has completely destroyed your pirate energy station. Now, when you go back, you can only see a wasteland. Atiera mocked loudly. You all, I will kill you. Allison gritted her teeth in anger. Come on, let us have a courageous fight. Atiera confronted her with his sword. Allison, I advise you to deal with Nadare first. It seems he's coming to kill us. Sai Xiaoxi pointed behind him, mocking. Nadare, do you really think Nadare is here to help you? Allison looked at the crazed Nadare charging at them and pulled out a remote control. Foolish low-level robots. Nadare has long been controlled by us. The three were startled by her words, only to see the previously frenzied Nadare stop moving, bowing his head and standing still. Nadare, obey my command and dismantle these 3 low-level robots into scrap metal. Roar. Nadare let out a roar and charged at Sai Xiaoxi and the others. Not good. Run. Sai Xiaoxi's team was chased by Nadare. They knew how terrifying he was and dared not confront him head-on. But Nadare was too large, and with just one step, he could catch up to Sai Xiaoxi and the others, closing the distance gradually. Nadare swung his fist. Atiera suddenly turned around and jumped, swinging his dual blades toward Nadare's iron fist. Bang! Atiera was sent flying by a single punch. Atiera! Sai Xiaoxi and Karalu screamed in unison. Don't worry about me, run ugh. Atiera's head tilted, and he fainted. Xiaoxi, take Yuyu and go. Karalu also turned back fiercely, ready to cover for Sai Xiaoxi. She released many tools from her bun head, but still couldn't withstand Nadare's punch. Karalu. Sai Xiaoxi couldn't spare a tear. He had to save Yuyu and complete the mission. Only you, this inferior robot, left, Nadare. Take him out. Allison commanded. Roar. Nadare pursued Sai Xiaoxi, throwing punches at him. But Sai Xiaoxi, engulfed in extreme sadness, dodged them all. Nadare, you really are useless. You can't even deal with a low-level robot. Allison took out the remote control and pressed a button, causing Nadare's head to hurt as if pricked by needles, making him scream in agony. Why aren't you taking care of him? If you keep being useless, I'll melt you down for scrap. Nadare's 3 eyes turned a deep crimson. Chapter 22. Dean who wants to kill Ah. Nadare let out a tremendous roar, and a massive wave of energy spread out in all directions, not only sending Sai Xiaoxi rolling on the ground, but also knocking Allison flying. Ouch! Allison cried out in pain as he fell and hit a rock. Nadare, you useless piece of trash, what are you doing? Allison jumped up, pointing and scolding Nadare. However, Nadare slowly turned to face Allison. His 3 crimson eyes fixated on him, and the terrifying killing intent felt tangible, making it hard for Allison to breathe. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. If you do, I want to hold back. Nadare took slow, deliberate steps toward Allison, who quickly pulled out the remote control and pressed it frantically. Nadare immediately screamed, clutching his head. Oomph! If you dare resist again, this will be your fate. Allison sneered. However, the next moment, Nadare suddenly lunged forward, crashing his heavy body into Allison. Are you crazy? Allison quickly turned to run, pressing the button wildly in his hand. You die. As a result, the remote control seemed completely ineffective, only serving to further enrage Nadare. Nadare's fist, like a boulder, struck Allison, sending him flying like a meteor into the sky. I will definitely take revenge. Sai Xiaoxi, seeing Nadare knock Allison away, was overwhelmed with emotion and rushed to Nadare, hugging his leg and crying. Nadare, big boss, you finally woke up. If you hadn't broken free, we would all have been beaten to death by you. However, Sai Xiaoxi did not notice that the bloodthirsty light in Nadare's eyes had not faded. Nadare's fist suddenly came crashing down, but fortunately, Sai Xiaoxi had a sharp sixth sense and instinctively rolled to the side. Nadare, what are you doing? Sai Xiaoxi wanted to question him, but then realized Nadare's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You're still not free from control? Roar! In response to Sai Xiaoxi was a ruthless iron fist. Help! Nadare has gone mad again. Sai Xiaoxi rolled and crawled, carrying Yu and running away. Sai Xiaoxi ran ahead, while Nadare chased behind. Coincidentally, they ran into a group of pirates. Nadare, not fully aware, clearly knew who his enemies were. So he abandoned the pursuit of Sai Xiaoxi and charged into the pirate squad, starting a wild massacre. What sin have I committed to be so unlucky from head to toe? The energy station manager cried out in tears. Manager, we can't possibly take on Nadare. We need to find Brother Chi quickly, said Liuzi. Right. Hurry to summon Erqi. The manager seemed to find hope and shouted. However, his loud shout attracted Nadare's attention, and he started walking towards them. It's over. He coming. The energy station manager clutched Liuzi in terror. Liuzi gritted his teeth and decided to hold him off for a moment. BB Mouse cannot be sent. Electric types are ineffective against ground types. So he could only send out Dorte, the juvenile form of the grass-type spirit Dorgea. Dorte, use root entanglement. Several dark green roots burst from the ground, tightly wrapping around Nadare's feet, forcing him to stop moving. Liuzi smiled, but the next moment, Nadare suddenly exerted force, and the roots snapped in response. Roar! Nadare bellowed and charged at Liuzi and the manager. It's over. Liuzi thought. Bibbo, move at high speed. A strong wind swept over Liuzi and the others, carrying them away from Nadare. Liuzi opened his eyes, surprised that he was still alive. When he turned around, he saw it was Brother Chi. Erqi, you finally came back. If it weren't for you, my old bones would have turned to dust. The energy station manager clung to Wu Erqi's leg and started to cry. Manager, be a little more composed. Wu Erqi was almost digging his toes into the ground. Brother Chi, Liuzi was also moved to tears. If he had been even a moment later, he would have never seen Brother Chi again. Nadare realized who had taken his prey from him, his 3 eyes fixated on Bibbo. Although the form had changed, he was certain this was the same flying spirit. It's you. Godi. Nadare screamed in madness. Bibbo, use Thunderbolt. Liuzi fall back. Seeing that Nadare couldn't do anything to Bibbo for the time being, Wu Erqi turned back and asked, how did it come to this? I just returned to the energy station, and it has collapsed. It's a long story. The energy station manager wanted to cry, but had no tears, feeling a sense of despair for his future. Where are Allison and Zog? At first, Lord Allison used a remote control to control Nadare, but after that, we don't know what happened. Control Nadare? Erqi frowned deeply. In fact, Nadare had been locked up in the energy station, undergoing some kind of experiment, but I don't know much. Erqi seemed to recall something and nodded slightly. Brother Chi, can you defeat Nadare? Hard to say. Nadare has clearly become smarter. He hasn't used attribute reversal yet. My entire attributes are too disadvantaged. It's hard to deal with. Unless we let the spirits swarm him, even if we can't kill him, we might be able to drive him away. Then let us drive him away. The energy station manager pulled Erqi's hand and said repeatedly. Just as Erqi decided to do so, a dark green mantis suddenly appeared above Nadare's head, overlooking the ground with an imposing presence. Nadare noticed something above him, waving his arms to swat it down. But Sagros stood still above him. Sagros, knock him out. A cold voice came through, and upon hearing the command, Sagros slashed down with both blades. Nadare's head took a heavy blow, and his massive body seemed to lose support, quickly collapsing to the ground. Sagros jumped down and obediently stood behind Dean. General Dean, you finally came to save us. The energy station manager saw a bigger thigh and, disregarding his image, knelt before Dean and hugged him tightly. Dean kicked the manager down in disgust and questioned, what on earth happened? Why has my energy station turned into ruins? What happened to Allison and Zog? Why did Nadare escape? Everyone looked at each other, directing their gaze toward the energy station manager. After all, he was the one in charge here. If he didn't get scolded, who would? The energy station manager trembled and recounted everything that had happened to Dean. Dean's face turned ashen as he heard that with a simple trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, their energy station was destroyed by 3 SARE robots. This means not only was the energy station destroyed, but the Beta Star Fortress was also breached, and the spirits Nadare and Yu have escaped. And Renato hasn't been caught yet. Dean sneered. He truly wanted to kill someone right now. Erqi weakly raised his hand. Only then did Dean recognize that this pirate was 9,527. Renato has been killed by me. Chapter 23. Governor of the Twin Stars, did you kill Reynaldo? It was a fluke. Dean finally heard some good news today. Erqi, this person actually has some quirks. He likes to play dumb, but today he really didn't dare. Because Dean was already on the edge of exploding, if he didn't quickly put out the fire, everyone would be doomed. Come on, tell me how you defeated him. Dean summoned Erqi to his side, his eyes showing signs of approval. As the scattered pirates gradually regrouped, the Twin Stars slowly returned to calm. Dean took the destruction of the pirate energy station very seriously and personally oversaw the investigation. Almost everyone was punished. The energy station chief was demoted. But he was lucky because the main blame fell on General Zog and Allison. The head of the pirate energy station didn't have too many problems. Thus, in a muddled way, Erqi became the station chief and also served as the chief guard of the Beta Star Fortress. Dean waved his hand and directly appointed Erqi as the governor of the Twin Stars. Erqi, upon receiving the appointment, couldn't understand it. He pointed at himself and confirmed me. I'm the governor of the Twin Stars? What's wrong? No confidence? General, I don't have enough qualifications and I don't understand these things. No need to worry about qualifications. You're the only contributor to this failure. Now the Twin Stars are in a state of panic, unless I personally take charge. No one is more qualified than you. And don't even mention Allison and Zog. If it weren't for them, the Twin Stars wouldn't have turned out like this. Dean blocked Erqi's excuses. Don't worry, I know the Twin Stars are currently a wasteland, the energy station needs to be rebuilt, and the pirate fortress needs repairs. I won't make things difficult for you. You just need to boost morale and continue to maintain control over the Twin Stars. As for the reconstruction of the energy station, it can be pushed forward gradually. Additionally, I have an important task for you. Seeing Dean's gesture, Erqi hurriedly leaned closer, and Dean whispered, you should know we've controlled Nadol. I know, but he lost control during the previous battle. I won't hide it from you. Nadol is just a test subject. Once the control chip is perfected, I will use it on Gaia. The Gaia you captured will become the sharpest spear of the OB organization. That's impressive. Erqi gave a thumbs up. In a couple of days, a team of technicians will come over. Remember to protect them well. Understood. Dean nodded, signaling the end of the arrangement. However, just as Erqi was about to leave, Dean called him back. The light stone from the White Star mine was stolen. Do you know anything about it? The light stone was stolen? Erqi made a very surprised expression. Dean shook his head helplessly, signaling Erqi to leave. Erqi was actually a bit surprised. He had just left the White Star a few days ago, and the light stone had already been stolen. Doesn't that mean it was taken right after he left? That Casa really has some skills, but unfortunately, his cleverness backfired. Dean couldn't stay in the Twin Alpha Star for long. If it weren't for the sudden attack on the pirate energy station, he would have gone to the White Star mine long ago. Now that he had fully entrusted Erqi with cleaning up the mess in the Twin Stars, he could free up his hands to track down that little thief who provoked the NOOB organization. Erqi bid farewell to the reluctant old station chief and finally began his career as the governor of the Twin Stars. He called Liozzi over and whispered mysteriously, "Liozzi, go find a few trustworthy brothers and collect the broken equipment and ores from the ruins of the energy station." "Seventh brother, are we going to sell scrap?" Liozzi looked puzzled. "Then you go find an accountant to make a fake account. I'll take 50 of the money you get and the rest you all divide. Remember to keep a secret. Do well, whether your BB Mouse can evolve into Thunder Mouse and whether Thunder Mouse can successfully merge depends on this opportunity." Erqi patted Liozzi on the shoulder, looking serious. Liozzi hesitated for a moment and immediately said, "I'll do whatever seventh brother says." The next day, the technical team of the Phantom arrived alongside the construction team, maintaining strict confidentiality throughout. Erqi personally received and settled them. To Erqi's surprise, the blacksmith was among them. "Blacksmith, you're here too. The research on the control chip shouldn't need a blacksmith. He might be needed for the reconstruction of the energy station. It's all because of you." "Because of me? You killed Reynaldo." The general said, "One research is research. 2 researches are also research. The more experimental samples, the better the chance of success, so they call me too." "Reynaldo, he must be in pieces by now," Erqi said in confusion. "Don't worry. Mechanical life is not so easy to kill. If Nadol was hit so badly, he would probably be dead for sure, but Reynaldo might not be. You guys are amazing." Erqi gave a thumbs up. "By the way, do you still want your suit?" "Yes." "Is it already made?" "Sorry, I've been busy lately and haven't had time. I just got back from the White Star and came here without being able to return to headquarters. While I'm at it, I'll upgrade it for you. Do you have any other requests?" Erqi thought for a moment and asked, "Can I get light shield?" "I previously asked the blacksmith for a light axe, but it wasn't needed at all. Terry is already strong enough. It's better not to let him go up. It's better to get a shield to avoid dragging the elf down." The blacksmith hesitated. The defense attributes of black crystal are excellent, and an ordinary light shield is not as strong as your own defense. The price for sufficient defense is not low either. "Don't worry about spending money. You should see what position I hold now. Money matters are trivial." Erqi waved his hand and said, "Let's go on a public account." "Aren't you afraid of being blamed from above? Look at what you're saying. The energy station suffered this major robbery due to inadequate defenses. As the station chief, I must learn from the lesson and correct the issues." Although the previous turmoil shook the foundation of the Cosmic Pirates rule over the Twin Stars, there was still no real power that could overturn the NOOB organization's rule. Now, both planetary overlord brothers are in prison, and other elves, like the Dinga clan, have fully sided with the pirates. Unless the sailor intervenes again, the Cosmic Pirates rule in the Twin Stars remains stable. Thinking of Dinga, Erqi felt it was time to pursue the responsibility for the defeat. Previously, the pirate energy station was breached from within by Nadol. Although the pirates' performance was terrible, the Dinga clan ran away even faster. "Ding Jialu, do you have anything to say?" "Ding Ding." Ding Jialu stammered, not daring to refute. Actually, he really wanted to say that you pirates didn't perform any better than us, but he was afraid Erqi would blame him, so he spoke evasively. "All right, I won't listen to your excuses. Now you have 2 choices, either die." "Ding. I choose the second one." Erqi laughed, "Then serve me." "Ding. Am I not already serving the organization?" "Go further." "Ding. Do you want me to become your elf?" "That's about right, but you?" Erqi sneered and said, "Your strength is too weak. Just protect 10,086 well. When you make a contribution for your crimes, you can go back and be your clan leader. Liozzi, he will be yours from now on. Whether you take him as your elf or as your subordinate is up to you." "Thank you, seventh brother." Liuzi had been working at the energy station since he was created and knew Ding Jialu's strength, so he was very satisfied and genuinely grateful to Wu Erqi. Saidat, a key character in the Sailor anime, is of mysterious strength and is nicknamed the King of Mechanical Elves. He was often selling weapons and equipment to space pirates, earning him the title of Pirate Arms Supplier. Today, Wu Erqi met this legendary figure for the first time. "You are Boss Sai. You really are quite a sight." "Oh, you flatter me, Governor." After exchanging pleasantries, the two began their transaction. Weighing the items and counting them, the deal was quickly completed. "You Twin Stars have a lot of junk. I still need to make a trip to Twin Beta Star." Saidashi said, "Oh wow, Boss Sai's business is really good. Money is flowing in. It's just a bit of hard-earned money. Speaking of which, that customer is really mysterious. He only gives me coordinates each time and asks me to make an offer. Enough talk. I need to hurry." Wu Erqi helped Saidashi pack up and wave him goodbye. The pile of junk on Beta Star also belonged to him. He had already made quite a bit of money just from selling junk. Whether Saidashi was a pirate arms dealer, he didn't know, but he must be his closest client. Wu Erqi was steadily restoring the construction of Twin Stars, while the seer had made new discoveries. Director Justin found half a disc related to Ray's image in an abandoned pirate base. After some speculation, the other half of the disc might be on Twin Beta Star. In fact, the disc was originally at Saidashi's junk place, but now it was in Wu Erqi's hands. Sai Xiaoxi's team couldn't find the disc, but they saw a message on the wall. "For disc recovery, please contact 18. At first glance, it looked like a small advertisement, but Wu Erqi believed that Sai Xiaoxi and the others could understand it. As he expected, Sai Xiaoxi's team contacted him. "I am Aminos. Are you here to buy the disc?" "Aminos? So it's you, that damned liar." The irritable Atai yelled at Nono. "Why would this friend say such a thing about me? You know how sad it is for a businessman to be called a liar. You say you're not a liar, but you tricked us out of 10 gold coins on Ocean Star, and later you scammed the Floating Fish Clan on Cloud Star. The information isn't fake, is it?" "That's not. The Thunder Comet can be used, right? But you are provoking war. Do you want the disc or not?" "Yes." Wu Erqi smiled. 100 gold coins, no negotiation. Why don't you just rob it? Robbing isn't as quick as this. After a long silence, it seemed they were convinced by Wu Erqi's noble business spirit. Eventually, they spoke again, expressing their willingness to pay 100 gold coins. "Welcome to visit again. The goods have already been shipped, cash on delivery, and you can check the goods." "That damned information dealer. He's just robbing money." Atai excitedly shook Nono. "This Aminos is very problematic. He always gets ahead of us. Do you think we can just buy Ray's information from him directly? Would he know?" As soon as Sai Xiaoxi finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a moment. Impossible. A legendary spirit like Ray. How could Aminos possibly know? At most, he knows some basic information, like what Ray looks like. Atia acertet. After thinking about it, Sai Xiaoxi and Karalu agreed. A few days later, the blacksmith brought good news to Wu Erqi, saying that Rionado had been repaired. Zulfust. Many parts were ready-made, and our organization is also developing mechanical spirits. Some mismatched parts were just slightly modified. By the way, we changed Rionado's power system from extended type to an explosive type. Since Rionado is a wild spirit and needs to recharge itself, we sacrificed a lot of explosive power for endurance. But now that we control him, he can return to recharge when energy runs low. So using explosive power will better unleash his strength. You can decide these things. By the way, is Rionado already under our control? The difficulty of controlling mechanical spirits is much lower than that of other spirits. After modifying Rionado's code, he now obeys us. The blacksmith handed Wu Erqi a remote control, and Wu Erqi pressed it towards Rionado, originally lying motionless on the ground like a lifeless mechanical scorpion. After receiving the signal, 3 eyes lit up in sequence, and his body slowly lifted off the ground. The huge scorpion tail raised high, and 2 pairs of pincers opened and closed. "Mechanical spirit Rionado at your service." "Lie down." Rionado thudded down to the ground. "Roll in place." A hint of confusion flashed in Rionado's blank eyes. Then he suddenly exerted force with one of his scorpion legs, flipping himself over and rolling a few times on the ground. "I said roll in place. Forget it. Stand on your head now. That's enough. Don't kill him again. Do you know how much effort we put into reviving him?" The blacksmith snatched the remote control back. No, let me play a bit longer. Don't give any commands that Reinato can't possibly complete. The blacksmith warned repeatedly, and only then did Erqi get the remote back. I'm going to check his strength recovery level. Erqi summoned Terry. Terry was startled to see Reinato, whom he had killed, revived. Terry, now Reinato is also one of us. Fight him and see how much of his original strength he has left. Remember, don't use deadly force. Okay, Terry nodded, acknowledging he understood. Terry wanted to start with Thunderburst Fist, but recalling Erqi's reminder, he decided to use a gentler attack. Hey, Thunder Fist. Terry's fist sparkled with lightning and struck Reinato, sending him back a few steps with tremendous force. Good job, Reinato. Use Iron Arm Slam. Reinato raised his iron pincers high and then slammed them down hard towards Terry. Terry braced himself with both hands on his head, taking the hit. Although his strength was greater than that of Reinato, the mechanical scorpion, the hard collision between flesh and steel still hurt a bit. Terry, move aside. Reinato, aim for the rock ahead and use Wild Sweep. Use Speed Ray. Use Laser Burst. Use Magical Energy. Erqi continuously issued long-range attack commands to Reinato. After a series of tests, Reinato's shooting accuracy was also fine. That's good. Most of Reinato's strength is reflected in his long-range firepower. So in the following days, Reinato became a training partner for Erqi's spirits, compensating for the lack of battle experience caused by rapid leveling up in the previous period. Days passed, and suddenly one day, the leader of the technical team, Doctorate, told him that the experimental sample NATO ray had been perfectly controlled, and the research on the control chip had succeeded. The success of the control chip research meant they could control Gaia. Thinking of this, excitement sparkled in Erqi's eyes. Chapter 25, War. Terry versus Terry. Bang bang bang. The urgent drum beats echoed throughout the twin stars, and the pirates scattered in various places immediately stopped their work, rushing at full speed to gather at the pirate fortress's training ground. Erqi arrived early at the high platform of the training ground. Standing tall behind him were the Nature and Reinato brothers, accompanied by 6 and other senior officials of the Twin Stars. Soon, the dispersed pirates lined up neatly at the training ground. Brothers, General Dean has sent a message, urging us to dispatch troops to join forces to attack the Cell ship. It's time to make our mark. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Who doesn't want to achieve greatness and get a raise? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good pirate, and the governor before us is the best example. Now, I command the entire army to set off. With a wave of his hand, Erqi signaled several spaceships to leave the Twin Stars and head toward the Phantom ship for assembly. General, apart from necessary defenses, all the troops we can mobilize from the Twin Stars have been gathered. Erqi stood at attention and reported to Dean. Good. This time we will return all the previous humiliations to the Cell ship. Dean clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bursting with a captivating light. In their line of sight, a small dot gradually grew larger, revealing the outline of the Cell ship. Listen to my orders. All cannons aim at the Cell ship ahead. Ready to drop the stealth mode and fire at full force. 10, 9, 1. Dean's final countdown echoed heavily, and a massive Phantom ship suddenly appeared before the Cell ship, causing alarms to blare on their radar. However, before they could comprehend what was happening, countless cannon fires enveloped the Cell ship. The Cell ship nearly suffered the brunt of the first wave of saturation attacks, its hull instantly taking severe damage as the defense system slowly activated. What happened? Did the ship collide with an asteroid? It must be a pirate attack. The little cells were thrown into chaos, with alarms ringing incessantly in their ears. Xiao Cell and the others followed the crowd to the transport chamber, where they encountered the already arrived Instructor Raymond and others. Instructor Raymond, did the pirates attack? Brave interstellar explorers, cosmic pirates have ambushed our ship. We must retaliate and drive back the invaders. It really is the pirates. These despicable villains. We want to go looking for them, yet they dare to come after us. Let us fight them. Yes, let us fight them. The little cells were filled with fighting spirit. Outside the ship, the cosmic pirates, realizing they could not break through the Cell ship's energy shield in a short time, decided to engage in boarding combat. Zorg, you lead the charge from the front. Allison, you lead the charge from the left. 9527, you lead the charge from the right. Dean quickly assigned teams, maintaining his composure. Understood. Zorg took the lead, shouting, "Brothers, follow me," and piloted his battle craft towards the cell ship. Allison also shouted behind him, "Brothers, charge with me," urging his team to launch an attack. Erqi turned to the brothers from the Twin Stars and said, "While the two generals bravely charge, we will not fire guns. Let us sneak in." Most of Erqi's team were originally second-line personnel, and they were not accustomed to such a grand scene. Hearing the governor say to sneak in, they felt relieved. Zorg's ferocity attracted most of the firepower, significantly lowering the presence of Erqi's team, but they could not simply slip in unnoticed. "There are people on the right. Counterattack!" Someone shouted inside the ship, and many guards gathered this way, opening fire in retaliation. Erqi saw that they were close enough and directly threw out a spirit capsule. Nadare smashed the glass. Nadare burst out of the spirit capsule, his massive figure blocking the view of the cell guards, shocking them. But what terrified them even more was what came next. Nadare punched through the glass, landing steadily on the observation deck, with pirates continuously pouring in behind him. "Nadare, clear the way." As Erqi's group broke the stalemate, the cell ship's hopes of keeping the enemy out were shattered. Zorg and Allison charged into the cell ship one after another, and the entire cell ship was thrown into chaos, with both sides engaging in street fighting around every corridor and room. Despicable pirates, daring to rampage on the cell ship. "Let me teach you a lesson. Terry, use your full power attack." Nadare, who had been bulldozing the way like a tank, suddenly received a heavy blow, staggering back a few steps and sitting down. Erqi was suddenly shocked upon hearing the name Terry. He looked up to see a large blue mouse waving its fists, full of battle spirit. Behind Terry was a cell robot with a defiant expression. Xiaoku, the son of the award officer Crow, wielding a powerful fusion spirit like Terry. And he even captured Rios, who later evolved into Rios Jiaz. Erqi thought he wouldn't encounter this young master for a while yet, but unexpectedly, he was brought out today during the fish explosion. Don't think you can rampage on the cell ship, just because you have Nadare as your dominating spirit. My Terry can easily take him down, even with a disadvantage in attributes. Xiaoka laughed heartily. "Since that's the case, Terry, let us see how you fare against your kin." Erqi summoned Terry as well. "You have a Terry too," Xiaoku exclaimed in shock, looking at the Terry before him. "I'm not afraid if you have a Terry. My Terry is my father's main spirit, absolutely not something you can compare to. Don't be too full of yourself. We'll see after the fight." "Terry, Thunderclap Fist." "You're using Thunderclap Fist too, Terry." Xiaoku realized that Thunderclap Fist was Terry's strongest move, and since the opponent could already execute this skill, he was certainly not an incompetent opponent. The two Terrys used the same skill to clash, and the powerful impact forced both back a few steps. However, Erqi noticed that his Terry retreated 4 or 5 steps, while Xiaoku's Terry only took 2.5 steps back. This indicated that, in terms of strength, Xiaoku's Terry had the upper hand. "Scared, huh? My Terry is invincible, an old thing bullying a newly evolved spirit. What is there to be proud of? In 3 years, my Terry will completely surpass your Terry. Terry, Lightning Charge. Skills of that power are useless against my Terry." Xio Kiskiviko Smeedeth. As his Terry took the hit with barely any pain. However, Erqi's Terry had no intention of relying solely on such attacks to defeat the enemy. He changed his footwork, spinning quickly, and the dense barrage of punches landed on the opponent. Although each attack was not strong, and many did not harness the power of lightning, over time, it made Xiaoku's Terry quite uncomfortable. "Why is your Terry so fast?" Xiaoku was very confused. "Because my Terry is one of a kind," Erqi proudly declared. "Ha ha ha. Your training has wasted Terry. Terry is not a speed-type spirit. The right way is to train for strength. Your Terry has overdrafted too much talent and speed. The road ahead won't be long." Xio Kerikald Terias Characteristics. Then mocked loudly. "Hey, little pirate, if we keep fighting like this, we won't determine a winner anytime soon. Are you daring enough to continue competing in a spirit duel?" Xiaoku provocatively said, as he still had Rios, a guardian beast of the volcanic star, whom he had captured not long ago. Unexpectedly, Erqi laughed and said, "I've grown tired of playing this childish game with you for so long. I'm waiting for General Dean. What are you waiting for?" Erqi saw that Dean had already disembarked from the spaceship. However, in the distant space, a light was also shining. Dean fixed his sharp gaze on the distant visitor and smiled slightly, saying, "Justin, you finally arrived. This is a trap I personally set for you. I hope you like it." Chapter 26. The Cosmic Pirates show their might. The Sire is in grave danger. Dean, get out of the sky. Captain Justin flew in at an incredible speed, and as he was about to get close, a lightsaber shot out from behind him and landed in his hand. "Justin, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Dean flipped his arms to form arm blades. The two figures intertwined and flashed past each other, leaving only sparks and buzzing from the clash of metal. In their brief contact, neither side gained an advantage. "Dean, take your people and leave now. I won't pursue today's matter." "Justin, do you really think you can defeat me?" "Sagros, come out." Dean directly summoned his dark mantis, Sagros. Stubborn as ever, Inkalos, come out. Justin also summoned his light mantis, Inkalos. Both mantises waved their scythes and struck at each other with their strongest powers, engaging in an intense battle. Their trainers, unlike others, personally fought on the field, and judging by their movements, they were not inferior to the Pokémon. Outside the sun, the confrontation between Dean and Justin had no build-up and went straight to the climax. Inside the Sire, Shao Kahn was initially worried as he saw the leader of the Cosmic Pirates approaching. The pirate in front of him was already difficult to handle, and if a stronger one came, he really wouldn't know how to cope. But in the blink of an eye, Captain Justin arrived to support him, holding back the pirate leader. "Good job, Justin. You hold him off. I'll deal with the enemy and help you right away," Shao Kahn shouted, not caring whether Justin heard him. Then he taunted, "Pirate, is this what you call support? It looks like you can't come, so get ready to face my wrath. How do you know I'm not waiting for this? Tyre, break the wall." Tyre, upon hearing this, punched the wall, exposing the wires buried within. "Tyre, use charging." Tyre was already skilled at this move. He grabbed the wires and activated the charging skill. Endless electricity surged into Tyre's body in an instant, causing the overhead chandelier to dim significantly. Tyre could no longer control the bolts of lightning erupting from his body. "What are you doing?" Shao Kahn gasped at the enemy's crazy actions. The method of accumulating external lightning to increase attack power was something his Tyre could also do. In fact, many electric-type Pokémon could perform it. But the physical strength of Pokémon is limited, and the amount of electric energy that can be stored in their bodies is even more limited. Exceeding a certain limit would only cause irreversible damage to the Pokémon's body. So, even though his Tyre was very strong and had rich battle experience, he rarely used this strategy. At most, he would absorb the lightning released by weaker enemies during easy battles and retaliate, giving the enemy a psychological shock. "Are you crazy? You'll kill your Pokémon. Worry about yourself first." Tyre, Thunderburst Punch. Erqi's Tyre concentrated all the absorbed electric energy in his fist and punched towards Shao Kahn's Tyre. The terrifying lightning exploded in the narrow corridor, illuminating the entire corridor and the faces of all the robots. Shao Kahn's Tyre was punched away, crashing through a wall and landing in the room behind. "Good job, Tyre." Erqi thought it would take years for Tyre to defeat Shao Kahn's Tyre, but unexpectedly, he won with the charging tactic. Shao Kahn's face was still filled with fear and disbelief, and he didn't even notice Erqi walking towards him. "Hey, look at this." Erqi waved his hand. "Chicken Claw, this is a big slap from Grandpa, your favorite." Erqi slapped Shao Kahn to the ground. "This is Grandpa's Hong Kong foot from 82. This is Grandpa's fist the size of a sandbag. Having a good dad is impressive." "Huh? Just because your dad is Chloe, doesn't T mean everyone else doesn't T have a dad? Just you have a dad. Just you have a dad. Don't I have a dad? Don't I have a dad?" Erqi beat Shao Kahn wildly, and after realizing he was knocked out, he pointed to a little brother to tie Shao Kahn up. Erqi's heroic display of beating the enemy was watched by the little brother, who now looked at Erqi with a mix of fear and admiration. However, he still weakly said, "Boss, we pirates don't have dads. Just you talk too much." Erqi gave him a delicious slap. Outside the spaceship, Dean quickly fell into a disadvantage. Perhaps it was the impact of the Sire being attacked that made Justin fight especially hard today, and Dean and Sagros were quickly suppressed. But Dean remained unfazed. He distanced himself from Justin and recalled Sagros. "Dean, Aren't you taking your people and leaving yet? Dean sneered. Justin, if I didn't have enough confidence, why would I rashly attack the sire, and why would I purposely wait for you to come to support? Justin's heart sank as he looked at Dean, who seemed to have everything under control. He finally realized something was off. Justin, let me show you my true secret weapon. War God Gaia, come out. A large door opened on the side of the ghost ship, and a black and white humanoid Pokémon flew out. Inside the spaceship, Erqi looked at Gaia's figure and said to the tied-up Shao Ku, "This is what I've been waiting for." Gaia charged swiftly towards Inkalos, moving as fast as a cannonball. "Inkalos, be careful," Justin quickly warned. Inkalos slashed with two light blades to block, but Gaia violently shattered them with his fists. In the blink of an eye, Gaia had closed in on Inkalos and delivered a heavy punch. Inkalos raised his scythe in front of him to block, but was still sent flying by Gaia's punch. Inkalos. Justin was shocked to see Inkalos easily suppressed, raising his lightsaber and rushing towards Gaia. Gaia unleashed fighting spirit around his fist and smashed towards the incoming lightsaber. Gaia's fist was unharmed, but Justin staggered back from the blow. Justin looked at Gaia seriously. This was a very powerful opponent. Everyone, grab the prepared bags. Put away everything valuable. Throw away everything worthless, and don't miss any items of uncertain value. Erqi instructed his little brothers. Originally, they could not have swept through the sire so smoothly, but Gaia's appearance attracted most of the sire's attention. The sire robots knew that if Justin lost to War God Gaia, everything would be over for them. Therefore, many were worried for Justin and were thinking of various countermeasures. Some felt they should rush out to help Justin, like a tie, but were stopped. Rushing out recklessly would only become a burden and harm Captain Justin instead. Erqi's little brothers excitedly began their robbery. During this time, a little brother from Zog mocked, "As long as we take down the sire, the whole ship will be ours. You're just working for us for free." Some little brothers reacted, but Erqi remained unfazed. In the world of the sire, truly occupying or destroying the sire is probably harder than taking down Puni. Meat that is just within reach can fly away at any moment. It only counts when it's in your stomach. Boss, the room ahead is a laboratory, and there are many instruments inside. What is the room called? It's called the Pokémon Center. Erqi's eyes lit up. Take me there. Chapter 27. Frowning and retreating behind the others, the Pokémon Center is one of the core locations of the Sailor Star, managed by Dr. Pat. Inside, many devices crucial for Pokémon training are set up, such as the second-generation Pokémon Breeding Center, which accommodates the three major gameplay elements of Sailor Star: fusion, breeding, and special abilities. There is also the Pokémon Training Machine, which can effectively enhance a Pokémon's potential. These are all means that can change a Pokémon's fate dramatically. It can be said that if you play Sailor Star without visiting the Pokémon Center, half of the game's fun will be lost. However, the anime and the game are ultimately different. Not all devices are identical, and some do not exist at all. But Erqi didn't care about that. He wanted to take everything back from the Pokémon Center, even the smallest detail. If it was really unnecessary, he would just sell it to the Sailor Star. A shiny, beautiful device caught Erqi's attention. He approached and saw the plaque that read Shiny Evolution Machine, instantly overjoyed. He remembered this thing could turn ordinary Pokémon into shiny Pokémon, but it had to be a Pokémon with a shiny form. For example, Tyranitar wouldn't have a chance. However, both Piplup and Eevee have shiny forms. Let's hold off on this for now. Erqi drove away two pirates and started studying the Shiny Evolution Machine, seemingly forgetting about the battle outside. The intensity of the battle outside had actually diminished significantly, as both sides were focused on the fight between Gaia and Justin. The sailors knew that if Justin lost, the god of war Gaia would be unstoppable. The space pirates were also aware that once Gaia won, Sailor Star would be utterly defenseless. Justin and Inkalos were working closely together, struggling against Gaia and managing to counterattack beautifully several times. Unfortunately, Dean was not a righteous man, nor was he a stubborn one. As Justin and Gaia faced off, he decisively struck, landing a punch on Justin's back, instantly incapacitating him. Inkalos wanted to save him, but was blocked by Sagros. With Justin down, Inkalos soon fell as well, unable to withstand the overwhelming odds. This turn of events came too suddenly. The people on Sailor Star had not reacted in time and could only watch as Captain Justin was defeated by a sneak attack. Those despicable pirates. How vile. My Captain Justin. Oh, it was infuriating. They should have fought with everything they had earlier, otherwise they wouldn't have had to watch Captain Justin fall. Never mind. Gagel, go for it. Atai summoned Gagel, bravely charging towards Gaia, only to be sent flying by Gaia's energy slash, not even touching a hair of Gaia. Gagel. Atai quickly ran to catch Gagel. Damn Gaia, I'll take him on. Xiaomi, light attack. Bu Buzong, Gale Blade. Stupid low-level robots. Such attacks are useless against Lord Gaia. Allison laughed loudly. I've already been foolish enough. I didn't expect you to be even more foolish. Zog laughed heartily. You two useless fools. Hurry up and take care of these low-level robots. Dean held the unconscious Justin and kicked Zog and Allison each to urge them to get to work. Where's 9,527? Dean looked around at the pirate minions, but 9527 was not among them. That guy want to grab the spoils. Minion born, he just can't help it. He's short-sighted and has a small perspective, getting stuck the moment he sees something good. Sooner or later, it'll lead to trouble. Zog and Allison chimed in. Last time on the Twin Stars, the two of them worked hard and got injured, only to receive a scolding, while 9527 quietly took down Ronaldo, becoming the only hero. The brothers were angry with Erqi, and now that he made a mistake, they naturally wanted to take a jab at him. Dean frowned, but didn't say anything. After all, he had the situation under control, and cleaning up the battlefield sooner rather than later wouldn't hurt. However, Allison's instigation did get into Dean's mind. While 9,527 had great talent in Pokémon training, he clearly fell short in leadership. After a brief resistance, the sailor robots were all wiped out and were subsequently tied up and imprisoned. Meanwhile, over at Erqi's side, a burst of holy light flashed, and Piplup transformed in a shiny Piplup. This change excited Erqi greatly. If Piplup was merely a ruthless Pokémon capturing tool, having some value due to its mercy and share experiences, then shiny Piplup could serve as a main force during the game's launch. Although it wasn't particularly strong for Erqi now. Beep, so sleepy. Shiny Piplup suddenly absorbed a massive amount of shiny energy, draining much of its mental power. And Erqi returned it to its capsule. He wanted to let Yidens experience the holiness and brightness of the shiny energy as well. But he soon discovered that the shiny energy in the shiny evolution machine was already depleted. How do you recharge this thing? With no other choice, Erqi had to call for someone to take the machine away. At this moment, Erqi realized he had been there too long. If he didn't go see Dean and the others soon, he would likely get scolded. He also thought that these guys better not do something foolish like knocking everyone out, leaving only Xiaomi as the sole Pokémon. On his way, he saw the pirates sequentially imprisoning the sailor robots in the jail, with Sailor Shi and Xiaomi being pushed into a corner, thinking to himself that it was lucky, at least in the earlier parts, if the entire team didn't perish. Xiaomi wouldn't easily transform. Where did you run off to, Erqi? Allison questioned. Reporting to the general, I just discovered some good things and got fascinated. What a useless piece of mud. You take your people to the power room and stoke the boiler. Facing such blatant oppression, Erqi accepted it from the heart. But just then, he saw a yellow light shadow through the glass window, unsure if he was mistaken. The next moment, a deafening thunderclap came from the direction of the lookout terrace, and several pirates stationed there were blasted into space by the thunderstorm. One even flew past the glass window, coincidentally making eye contact with Erqi. Enemy attack. The previously calm Sailor Star was thrown into chaos again. Erqi frowned and retreated behind the others. He guessed correctly. Heaven wouldn't let them easily take down Sailor Star. Gaia had been captured and trapped by the OB organization for days. So it wasn't surprising that Ray was aware of it. Who dares to mess with my Sailor Star? Just wait until Lord Allison kicks your ass. Allison shouted angrily as he rushed towards the terrace. Seventh brother, it started again. That yellow electric-type Pokémon is incredibly powerful, evenly matched with the god of war Gaia. Leozi hurried over to report the outside situation to Erqi. Leozi, take our people and retreat quietly. Seventh brother, are we really retreating? Retreat. The things they dismantled had already been moved onto the ship in advance. Erqi had instructed this before coming. as a precaution in case of any changes, allowing for an immediate escape. Erqi ran decisively without a hint of hesitation. Although Gaia's strength was comparable to Ray's. With Dean and so many pirates here, the pirates definitely had the upper hand in terms of strength. However, Gaia was under control. Who knew if Ray would suddenly use a thunderbolt to short-circuit the chip in Gaia's brain? Even if Gaia still held a hostile attitude towards Ray, that wouldn't prevent Gaia from seeking revenge for his imprisonment first. Chapter 28. Thor vs. God of War. A terrifying thunderstorm descended upon the deck, directly sending the pirates flying off. The tremendous noise startled the other pirates inside the spaceship, who quickly gathered around. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging into the crowd of pirates, unleashing powerful thunder strikes one after another. After hitting one pirate, the lightning quickly transmitted to the next. In just a few breaths, dozens of pirates fell under Lei's thunderous net. Dozens of pirates managed to hold Lei back for only a few seconds. Big. Allison had just turned a corner, ready to scold the bold ones, when he witnessed this terrifying scene, causing him to stumble over his words. Lei casually rewarded him with a bolt of lightning, sending him fleeing in a panic, no longer daring to act tough. Radget, come at me. Lei looked at Radget charging towards him, his brows furrowed, and then he teleported in front of Radget, delivering a punch to his chest. Radget, despite being tough and resilient, was sent flying by Lei's punch, utterly defenseless. Dean finally made his appearance, clapping his hands as he walked out, smiling. As expected of the legendary Thor, your strength is indeed terrifying. Now that I have control over the God of War, I wonder who will prevail in this age-old rivalry between the God of War and Thor. You control Gaia? Let him go, or I'll make you regret it. Lei, enough boasting. Let's settle this with Gaia first. As soon as he finished speaking, a sprite suddenly burst out from behind Dean, throwing a punch at Lei. Lei recognized it was Gaia and, feeling a tumult of emotions, couldn't help but shout, Gaia, it's me, Lei. However, Gaia's eyes remained unnaturally red, completely reduced to a fighting machine, mechanically attacking Lei. Lei's heart was truly complex. Perhaps at this moment, Gaia was looking at him without a trace of hatred for the first time in 500 years. But Lei, you would rather face the Gaia who yelled for his blood than this puppet. Gaia, wake up! Lei grabbed Gaia's incoming fist, looking into his eyes, and cried out in despair. Unfortunately, Gaia showed no reaction. Lei, if your strength is only this much, then you might as well become my puppet to accompany Gaia. Lei shot a murderous glare at Dean, but Dean, having seen great storms, remained unfazed amid the killing intent. You want to see my strength? Let me satisfy you. Lei suddenly. In an instant, Lei transformed into a bolt of lightning, moving with incredible speed to appear behind Gaia, launching an attack. Gaia turned and swung his fist, shattering Lei's clone, but at that moment, Lei had already appeared in another direction. Gaia quickly tried to block, but Lei used his hand like an electric knife, flashing past Gaia and leaving a violent current coursing through him. One bolt of lightning was not enough to harm Gaia, but Lei's figure moved like lightning, darting around Gaia and continuously unleashing attacks. Sparks erupted from Gaia as he was struck by lightning. He could only block at most 3 out of 10 of Lei's attacks, while his counterattacks were mostly blocked or dodged by Lei. This battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. This is impossible. How can Thor be so much stronger than the God of War? Dean's face was filled with disbelief. If Lei was so much stronger than Gaia, how could there be rumors of Gaia chasing Lei for 500 years? With a loud explosion, both Lei and Gaia were pushed back by the shockwave. But Gaia clearly looked weakened. It turned out that Gaia had just made a desperate attempt, directly detonating his fighting spirit, which caused both of them to explode. Gaia was already on par with me, but the Gaia you enslave has lost even his most precious memories, relying solely on instinct to fight. So, of course, he is not my opponent. I see. Dean frowned deeply, feeling a sense of foreboding. Since you have controlled Gaia with an external force, then I will use my strength to break this external control. Instant de flash. Lei transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Gaia, enveloping him instantly. Countless threads of lightning surged into Gaia's body, running amok within him. Struck by the lightning, Gaia trembled all over, and the control chip in his brain was continuously battered by the chaotic lightning threads until it finally reached its critical point and short-circuited with a bang. At the moment the control chip was destroyed, Gaia's body went limp. He held Gaia in his arms and then gently laid him on the ground. Looking at the unconscious Gaia, he directed his endless fury at Dean. He pointed a finger at Dean, his tone firm. "I will kill you in an instant." "Kill me? Then come on." Dean had already anticipated the outcome, but he was still unwilling to yield. He reversed his arm guard into a sword, adopting a posture ready to fight to the death. Another bolt of lightning flashed by, and he used the instant thunder flash once again. The speed of instant thunder flash left no room for dodging, and its power was terrifying. Even with his utmost seriousness, Dean was sent flying with a single strike. The originally favorable situation, where the pirate army had even occupied the Cell ship, crumbled before he alone. They even lost their greatest trump card, Gaia. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Slowly, Gaia woke up, struggling to stand upright. "Gaia!" He noticed Gaia had regained consciousness and excitedly wanted to approach, but he was halted by Gaia's hateful gaze. "Gaia, let me explain." "Shut up." Gaia shouted loudly to stop I remember everything that happened after I was controlled. Thank you for saving me, but that doesn't mean I will let you go. I will definitely take revenge for my master's death, and when that time comes, I will compete with you. After finishing his words, Gaia turned and flew out of the Cell ship, disappearing into the vast universe. "Are you the legendary He?" Just as he was lost in sadness, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw many multicolored robots. These were the Cell robots. It turned out that while being imprisoned, Sai Xiaoxi and the others used the dual swords of Mooncutter forged by Tai to cut the ropes. And then Sai Xiaoxi used his lock-picking skills to unlock the door, completing their self-rescue. However, they did not expect that Gaia, who had almost single-handedly suppressed the entire Cell ship, was then defeated by the legendary "I am I'm sorry about Gaia. I apologize on his behalf. However, he was controlled, so I hope you won't blame him." "We don't blame him. We should thank you for driving away the pirates and saving us." Everyone quickly replied. "It's what I should do." May I ask you a question?" Nodded. "Is the endless energy in your possession?" "We really need the endless energy. There are only 3,650 days until Earth's energy is completely exhausted, and we must find the endless energy to save Earth." "Endless energy?" He hesitated for a moment, but chose to admit, "It is indeed in my possession. Could you give us the endless energy? We can trade. Whatever you need, just say it. We will definitely fulfill it." He said helplessly, "But I really can't give you the endless energy right now. I promised someone else that I must bring the endless energy back to Helka's star." Is there really no room for negotiation? The endless energy is extremely important to us." Looking at the countless eager eyes, he steeled his heart and shook his head. A wave of despair echoed throughout the Cell ship. Looked at their downcast states, sighed, and said, "Let me tell you a story." Chapter 29. Dare to sell anything? Oh wow. What is that? Is it also a spirit? What monster? Even the war god Gaia is no match for it. It must be the strongest spirit in the world. In the distance, on the spaceship, a group of pirates is staring at the display screen, continuously gasping and screaming. They are Erqi and his companions, who slipped away while he made his spectacular entrance, and then used surveillance equipment to watch the entire battle. Originally, many pirates had grievances against Erqi, but after witnessing Yi's might, they all felt a genuine sense of relief and admiration. "Wow, he's so strong," Terry exclaimed, his eyes shining as he watched Yi's heroic figure. He judged in his heart whether he could withstand Yi's lightning and then counterattack. But after seeing Yi unleash the flash thunder, he completely lost hope. If he took that hit, he would probably explode. "I wish I could be as strong as him." Katz also sighed. If he were as strong as Yi, he could protect himself and the people he cared about. Erqi picked him up and laughed. "Then you should grow up quickly. You will definitely be as strong as him in the future. The strength of the Thunder God and the War God Gaia is even greater than that of the Mountain God. Aiden's emotions surged. In his original world, the mountain god was like the heavens, the most omnipotent existence. But after following his master out of White Star, he truly realized how high the heavens are, how vast the universe is, and how many strong ones there are. Little Aiden, if you work hard, you might not have no chance of defeating these two, he said. Me? Aiden was at a loss for words, his face a mix of laughter and tears. Well, it's just a possibility. Before the era of control skills became widespread, any strong control or hard control was terrifying and could easily turn the tide. Although this is an anime, if Aiden accidentally unleashed the illusion fire, even Lei, E, and Gaia would have to take a nice long nap, even if he hasn't learned that move yet. Aiden was also looking forward to breaking through his limits and achieving super evolution, perhaps to compete with the two on the big screen. Seeing that the spirits were not disheartened or lost their fighting spirit due to Lei Yi's strength, Erqi felt very gratified. After seeing the fight on the sail number was over, Erqi patted the spaceship's control panel and sighed. What a great spaceship. He instructed his subordinates. Everyone abandon the mothership and burn the power furnaces of the other warships to the maximum, ready to evacuate at any time. Brother Chi, what are you going to do? Liuzi asked, confused. Erqi looked at the big screen, which was showing the sail robot cleaning up the aftermath. He said softly, let off a couple of shots to honor the general. Just when everyone on the sail number thought the dust had settled, a bright light suddenly appeared in the distance. Many people were attracted by the light and looked up with some familiar with laser weapons shouting in terror, get down. It's a laser cannon. Lei also noticed the laser beam, leaping out of the spaceship, condensing lightning into a point and striking towards the laser beam. Boom! The two energies collided, creating a terrifying energy ripple in the universe. And Lei was also knocked back repeatedly by the energy wave. After firing that shot, Erqi quickly used the deceit ejection escape device to transfer to another spaceship. Run! With Erqi's loud shout, several other spaceships erupted with their strongest power, their tail flames reaching lengths many times the length of the ships. After flying for a while, they heard explosions behind them. What a pity! If I sold this to Saidashi, he would be overjoyed. Let's go and count the loot. He hadn't carefully examined the loot on the sail number before, but now he took the time to look at each item. Fusion Rebirth Chamber. This thing is so expensive, but unfortunately, the NOOB organization also has it, and it's not very useful for individuals. Erqi, unless he establishes his own faction and plans to cultivate a fusion army. Doesn't he need to get one for himself? Meanwhile, Dr. Pat was looking at the empty spirit center and let out a desperate wail. Damn cosmic pirates. Where have my precious instruments gone? Where's my fusion rebirth chamber? The spirit breeding chamber. I don't really want to cultivate breeding spirits. Ice King Taylor is not bad. What was that Punic star called? Anyway, it's not useful at all. Damn cosmic pirates. Where has my spirit breeding chamber gone? All stamina potions. Wait, are these a few bottles of extreme stamina potions? Good stuff. Good stuff. Damn cosmic pirates. That was the extreme stamina potion I just formulated. Wow. Invincible Spirit Capsule. Dr. Pat is amazing. He even invented the Invincible Spirit Capsule, which captures spirits 100. Just like a Master Ball. Damn cosmic pirates. That was my invincible capsule. You owe me an invincible capsule. Shiny Evolution Machine. I've seen this before. Damn cosmic pirates. My shiny evolution machine. Do you know how much effort it took me to collect that little shiny energy? Strange. Why ISNT? They're a psychic spirit cultivation device. This pad isn't doing well either. TSK. Damn cosmic pirates. Even my electric mouse for power generation was taken away. Beep, 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 beep. In the corner cage, the electric mouse was calling out in confusion. Sai Xiaoxi and his companions heard Dr. Pat's miserable cries and thought he was under attack, rushing over to support him. They found Dr. Pat standing alone in an empty room, cursing the air, looking very puzzled. Dr. Pat, what are you doing in an empty room? Empty room? This is my spirit center. Pat finally got so angry he fainted. Wow, Dr. Pat. Sai Xiaoxi and the others rushed over. Erqi, did you steal all these things? Katz asked weakly. Of course, but ISNT that a bit wrong? It's somewhat wrong, but am I not a pirate? If I don't steal things, can I still be called a pirate? Katz lowered his head, feeling very down. Don't worry, most of the things here will be returned. Erqi patted his chest and assured him. Really? Katz looked up in surprise. Of course. Wait, let me find Saidashi's number first, for your sake. I'll give him a 99 discount. Katz was speechless, but Erqi was already lost in thought, imagining possibilities. I should just partner with Saidashi to open a company directly, reducing the middlemen, so there's no price markup. Buyers can feel at ease, sellers can be comfortable. Buyers spend less, and sellers earn more. Hey, I'm such a clever little guy. By then, not only will I sell junk, but I'll also sell secondhand loot. And if pushed hard enough, I could even sell out the NOOB organization. Oh, and selling information, selling to both sides. By then, wouldn't the money be rolling in? Don't mention just supporting you guys. Even supporting 10 or 8 more wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Katz's heart trembled slightly. He smiled bitterly, realizing that Erqi was a pirate, so of course he would steal things. If he didn't what kind of pirate would he be? At least he didn't bully people arbitrarily. Erqi suddenly thought of something, furrowing his brows and falling into deep thought. He asked Katz, if you really needed a treasure, but that treasure was in the hands of your lifesaver, and it was also very important to him, what would you do? I wouldn't take it. Erqi turned back to ask Terry. Hey, get it. Erqi then looked down at Adam. What if you can't get it? Then just steal it. Katz was once again speechless, wondering what kind of teammates he had. Katz is right. Erqi murmured to himself. Terry and Aiden looked at Erqi with doubtful expressions. Lei saved the Sire ship. Although the little Sire were grateful to Lei, they would definitely inquire about the whereabouts of the endless energy. Lei would definitely not give them the endless energy now, as he still needed to return it to Helka's star. He had to give Gaia and his deceased master an explanation. In the anime, Sire Xiao, she was able to obtain the endless energy because they happened to experience the battle of the twin gods, which facilitated the reconciliation between Lei, and Gaia. It was also because of Buster's confession that Lei was able to let go of his inner turmoil and give the hard-won endless energy to Sire Xiao Shi and the others. Although that piece of endless energy didn't last even one episode. So the current plot is that Lei has most likely clearly rejected the Sire ship. The Sire ship is a group of upright gentlemen. They would never do something ungrateful and would definitely ask Lei about other endless energies. So, is there something that can be done in the upcoming battle of the twin gods? Also, regarding the second piece of endless energy, this information should be sold sooner rather than later. If delayed, it will lose its value. Erqi took out his spare device and switched to the identity of aminos. Chapter 30, 27's acting skills. Gaia's revenge ghost ship Sai Xiaoxi. I'm so tired. Damn those stinky pirates. They destroyed the Sire ship like this and stole so many things. Now we have to clean up. Karalu, stop it. Dr. Pat is still angry. Adida, Lei is gone too. My endless energy. Karalu, don't say that. Lei is actually quite pitiful. Sai Xiaoxi, losing the endless energy, making the master angry, and falling out with my good brother. Now that I've finally found the endless energy, I hope he can get Gaia's forgiveness. Adida, in that case, let's go find Puni. Since Lei said Puni is also guarding the endless energy, we will find him and defeat him. Look at my Moonslayer twin sabers, Karalu, don't be lazy. Karalu threw a rag to cover Adida's face. But where is Puni? The universe is so vast. Where can we find him? Who can tell me where Puni is? Sai Xiaoxi shouted in frustration. Ding, 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 ding. Sai Xiaoxi released No and answered the call. It's Aminos. Dear friends, do you want to buy information? Yes. Sai Xiaoxi nodded eagerly, just about to ask about Puni and the endless energy, but was stopped by Karalu. Wait, Aminos, why are you suddenly selling us information? Karalu questioned. Sai Xiaoxi and Adida, reminded by Karalu, also reacted and stared sharply at Wu-27. I have information about Puni. Wu-27 said straightforwardly. How do you know we are looking for Puni? Puni's location is 10,000 gold coins, no bargaining. You still haven't answered me how you know we're looking for Puni. Who exactly are you? This question is hard to answer. 100,000 gold coins, no bargaining. You are such a heartless merchant. After Karalu finished her complaint, she discussed with Sai Xiaoxi and the others. 10,000 gold coins is not a small amount, but for the entire Sire ship, it's just a drop in the bucket. We don't even know how much the losses from this war are. However, this is still 10,000 gold coins. Converted into sire beans, it's a full 1 million. They can't make this decision, so they asked to consult the leader. Wu 27 agreed. About an hour later, the sire ship agreed to the deal, but demanded specific coordinates. Not vague legends. If it's specific coordinates, this price. Forget it. Who told you that you were old customers, deal? Wu 27 sold the OB organization's coordinates to the abyss of the universe without any psychological burden, and kindly informed them that pirates were stationed in the abyss. He really is a generous information dealer. Report to the governor. Urgent telegram from the general. Wu 27 hurried over. General, it's so good that you're okay. Wu 27 was extremely excited to see Dean safe and almost cried. 9527. Where did you run off to after Lei Yi appeared? Dean questioned sternly. Wu 27 already had a countermeasure in mind and started acting in front of the screen. General, I found Lei Yi too terrifying, so I plan to return to the ship and activate the laser cannons to counterattack. But Lei Yi is simply a monster. He actually dared to take the laser cannon head-on, not only unharmed but also blew up our ship with one move. General, if I hadn't run fast, I would have been blown up with the ship and wouldn't have seen you. Boo-hoo-hoo. So you weren't retreating out of fear? Of course not. Does the general not trust his subordinate? Wu 27, as if insulted, became overly emotional. I am not one of those loafers. I have served the organization for 3 years, going through fire and water, and have fought through various galaxies. The brothers have risked their lives, and I have never let them down. When facing Nader, when facing Rionado, I was so scared that my legs were shaking, but I gritted my teeth and did not take a step back. Now facing just a Lei Yi, how could I retreat out of fear? General, if you don't trust me, let me be the first to charge with a bomb pack next time we face Lei Yi and perish together with him. Seeing Wu 27's heartfelt speech that didn't seem fake, Dean thought he might have wronged him. No need to carry the bomb pack. But taking matters into your own hands on the battlefield is not a good phenomenon. If one day it delays a major event, your life won't be enough to pay for it. You are correct, General. Wu 27 understood that Dean had let him off the hook, so he quickly went along with the conversation. By the way, General, I have one more thing to report. Earlier, I connected to the surveillance of the Sire's ship to aim at Lei Yi and accidentally overheard some secrets. Wu 27 modified it slightly and revealed that Lei Yi would soon return to Helka's star to return the endless energy, hinting that Gaia would likely appear that day as well. So Lei Yi and Gaia have such a past. No wonder Gaia has been chasing Lei Yi for 500 years, losing the treasure and making the master angry. Hum. 27, you did well. I won't pursue this matter this time, but don't let it happen again. Lei Yi, Gaia, let me prepare a big gift for you, huh? Dean's face was filled with malice as he laughed out loud. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from the screen, and Dean in the screen suddenly became alert, shouting, "Who dares to cause trouble in my OB organization?" With a crash, the door was violently smashed open, and a familiar figure walked in, dragging an unsuspecting pirate. "It's you, Grandpa Gaia. Cosmic Pirate. I'm here for revenge." Gaia's eyes were filled with killing intent as he slammed the pirate towards Dean. Dean dodged to the side, and the pirate crashed onto the control panel, shattering into pieces along with the panel. Gaia, you can't outsmart us pirates, and you can't match Lei Yi in strength. Do you really think I'm made of mud? Dean was also furious. It was one thing to be knocked away by Lei Yi from the Sire's ship, but now being attacked in his own home was unacceptable. "I'm going to turn you into scrap metal today." Stone-shattering shock. Gaia's anger surged, and he didn't even bother to test Dean. He unleashed his ultimate move directly. Dean quickly raised his hands to block, but the stone-shattering shock hit his arm guards, absorbing most of the damage, yet he was still blown away. Cough, cough. Dean coughed as he stood up and took out a spirit capsule. Sagros. It's useless no matter whom you call. Indestructible fighting chi. Gaia erupted with a layer of fighting chi, then wildly charged at Sagros, attacking relentlessly. Every strike aimed to take a life in exchange for his own. The humiliation he had suffered had clouded Gaia's rationality. He now only wanted to vent all his anger on the cosmic pirates, to the death. What a madman. Dean cursed. If Gaia could exhibit this kind of performance on the Sire's ship, he definitely wouldn't lose to Lei Yi. Unfortunately, this terrifying side of Gaia was now being directed at him. Sagros couldn't withstand the enraged Gaia and was sent flying with a single punch. Now it's your turn. Gaia gathered all his fighting chi, channeling all his strength into one punch, causing the very space to tremble slightly. Dean used all his strength to block, but he was still sent flying, crashing through the hull and disappearing from sight. This bloody and violent scene unfolded before Wu 27's eyes from beginning to end. Gaia naturally saw Wu 27, and as he punched, Wu 27 was so scared that he sat on the ground. Looking at the display screen, it had already turned into a flurry of snowflakes. Chapter 31. The invincible capsule is not invincible. After all, Wu Erqi was very wary of Gaia. As soon as he returned to the twin beta star, he started making arrangements. Liu Zai, put aside your previous work and handle the security issue first. Seventh brother, I will definitely organize personnel to strengthen security and will absolutely not let Gaia harm you in the slightest. Wu Erqi rolled his eyes at Liu Zai and said, what do you have to protect? I'm asking you to prepare an escape route. Remember to set up more sentries, both visible and hidden. Communication must be smooth to ensure that we can get news immediately if Gaia is spotted. Also, build a few more command posts. It's best to keep even our own people in the dark about what's true and what's fake. Each command post must be equipped with tools for quick escape. Understood? Understood. Understood. Liu Zai nodded quickly. By the way, set more traps at the Alpha Star Energy Station and Beta Star Fortress. We don't need to capture Gaia, but at least we can delay him for a moment. Got it. Wu Erqi shook his head helplessly. Gaia's darkened strength had increased by a factor of 2, while his whitewashed strength had decreased by a third. The sight of an enraged Gaia was indeed terrifying. In theory, with Dean, Gasegros, and so many pirates on the Phantom, they shouldn't have been beaten to this state. It wouldn't have been difficult to fight back. But the reality was that the Phantom had been swept away, and Dean didn't even know where he had been sent flying. Indeed, he still preferred that reckless warrior god, who called himself Grandpa Gaia, to everyone and relied on an external brain for thinking. Within a few days, the blacksmith also arrived, accompanied by Doctorate. Wu Erqi, congratulations on your wealth. What wealth? I'm so poor that I'm selling scraps. Wu Erqi replied. By the way, how did you come here? I didn't receive any notice. Alas, that Gaia is too brutal. He single-handedly swept through the Phantom and then chased after the pirates. Now everyone is saying he's a pirate-killing machine. I was scared and quickly ran away from headquarters, wanted to hide here for a couple of days. But I ran into this guy at halfway who insisted on coming with me. Doctorate smiled awkwardly and explained, Gaia is currently investigating the pirates who harmed him, and we are all under his close watch. I heard that your place is relatively safe. Wu Erqi was startled and said directly, brothers, I can't stop Gaia. Can't you go and pit someone else? Governor Wu, we all know that Gaia was caught by you. We are all in the same boat. Doctor, it smiled a bit lewdly, making Wu Erqi suspect that the previously arrogant and aloof pirate scientist was a fake. Let me be clear, if Gaia really comes, I definitely can't stop him. However, I have already devised an escape plan, and you can join in. Erqi, I knew you would have a way. The blacksmith gave a thumbs up. Let's not talk about these sad things for now. I heard that you snatched a lot of good stuff from the sailor. Take us over, take a look. There's not much good stuff, just some very ordinary technology. What they have, we also have. Wu Erqi was quite troubled. He still wanted to sell this batch of goods, and didn't want outsiders to know what they had snatched. Governor Wu, I am studying a thunder forging technique. I heard that your main force is a powerful Tyree. Can I ask him to cooperate with my research? Doctorate suddenly asked. Cooperate? Of course. Such a great thing that benefits the country and the people. If I don't support it, wouldn't I become a sinner of the organization? Wu Erqi said with righteous indignation. Wu Erqi immediately transformed into a servant, leading the two gentlemen to tour his spoils. The blacksmith didn't have much research in the field of spirit cultivation. Only a small number of instruments could attract him, but Doctorate fell into a frenzy. He looked at the fusion reincarnation chamber for a while, then looked at the spirit breeding chamber, mumbling to himself incessantly. The blacksmith quietly asked, Erqi, are you really out of options? Don't fool me, Gaia was caught by you. Blacksmith, don't think too highly of me. Gaia is not something you can just catch. Last time, I was calculating but didn't expect it. The blacksmith glanced at Doctor. It and whispered, if I were you, I would run away quickly. Anyway, Gaia doesn't recognize me, and you are dressed as an ordinary pirate. He can't possibly turn over the entire organization. Erqi pulled the blacksmith outside, secretly took out a capsule, and asked Blacksmith, "Do you think this thing can subdue Gaia?" The blacksmith looked down and found that it was the invincible spirit capsule, almost gasping in surprise. "This is the invincible spirit capsule?" the blacksmith said, trying to keep his voice down. "Yes, I've heard that the invincible capsule can capture any spirit with a 100 success rate, but I don't know if it's true." The blacksmith looked at Erqi oddly and said directly, "Don't think too much. It's not that magical." "Why not?" "The 100 capture rate of the invincible spirit capsule has a limit. Within that limit, it can forcibly capture spirits against their will. But beyond that limit, the invincible spirit capsule becomes ineffective. You don't think about it. If it were really that powerful, we would desperately make a few, and then we could catch gods and Buddhas. Wouldn't we be invincible in the world? What a pity. I was still thinking about capturing Subuni in the future. You know quite a bit. You even know about Subuni. You old man knows a lot too." Erqi asked again, "So where's its limit?" "This depends on personal skill and materials, but the inventor must have done limit tests. Do you see that row of small lights? If they are all lit, it indicates that the limit has been exceeded. We want to capture a spirit. Remember to take it out in advance. The invincible spirit capsule can make judgments based on the energy magnetic field, so it's best to force your opponent to use their full strength. Otherwise, it may misjudge. Why is it so troublesome? The invincible capsule is not invincible at all. What do you think? The invincible spirit capsule is generally used to capture rare spirits or the offspring of powerful races, not for directly capturing overlord spirits." Erqi conducted an experiment with the invincible spirit capsule and found that neither Rionado nor Nador could light up all the small lights on the invincible capsule. Only Tyrii could briefly break through the limits of the invincible capsule when drawing lightning into his body. This surprised him greatly. As the blacksmith said, it couldn't directly capture overlord spirits, but the recent experiment indicated that some lower-level overlords could indeed be captured directly by this invincible spirit capsule. As expected of Dr. Pat, even with frequent memory loss, he still had this skill. If he could create 100 or 80 of them and capture a team of spirits like the Nador brothers, wouldn't he be able to draw whoever he wanted? At that moment, a sudden alarm startled Erqi, and shortly after, Liozai's phone call came in. "Seventh brother, Gaia has come, and he specifically wants to find you. You should run." Erqi was so scared that he could hardly hold his phone steady and immediately rushed to the garage, where a rugged motorcycle was parked. As Erqi sped across the land of Beta Star on the motorcycle, a figure was rapidly approaching him. Erqi felt that something was chasing him. When he looked back, he saw Gaia hot on his heels, making him nearly jump out of his skin. "Grandpa Gaia, why are you chasing me? I'm just an ordinary little pirate. I'm not worth your effort." Erqi actually misunderstood one thing. He roughly thought of Gaia as a reckless brute, which was a very bad labeling behavior. But Gaia deeply remembered that the mastermind who harmed him was an ordinary pirate, someone who wouldn't even be recognized by their own mother among the pirates. He couldn't possibly kill all pirates. Thus, Gaia consciously inquired about who had captured him, then identified Erqi, and finally spent a day conducting a low-key investigation on Beta Star before locking onto Erqi's identity. Even if there might be a mistake, Gaia would rather kill 1,000 pirates than let one go. Grandpa Gaia, the doctor who made you a puppet, is hiding in the pirate fortress right now. He's drinking oil and singing, and you can't imagine how happy he is. If you don't turn back, he's going to run away. That's all there is to it. Erqi saw Gaia relentlessly pursuing him and hurriedly sold out Yite. Upon hearing Yite's name, Gaia was indeed stunned for a moment. But before Erqi could breathe a sigh of relief, Gaia charged at him again. This time, Gaia seemed even more determined. No matter what Erqi said, he remained unwavering. As Gaia drew closer, Erqi was pressing the accelerator so hard it was almost smoking. The off-road motorcycle sped across the uneven terrain, shaking him to the point of almost falling apart, but he only wished the motorcycle was faster. When Gaia got close enough, he launched an attack. A powerful energy slash struck out, and although it didn't directly eliminate Erqi, it caused his motorcycle to lose control. The motorcycle flipped and crashed heavily to the ground, breaking into a pile of scrap metal. Erqi felt like his whole body was falling apart as he struggled to get up, with Gaia releasing an oppressive aura that felt almost tangible, stepping closer to him. Erqi glanced back and saw a transparent light curtain behind him, and his face lit up with joy. He had finally arrived at his destination. Erqi glared fiercely back at Gaia and contemptuously pointed at him, saying, "Gaia, today I'll show you the power of Erqi Grandpa." Seeing that the other party not only refused to surrender, but also dared to speak disrespectfully, Gaia was instantly enraged and swung his hand to unleash another energy slash. "You can't hit me, ha ha ha." Erqi made a face and jumped into the dimensional space behind him. Gaia realized that Erqi had disappeared right in front of him, along with his aura completely vanishing. He hurriedly approached the light curtain, certain that Erqi's disappearance was related to it. He reached his hand in and pulled it back out, feeling no harm, so it must be safe. Gaia had chased him to this point and could not let Erqi escape, and after what had just happened, he could almost conclude that this pirate was indeed the one who harmed him. 9527. No matter what strange things are inside, I will not let you go. Gaia plunged into the dimensional space. Upon entering, he found the rules here to be very strange, but his own power was not suppressed. As long as his power remained, he was not afraid of any enemy. Gaia began to search for Erqi, whose aura was constantly flickering and changing direction, which only made him more curious about this space. Suddenly, he sensed Erqi's aura right behind him. He turned around sharply and saw Erqi standing not far behind him, wearing a smirk. "Shameless pirate, you can't escape this time. Gaia, they say you're the god of war, but a few days ago you lost to the god of thunder. If I give you another chance, how confident are you? Ray, show him some colors." Erqi waved his hand, and a yellow figure radiating electricity flew out from behind him, charging at Gaia. "Hey!" Gaia's eyes widened in shock, then turned into endless rage and killing intent. "Hey, you dare to side with the pirates." Gaia gathered all his strength, igniting all his fury simultaneously, and punched out, causing the space to tremble. "Hey, thunder flashy." Gaia and Ray collided, both attacks incredibly destructive, sending both of them flying back. Gaia fell several times before getting up, glaring fiercely at Ray, shouting, "Ray, I will make you pay in blood today." Gaia charged at Ray, unleashing an overwhelming energy, his determination to defeat Ray stronger than ever. Erqi also commanded Ray to attack with all his might. The god of war and the god of thunder were both extremely aggressive and powerful spirits, and as they engaged in combat, the destruction they caused was astonishing. Erqi certainly wouldn't miss the chance for the spirits to observe this spectacular scene, leaving them dazzled and dumbfounded. In their previous battle on the starship, they could only watch from a distance and didn't see it closely, but they were still immensely shocked. Today, watching the two top fighters battle up close, the terrifying power and advanced techniques of each move were enough to leave them in awe. However, after more than 10 exchanges, Gaia suddenly pushed Ray back and confidently declared, "You are not Ray." Clap, clap, clap. Erqi applauded. As expected of the god of war Gaia, you can actually sense something is off with Ray. "Your intelligence truly exceeds my expectations." Haha, just kidding. After so long, you just now noticed something was wrong? Gaia, you're so foolish I want to cover my eyes. "You, despicable pirate, I will definitely kill you." "Kill me? Cassius, why don't you come and meet our Lord God of War?" Erqi smiled and summoned another spirit, whose aura was also quite powerful. Cats looked at Cassius, who was fighting Gaia, and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he were fighting against Gaia himself. Cats watched closely. "You will be as strong as you are now in the future," Erqi encouraged holding Cats. However, just as he finished speaking, Gaia punched Cassius back. "Everyone makes mistakes, and horses can stumble. After all, I haven't seen Cassius in action. In any case, you will definitely not be weaker than Gaia in the future." By this time, Gaia finally began to understand some things. "If you can summon spirits out of thin air, then I should be able to as well." Gaia focused his attention, and the next moment, a spirit that looked very similar to him appeared beside him. "It really works." Gaia's face lit up with joy. If he had a brother to assist him, he could surely defeat his enemies. Good, good, good. Erqi applauded again. Lord Gaia is indeed talented. In such a short time, you figure out the mechanics of the dimensional space. Don't misunderstand, I'm not mocking you. However, what if you summon Rouse? If I summon the most mysterious and powerful spirit in legend, how will you respond? A spirit radiating a noble and sacred light slowly emerged behind Erqi. It had tentacles that rippled like water and a lower body covered in mysterious inscriptions. Gathered together like a skirt, Gaia's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing with disbelief. He is Puni. Correct, but there's no reward. Puni, use Holy Spirit magic flash. Gaia looked at Puni, who was gathering energy, knowing he had to give it his all. He glanced at his imagined brother, and they both understood each other, gathering all their power into this one strike. Stone shattering heaven, wind, forest, fire, mountain. 3 streams of energy converged in one place, and the immense energy caused the already unstable space to tremble dramatically. Erqi was taken aback. The dimensional space might not be able to withstand this clash. But at this point, there was no turning back. He could only go all the way. Puni increased the power. All of Puni's tentacles gathered strength, and the energy column of the Holy Spirit magic flash instantly expanded significantly, pushing Gaia's brother's skill back. Chapter 33. Extorting Erqi slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was the familiar display and layout. It seemed he had returned to the pirate fortress. 7th brother, you're finally awake. Where's Gaia? He escaped. 7th brother, although Gaia was severely injured, his strength is not something we can compare to. Moreover, we couldn't command the Nidori brothers, and we could only watch helplessly as he broke through the siege. Erqi sat up in bed, one hand supporting his head, which still had a slight buzzing sound. He only remembered that the last strike shattered the dimensional space, causing a collapse, and then he was swept away by the explosion, losing consciousness. Are the elves all right? They're all fine. Terry protected you and fought Gaia for a punch, sustaining only minor injuries. By the way, Cats has evolved. Evolved? Erqi's expression immediately brightened. Did he evolve into Cassius? Leo's eye showed a puzzled expression and said, Cat said he now goes by Cassio. Not sure if it's the Cassius you mentioned. How did he evolve into Cassio? Erqi felt a bit disappointed. In the anime, it directly transitioned to Cassius, with power skyrocketing from weak to Battle League level. But Cassio is fine, at least. At least he won't be powerful enough to leave him at any time. With Cassius's character, if he had Battle League level strength now, he would definitely leave after repaying his kindness. Erqi, I heard you woke up. The forger's voice came in. You really have a great life, almost lost it. But you're also quite fierce, nearly beating Gaia to death. You fought the war god to the brink, forcing him to flee. This achievement can be bragged about for a lifetime. Just lucky almost died. Erqi avoided the forger's gaze and looked at Dr. Ite behind him, taking on an angry demeanor. Dr. Ite, I blocked a disaster for you. Dr. Ite awkwardly smiled. The governor is indeed not an ordinary person. Even Gaia couldn't do anything to you. Dr. Ite. Erqi's tone became heavier, speaking slowly. Governor, the method of lightning body tempering has been perfected. Why not let Terry experiment with it? I believe after the lightning tempering, he will definitely not be injured when fighting Gaia. Erqi continued to stare coldly at Ite. I just remembered, I also created a flame amplifier that increases the temperature of the flame release by compressing it. It's a very useful auxiliary equipment. Erqi's expression remained cold. By the way, I also have a quagmire molecular device that can change the molecular arrangement of the Earth's surface, turning the ground into quicksand marshes to interfere with enemy movements. Erqi's expression suddenly softened, revealing a friendly smile. Dr. Ite, why speak of 2 families when we are one? You are a pillar of the organization. Protecting great scientists like you is the biggest contribution to the organization. Don't just say this time, even the next time, and the time after that. As long as Gaia dares to come, I'll risk my life to stand in front of you. If Gaia wants to harm you, he has to step over my corpse. You speak too heavily, too heavily. By the way, Doctor, I also have flying-type elves and grass-type elves. I have them all. Dr. Ite had a bitter smile, thinking that he had just escaped from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's lair. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. Erqi tightly held Ite's hand and said emotionally, Doctor, you are truly a good person. In the training ground, Wu Erqi experimented with the equipment he had tricked Ait into giving him. After wearing the flame amplifier, Aiden could clearly feel that his attacks were stronger. The flames that would originally spread out upon release were now compressed like a blazing arrow. If Wu Erqi were to describe it, the original Aiden was like a lighter. Now, he was a windproof lighter. Kashio, you should try it too. Kachu nodded. He pressed his palm tightly against the ground, and the Quagmire molecular device on his wrist lit up. An energy flowed from his palm into the ground, and the originally hard earth quickly became muddy. Kashio looked at his creation in surprise, then at the bracelet-like Quagmire molecular device. This ability to directly change the terrain requires a very strong control to achieve. But if he practiced diligently, could he achieve this without external help? Could he make other changes as well? Kachiu, Aiden, how do you feel about these two pieces of equipment? This is amazing. I feel my attack power has increased by at least 50%. Aiden exclaimed. It's a marvelous power, Kashio also said. Then you should practice more. There will be more fierce battles to fight in the future. Are you talking about Gaia? I will definitely defeat him in the future, Kashio said seriously. Last time, in the dimensional space, he had observed Wu Erqi's imagined caches and touched upon some deeper things. After being blown away, facing Gaia, who was still trying to harm Wu Erqi despite his serious injuries, he had a moment of urgency and broke through. It's a pity that he was still weak after evolving. The carefully arranged sand shield was shattered by Gaia with a single punch. This undoubtedly hit Kashio's confidence. He had secretly vowed to personally defeat Gaia in the future. Not just Gaia. Wu Erqi shook his head and said, this universe is vast, truly vast. Right now, Gaia, whom we all can't defeat with all our might, has at least dozens of elves in the universe that can match him, and probably more than 10 that can overpower him. We still have a long way to go. To place a mayfly in the universe, a grain in the vast sea. Enough of the sentimentality, sounding like a literary youth. Let's go see Terry and take the opportunity to get some benefits from it. Aiden and Shining Bobobo have nothing at all. Wu Erqi ran with the elves, each with their own thoughts, to Ait's laboratory. In the most conspicuous position of a laboratory, Terry was undergoing lightning baptism in the electrolytic chamber, with continuous current flowing through the steel cables into Terry's body, then circulating back and forth along a certain trajectory. How is this different from charging training? Of course, it's different. Charging training only roughly injects current into electric-type elves to help them quickly restore electric energy and widen the lightning veins. But the electricity injected in this way is chaotic and violent, unable to effectively stimulate the bones and muscles, resulting in half the effort for double the result, wasting not only energy, but also potential. And my set of lightning body tempering techniques has very specific requirements for the current. First, it must use direct current. Secondly, the frequency and other parameters of the current have strict requirements. Finally, a draining needle needs to be inserted into Terry's body to allow the current to flow along a specific path. Only then can it best stimulate the bones and muscles and achieve the goal of tempering the body. Wu Erqi listened, feeling it was impressive, but unfortunately, his education was low, so he could only keep shouting awesome. By the way, do you have any equipment that my Aiden and Shining Bobobo can use? Not for now. Wait for later. Hey, don't touch that. Wu Erqi glanced at the reagent with a double helix structure pattern and quickly withdrew his hand. Chapter 34. The infinite energy must explode, seventh brother. Urgent message from the general. Order 9527 to immediately head to Lucio Star for rendezvous. On the seventh day of losing contact with Dean finally took the initiative to contact Wu Erqi. No matter what, Wu Erqi felt happy inside. Since crossing over, Dean had treated him well. Moreover, if Dean were to disappear now, no one from Dean's faction could take on the responsibility, and they would likely be divided. The other 3 demon generals, whether in ability or temperament, were far inferior to Dean. Wu Erqi set off immediately upon receiving the order. When he saw Dean, he was standing on the edge of a cliff overlooking the Lucio Ocean, his back appearing somewhat desolate. Erqi, you're here. Seeing the general safe and sound, his subordinate finally felt relieved. Did you see that? Dean pointed in a direction, but unfortunately, the lighting was poor today, and Wu Erqi could only see a pitch-black expanse. That's the Phantom. Dean revealed the answer. The entire Phantom ship was severely damaged and required a major overhaul. It wouldn't regain combat capability for at least half a year. Just one Gaia. Dean gritted his teeth, feeling a bit despondent. Gaia was strong, but there were plenty of beings in the universe stronger than him. If just one Gaia could trample us underfoot, wouldn't any Spirit King look down on us? Dean showed a bitter smile, thinking he fancied himself as one of the top spirit trainers in the universe, with only Justin being worthy of his attention, only to realize how far he was from true spirit power when it came to actual combat. General, there's no need to belittle yourself. We are cosmic pirates. We possess technological power that no spirit can match. We have plenty of means to deal with Lei Gaia. Erqi offered some words of encouragement. Technological means are one thing, but as trainers, we still need to focus on spirit cultivation. Once we finish this, I will apply to the leader for a devil training session. At that time, I, Zog, Allison, and you, all of our spirits will undergo an extreme training regimen, all according to the General S arrangements. Erqi remembered this devil training, which only appeared in Zog and Allison's memories, and indeed it had greatly improved their spirit strength. The reason Dean summoned people to Lucio Star was not only because the damaged Phantom had to land there, but also because Lucio Star was closest to Helka Star. More than one person received the order, and once everyone gathered and everything was prepared, the team known as the God Hunter Legion set off towards Helka Star. Above the Helka Star Temple, an astonishing spirit battle was erupting. The combatants were known as the Thunder God, Lei, and the War God, Gaia. With their immense power, every attack they exchanged was earth-shattering. Gaia, I have retrieved the infinite energy. Please let me explain. Is retrieving the infinite energy of any use? Master can never return. Upon hearing this accusation, Lei's strength was instantly drained, and he was knocked to the ground by Gaia's punch. Why didn't you dodge? Gaia questioned. Lei bit his lip, remaining silent. Seeing Lei's attitude as if seeking death, Gaia instantly became furious, landing another punch on Lei's face. Why didn't you dodge? Why didn't you dodge? You killed Master. Why did you have to kill Master? Why? Tears streamed from Gaia's eyes as he continued to punch Lei's face. Stop hitting him. Please, stop hitting him. It's all my fault. The infinite energy wasn't lost by Lei. It was lost by me. Buster watched the two brothers harm each other and desperately wanted to intervene, but couldn't. Buster, shut up. You're still protecting him. Gaia shouted angrily. Buster was also anxious. He had finally resolved to speak the truth. This truth had been buried in his heart, appearing in his dreams night after night, reminding him repeatedly. It was he who messed everything up, caused his father's death, turned brothers against each other, and left Helka Star desolate. These recurring nightmares tormented his will, and now speaking the truth was also a form of liberation. Unfortunately, Gaia didn't believe him. It really was me. Watch out. Buster suddenly noticed two sneaky pirates had appeared behind him, launching a surprise attack on Lei and Gaia. Buster rushed to block the attack with his body. Buster slowly fell in front of Lei and Gaia. Buster! Lei and Gaia shouted in unison, rushing over to support him. Buster, you must hold on. Gaia remembered 500 years ago when his master died in front of him. The current Buster, in both voice and appearance, was indistinguishable from his master. Damn pirates! Earth-shattering! 1,000 birds, in urgent transmission. Lei and Gaia unleashed their ultimate moves on the two pirates, instantly turning them into a pile of wreckage. Please stop fighting. The infinite energy was truly lost by me. Buster spoke weakly. Gaia still believed Buster was shielding Lei. But Buster took out 2 slips of paper and recounted the events of that day. Upon learning the truth, Gaia wiped away his tears and sincerely said to Lei, Lei, I wronged you. We are still good brothers. Lei also had tears in his eyes. We are still good brothers. Inside the pirate ship, General, the assassins failed in their attack. Zog laughed heartily. I said this wouldn't work. I say just bombard them with cannons. Allison looked quite displeased. But Dean agreed with Zog's viewpoint. Prepare the laser cannon. Just as Lei and Gaia reconciled, a laser beam shot straight at them. Not good. Lei and Gaia rushed towards the laser beam, with Buster still behind them. They had to block the laser. Earth-shattering. Instantaneous flash. Just when the two managed to block the laser, another laser shot towards them from a different direction. Not good. The next moment, A deafening explosion erupted around Lei and Gaia. General, our laser cannon is so powerful. So chuckled foolishly. However, Dean frowned. Even the main cannon of the Phantom shouldn't have this kind of power. Idiot, that is not the sound of a laser cannon. Allison scolded. Erqi was completely stunned. What the hell? I had such a large piece of infinite energy. Did you guys just blow it up with one shot? Good. Another heavenly law correction, right? The infinite energy must be destroyed by law, right? The problem is, even the problem solver isn't here. The infinite energy is still so fragile. It's meaningless if it explodes without the photographer. General, could it be the infinite energy? Erqi, holding back his heartbreak, reminded. The infinite energy? What a pity. Dean, however, was not too interested in the infinite energy. It would be good to seize it. But if not, then destroy it. Lei woke up from the shockwave of the explosion, looking at his empty hands. An overwhelming rage surged within him. He had searched for the infinite energy for 500 years. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, and he planned to give this infinite energy to someone who needed it more. It didn't mean he didn't care about it. Cosmic pirates, you all deserve to die. Lei gritted his teeth. Let's go. We must make sure to eliminate these pirates today. Gaia had already rushed out. Chapter 35. The dual gods enter the palace again. Pony breaks the seal. First fire. Fire. Zog and Allison shouted anxiously. Shut up. Dean shouted back. The laser cannons and machine guns fired together, but Ray and Gaia were already prepared. The laser cannons were dodged. And although the machine gun bullets were dense, they found it hard to inflict significant damage. Ray and Gaia flew to the side of the ship, and together punched open the cabin door. Boss, they broke in. Zog and Allison shrank back, behind Dean in fear. It's you again, Gaia said angrily. Dean, this time you can't escape. I can't escape. It's you who can't. Dean sneered, and dense smoke suddenly spewed out around the cabin, enveloping Ray and Gaia. Not good, it's poisonous smoke. Ray and Gaia realized the severity of the situation and tried to escape, but the effects of the poison came swiftly. They immediately felt their legs weaken, their heads spinning, and everything before them turned gray. With a clatter, both Ray and Gaia fell to the ground. Dean walked up to them with a cold smile, venting his anger by kicking Gaia twice and then squatting down to pat Ray's face. You two fools. This is the special elven anesthetic I prepared just for you. As expected, elves are always brainless. Allison. Yes, sir. Put them in your anti-proton cage. Understood. Allison provocatively glanced at Zog and Erqi, then proudly took Ray and Gaia away. What is this guy thinking? Capturing Ray and Gaia in one go had dispelled the gloom of previous failures, and the pirates began to discuss how to deal with Ray and Gaia amidst laughter and chatter. Dean was also pleased, contemplating whether to control them once more. However, he soon couldn't smile anymore. Report. Urgent message from the cosmic abyss. The sealed thing has come out. Dean jolted awake and rushed to the communicator, saying sternly, What did you say? Urgent message from the cosmic abyss. The sealed thing has come out. The communicator repeated hastily. Dean pushed him aside and personally approached the computer, reviewing the information several times. Suddenly, he shouted, prepare to turn around, full speed to the cosmic abyss. On the ship, the previously relaxed and cheerful atmosphere vanished, all affected by Dean's low pressure. No one dared to make sound. When Erqi first heard the news, he secretly rejoiced, thinking that the sailor ship was quite fast and that the speed was worth the money spent on intelligence. However, he quickly realized that he was still on the ship. It seemed Dean intended to take them to fight Pony, but could their small group really handle Pony? General. Erqi raised his hand weakly. General, isn't it a bit reckless to just go over like this? We should at least transfer Ray and Gaia first, to prevent them from escaping amidst the chaos. Besides, I'm more worried that if they escape, they will surely join forces with Pony against us, and we would be in a very unfavorable position. General, what if I take them away first and then regroup with you after handling everything properly? This would be a precaution. Erqi's logic was clear, and it seemed Dean was listening. But suddenly, Allison accused him, Boss, Erqi wants to run again. How do you know? How can you think that of me? General, he is slandering me. He is slandering me. Erqi exaggeratedly pointed at Allison. Boss, Allison is right. Erqi must be afraid of Pony and wants to slip away. Sok chimed in. All right. Dean stretched out his hand to stop the three from arguing. Erqi is right. Erqi was instantly delighted, but then he heard Dean say, but the task of taking Ray and Gaia away will be assigned to Allison. Boss, me? Yes, you go. Pony was subdued by you back then. He must hate you the most. Recalling this, Allison immediately panicked and said, I'll take these two as far away as possible right now. Allison was quite ambitious, but also very afraid of death. He understood Dean's good intentions and agreed without hesitation. Dean actually thought it would be more dangerous for Allison to go, but he felt that Erqi was somewhat more reliable. This kid always managed to achieve some merits, even during failed missions, which was much better than Zog and Allison. Watching Allison's small airship fly away, Erqi felt like his heart was bleeding. Was this considered self-sabotage? If he told his friends from his past life that he was taking Terry and a group of elves who hadn't even reached high forms to fight Pony, he would probably be laughed to death. When the ship arrived at the Cosmic Abyss, Pony was busy slaughtering pirates at the Cosmic Abyss Resort. Pony was clever. After clearing the pirates from the resort, he noticed other pirates coming to support. After eliminating the reinforcements, more reinforcements appeared. So, Pony took root in the Cosmic Abyss, encircling and attacking the reinforcements. Seeing the ships approaching from afar, he had lost count of how many waves had come, but the ships this time were a bit larger, and he would need to put in some effort. Pony gathered his strength, forming an energy ball in front of him. Divine Spirit Magic Flash. As the ship entered the range of the Cosmic Abyss, a bright light could be seen from afar. Through the monitoring images, everyone could see Pony more clearly on the display screen. 6 flexible tentacles were distributed on both sides of his body, with the lower half covered in a shell inscribed with special runes. The whole elf looked both strange and special, filled with divinity, making it hard to distinguish what kind of being he was, yet irresistible to worship. His tentacles, though flexible and soft, were indestructible. Almost every time he struck, he could eliminate a pirate. Any pirate stood no chance against him. The moment Dean saw Pony, he gasped, but he quickly steadied himself and commanded loudly, "Launch the laser cannons." Pony's Divine Spirit Magic Flash and the laser cannons were released almost simultaneously, and 2 powerful energy forces collided in midair, causing a tremendous explosion. The entire Cosmic Abyss Resort shook violently. The already ruined buildings and the dead or living pirates became even more chaotic in the explosion. The ship was blown away by the blast, losing control, and the pirates inside lost their balance. Erqi felt his face slam into the ceiling. After a long while, the ship barely stabilized. Dean still wore a look of shock. Honestly, he hadn't expected Pony to be this powerful. Although Pony's reputation had resounded throughout the universe hundreds of years ago, they had sealed him quite smoothly. At the beginning, Pony was bound by the demon chains and had no chance to demonstrate his terrifying power. Turn the ship around, retreat. Want to leave? Too late. Thousand Flames Virtual Light Flash. Pony had somehow approached the ship. His 6 tentacles transformed into 6 beams of light spears, continuously stabbing towards the ship. General, the ship's power furnace is damaged. General, the ship is going to explode. Dean swung his sword and struck one of Pony's tentacles, piercing the ship, causing Pony to retract it in pain, but this only enraged him. Seeking death. Everyone, abandon ship and escape. Dean decisively commanded. Erqi had been waiting for this command. He had already reached for the lifeboat, ready to flee at any moment. As soon as Erqi piloted the lifeboat out, an explosion sounded from behind, followed by a series of continuous explosions. It was clear that the ship was completely destroyed, and it was uncertain how many people would manage to escape. Before Erqi could feel relieved for a few seconds, a tentacle struck his lifeboat, directly sending it flying like a soccer ball. Damn! Erqi was spinning around, not knowing where he was headed. Chapter 36. Indeed, when Erqi woke up, he found himself on a strange planet. Where did I get pulled to? However, looking at the relatively warm environment around him, it shouldn't be a dangerous place. He walked for a while and saw a small stall ahead, run by a green little sprite selling green apples. Boss, where is this place? Delicious apples. Would you like to buy some? Boss, where is this? What planet is this? Delicious apples. Would you like to buy some? Erqi. Boss, what kind of sprite are you? Delicious apples. Would you like to buy some? Do you have a phone? Delicious. Stop. I'll buy. Wu Erqi interrupted the sprite. How much per pound? 10 gold coins each. No bargaining. What? 10 gold coins each? Why don't you go rob someone? Is the apple skin made of gold, or is the core made of gold? Back in my day, I sold Zoj for only 10 gold coins. Friend, these are carefully cultivated apples. If you think they're expensive, I think they're expensive too. You. Wu Erqi gritted his teeth, switched his outstretched index finger to a thumb. All right, very good. Give me one. Wu Erqi tossed 10 gold coins on the stall, picked up an apple, looked at it from left to right, but couldn't see where it was worth 10 gold coins. Idens, come eat the apple. Idens reacted quite differently after getting the apple. He sniffed it hard, opened his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "What pure energy! What a high-quality tree fruit! Huh, this thing is an energy tree fruit, and it's very high quality?" He couldn't see anything other than a bit of grass energy inside. This tree fruit contains extremely rich life force. Just one whiff, and the vibrant energy of all living things competing for vitality is right before my eyes. I would never be mistaken. Boss, what is this tree fruit called? Idens looked at the stall owner. It's called the Indeed Apple. Indeed Apple, what a profound name. Idens didn't understand, but was deeply shocked. Wait, Indeed Apple, is this Indeed Star? Are you indeed many apples? It's indeed many apples, the stall owner corrected. Damn, I actually got pulled here. Wu Erqi thought to himself, this Puni has really good luck. Next time there is a lottery, I have to let him draw. If he gives me 12 consecutive draws, Wu-N-T, I get to the heroic sanctuary. Indeed, Many Apples was originally surprised that the other party not only knew this was Indeed Star, but even knew his name, albeit wrong. But seeing the other party suddenly go crazy, he thought it was better not to engage. He had heard that brainlessness could be contagious. Idins, these apples are 10 gold coins each. What do you think? Buy. Boss, pack all the apples. Indeed, Many Apples instantly changed his attitude, his eyes smiling into crescent shapes. By the way, do you accept card payments? He had earned a bit of money, about 2,000 to 3,000, after selling information about Puni last time, which wasn't a small amount, so he wouldn't carry it all with him. Yes, sir. Indeed, Many Apples said happily, helping Wu Erqi pack. You can even swipe cards here. Is a mobile phone? Yes, yes, yes. Please take your time. Indeed, Many Apples hurriedly handed Wu Erqi an old phone. Wu Erqi didn't mind, as long as he could make a call. He dialed Liuzi's number. Hello, seventh brother, what's going on? Liuzi's memory was still stuck at the moment Wu Erqi was taken away by Dean, unaware of the subsequent series of incredible twists and turns. Liuzi, quickly evacuate all the pirates from Twin Beta Star. Hide them and don't expose yourselves. A very, very terrifying sprite is going around killing pirates. You definitely want to be able to stop it. Hurry and run. Scatter and run. Seventh brother, what exactly has come out? Can you be more specific? Liuzi on the other end was panicking. Seventh brother asked him to evacuate all the pirates from Twin Beta Star, but he didn't have that authority. Forget it. Go find a blacksmith or find it. Just say Puni has come out. Oh, okay. And contact Saidashi. Sell whatever could be sold quickly. Okay. After Wu Erqi finished giving instructions, he let out a long breath and returned the phone to Indeed Many Apples. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. If the customer is interested in Indeed Many Fruits, you can go further inside. My friends are also selling. Thanks for the information. By the way, Indeed Many Apples. The universe is so big. Do you want to go take a look? Wu Erqi shook the sprite capsule, his tone tempting. Hee hee, dear customer. I'm not the kind of sprite with insufficient experience who would easily recognize a master just by a few casual words. Idens, who was munching on an apple. What is this guy looking at me for? On the way, Wu Erqi encountered Indeed Many Strawberries, Indeed Many Peaches, Indeed Many Melons, and Indeed Many Grapes. They sold fruits beneficial for training in fire, flying, electric, and water attributes, respectively. However, when Wu Erqi continued forward, he found there were no more. It shouldn't be like this. Now that there were indeed many fruits for water, fire, grass, and electric attributes, there should logically be a ground attribute, indeed many fruit as well. Water, fire, and grass are the three main elements, while electric, ground, and flying are another group of elemental attributes that can compete for the status of the three main elements. This was actually Wu Erqi's preconceived notion gone awry. The Indeed Mini family didn't have a ground attribute, although there was a 6th sprite, but it was a fusion sprite. He had now captured 5 sprites: the fire-type Yadin, the grass-type Idens, the electric-type Tyree, the ground shadow-type Kashu, and the flying-type Shining Bibbo. The 6 basic elements were actually still missing 1 water-type. Unfortunately, he couldn't buy the ground-type Indeed fruit, and the water-type Indeed grapes were of no use to him. After some internal struggle, Erqi decided to spend money to buy it. Money is meant to be spent. Even if the Indeed grapes were useless to him, he could sell them later for a profit or wait until he captured a water-type sprite in the future. On the way back, Erqi's sprites were all carrying a large bag of fruits, hurrying back with a puffing sound, except for Kashu, who looked pitiful. Erqi felt a bit embarrassed. "Kashu, do you want to eat grapes?" On Twin Beta Star, Leozi followed Erqi's instructions and brought in the blacksmith and doctorate. Just as Erqi said, when he mentioned Puni, both of their reactions were very intense, and they were willing to cooperate fully to disperse the pirates. However, at that moment, General Allison suddenly arrived, bringing along 2 unexpected sprites. "Hey, look what I caught. Gaia. The other one is Lei. You're quite perceptive. Quickly control him again." It and the blacksmith exchanged glances, looking at each other. "General Allison, I heard Puni broke the seal and escaped. You guys are quite well informed. But don't worry, Boss Dean has already taken people to deal with him." "General, hypothetically, if I say hypothetically, if General Dean cannot handle Puni, do you think we should hide first and wait until we figure things out before starting a plan?" "Stop talking nonsense. With General Dean on the case, a mere Puni is not a problem at all. Back in the day, I used a little trick to make Puni surrender easily. This seal has lasted for 300 years. Now that he has escaped, he definitely can't turn the tables against Boss Dean." Allison appeared very confident, but both the blacksmith and it wore expressions of toothache. The verification for this book will start tomorrow. Actually, today I just need a couple hundred words to reach 80,000, so I could easily add something, but I think I'll push it to tomorrow. I hope everyone will support me, so I can smoothly get through the verification period and achieve ascension. Also, do you have any recommendations for a water-type main pet? I don't plan to go for the Fish Dragon King, as it's too high in status for the protagonist to capture. Chapter 37. The Passionate Elderly. How do we fix this spaceship? Erqi held a wrench in one hand and a manual in the other, feeling like he was cramming for finals. "Erqi, I'm full. I need to digest this pure grass-type energy. I have to sleep and digest it slowly." Ho. After saying this, Yiding closed her eyes and fell asleep. "Beep beep, I want to sleep too." "Me too, hehe." Flashing Bipo and Yadin chimed in. "Hey, no, you don't want to." Erqi quickly covered Terry's mouth. Yiding, Flashing Bipo, and Yadin all went to sleep to digest their energy, while Erqi pulled Terry and Kashio to figure out how to repair the spaceship. Gemini Beta Star. Allison was overly optimistic about the situation, completely ignoring the suggestions of the blacksmith and doctorate, only urging it to quickly produce the control chip. Sixie had tried to contact Erqi, but the call was answered by a fruit seller. Helplessly, the pirate fortress was unprepared for the impending crisis. But this crisis did not come from Puni, but from their old rival, the sail number. The sudden alarm woke the resting pirates, and shouts of intrusion echoed throughout the fortress, causing all pirates to scramble to prepare defenses. "We've been exposed. It seems the pirates aren't taking it lightly. Captain, let's charge. All troops, attack." Outside the fortress, Captain Roger issued the order to attack. The sail robots could be roughly divided into 3 categories: elite teams of interstellar explorers tasked with difficult missions across the universe, security robots guarding the sail number, and special robots such as Dr. Pat, Dr. Sean, and Mechanic Cece responsible for research and logistics. Although the sail number also implemented militarized management, it did not train large armies for combat, nor did it have experience in large-scale battles. However, today, Roger decided to remove the thorn of the Gemini Pirates' fortress, causing the Cosmic Pirates to lose their foundation in the Pano star system. Charge! Dr. Pat led the charge into the fortress. Captain Roger, feeling both helpless and anxious, quickly told Xiao Ku, "You protect Dr. Pat." Suddenly, the ground shook as Naderai and Reiner descended from the sky, blocking the path of the sail robots. "You foolish low-level robots, daring to ambush my beta fortress. Watch me tear you apart. Dr. Pat, step back, I'll handle them. Xiaoka stood in front of Pat, planning to summon Terry to deal with them. Get behind me. Pat pulled Xiaoka behind him, his gaze sharp as he stared at the three-eyed brothers. Learn from me what elven combat is. Naderai swung his pillar-like arms at Dr. Pat, but Pat remained calm, taking out an elven capsule. Bokal, use life and death together. Not good. Naderai retreat. Allison knew that Erqi had defeated Naderai using this move before, and seeing Pat order the elf to use it, he quickly commanded. But it was already too late. Naderai, not the brightest to begin with, became a combat puppet after being controlled, unable to execute his proud ability to copy attributes in time. Roar. Naderai's stamina rapidly depleted, a strong sense of weakness engulfing his body. Bokal, use Thunderbolt. Beep. Bokal quickly crashed into Naderai, and with a very ordinary hit, Naderai fell flat. Naderai, get up. You useless piece of trash. Stand up. Allison thought, when hitting me, you were so fierce. Now you're just useless against others. Reinhard, you go. Doctor, let me handle Reinhard. Xiaoka hurriedly said. He was genuinely afraid Pat would get taken out in one hit. Underrate me? Watch closely. You come out. Doctor, what good is summoning you now? Xiaoka was almost in tears. However, everyone was taken aback when Reinhard, upon seeing you, instantly froze in fear like a rat seeing a cat, not daring to move at all. If a hefty rat saw a kitten, it wouldn't be scared at all. But this big guy Reinhard was completely paralyzed in front of you. What are you waiting for? Take him out. Oh, Xiaoka quickly nodded. To be honest, he was waiting for you to show off, hoping for a water gun to eliminate Reinhard. What happened to you, Reinhard? Allison jumped in anger, thinking these two fools had been spoiled by Erqi, hence being so weak. But soon, Allison couldn't jump anymore as Terry charged at him. Nisk, block for me. Nisk charged in. Nisk was knocked away. On my Nisk. Allison quickly chased after Nisk, and the remaining pirates, seeing their leader run away, instantly fell into chaos. Brave warriors, follow me. Pat waved his hand, leading the charge ahead of everyone, while Xiao Ku, Xiao AI, and Xiao Tong could only follow closely behind. On the far left side of the fortress, some rooms were designated as laboratories supervised by Doctorate. Upon learning that Allison had been defeated so easily, he knew it was time to flee, so he quickly packed his things to escape. Sixie, hurry up. Take whatever instruments you can. Doctor. It commanded Sixie and several other pirates to work in a frenzy. Sixie wasn't originally obliged to follow Doctorate's orders, nor was he a security guard for the laboratory. But knowing that Seventh Brother cared most about the instruments in the lab, he rushed over immediately. Everyone disregarded the care for the instruments, haphazardly packing things up, and then dashed outside. Doctorate ran ahead, only to bump into Dr. Pat, who was blocking the way. Pat, at the two elven experts, who had battled each other for half their lives, unexpectedly met and did something they seldom did but both very much wanted to do upon meeting. Where do you want to take my lovely instruments? Pat, despite his physical condition, was still vigorous and struck Doctorate in the face, making him deeply understand what a righteous iron fist felt like. Pat, you useless piece of trash, can't protect these precious instruments? Just leave them to me. Let me tell you, I've been sleeping with them every night for a month. Doctorate kicked Pat, sending him spinning twice. You, if you have the guts, don't use your legs. I'm just bullying you because you don't have feet. Shameless old thief, take another punch from me. The two ancient robots, not caring about their identities as elven experts, rolled into a brawl, exchanging punches and kicks. Dr. Pat, we're here to help you. Doctorate, you hurry and leave. I'll block them. Don't mind me. First, grab the instruments. The two said in unison. Chapter 38, Whose Genes? After a chaotic battle, the pirate stronghold fell into the hands of the Sires. Due to the strategy set by Erqi earlier, there were too many escape routes from the pirate stronghold, and many pirates managed to retreat. Looking at the more than half of the experimental instruments that were lost, Luzi didn't know how to explain it to Brother Chi. Have we contacted the forger and Doctorate? Luzi asked the person beside him. The forger replied that he was safe, but they hadn't been able to reach Doctorate yet. I hope he doesn't fall into the hands of the Sires. Doctorate was the chief elf expert of the OB organization. If he fell into the hands of the Sires, they would all be in big trouble. Brother Lu, Doctor, it should be safe. He was at the front of us at that time, and should he have been caught up, someone said. Let us hope so. By the way, don't call me Brother Lou. Inside the pirate stronghold, the sires were excitedly cheering for their epic victory. They had driven away the pirates and removed the strongest nail of the cosmic pirates in the Pano galaxy, ruining years of hard work in an instant. They had reclaimed the stolen elf research devices and captured the controlled three-eyed brothers, Nador and Reynard. Dr. Pat was stroking the recovered instruments, grinning like a fool. He. Huh? Who am I? Where am I? Dr. Pat's forgetfulness had returned. Captain, we found Ray. A sayer rushed in, panting. What? Roger was startled. It's true. Not only is there Ray, but also Gaia. They were both locked in cages by the pirates. Take me there quickly. When they saw Ray and Gaia sleeping motionlessly in their cages, Roger and the others didn't know what expression to make. It's a good thing we can save them, Roger said with a smile. This is what goes around comes around. We the sires act righteously, so good things keep happening. The cosmic pirates have done so many evil deeds, so they're losing their men and their armies. Someone said, which drew agreement from the others. Erqi finally repaired the spaceship and hurried to meet Lu Zi, only then realizing how great the losses were. Erqi's heart ached, feeling cold as ice. It's all gone? Our savings we've built for so long are gone? Lu Zi lowered his head, feeling guilty and unable to speak. Nador and Reynard were also taken away. And what about Ray and Gaia? Lu Zi recounted everything that happened after Allison arrived at the pirate stronghold to Erqi. Wait, are you saying this battle was commanded by Allison? Erqi found the key point. Yes, General Allison took the Nador brothers into battle first, but they were taken out as soon as they entered. If Brother Chi had been here, we definitely wouldn't have lost so badly. Is that so? Erqi nodded thoughtfully. Since it was Allison who messed everything up, it had nothing to do with him, Erqi. It's okay, Lu Zi. Out with the old and with the new. There's no such thing as never being unlucky in this world. As the saying goes, fortune comes from misfortune, and misfortune hides within fortune. Erqi even comforted Lu Zi in return. By the way, you said you preserved some things. Let me see what they are. Lu Zi immediately perked up and hurriedly said, Brother Chi, I kept a close watch on that shining evolution machine and escorted out all the way. The shining evolution machine. Erqi had long lost interest in it. Firstly, it was difficult to charge the shining energy, and he still didn't know how to do it. Secondly, the only one who could accept shining energy was Yidens, but Yidens had clearly refused, saying that shining evolution and super evolution might conflict. This made Erqi have to look at him with new eyes. Several new eyes. In this day and age, there were not many elves capable of super evolution, and this little guy, Yidens, actually knew that there might be a conflict between super evolution and shining evolution. That was indeed correct. Yakalian and Shining Eilane were two different races, and their super evolutions were also different. Yidens should have a relatively complete racial inheritance, as indicated by his certain ideas about super evolution and his ability to distinguish many berries. Looking at Pippi, an orphan born in Eddie Star, whose parents might have both died, clearly a kind and peace-loving race, yet they were competitive and combative from a young age, able to play with Erqi and the others without any psychological burden. These two had truly come from different worlds. Additionally, Erqi also knew that Bastiga and Shining Bastiga were just skin-changed monsters, with the same elf attributes, race values, and skill sets. Although their evolution methods were different in the game, Erqi thought that if there was indeed a treasure that could allow Pokal to evolve into Bastiga, it would likely also be enough to allow Shining Pokal to complete its life transformation. Skipping over the Shining Evolution machine, Erqi's gaze swept across the other instruments. We came to a test tube marked with a double helix structure. He stopped. Another test tube. The double helix structure represents DNA. Whose gene extraction solution could this be? Erqi's mouth curled up slightly, and he put the gene extraction solution away. Lu Zi naturally saw Erqi's actions. But whatever Brother Chi did was right. Haven't we found Doctorate yet? Still looking. Once we find him, we'll say that most of the things were lost, and we only preserve these. Inside the pirate stronghold, the sires had awakened the dazed Ray and Gaia and learned about the events from the two elves. When they heard that the endless energy in Ray's hand had been destroyed, they gritted their teeth in anger, cursing the cosmic pirates in the air. Especially after learning that the two had reconciled and understood Buster's intentions of wanting to give the endless energy to the sires, they were even more furious. By the way, you said you were going to find Puni. Did you find him? The situation is not good. Captain Roger shook his head and said, "We sent our best elite team to infiltrate the cosmic abyss and rescue the sealed Puni, but Puni was completely uncommunicative and even attacked our elite team. The last message from Sai Xiaoxi and the others said that Puni was going on a killing spree against the cosmic pirates and had completely gone mad. It was because of this that we decided to launch a strong attack on the pirate stronghold, but we didn't expect to find you here. This really has been a twisty journey. Anyway, thank you all. Otherwise, Gaia and I would have been controlled by them again." Ray couldn't help but smile wryly, but still expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Report, Captain. The space station is under attack by unidentified elves, suffering heavy losses." At that moment, an urgent voice came in, shocking everyone with this bad news. "ISNT, the space station protected by Station Master Justin? How could there be heavy losses?" "Report, Captain." The email includes a video recording. In the video, they saw a fantastical figure, resembling both a saint and a demon, wreaking havoc on the cosmic space station. It's Puni. Chapter 39. Tackling in recent days, a series of events have shocked many people, leaving them with a sense of being in a different world. The cosmic pirates had originally captured Ray Gaia and were immersed in the joy of victory, but in an instant, Punis broke the seal, resulting in countless pirates losing their lives. The army was sent to quell the chaos, but suffered a crushing defeat, and soon the twin stars fell again. Dean was feeling very confused. Due to the rapid and numerous changes, the information was obviously lagging, severely disrupting his judgment. He guessed that Ray Gaia had mostly escaped, and they would definitely seek revenge crazily. With a fierce tiger in front and a pack of wolves behind, his situation had suddenly become precarious. Dean had already prepared for a strategic retreat. However, before he could issue the order, news came that Punis had stopped the massacre of the OB organization and instead attacked the space station. Was this news verified? Yes, General, it has been verified. This seemingly false news that turned out to be true left Dean puzzled. So, it means there is no need to retreat. Indeed, one cannot be unlucky all the time. Heaven will not stand by and watch. What about Allison? Where'd he go? General Allison has returned to Lucio Star. Tell him to come back and see me. Yes, no need. Let him go to Harmos Star. And Wu Erqi, let him organize the remnants of the troops as much as possible, then also go to Harmos Star. The Dragon Clan of Harmos Star is the anchor of the Kalen Star system. As long as the Dragon Clan of Harmos Star remains stable, the Kalen Star system will still be in our hands. Going to Harmos Star? Lu Zi, contact everyone for a gathering. We will depart on time in 6 hours. Latecomers will be left behind. Yes, at Harmos Star in the Baisha River Basin, a mighty and majestic giant dragon stood by the shore. It was Taklin, the most powerful general of the Dragon Clan. General, who is coming this time from the cosmic pirates that even you have to personally welcome? I don't know. I heard it's a rising newcomer. A newcomer actually makes the general come out to greet them? Isn't that a bit disrespectful to our Dragon Clan? Less talking. This is a request from the king. What can I do? Actually, he could have gone to greet Allison, but he couldn't stand Allison's arrogant demeanor, so he sent Tasia instead. Who would have thought that soon it would be said that a batch of pirates was coming, led by the governor of the Twin Stars? The name sounds quite impressive, but he isn't even a general. Logically, someone of this level doesn't need to come out. But King Seville said this Twin Stars governor is highly valued by General Dean, so he must not be neglected. The treatment had to align with that of a general, which is why he came. They arrived. Seeing the tail flames of the spaceship streaking across the sky, Taklin knew that the person he was waiting for had arrived. The spaceship's hatch opened, and 2 teams of pirates, all miscellaneous soldiers, walked down. The 2 teams of miscellaneous soldiers lined up on both sides, standing at attention, waiting for the last 2 people to exit. Just as Taklin was about to step forward to greet them, he swallowed the welcoming words when he saw the appearance of the 2. How could it be 2 miscellaneous soldiers again? Taklin noticed one of the miscellaneous soldiers was looking at him, suddenly showing a surprised expression. You are General Taklin? I didn't expect you to wait so long. I am Taklin. Where's the governor? You can just call me Erqi. You? Taklin looked skeptical. Let me introduce myself. I am Erqi, the governor of the Twin Stars, director of the Alpha Star Energy Station, and commander of the Beta Star Fortress. Hello, governor. I didn't expect you to be so low-key. Although he had long known that the person coming was not a general, at least they should have a pair of horns on their heads. Taklin led Erqi and his group into Baisha City. This was a small city used for military defense, but there were also quite a few residents living there, and Taklin's Dragon Palace was built here. Erqi saw a wanted poster on the wall and casually tore it down. It was a wanted notice for Sai Xiaoxi and the others. Karalu was worth 10,000, a Tai 500, and Sai Xiaoxi 25.63. Moreover, it was T in gold coins, but in Obi coins, with an exchange rate of 1 to 100, meaning Sai Xiaoxi was only worth about a quarter of a gold coin. Which genius came up with this wanted notice? ISNT this bullying honest people? General Taklin, have you seen these 3 robots recently? No, but there have been movements in the Ross Wasteland recently. Many pirates have been dispatched there these days. That must be them. They might have found Hammerette. Erqi looked at Taklin with pity. Hammerette had lived on Harmostar for who knows how many years. He was still a child when the coup happened, and by the time he reappeared, he had evolved into Hammerette and lost his memory. However, these 3 foolish dragons have just not been able to find him. They probably Haven T cared enough to look. The last time Erqi felt so speechless was at the Martial Soul Hall, where they would go up the mountain and down the countryside for free awakenings every year, only for Tang had to slack off in Saint Soul Village. General Taklin, have you been busy lately? Can you spare some time? Not particularly busy. What does the governor need from me? How about going to the wasteland to help out? You might have unexpected gains. What unexpected gains could there be? It would be better to lie in the Dragon Palace and sleep. Taklin thought to himself, if the governor is interested, then I will ensure your safety. General Taklin, you don't need to call me governor all the time. You are the great general of the Dragon Clan, but I am not a general of the Obi organization. Logically speaking, you are my superior. Of course, even though that's the case, Allison, the usual villain, could make King Seville respectfully address him as sir. Taklin did not dare to act like a leader in front of Erqi. The 2 sides exchanged feelings, slowly getting familiar, and finally agreed to address each other by their names. Seeing that Taklin had developed some trust in him, Erqi couldn't help but smile. Taklin took this as a friendly smile and smiled back. However, what Erqi was thinking was, once you are defeated and become a stray dog, I will definitely lend you a hand. By the way, Erqi, they call you Seven Brother and him Luzi. I remember General Dean is the 2nd in command of the Obi organization. General Zog is the 3rd in command. General Allison is the 4th, and you, and here are the 6th and 7th. Right? Upon hearing this, Luzi nearly sprayed oil everywhere. Could this be said so casually? What about your 5th in command? The commander of the Wasteland Fortress, Grey Wolf. Isn't he the 5th in command? Taklin, we are really not the 6th and 7th in command. Erqi said helplessly. But about Grey Wolf. Is he in the Ross Wasteland? Yeah. Isn't the Wasteland Fortress your pirate's base? He is the commander. You pirates should know him. He has 2 horns on his head. After saying this, Taklin gestured with his hands. Taklin, what is your relationship with Grey Wolf? Erqi asked with a smile. Just acquaintances. But that guy Tasia has a good relationship with him. Tasia is a bit eccentric. He always likes to study all kinds of random things. I heard Grey Wolf brought a lot of research materials for him. Erqi smiled and nodded slowly, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. You all stop. We need to conduct a routine inspection. As soon as Erqi and his group entered the Ross Wasteland, they were stopped by pirates for inspection. Come on, bro. Can't you tell we are pirates too? That's true. The inspecting pirate waved his hand behind him, intending to let them pass. Wait. A voice came, stopping the release. Erqi turned around and instantly smiled. Oh, isn't this the 2nd one? What is your name again? 5942, right? I'm a 2nd. You. 9,527. Who do you think you are coming to my territory and still daring to act wild? Your territory? You have become capable. It's been a year since we last met, and you've become a general. I'm certainly not a general, but our leader, the Grey Wolf, is the commander of the Wilderness Fortress. I have serious doubts that you are wanted criminals. A few robots and a dragon match the profile of wanted criminals. So you should honestly accept the inspection. It's been a few days since I've beaten you. What are you going to do? Attacking inspectors will only add to your crimes. Stop talking with him. Taklin, who was listening nearby, got annoyed and stepped forward, slapping the second one away, making him fly in a graceful arc and crash into the yellow sand. Grandpa, I am Taklin. If anyone dares to obstruct me again, don't blame me for being merciless. Taklin shouted loudly, directly intimidating the other pirates, who no longer dared to interfere. Erqi, you are too kind-hearted, allowing such scum to ride on your head. Thank you, Taklin. Luckily you stepped in, saving me a lot of trouble. Do you have a grudge against him? That question is unnecessary. Do you have a grudge against the Grey Wolf? There are some contradictions, but it won't affect work. I'll just find an opportunity to deal with him later. The second one pulled his head out of the yellow sand, cursing at the other pirates and telling them to quickly eliminate the intruders. However, someone pulled him and whispered, "Boss, that dragon is General Taklin from the Dragon Clan. We can't afford to mess with him. So what if he asked General Taklin?" The second one's voice dropped from high to low until it was silent. He glared angrily at Erqi and his group backs, not expecting Erqi to be so successful on Homostar. A year ago, when Erqi returned to the ghost ship headquarters, who knew what kind of luck he had, being favored by the general, and even the lowly ones he brought back started to act arrogantly, competing with him several times. Later, after a job transfer, the second one directly went to the big brother Grey Wolf, and he hadn't heard much about Erqi since. He was mentally prepared for Erqi to be doing better than him, but seeing Erqi's relationship with Taklin, he was afraid he had underestimated him. But it doesn't matter. The big boss Grey Wolf would never let this slide. Their grudge is not small. Hey boss, do you still remember 9,527? He asked Homostar and just broke through the checkpoint. The second one looked in the direction where Erqi had disappeared, revealing a cold smile. I always feel like someone is cursing at me. That second one. Let us beat him up again later. Don't you see there's a fight up ahead? Erqi asked. As a ruler, Taklin had very good eyesight. He nodded and said, "Yes, there's a fight. Your pirates are attacking a dragon. And it's not small. It seems like they're surrounding a few robots, and that dragon just runs away. Really useless. Do you know that dragon? Does it look familiar?" "I don't know. Such a useless dragon, definitely isn't from our clan," Taklin said disdainfully. What else could Erqi say? He couldn't point at Hamlet and say, "This is the Mordo nephew you're looking for." A bunch of fools. Wait, is this the person you want to catch? That asked them. Then what are we waiting for? Let us charge. Taklin threw Erqi into the air and then landed steadily on his head, charging towards the location of the battle like a fully armed heavy tank. Slow down. Taklin charged forward crazily, not even distinguishing between his own people. Perhaps he didn't care at all. He crashed through 3 or 4 pirates along the way. "Don't come near me." Hamlet screamed in terror as he saw the small mountain charging towards him. "Get out of the way." However, Hamlet was already scared stiff, just standing there dumbfounded, and was directly knocked away by Taklin. What a waste, such a big guy for nothing. Taklin snorted in disdain at Hamlet, who was completely mismatched in size and strength. "Taklin, I'm a bit interested in this big guy. Can you see if you can? Why are you interested in such a waste?" Taklin said dismissively, "I think he looks like a boiled chicken. Also, I love playing basketball." Taklin didn't say anything more to refuse, just moved his hands. "You're not allowed to harm Hamlet." Eureka stood in front of Taklin. "There's even in Eureka? Eureka, leave quickly before I get angry. I want to hold your offense against you, otherwise. I want to leave. I absolutely want to let you harm Hamlet. You're asking for it." Divine Dragon Tail. Taklin swung his tail, sending an energy arc towards Eureka, directly knocking him away. So powerful. Eureka lay on the ground, shocked by the strength gap between the two sides. "Big guy, you're not allowed to harm Hamlet." Xiaoxi and the others resolutely rushed up, looking for death. "Taklin, leave these robots to me. Let me catch up with old friends." Erqi jumped off his head, looking at the determined faces of Xiaoxi and the others. "Do you remember me, my little buddies? It's you." Xiaoxi and the others recognized Erqi. That was during their first mission when they encountered a pirate mook on Claw Star, and they summoned 3 spirits with ease, suppressing all of their spirits. "Damn pirate, we've gotten much stronger than before, and we're not afraid of you." It sounds like someone hasn't made any progress. Tai Rue, you take the lead. It's actually Tai Rue, Karalu exclaimed in surprise. Tai Rue is a higher-level spirit compared to the previous takes. What is there to be afraid of? My Gagger is also a high-level spirit. Gagger, come out. Seeing a Tai to summon Gagger, Erqi almost laughed out loud. This killing machine brother is really confident in Gagger. Tai Rue, use the fountain of power. I'll join in too. Bubu Seed, come out. Karalu, after a year, your Bubu Seed still hasn't evolved. Yidens, you deal with her. 2 spirits in succession, but Erqi's spirits were clearly superior, which increased the pressure on Sai Xiaoxi and the others. Xiaomi, you go help. Mika. Xiaomi bounced over. It's Xiaomi, so cute. Kashio, you go deal with him. Although there's a bit of a disadvantage in attributes. These 2 are both divine beast cubs, so there's no expectation for them to determine a winner. It's just for fun. Gagger is an offensive type fighter, but Tai Rue is even stronger, unleashing lightning without restraint, and Gagger could hardly fight back. Gagger, be careful. Ataida drew out his dual blades, rushing towards Tai Rue. Well, too. Erqi scoffed at their suicidal actions. Tai Rue, thunder light, explosive fist. With a punch down, the thunder exploded, directly sending Sai Xiaoxi and the others flying. You 3 useless ones, do you see the gap now? Take this opportunity to admit defeat and surrender. And I might treat the captives well. During this time, I've been playing high-end matches every day, being bullied by Lei, E, and Gaia. And suddenly returning to the main storyline, it feels really great to bully the protagonists. Even if you're strong, so what? Our 3 are united and believe in the power of friendship. We will definitely defeat you. Pirate. Unity? Friendship? Yes. Erqi chuckled mockingly and said, who doesn't have that? Liozzi, show them some color. Yes, Brother 7. Liozzi squinted, also showing a mocking smile. Brothers, let us show them what's what. Liozzi threw out 3 spirit capsules. They were an electric-type spirit, Lightning Mouse, a grass-type spirit, Dorge, and Dingaloo, who had once competed with Gagger. Meanwhile, the other pirates also summoned their spirits. Several electric-type spirits, Luke, and ground-type spirit, Dinger, appeared before everyone. Chapter 41, Total Annihilation. Past grudges, damn pirates. Watch me wield the moon-cutting twin blades. Atai rushed bravely forward. Oh, don't hit my face. Atai crouched down, covering his head. Unity, friendship, bonds, justice, ruthless iron feet. Erqi fought with great pleasure during this round, all the pent-up frustration dissipating instantly. His thoughts suddenly clear. If he were an elf, he would be glowing with evolution right now. You cowards, bullying the few with your numbers. What a joke. Do you understand the bonds among us pirates? Do you expect us to duel you one-on-one? Erqi signaled with his eyes, and several pirates quickly tied up Sai Xiaoxi and the others. Even a few elves were tied up like twisted dough. Erqi grabbed Xiaomi, playfully tugging at his ears, liking him more the longer he looked. Xiaoxi, how about you give me this little guy, and I'll let you go. Shameless pirate, let go of Xiaomi. If you have the guts, come at me. Come at you? That is not impossible. What do you want to do? Don't come near. Earlier, a pirate gathered his courage and approached Erqi, respectfully saying, this. Sir, these robots are our wanted fugitives, you see. I want them. Erqi slapped a wanted poster onto his face. The pirate picked it up and saw it was indeed the wanted notice for Sai Xiaoxi and the others. The pirate awkwardly smiled, not daring to speak further. Meanwhile, Tacklin had put in a lot of effort to subdue Hammerit. He gripped Hammerit's neck, dragging him over like a dead chicken, angrily saying, this useless thing can really run. Almost got away. After saying this, he kicked Hammerit. Erqi looked on with a pained expression. The dignified dragon prince being bullied like this by a traitor of the dragon clan, was it a distortion of dragon nature or a moral decline? I really didn't expect your elves to be so strong. Tacklin glanced at Terry. His evaluation of Erqi improved significantly. Not just someone who plays with power tactics, pretending to be strong. Compared to you, they're still far behind. When will you guide them? I can't come to guide you, but if you want to fight, I'm always up for it, and I'll go easy on you. Beep beep, I'll go easy too. Sparkle shouted excitedly. What should we do with these guys? Erqi was a bit troubled. Don't look now. It's like hitting a grandson, but there are 2 big shots hiding here. Xiaomi has evolution blockage syndrome, but that doesn't mean he can't evolve. Erqi didn't let his subordinates knock them out, hoping Xiaomi could adhere to the principle of not attacking as long as his teammates were alive. But that doesn't mean Xiaomi can't evolve while Xiaoxi is awake. Then there's Hamlet. He just has amnesia, not a loss of cultivation. If he gets hit hard, he might wake up in a second. Wait a minute. Wait for what? Soon, a group of pirates rushed over quickly. There were more than 10 pirates who were not part of Erqi's crew, all very wary of the strength Erqi and his team displayed, thus huddling together, clearly distinguishing themselves from Erqi and the others. Now, they suddenly seemed to have found a backbone, quickly raising their hands and shouting loudly, "Over here! We're over here!" This group of pirates had battle armor strapped to their waists, looking quite elite, and their leader, with horns on his head, looked quite different from the other pirates. Grey Wolf. A cold light flashed in Erqi's eyes. Grey Wolf approached, glanced at the tied-up Xiaoxi and the others, and directly said, "You've done well, capturing wanted fugitives. I will reward you later." Erqi showed a mocking smile, and Liuzi and the others exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Although Grey Wolf didn't understand the situation, he realized they were mocking him and became furious. "How dare you be so disrespectful? You don't want to live anymore. Grey Wolf's reward is probably something you can't live to spend." Grey Wolf looked at the person who spoke, paused for a few seconds, and suddenly realized, 9,527. I didn't expect you to have made something of yourself, returning to headquarters and gaining the general's favor. However, as an ordinary soldier, you dare to be disrespectful to me? Grey Wolf thought he could pressure Erqi with his status, but the group of pirates behind Erqi laughed again. Brother 7 was already an elite soldier. If it weren't for the short time, the Grand General would have considered promoting Brother 7 to General. Let me tell you, my Brother 7 is a 2-star elite, serving as the governor of the Gemini Star. What are you? Liuzi mocked loudly. Grey Wolf's expression darkened. He had just been promoted to 2-star elite himself, and that was only because he helped suppress the Dragon Clan's rebellion, a result highly recommended by Dragon General Tasia. As for his position, the Wasteland Fortress was a strategically valuable stronghold. Being able to serve as a guard there was already quite impressive, but compared to the governor of Gemini Star, it was clearly inferior. 9527, I really underestimated you. Grey Wolf gritted his teeth. Thank you for underestimating me. It kept me alive 2 years ago, big brother. Erqi's tone was cold and piercing. When Erqi first crossed over, he was unfamiliar with everything around him, taking every step cautiously. Grey Wolf actually helped him, teaching him a lot, such as the unspoken rules among pirates and how to strike a balance. At that time, Erqi was grateful to Grey Wolf. This big brother was quite nice. Grey Wolf treated his underlings well, which is why people were willing to follow him and call him Big Brother. The Cosmic Pirates were not a kind organization. Internal competition was fierce, and they didn't really follow rules. Without camaraderie, one could easily end up as nothing but cannon fodder. Erqi was indeed protected under Grey Wolf. How'd they fall out? Perhaps it was because Erqi shone too brightly and couldn't be suppressed. Erqi was particularly fond of showing off. But if he didn't take credit for his achievements, how could he progress? Relying on a meager salary of 2,800 a month, he couldn't even afford 95 gasoline, let alone raise elves. Without a powerful elf by his side, it would be impossible to safely live as a mere pirate foot soldier. He could be used as cannon fodder any day. Erqi was eager to progress, and he had the ability to do so. Among the mass-produced villains in children's anime, suddenly having a normal brain, he wasn't saying he could crush them in IQ, but getting a little cleverness was indeed easy as pie. Moreover, he had a dual understanding of games and anime. Although there were many discrepancies, it helped him a lot. He thought he could progress step by step like this and maintain friendships with Grey Wolf and others, advancing together. However, during one mission, he made a huge mistake that led to failure. Erqi could hardly believe it because he had followed Grey Wolf's instructions and double-checked everything. That's when he realized he had been sold out by Grey Wolf. He struggled to look up and met Grey Wolf's eyes, finding deep mockery within. That day, he truly thought he was going to die. While he was pinned down waiting for punishment, Grey Wolf was secretly plotting against a 2-star elite pirate leader at the time, intending to kill him on the spot. Speaking of his escape, it was quite dramatic. Because of his mistake, the target escaped, then came back midway and ambushed the 2-star leader, causing chaos in the pirate crew. Afterward, during accountability, others helped plead for Erqi, and since he desperately protected a precious piece of equipment, he received a lighter punishment, having narrowly escaped with his life. Erqi didn't have it easy either. Grey Wolf knew the principle of cutting the grass but not the roots, and the spring breeze brings it back to life, inciting his subordinates to suppress Erqi fiercely. The dead 2-star leader also had some loyal followers. They suddenly lost their backing and vented their anger on Erqi. Erqi knew he couldn't stay at headquarters for now, so he applied to be reassigned and became a small security guard at the pirate energy station. Grey Wolf successfully advanced, completing the transformation from an ordinary pirate to an elite pirate. Later, Erqi heard from a blacksmith that there was a plan to promote an outstanding pirate soldier to elite status at that time, and both he and Grey Wolf were on the list. However, his position was further up the list. Chapter 42. The Dragon Prince is not easy to kill. It's quite surprising to hear you call me Big Brother. But what can I do? You steal the spotlight too much. Would you tolerate your former subordinate riding on your head? I'm not as petty as you. That's because you haven't encountered enough benefits. How much have I contributed to the organization? How many injuries have I suffered to earn this promotion opportunity? Well, you just need to open your mouth to gain the favor of big shots. Elven knowledge? Well, load of nonsense. Have I not contributed enough with my life on the line? If I don't get promoted to elite, I'll always be cannon fodder. Who knows how long I'll have to wait for the next opportunity? Fine, that's very pirate-like. But saying all this doesn't change the fact that you want me dead. Let's fight. If I kill you, our conflict will be over. The Grey Wolf was angered to the point of laughter and sneered. Are you sure you want to fight here? Are you scared? The corner of the Grey Wolf's eye twitched as he caught a glimpse of Terry, who was crackling with lightning, but he couldn't admit he couldn't win. I'm not a fool. I won't joke about my future. Erqi scoffed. You're just scared. Since you're scared, just lead your men away quietly. Or, hand over the bounty, they will give it to you. Erqi pointed at Xiaoxi and the others. The Grey Wolf fell silent for a long time, then tossed a pouch from his waist, filled with heavy gold coins. This mission is important. Next time, I'll make you pay. Haha, you should be grateful there's so many eyes on you today, or you'd have lost your little life. The two men's eyes sparkled with fire, but they both maintained restraint. Wait, you can't take this dragon away. I've already paid. I can refund you. You should keep it for breeding. Erqi didn't dare to push too hard, but Hammerit needed to win against Taklin, and besides regaining his memory, he also needed a dragon soul awakening, which wouldn't be too dangerous. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Erqi walked behind Xiaoxi and suddenly struck down with a knife hand, knocking Xiaoxi unconscious. He had just said to come at him, so he was fulfilling that. You shameless pirate, come at me. I will never let you go. Atai erupted in anger, but was kicked down from behind. Seventh brother. Should we knock these two out as well? Erqi shot him a glare and shook his head. No need to bother with him. Erqi left in a hurry. His action of knocking Xiaoxi out was actually a psychological hint to the Grey Wolf. I've struck. Will you strike as well? As expected, after he left, Atai and Carolus showed fierce resistance. The Grey Wolf, already furious, took it out on them, beating them until they were unconscious. This action seemed to open Pandora's box, and the plot began to develop in a predetermined direction. Why do I feel a powerful force fluctuation? Taklin suddenly turned around, looking back. There was a flash of light. Perhaps someone accidentally set off a flashbang. Something's not right. I can feel the danger from this far away. Taklin's expression turned serious, wanting to get closer to check. I say, old Tak, when encountering danger, you should avoid it. It's common sense that Mom taught you since childhood. Don't be too curious. Let's go, I've got the money. I'll treat you to a big meal, plenty of wine and meat, and lazy dragon fruit too. Taklin thought for a moment and felt he should just mind his own business. The cosmic pirates have offended so many people. Who knows if they just happened to be seeking revenge? Even Erqi, this pirate officer, didn't care, so why should he? Let's go, I want good wine. Erqi took one last glance back, sneering coldly in his heart. Perhaps he wouldn't need to specifically seek revenge. Faced with Hammerit, Erqi also felt a bit troubled. Killing him was a bit hard to let go of. Letting him go would be too foolish. Capturing him was even less possible. This guy had a grudge against pirates. Maybe keeping him for breeding would be good, passing on his precious dragon bloodline. What do you want to do? In the cramped cage, Hamlet curled up, shivering. Hey, Ivan. Erqi waved, and a passing pirate came over. Seventh brother, you called me? You're a researcher, right? Can you do gene extraction? I can do it, as long as there are instruments. This is a bit troublesome. There probably aren't enough facilities right now. We can extract stem cells first, and the further gene extraction and screening can be done later. That's good. Hurry up and see what you need, then extract Hamlet's genes. Seventh brother, you mean the genes of this white dragon? What else? Ivan replied honestly. I thought seventh brother wanted to extract the genes of the giant dragon inside, which is why I intentionally got him drunk. I was going to remind you that it's not suitable to extract stem cells while drunk. That's one of our own, who has joined our NOOB organization. Don't think randomly next time. Seventh brother, this white dragon is so weak. Apart from being a bit larger, it has no advantages. It would be good for guarding, at least it looks impressive. I have my own plans. Erqi kept guarding against Sai Xiaoxi in their rescue, neither letting them go nor killing them, just locking them up. The food wasn't too harsh either. Hamlet had even gained weight, but he didn't come to Hamlet Star without a purpose. Once Taklin sobered up, he would go meet Allison and take on some tasks. Allison wanted him to be stationed in the northern region, forming a pincer with the Wasteland Fortress to suppress the dragon uprising. During this time, someone had infiltrated the camp, probably to rescue Hamlet, but unfortunately, they weren't caught. Erqi made some arrangements for this, preparing to catch them in a trap. But the dragon race directly brought him a massive surprise. Seventh brother, so many dragons. So many dragons. In the dark night, a group of dragon elves charged into the camp, fearlessly facing the attack, almost like a tide of beasts. Commander, it's the Dragon Rebel Army. It must be the Dragon Rebel Army. The pirates shouted, sounding the alarm, and the camp was filled with the sound of urgent assembly. Something was off. It felt 9 out of 10 times wrong. Erqi felt that this beast, Tide, wasn't aimed at him. You go kill Hamlet. Erqi pointed at a pirate. Yes, sir. Wait, take this. Erqi tossed a remote control to that pirate. Hamlet's cage could continuously release 100,000 volts of high voltage, which normal elves couldn't withstand. Soon, the camp was filled with chilling screams, which were indeed emitted by Hamlet. The powerful current surged into his body, crashing against his organs, causing him to howl in pain. Strange, is this 100,000 volts fake? Why can it shock for so long and still howl? The pirate wondered. Then he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the cage. As soon as the stone hit the cage, it was shattered by the powerful current. Damn, so fierce. The pirate was a bit confused, but the next moment, he would never need to think about this again. Under the immense damage, Hamlet temporarily awakened his power. He exerted all his strength, and the cramped cage was instantly blown apart. The debris flying out hit that pirate, splitting his head open. Hamlet's eyes turned blood red as he let out a high-pitched dragon roar. Erqi suddenly turned back, feeling an immense pressure. As expected, the Dragon Prince is not so easy to kill. Chapter 43. Hamlet's Revenge after breaking free from his shackles. Hamlet did not seek revenge, but was instead instinctively driven to escape. He ran frantically, dodging pirates who tried to stop him, remarkably agile for his massive size. Hamlet stepped into a trap and fell into a pit, but as soon as his feet hit the ground, he leaped back up. This leap seemed to inspire him, awakening a peculiar feeling within. Hamlet pushed his speed to the maximum, leaping powerfully, his wings flapping desperately, and to his own disbelief, he took flight. Erqi fired a shot at the sky, but unfortunately, it missed. Watching Hamlet's retreating figure, Erqi felt a sense of inevitability. Hamlet had escaped and awakened part of his power. The dragon clan would eventually fall. The beast Tide also spotted Hamlet, and a dragon roar echoed through the dragon ranks, causing the beast Tide to disperse. My lord, they have retreated. We have held our ground. We drove off the Dragon Clan rebels. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Everyone cheered, but Erqi could not bring himself to smile. The beast Tide had caught the Dragon Clan's attention, especially since Taklin had just quelled the unrest. Only for a group of rebels to emerge again which was somewhat embarrassing. Dragon King Seville was furious, and Pirate General Allison was equally enraged, ordering the suppression to continue. Erqi finally met the complete trio of the Dragon Clan's leaders in the Dragon King's temple. Tasia appeared to be a robust giant dragon, clad in blue iron armor, with a large hammer at the tip of his tail, exuding a rough demeanor. Who would have thought he was a special operations genius and one of the few cultured dragons who enjoyed tinkering with some elven black technology? As expected, Seville was a male dragon, entirely purple with a pair of dragon wings on his back, the only one with wings among the trio. After surveying the room, Erqi still thought Taklin was the most handsome and imposing. Taklin, I command you to lead the troops to suppress the rebellion again. Do not mess this up. Yes. Tasia, you assist Lord Pirate in fortifying defenses and block the rebels' escape routes. Yes. After making arrangements, Seville spoke humbly to Allison. I apologize for troubling you, General. It's just a small issue that will be resolved soon. Allison impatiently replied, I never expected that after supporting you as Dragon King for so long, you still haven't dealt with the opposition at home. Truly useless. Seville stood silently beside, daring not to express his anger. Allison wasn't particularly keen on staying in Hammered Star. The energy of Hammered Star had been completely mined, leaving only some contaminated resources that were unusable. They now had to organize personnel to mine surrounding planets, which seemed more logical to abandon the place altogether. He thought about proposing to Big Dean in due time to relocate the entire Dragon Clan to another planet, such as Taklin Star, rich in mineral resources, or Skull Star, abundant in timber resources. After leaving the Dragon King's temple, Erqi cordially addressed Tasia. General Tasia, let us cooperate fully in the future, and please forgive any offense. Not all. Tasia waved his hand. Despite his dissatisfaction with Allison and the pirates in general, he understood the principle of not striking a smiling face. I heard from General Taklin that General Tasia is a wise dragon with profound knowledge in elven research. Meeting you today truly shows that dragons should not be judged by their appearances. Flattery, Tasia replied, but this is definitely not something that Taklin would say. He only mocks himself. General, may I ask which aspects you're researching? I have some understanding of elven studies as well and would love to exchange ideas. Tasia laughed it off, not intending to delve deeply into conversation with a stranger. However, during their conversation, Tasia indeed found Erqi's knowledge of elves to be quite extensive, encountering topics he was unfamiliar with. Erqi wasn't particularly interested in Tasia, as he was the weakest among the Dragon Clan's trio, and in the anime, he was the first to be defeated. He was curious whether this version of Tasia had created the fusion monster Bogo. Bogo was notable as the first team boss, composed of various elven genes spliced together, truly a patchwork monster. From him, one could find the traces of 5 or 6 different elves. However, he wasn't particularly strong. But genetic technology was evidently a highly popular and advanced field in the world of Seer, exemplified by the later Dark War Alliance. Bogo was clearly a successful application of genetic technology. Seeing that Tasia was evasive, Erqi did not press further and secretly attached a tracker to Tasia, planning to visit when no one was around. The chain reaction from this suppression was significant. Initially, Taklin thought it was just a common rebellion, but during the suppression, he unexpectedly gathered some intelligence. It turned out that Moto was not dead. The rebellion was initiated by Moto's old subordinates to rescue Moto's nephew. Taklin's muscle-bound brain was unwilling to ponder such complex matters, so he hurriedly reported the intelligence to Seville. Seville was even more shocked upon hearing this. Being in an unrightful position, he felt a natural fear of rumors akin to restoring the Ming dynasty against the Qing. It is important to know that the current rebellion in Hammered Star, although fundamentally stemming from pirates plundering resources leading to deteriorating living conditions, would inevitably carry the banner of avenging the old Dragon King during their uprising. Seville took this matter very seriously and personally presided over the suppression. He frantically interrogated the whereabouts of Moto and the Dragon Prince, which led to the involvement of many innocent dragons, ultimately narrowing it down to Skull Star. Almost simultaneously, Allison received news that the Skull Star base had been attacked, and a precious herb had been stolen. Moto must be in Skullstar, and his little nephew was likely there too. Without any hesitation, Seville and Allison led their armies straight to Skullstar. At this point, Moto had already recognized Hamlet, who had regained his memory through the memory herb. Moto had high hopes for Hamlet and developed a comprehensive training plan for him. However, just as Hamlet was out training, a pirate ship arrived and found Moto's hiding place. Moto fought desperately, but ultimately was outnumbered, severely injured by the combined forces of Allison and Seville, leaving him with just enough strength to say a final farewell to Hamlet. Uncle! Hamlet cried bitterly, and after burying his uncle, he led the Sai Xiaoxi team to storm Hamlet Star. Chapter 44. Wu Erqi vs. Grey Wolf. The first opponent Hamlet encountered was Tasia. At first, Hamlet struggled with his skills and ended up releasing the Dragon King's wave into thin air, getting hit a few times by Tasia. However, once Hamlet successfully unleashed the Dragon King's wave, Tasia was sent flying. This left Wu Erqi, who was watching the fight, speechless. Although the Dragon King's wave was exclusive to the royal family and a symbol of status, it was a special attack skill. Hamlet was not primarily an attacker. To be defeated like this could only mean that Tasia was indeed weak. Seventh brother, General Tasia, has been defeated. Let's go. But keep your voice down so we don't get caught, Wu Erqi whispered. The next match was against Tucklin, who performed much better and pushed Hamlet into a state of depression. It was only after Hamlet comprehended the true power of the Dragon King that he managed to defeat Tucklin. Taking advantage of this time, Wu Erqi thought it would be better to check out Tasia's secret base. Tasia's domain was her private territory. Due to Tasia's reclusive and eccentric personality, most of the Dragon Clan were unwilling to come here, making it quite desolate. Wu Erqi had pinpointed the exact location using a tracker, but upon arrival, he found nothing, which surprised him. It was possible that Tasia had discovered the tracker and deliberately lingered here to create a false impression. Or perhaps, Wu Erqi lightly tapped the ground with his foot, listening carefully to the sounds that returned, and indeed, he detected something different. Tyri, strike the ground. Wu Erqi summoned Tyri and pointed to a specific spot. Tyri unleashed a powerful punch, smashing a large hole in the ground, which opened the door to Tasia's laboratory. Wu Erqi entered the tunnel and soon arrived inside Tasia's laboratory. The lab was equipped with a variety of experimental instruments, and the potions were diverse and fascinating. Wu Erqi did not forget his purpose for this visit. In an incubation room, he finally found Bogo. Bogo was submerged in a cylindrical incubator, eyes tightly closed, floating in nutrient liquid, leaving him unsure if it was dead or alive. As Wu Erqi placed his hand on the glass surface of the incubator, Bogo suddenly opened his eyes, startling him, and he instinctively took a step back. It was this step back that saved him. Bogo suddenly erupted, thrusting his twin spikes and shattering the incubator, aiming directly at Wu Erqi. Wu Erqi dodged the attack, quickly retreating and calling out for Tyri. Seeing his master under attack, Tyri charged at Bogo and delivered a powerful punch that sent Bogo reeling, crashing through several glass containers. Roar! Hey! Tyri confronted Bogo. Why did Bogo suddenly attack me? Is it because I'm an intruder? Just as Wu Erqi was filled with self-doubt, he suddenly noticed a trail of wet footprints on the ground, which looked like the footprints of a pirate. But he definitely hadn't gotten his feet wet, nor had he been there. Who was there? Wu Erqi drew his gun and fired several shots in that direction. Little Seven, is that how you welcome your big brother? Grey Wolf slowly emerged. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Erqi fired 3 more shots, which Grey Wolf narrowly avoided. 95-27, you're despicable. Are you despicable? Hiding behind and ambushing me. Bogo attacked because of you, right? You seem to know quite a bit. You even know his name is Bogo. Did Tasia tell you? His mouth shouldn't be that loose. Wu Erqi didn't respond, and Grey Wolf didn't press further, continuing, Tasia created this fusion monster, and I contributed a lot. I helped him acquire the genes of the required spirits and those instruments. With the Dragon Clan's level of technology, what could they create? I helped smuggle them in. So guess what? Can I control Bogo? Tasia is the primary controller, and I am the secondary controller. But now that Tasia is dead, Bogo will only obey me. Tasia is dead? Have you verified that? Wu Erqi suddenly asked. Grey Wolf was choked by Erqi's sudden shift in thought. He smirked and continued, "What difference does it make whether he is dead or not? Either way, you are going to die today." I was thinking the same thing. It was difficult to act when there were many people that day, but now you're facing me alone. How dare you? Enough nonsense. Bogo used triple strike. Tyree, thunder punch. Bogo launched 3 consecutive strikes, while Tyree also delivered 3 punches, easily blocking Bogo's attacks. Bogo, use piercing strike. Tyree, use full power strike. Under Grey Wolf's command, Bogo attacked with increasing ferocity, but Tyree was always able to successfully block and suppress him. Grey Wolf grew increasingly anxious as he saw his hopes pinned on Bogo failing to gain the upper hand. He truly hadn't expected that the little mouse who only knew how to steal would grow to this extent. Even if your Tyree can suppress Bogo, what does it matter? My real spirit cannot be stopped. Link, come out. Grey Wolf threw a spirit capsule, summoning a spirit that resembled both a wolf and a dog. With brown-gray fur, a tuft of red hair on its forehead, sharp eyes, and a strong fighting spirit. Your Lino finally evolved. It should be called Link Mouse. Shut up. Grey Wolf snapped. Don't you like his name? I mean, what's wrong with being a mouse? Look at my Tyree. Isn't also a mouse? And it still kicks Gaia and punches Bogo. Shut up. My Link is a wolf. A brave and valiant wolf. All right. Link Mouse is a wolf. So does he gnaw on bones? He doesn't just use them to grind his teeth, does he? Link, tear him apart. Do you really think I have no spirits left? Cassius, Sand Shield. Cassius was summoned and immediately formed a Sand Shield. Link Mouse's claws struck the Sand Shield repeatedly, producing a screeching sound like glass being scraped. However, Link Mouse felt like its claws were going to wear down, while the Sand Shield remained intact. Link, use Whirlwind Shadow Claw. This was Link's ultimate move. No enemy could escape the fate of being shredded. Not good. Cassius, quickly use Merge with Darkness. Link Mouse's strike was extremely powerful, and Cassius's Sand Shield was destined to be torn apart. But at the last moment, Cassius transformed into a mass of darkness. Link Mouse's sharp claws passed through the black mist, but failed to harm Cassius at all. Your Link Mouse has made quite a bit of progress. With some effort, it could be a general. Erqi didn't make any sarcastic comments this time. This Link Mouse was well-trained, and its attacks were extremely swift. Among his spirits, only Tyree could easily suppress it. The odds of winning in a one-on-one against others were slim. If it were to fight against Ellis and Zog, it might even have a better chance of winning. I have to thank you for your motivation. Me? If it weren't for you, my most outstanding little brother wouldn't have shown exceptional talent in spirit training and caught the attention of the leaders. How could a big brother like me not work hard to catch up? Link's strength today should be credited to you. It's your own hard work that brought this about. Sometimes, Erqi truly thought Grey Wolf was a talent. They were quite similar, both hardworking, ruthless, and also lacking in boundaries. But their enmity had already been established. The dead big brother was the good big brother. Link, use Focus. This was Link Mouse's enhancement skill, instantly boosting its momentum, even affecting Tyree, who glanced over, ready to provide support at any moment. Cassius continued to use Merge with Darkness. Erqi decided to stall a bit longer, waiting for Tyree to defeat Bogo. Bogo performed poorly when not directed, commonly referred to as being brainless, while Tyree was much stronger. Erqi, I want to use a move I just learned. Cassius suddenly spoke. Whatever you use, 1T help. Link, tear him apart. Cassius fixed his gaze on Link Mouse and performed a Tai Chi gesture with both hands. The universe reverses. Chapter 45. Obtaining the Tasia laboratory just when the Grey Wolf thought his Link could tear the elf before him apart. An unexpected scene unfolded. The enhancement aura on Link Mouse was being guided by peculiar force into Kasha's body. The previously vigorous Link Mouse was suddenly reverted to its original form in the blink of an eye, while Kasha's momentum surged. What kind of sorcery are you using? The Grey Wolf questioned. Sorcery? This is divine skill, a divine skill that you will never obtain in your lifetime. Nonsense. Link, tear him apart. Blade Fury. Kasha, use your full power attack. Having absorbed the enhancement from Link Mouse, Kasha's attack power had surpassed his opponent's, and it was clear that he was gaining the upper hand in this confrontation. Link Mouse was sent flying back, its claws scraping deep grooves into the ground before it finally came to a stop. Seeing Link's setback, the gray wolf felt alarmed and wanted to use spirit gathering again, but feared Kashu would use that power once more. Meanwhile, his Link had not dispelled the enhancement technique. Link, run. Use your speed advantage to maneuver. Link Mouse quickly ran, trying to disrupt Kashu's judgment while waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, Kashu pressed his palm close to the ground, and the bracelet on his wrist glowed green, sending rippling waves of energy spreading out from him. The once solid marble floor became a muddy mess. This is the effect of the flowing marsh molecule device. It can turn the ground into a quicksand-like terrain to hinder the enemy's movements. Thankfully, the floor is marble. If it were metal, this device wouldn't have worked, Erqi said with relief. Watching Link struggle in the flowing marsh, the gray wolf was pacing anxiously, feeling helpless. He suddenly remembered he still had Bogo, but when he turned to look, Bogo had already been beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. Even one of his dual blades had been broken. Relying on Bogo, it looks like he is in a worse situation, nearly dead. TSK. You're going to die today, Gray Wolf. The Gray Wolf's expression twisted, then became unusually determined, as if he had made a decision. No one has been born who can kill me. He recalled Link Mouse, then loudly commanded Bogo, Bogo, be reborn from the ashes. This was a skill inherited from the fire element Dirk, allowing Bogo to rapidly recover full stamina. Even if Bogo regained stamina, he had no chance of winning. If Terry could knock him down once, he could do it again. 95-27. You will pay for your contempt and arrogance. Bogo, activate death mode. Upon receiving the command, Bogo's eyes instantly turned blood red, and his back armor began to spew out scorching gas. His tail, a spiked mace, pounded the ground wildly, and he let out a horrible roar, exhibiting an abnormal excitement. Let Bogo play with you. After saying this, the gray wolf turned and ran. Erqi would never let the gray wolf escape, urgently saying, Terry, Kashu, eliminate Bogo, and remember not to damage my equipment. He then drew his light axe and single-handedly chased after him. 95-27. You madman, you're abandoning your Pokémon. Don't think Bogo's reckless outburst will let him win against Terry. I see he is quite weak. He was well aware of how much strength Terry had displayed. If pushed, he could directly absorb the laboratory's electrical energy. Couldn't he take down Amir Bogo? The next second, Erqi noticed the lights above flickering and dimming significantly. He turned back in surprise. To make Terry use the lightning absorption technique, this death mode must have some substance. However, he still chose to trust Terry, not only because he was confident in Terry's strength, but also because he didn't believe Tasia could produce any legendary fierce beasts. Erqi caught up to the gray wolf and swung his axe at his forehead. The gray wolf sensed something was wrong and hurriedly turned his head to dodge, but still had one of his horns severed by the light axe. Usually he took great pride in those elite horns, but at this moment, he didn't care about being angry and crawled out in a panic. Die for me. Erqi jumped, raising his axe to strike down hard. The gray wolf finally drew his lightsaber from his waist, pressed the button, and a palm-sized hilt emitted a laser, forming a lightsaber. The light axe and lightsaber clashed, causing the gray wolf to stagger back repeatedly. Impossible. How can your power be so much greater than mine? After I kill you, you'll naturally find out. Erqi launched a series of attacks, forcing the gray wolf to retreat continuously, and he frantically questioned, clearly, I have undergone elite modifications all over my body. My strength should be far greater than yours. Erqi kicked him down, sneering, so you leveled up? Next time, remember to upgrade your brain. No, you want TF next time. Ha, 95-27. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. The gray wolf laughed maniacally, pulling out a remote control from behind him, saying crazily, let us be buried together underground. Stop. Erqi tried to rush up to intervene, but the gray wolf had already pressed the button. A loud explosion echoed, and the entire underground laboratory shook with small rocks and dust falling, as if it were about to collapse. Erqi quickly shrank into a corner, covering his head, hoping to lessen the impact. However, he wasn't too sure if the earthquake response techniques he learned in his past life would be useful in such an environment. Everything was instinctive movements. After a short while, Erqi was surprised to find that the shaking had stopped and the laboratory had not collapsed. The gray wolf had also disappeared. Damn, I was played. The explosion did indeed occur, but it was just an emergency procedure to prevent the laboratory from being exposed, capable of blowing up the entrance to block it. Erqi approached to check and found that on one side of the tunnel, there was a hidden passageway, concealed so that it hadn't been noticed upon entry. The gray wolf had escaped through this secret path. Thinking about it, Tasia must have been quite unhinged to install a self-destruct program in her laboratory. It was meant for research, not to be a trap. When Erqi returned to the laboratory, he found that Bogo had also been killed, with a massive hole blown through his abdomen that penetrated his back, caused by Terry's thunderstorm. Terry was not in good condition either, with a penetrating wound in his left shoulder, inflicted by Bogo, but he had temporarily stopped the bleeding using lightning burns. Erqi hurriedly poured a super stamina potion into Terry's mouth, and only then did Terry regain some spirit. I won, Terry said with difficulty. Yes, you won. Erqi felt proud of Terry. After recalling Terry and Kashu into their pot capsules, Erqi carefully explored the Tasia laboratory. The research direction of the Tasia laboratory primarily focused on genetic technology. It had all the related devices for gene extraction, gene screening, gene fusion, bloodline testing, energy extraction, etc. Truly deserving of being the laboratory that created the stitched monster Bogo. Erqi was worried about being unable to avoid the higher-ups conducting genetic research. And Tasia's facility was like a pillow delivered right when he was sleepy. The unknown gene extraction liquid in his hand, along with the stem cells he had just extracted from Hammerit, could finally come in handy. Unfortunately, the dragon race was about to change hands. Otherwise, taking over directly would have saved him so much trouble. In the end, Erqi contacted Lu Zi, asking him to bring a group of trusted brothers and come over in a spaceship. Afterward, Erqi discovered several secret passages, further increasing his appreciation for this laboratory. The person who built it was very much to his liking. It was a pity to have let the gray wolf escape. It was thanks to the sparsely populated Tasia domain that the laboratory's relocation went very smoothly. Erqi just needed to finish dealing with the dragon race quickly, then apply to become the boss at a certain base and develop in secrecy. Back at the camp, he heard from the soldiers that General Taklin had already defeated Hammerit and was now leading all the soldiers of the dragon race and pirates to pursue him. However, half a day later, the news of Taklin's defeat reached Erqi's ears. Erqi was still envious of Taklin's strength. Now that he was in ruins and soon to be homeless, it would be great if he could bring him over. Fortunately, he had also placed a tracker on Taklin. Chapter 46. Capturing Takarin. When Erqi found Takarin, he saw him on the brink of death. His skin was cracked and bleeding profusely. His hands and legs were twisted at unnatural angles, looking as if they could break at any moment. This shocked Erqi, who quickly took out a super stamina potion and poured it into Takarin's mouth. However, Takarin was too large, and one potion did not make much of a difference. So, Erqi continued to pour more, finishing the few super stamina potions he had, and then took out some lower-grade potions to continue. That's enough. Takarin seemed to regain some spirit and spoke to Erqi. Anyway, it's all I have left. How did you get injured like this? Really, such incredible power from the Dragon King, he said, pausing between words. Erqi felt it was best not to ask any more questions and hurried to get him medical help. Don't speak. I'll take you away first. But you're too big. I can't carry you. Plus, with your hands and feet broken, I'm afraid to move you carelessly. Think of a way. All right, why don't you enter the spirit capsule? The spirit capsule allows spirits to rest effectively, stops injuries from worsening, and is very convenient for transport. Given your current situation, it's best if you enter the spirit capsule. Takarin showed a moment of struggle on his face before finally nodding. Erqi smiled as he took out a super spirit capsule, which would definitely provide Takarin with the best living experience. On the way back, Erqi began to seriously think about the parts he couldn't understand. It's quite funny. Actually, Erqi wasn't initially there to save Takarin, but to block him, fearing he would slip away unnoticed. Because he knew Takarin had a powerful skill, Dragon Totem, which fully restores stamina and gives a first strike without side effects. This was an incredibly overpowered skill in the early battle environment. For example, the rebirth skill used by Bogo could also restore full stamina, but it had significant side effects. In the game, it meant being fatigued for a turn, and in reality, it meant being unable to act for a certain period. But judging by Takeren's current state, he definitely hadn't used it. It was unclear whether he had used it recently or simply hadn't learned it. Upon returning to the camp, Erqi dismissed all non-direct soldiers before releasing Takerin and treating him. After a long treatment, Takerin finally escaped danger, but he was still far from recovery. After all, Takerin had truly been on the verge of death, and his massive size made treatment far more difficult and resource-consuming. Just received news. The Dragon Prince broke through the Dragon King's holy temple, and a red light-type spirit suddenly intervened, assisting the Dragon Prince in defeating General Seville and General Dean. Erqi told Takerin. Takerin nodded. I had anticipated this. If the Dragon Prince could injure me like this, Seville definitely couldn't defeat him. I just didn't expect General Dean to also be defeated. What a pity. After going through so much trouble to rebel and gain everything, it's all gone in an instant. Speaking of which, Takerin, you're actually stronger than Seville, right? He was a chancellor, and you were general. Later, when you both rebelled, he became the Dragon King, and you remained a general. So wasn't your rebellion in vain? Takerin was left speechless by Erqi's question. What do you know? Old Madwa was too strict, forbidding this and that. I was born to be the best warrior among dragons, seeing the dragon race strong and powerful. Yet he prevents us from expanding our territory. What is the point of me being a general? Takerin argued. Then why didn't you fight for the position of Dragon King yourself? To be a Dragon King, one must be literate, Takerin said quietly. You can't read? Erqi exclaimed. Not that I can't read at all, but to be a Dragon King, one must read documents, handle official duties, and deal with the confusing talks of ministers all day long. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist slapping them. You're something. Actually, he did have regrets after rebelling. Before, with Madwa suppressing him, nothing was satisfying, but at least there was only Madwa above him. However, Seville's rebellion relied on the power of pirates, signing a bunch of unequal treaties with them, and allowing them to meddle in politics, which added a bunch of overlords above him. Although his power increased, wealth grew, and his territory expanded, it really wasn't much more comfortable than during Madwa's time. What are your plans for the future? Takerin glanced at Erqi, wanted to stay far away from you pirates. But now he was injured, his strength not yet restored, and he was afraid of retaliation from Hammerit. Moreover, he was somewhat afraid of pirates. If they saw him as worthless and decided to get rid of him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Why don't you follow me for now? You? Yes, it's me. Think about it. General Dean looks down on you. He looks down on all spirits equally, except for Sagros. You won't even have a chance to cling to someone powerful. The only ones you can follow are Allison and Zog, and they are indeed generals, with higher status than me. But you've had contact with them before. Do you really want to live under them? Takerin recalled Allison's smug face and Zog's seemingly foolish demeanor and couldn't help but shiver. You heal my wounds, and I'll protect you. But first, let me make it clear. If I find a better place or think you're not worth it, I'll turn around and leave immediately. Deal. Erqi extended his palm, and Takerin also stretched out his hand. Although Takerin's palm was larger than Erqi's, they completed the handshake as a vow. By the way, Takerin, I remember you have another powerful skill, Dragon Totem. Why didn't I see you use it? Dragon Totem is the most core and important divine power of my Takerin clan, but it requires a very pure royal bloodline to use, or a sufficiently strong will to gain the recognition of the Dragon Soul. When I was young, I experienced a near-death situation and miraculously used the Dragon Totem, instantly restoring my peak condition and defeating the enemy. But I've tried many times since and couldn't cast it again. Looking back, it might be because I betrayed the dragon race's orthodoxy and lost the determination I had back then, leading to the Dragon Soul despising me. Takerin said, somewhat disheartened. Your royal bloodline shouldn't be lacking. You can use the Dragon King wave, and your royal family doesn't even have this skill. Upon hearing this, Takerin showed a hint of pride. Do you have any ideas for a solution? If Takerin could not use the Dragon Totem, his strength will be discounted. Perhaps entering the Dragon Tomb to undergo the test of our ancestors, or stimulating my royal bloodline to complete a blood awakening might work. Entering the Dragon Tomb sounds unreliable. I remember that as a specific side quest. However, the dragon tomb that Takarin mentioned might not be the same as the one I think of, but stimulating the bloodline. Takarin, if there is a more pure Dragon King gene to stimulate, could it help you complete the awakening? Dragon King gene? Takarin looked at Erqi in surprise, and after a long while, he slowly said, that might work. Chapter 47, Takarin's Breakthrough. Cassius's farewell. The Cosmic Pirates operations in the Dragon Clan have completely gone bankrupt, and they have no choice but to pack their bags and return home. Since this war was personally commanded by General Dean, no one could be held accountable for the failure. In the end, everyone reflected together, but basically no one faced any real punishment. Erqi took the opportunity to apply to return to White Star as the supervisor of his mind, and Dean agreed. The evil spirit organization in the Rift Space system has recently been restless, and there may be conflicts with the organization, so some capable personnel need to be sent to guard. Speaking of the evil spirit organization, Dean recalled the Light Stone of White Star, which was stolen by a leader of the evil spirit organization. He personally intervened, but still let the other party escape. Dean remembered that the leader was named Blake, who is now the second in command of the evil spirit organization. General, if there are members of the evil spirit organization causing trouble in White Star, what should I do? Drive them away, capture them, or kill them directly? Try to capture them alive. Dead ones are also acceptable. After receiving Dean's reply, Erqi had a clearer idea. Upon returning to the White Star mine, there was no longer a warm welcome ceremony. After Erqi left, Secretary Casa took over as supervisor. But the project quickly blew up, and Casa was punished by being sent to mine. The organization temporarily sent an old cadre to take over, but they have always been acting as the deputy supervisor. Now that Erqi is back, this acting supervisor is about to be reassigned, so naturally, there wouldn't be any of Casa's FAAD of welcoming, but secretly scheming against him. Many of the mine's cadres originally knew Erqi and thought he was easy to fool, so they started to pay lip service while secretly undermining him. However, after Erqi dealt decisively with a few stubborn old-timers, the others no longer dared to act up. They left vacant positions, which Erqi directly filled with his own people. Of course, some people had opinions, but they could only keep them to themselves. This isn't a bureaucratic setting. If they anger Erqi, he would directly expel them. You write the report, I'll approve it, and give him death benefits and a funeral package. Don't ask. Just say it was the work of the evil spirit organization. After dealing with the disobedient troublemakers, Erqi began to set up his laboratory. There was no need to hide anything. Building a small research institute in the pirate base and the mine was perfectly normal. Otherwise, how could they distinguish the value of unfamiliar items they seized? Analysis and testing would be necessary when needed. When Takarin learned that Erqi had the gene extraction fluid of Hammerette, he became very anxious and was more attentive to Erqi these days. However, Erqi saw that his injury was not yet healed and kept blocking him. It wasn't until the past 2 days that Takarin's injury had mostly healed that Erqi finally relented. What should we do? You're asking me? Both looked at each other, one man and one dragon. Ahem, I suggest we inject the gene into General Takarin's spine, allowing his own dragon genes to combat this more powerful Dragon King gene, thereby stimulating the awakening of his bloodline. Ivan, how feasible do you think this is? At least it won't lead to serious consequences. Even if the Dragon King gene is powerful, there's only a small amount. Even if the experiment fails, General Takarin will only be weakened for a while and won't be in life-threatening danger. Then let us do it, Takarin declared resolutely. He was a dragon born to pursue battle, and if there was a chance to awaken a more powerful force, nothing could stop him, no matter how great the danger. General Takarin, please lie down. Ivan first gave Takarin a nutritional injection to provide him with energy for resistance before injecting the Dragon King gene into his dragon spine. As soon as it was injected, Takarin felt nothing at first, just a warm sensation in his back. But soon, that warmth began to turn scalding. He felt as if magma was flowing in his back, causing him unbearable pain. Takarin couldn't help but let out a low growl, but the scorching sensation continued to rise, even beginning to flow into every part of his body, making his internal organs feel a terrifying burning. Roar! Takarin howled loudly, rolling on the ground in pain. But the burning sensation in every corner of his body continued to assault his body and mind. Ivan, is Taklin really okay? Erqi asked anxiously. Should be. Okay. Ivan gritted his teeth in response, but he was also extremely uncertain. After all, this kind of experiment was unheard of, and if it weren't for Taklin's large size and tough skin, which suggested he had a very strong vitality, he wouldn't dare to try it casually. Outside the laboratory, Taklin's howls attracted the attention of all the pirates, and many whispered that the new supervisor must be torturing spirits. As the rumor spread, Erqi became known as a perverted killer, making even the pirates shudder at the mention of his name. Erqi was unaware of this. He was focused on Taklin's condition. Unexpectedly, after the initial violent reaction, Taklin's condition began to improve, and his life signs returned to normal ranges. Is Taklin going to make it? Although it may not yield the results you want, General Taklin will definitely not be in life-threatening danger. It was unclear how long it had been, but Taklin, who had been pushed to the brink, began to emit a dark red glow, which gradually transformed into ancient inscriptions swirling around him. These ancient inscriptions seemed to contain some kind of ancient divine power, causing a stinging sensation just by looking at them. Suddenly, a dragon roar erupted, shaking everyone present and even resonating throughout the entire mine, reaching into everyone's mental world. They all saw a majestic, giant dragon surrounded by ancient inscriptions, which bore a striking resemblance to Taklin. Having been pushed to the brink, Taklin suddenly stood up, letting out a maniacal laugh. I made it. Grandpa, I made it. Dragon King Divine Power. Dragon King Majesty. Dragon Nature Totem. This is the true Dragon King bloodline. The most unparalleled Dragon King bloodline. Ha 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 ha. Just as he was in the midst of his frenzy, Taklin suddenly tilted his head and fell straight down. Taklin, don't you dare die. Erqi hurriedly checked Taklin's condition, finding that he wasn't dead, just asleep. General Taklin's body and spirit are severely depleted. It seems this bloodline awakening has completely drained him, but he will be fine after a few days of rest, Ivan explained. Erqi nodded. He believed that with this breakthrough, Taklin would master all skills and experience a qualitative leap in power. He didn't expect to defeat Hammerette, but at least he hoped he wouldn't be taken out by a small skill. By the way, Hammerette didn't use the Dragon King shattering formation to knock Taklin away. Instead, it was the Dragon Claw flashing skybreak. Taklin's breakthrough was a joyous event, and both Aiden and Yudinsi evolving was even more joyous. After consuming the last of the fruits bought from Guran Star, Aiden and Yudinsi evolved one after the other, further enhancing Erqi's team. Due to the sequential breakthroughs of the elves, Erqi's team fell into a frenzy of cultivation. This feeling was akin to children not going out to play during summer vacation, but staying home and desperately competing, which made Erqi, as the parent, incredibly happy. Just then, a white light suddenly burst forth from Cassius, who was meditating in a corner, and he completed his evolution under everyone's surprised gaze. The youngest member of the War God Alliance, Cassius, emerged into this world with Erqi's watchful eyes accompanying him. Cassius, congratulations on completing your evolution. Let us spar when you have time. How did you become so handsome? Hey, do you want to have a battle? Beep, beep. Congratulations, congratulations. Cassius smiled in response. Erqi walked over to Cassius and gave him a big hug. Cassius was momentarily surprised, but accepted the embrace. He began to spar with Tyree and the others, trying to meet every brother's request, which made everyone very happy. Time passed to the evening. Erqi, I don't need to say more. I already know. Brother Blake is a very important person in my life, and he's calling me now, which means he must be in trouble. I have to help him. It's the right thing to do. I will be back soon. Stay safe. Wait. Erqi stopped the departing Cassius and advised. Blake is now the deputy leader of the Evil Spirit Organization. But I know some inside information. Blake and the Evil Spirit Organization are not on the same side, and they will eventually fall out. This time he called you over. Maybe he's looking for your help. Right now our relationship with the Evil Spirit Organization is just okay, and there are even some minor frictions. But I heard that General Dean is negotiating with the Evil Spirit Organization to jointly manage the Rift Star system, and there may soon be results. After you leave, I will try to provoke friction between the two sides, but I can't guarantee that we can completely sever ties with the Evil Spirit Organization. If you encounter pirates attacking you in the future, be decisive, don't hold back. Chapter 48. Stirring up trouble, you just let him go like that? Tacklin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Old Tower, how come you walk without making sound? I haven't made any sound. It's you who's deaf, too burdened with worries. All gatherings must come to an end, and besides, he said he would come back. You guy, usually you seem quite sinister, and you tricked me into the capsule in a muddled way. How come you've suddenly turned soft-hearted? Old Tower, to be honest, I always thought of you as a reckless man. Please don't ruin the pure and clear image you have in my heart. Get lost. Tacklin cursed, then added, but to be honest, you shouldn't have let him go. This kid, I don't know where you dug him up from. At first he looked honest and unremarkable. His talent is indeed good, but not enough to amaze anyone. He is not even as good as your big rat. But as soon as he broke through, my God, even I felt the pressure. If it were me a few days ago, I probably couldn't last even 10 rounds. I feel he is not weaker than Hammerit. Erqi listened to Tacklin's remarks and showed a smile. Cassius is impressive, isn't he? I trained him. Old Tower, it's not that I'm soft-hearted, but sometimes you have to let go. Cassius is not someone I can bind. I can't just kill him, can I? If he were a bit weaker, like you, maybe I wouldn't play fair. Get lost. I'm strong now, okay? Though I might not be able to beat that kid, just based on my copper skin and iron bones. It's generally hard for ordinary elves to take me down. All right, I know you're strong. Help me think of a way to stir up a war with the evil spirit organization. What is there to think about? Take out a big shot, and the other side will definitely explode. Heroes see it the same way. The protection fee for the Chocolai tribe has always been collected by our NOOB organization. You evil spirit organization want to steal our business? This place now belongs to our evil spirit organization, so you can scram. Hey, I've never seen anyone with such a bad temper trying to rob money from our NOOB organization. Brothers, beat him up, hit him hard until he smokes. Still dare to fight? Do you really think our evil spirit organization is just a bunch of useless eaters? Kill them. The two sides of villains started fighting over the protection fee issue, and it turned into a chaotic battle that sent the Chocolai tribe scurrying to close their doors and hide. Although both sides were furious, they could still maintain restraint. After all, everyone had heard rumors about high-level negotiations between the two sides. However, in an inconspicuous corner of the chaos, a pirate was taunting the evil spirit soldiers. Spouting all kinds of offensive words, his tongue as smooth as if he had trained at the Yin Society, directly breaking the other side's defenses. The evil spirit soldier, enraged by the insults, swung a scythe down. Then, the pirate fell straight down, his head tilted, lifeless. The scene fell silent for a moment. These sons of bitches are ruthless. Brothers, kill them. The leading pirate shouted in anger. Just a moment ago, both sides were relatively restrained, tacitly not using weapons. Now that the pirate saw his brother dead, they pulled out a variety of weapons like submachine guns and laser swords. The evil spirit organization couldn't just sit back and take the beating either. Each one summoned their scythes. The situation escalated rapidly, with casualties on both sides rising. Damn it! Erqi slammed the table in anger, shouting, "The evil spirit organization is too arrogant. Not only are they running wild on our turf, but they also dare to kill our brothers. This is intolerable. Now listen to my orders. All members of the evil spirit organization appearing on White Star, regardless of reason or identity, are to be killed without mercy. Understood?" Sixie was the first to stand up, followed by Erqi's promoted men, and seeing this, others also stood up to express their stance. Mesa's Star. Carlos had already learned about the bloody friction on White Star. He didn't take it too seriously. Both sides were negotiating, but each wanted to gain more benefits, aiming to lead the alliance. Sending people to White Star was intentional on Carlos's part, wanting to create some friction and probe the pirate situation. Although the situation had developed somewhat beyond his expectations, with people being killed, it was still not a big deal. It seemed that the pirates were determined to take White Star, but it couldn't be ruled out that they were just bluffing. Forget it. I'll send an envoy over, apologize, and let this matter pass. Carlos didn't plan to delve deeper into the White Star issue. However, from the very beginning, he had fallen into a trap. On White Star, Sixie was clearing out the evil spirit organization soldiers when he happened to bump into the envoy sent by Carlos. After exchanging words and verifying identities, Carlos's envoy urged for passage. Right away, right away. 6E was perfunctory, but just as he lowered his head for a moment, he suddenly surged up and swung an axe at the envoy's head. Sarlang, Sarlang, kill them all, leave none alive. Carlos, you must take responsibility for our fallen brothers. Those cosmic pirates are simply the lowest of the low. We are clearly fighting under your banner, yet they dare to kill directly. This is completely disrespectful to you. A lucky surviving member of the envoy cried out to Carlos in a loud voice. They're daring. They're daring. Carlos was furious, slamming the table until the solid marble broke in half. Who the hell is in charge on White Star? Erqi? Where did this little punk come from? I've never even heard of him. Does he think he is Dean? Even if he were Dean, daring to slap my face like this, I would let him go. Originally planning to ease the conflict, but since the other side was being so shameless, he would hold back. Carlos leaped up and flew toward White Star. He didn't even bother to bring an army to deal with such small fries. One person was enough. At the peak of Rainbow Mountain, the mountain god Defuda was enjoying his evening life, feeling very pleased. The previous supervisor of the mine, who knew how to please, had returned, sending over delicious food from time to time, and also some popular entertainment product for the robots. Right now, he was watching Ultraman battle Sun Wukong, thoroughly engrossed in it. Suddenly, the TV signal cut off, and the screen turned to static. Who the hell dares to cause trouble at the mountain god's place? Defuda heard the commotion outside and angrily ran out, only to see a figure in a gray robe floating in midair. Not sleeping at night. Who are you trying to scare? Carlos turned around and saw a huge bull beast, realizing it was the mountain god Defuda of White Star. But now he should have been recruited by the pirates. Since he was an elf of the pirates, he should be killed. Carlos raised his hand and released 2 balls of dark energy toward Defuda. Defuda was caught off guard. The dark energy exploded on him, causing him to scream in pain. Despicable and shameless. Attacking while your mountain god grandpa is talking. If you have the guts, face me head on. Noisy. Carlos continued to unleash attacks. Defuda initially used his rocky shell to block for a while, but Carlos violently broke through his defenses, making him flee all over the place, pleading for mercy. GGG. Pirates deserve to die. Can I withdraw from being a pirate? Unfortunately, Carlos was determined to take him as a sacrifice. The more Defuda begged for mercy, the more excited Carlos became. Defuda felt incredibly bitter. Who had he offended? Seizing the opportunity, he dove into his cave, quickly closed the door, and frantically called Erqi with his communicator. Carlos bombarded the door for a while, but it wouldn't break open, so he could only suppress his frustration and fly down to the white mine at the foot of Rainbow Mountain. In the mine's office, Erqi, who received Defuda's distress call, was also completely bewildered. The evil spear organization doesn't seek revenge on him, so why did they go after Defuda first? Could it be that they took a wrong turn? Chapter 49 Surprise. Erqi, get out here. Carlos shouted from above the white mine, his voice resonating throughout the entire mine as he infused energy into his call. Finally, someone has arrived. I was about to fall asleep waiting. I'll go first. Tacklin volunteered for battle, eager to test his current strength against Carlos. Norus. Erqi stopped Tacklin, suggesting to let the losses increase a bit more. Carlos waited in the sky for a few minutes, but Erqi showed no intention of appearing, only sending some guards to aim their guns at him. Not coming out? Huh. Then I'll drag you out. Carlos unleashed a surge of dark energy, pouring it down towards the ground, causing explosions to erupt as the dark energy hit the ground. Soon, the entire mine was filled with the sound of intense explosions. The pirate guard attempted to fight back, but the gap in strength was too great, especially in the pitch-black night where Carlos's figure appeared ghostly, with many bullets passing through him without leaving a single wound. The pirate guards quickly fell apart. Still not coming out, huh? Then I'll destroy your mine. Dark Moon Flash. Carlos released an energy arc that struck the elemental drilling rig located in the mining area. The enormous drill bit crashed heavily into the ground, and even from a considerable distance, Erqi could clearly feel the tremors. Seventh brother, the elemental drilling rig is damaged, which will affect the future operations, Liuji reminded. Erqi nodded. This loss was significant, and with 2 to 3 months of halted operations, Dean would surely feel the pinch. No need to wait any longer. I'm going in. Tacklin charged into the center of the mine, kicking up a cloud of dust. The moment Tacklin made his appearance, Carlos sensed his presence. A guy with some power. Hey, Carlos, right? Dare to run wild in my Tacklin's territory? Do you want to die? Tacklin pointed at Carlos in midair. Arrogant. Carlos laughed in anger. His fingers clawed as he unleashed a strike of dark claws towards Tacklin. Come at me. Tacklin gathered his strength and threw a punch, instantly shattering the dark claws. What a powerful physique. You do have the capital to be arrogant, but I'm the best at dealing with big guys like you. Carlos transformed into a mass of black mist, blending into the pitch-black night, causing Tacklin to lose track of Carlos's movements in an instant. This made him extremely fearful. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back and quickly turned a punch, but hit nothing. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his right leg. But when he counterattacked, Carlos vanished again. If you have the guts, fight me head on. Sneaking around is not what a real man does. You guys from the Evil Spirit Organization are a bunch of cowardly rats, always scurrying in the dark like useless trash. Tacklin cursed loudly, trying to provoke Carlos into showing himself, but Carlos clearly wasn't falling for it. Erqi watched Tacklin being toyed with, shaking his head helplessly. Indeed, this kind of opponent was not suitable for him. Terry, you go. Hey! Terry charged into the fray, his body bursting with electricity. Whenever he detected even the slightest movement in the darkness, he would shoot out like a cannonball. Carlos dodged Terry's several attacks, but Terry unleashed even more lightning, causing large areas around him to be filled with chaotic lightning strands, severely disrupting Carlos's movement. Dark barrier. Carlos chose to confront him directly, raising his hand to create a dark barrier that blocked all the erratic lightning strands outside. Hey! Terry repeatedly unleashed electric attacks on Carlos, with bolts of lightning striking down. But all were blocked by the dark barrier. I've played enough with you little mice. Accept the judgment of death. Carlos began to gather dark energy, slowly forming a gigantic claw. Terry wouldn't just wait to be hit. He activated the fountain of power to boost his attack. Dark Claw. Hey! Thunderburst Punch. The two skills collided, creating a massive impact that sent both parties flying. Carlos only rolled a few times in the air before stabilizing himself, while Terry looked much worse, rolling several times on the ground and knocking over many objects. Terry! Erqi hurriedly helped Terry up. Although Carlos wasn't particularly strong, he could still contend with the War God Alliance in the dark environment. So Terry's loss this time wasn't unfair. Carlos stood in the air, hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Erqi, do you think these elves can stop me? It's simply a pipe dream. Surrender now, and perhaps I'll spare your life. If I surrender, will you really spare me? Erqi trembled. As the third in command of the Evil Spirit Organization, fourth in command, why would I lie to you with such words? All right, then come over here. Seeing Erqi being sensible, Carlos sneered and floated down from the sky. Carlos, let me show you treasure. Erqi suddenly said. Carlos didn't take it seriously, but the next moment, Erqi pulled out a palm-sized jar and opened it. Surprise! Carlos was instantly blinded by a burst of light, unable to see anything else. At the same time, his ears were filled with an endless buzzing sound. Carlos covered his ears, tightly closing his eyes, letting out a painful wail. But the blood streaming from his eyes and soaking his hands indicated severe damage to both his eyes and ears. Despicable! Despicable! Carlos cursed loudly, but in reality, he couldn't even hear what he was saying. Erqi wasn't much better off, although he had prepared in advance. Being at such close range to the explosive sound bomb meant he couldn't avoid being affected entirely. However, the method to deal with Carlos and Evan had been rehearsed with the elves beforehand, so they knew what to do without him directing them. Good job, Erqi. You really are something. Ha ha ha. Eat my hidden dragon, lurking tiger roar. Hey, Thunder Burst Fist. Tacklin and Terry unleashed their most powerful moves at the deafened and blinded Carlos. The previously elusive Carlos took 2 hits head-on this time, sent flying like a rag doll into the ruins, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Continue the attack. Don't stop. Erqi's vision was already clearing up, but his ears still rang with buzzing. He saw Carlos being knocked away and hurriedly reminded Lin and Terry to continue the assault. Good. Hey, just as the two elves were about to unleash their skills again, Carlos suddenly flew up from the ruins, soaring into the sky in a very strange posture. Stop him. Lin was a dragon. He could fly. But after flying for a while, he realized he couldn't catch up. How could you let him escape? There's nothing I could do. His speed is too fast. He is so badly injured, blind, and deaf. He could just close his eyes and charge in any direction and still fly faster than me. Erqi understood the principle of letting a tiger return to the mountain. He shouted loudly, 6, gather the personnel, start the spaceship, and chase after him. Maze Star. Allison lounged comfortably in a deck chair, enjoying the leisurely days without dealing with the Saya. It was so blissful to be able to bully the elves when he felt like it, and let them serve him when he didn't want to move. This little life was so sweet that even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't change it. A few trails of spaceship flames appeared in his line of sight, interrupting Allison's relaxation. Who is it now? He got up from the lounge chair and discovered it was Erqi. Just as he was about to greet him, he saw a group of people behind Erqi, all exuding killing intent, and Erqi didn't look too good either. Allison's heart sank, and he asked, Erqi, aren't you the supervisor on White Star? Why are you here on Ma Star? General Allison, the evil spirit organization led by Carlos has attacked our mining site without reason, destroying critical mining equipment. Now the site is paralyzed, Erqi replied. They're taking my territory, killing my brothers, and destroying my equipment. I can't swallow this anger. Carlos must pay in blood for his debts. Erqi's words fell heavily, and many pirates behind him shouted in unison, blood for blood, blood for blood, blood for blood. Carlos, the third in command of the evil spirit organization? How did you get into a fight with him, and why is it so serious? Allison still wanted to clarify the situation. Erqi, having a low status, didn't know much, but he knew that the negotiations between Boss Dean and the evil spirit organization were nearing an end, and the results would be announced in a few days. General Allison, not only is Carlos rampaging on my turf, but he also insulted General Dean. What did he say? Allison instantly became attentive. Erqi made a grimacing face, speaking with a mix of weeping and hatred, recounting Carlos's outrageous remarks. He said our OB organization is just a bunch of tail-wagging dogs. General Dean is licking their boots just to get this peace treaty. He also insulted you, saying you're a dog of General Dean. You're the dog of their evil spirit organization's dog. They even said you're useless trash, and in their evil spirit organization, you can only go scoop up manure. Shut up. Don't say any more. Allison angrily interrupted Erqi, cursing furiously. How dare this pack of bastards from the evil spirit organization humiliate me like this? Just wait until I shove their heads into the toilet. Brothers, grab your weapons, and let's teach them a harsh lesson. Allison expressed even more fury than Erqi, rallying the troops to charge towards the evil spirit organization's base. Let's go, follow General Allison. With Allison leading the way, they quickly arrived at the evil spirit organization's base. The evil spirit organization hadn't expected the pirates to launch a large-scale attack. They had barely organized a weak defense, which was quickly shattered by the furious pirate army. After narrowly escaping from Carlos's mouth, he dared not relax and flew back to the base, where he began to tend to his injuries. Due to his immense fear of light, Carlos's eyes were temporarily damaged from the shockwave of the explosive rounds. Fortunately, his hearing gradually returned. Although there was still some buzzing, he managed to regain combat capability. Shameless pirates, I swear I won't rest until I avenge this grudge. Just as Carlos vowed to take revenge, he heard the chaotic sounds of fighting outside. He rushed out and carefully listened to the situation. He recognized the voice of the pirate leader stationed on Ma Star. That pirate, named Allison, had a very distinctive voice, which he could easily identify. He also heard the roar of a dragon, the one from White Star. Almost immediately, he understood that the cosmic pirates had torn their masks off and were attacking them with full force. Allison, Erqi, you have some nerve. Carlos flew into the air, releasing his pressure, trying to intimidate the pirates. Unfortunately, in his current state, he couldn't scare anyone. Dressed in filthy, ragged gray robes with a cloth over his eyes, he looked like a beggar. You bastard, traitor, rebel, villain, you killed my brothers and destroyed my mining site. Your crimes are heinous. Prepare tout dit. Erqi wouldn't give Carlos a chance to explain. After a round of fierce cursing, he directly commanded the elves to attack. Tarklin gathered a ball of energy in his mouth and shot it directly at Carlos. Dragon King's Wave. Carlos intended to dodge, but the Dragon King's wave was too fast, leaving him no time to react before hitting him. Carlos staggered back but still stood firm in the air. The Dragon King's wave indeed lived up to its name. It's not just that. Watch my true dragon, King Divine Power, the majesty of the dragon. Tarklin let out a wild roar towards the sky, symbolizing the supreme dignity of the dragon race, which instantly pressed down on everyone's hearts, and they all envisioned an ancient giant dragon towering like a mountain. The weaker ones had already knelt down. Last time you escaped, this time let's see how you run. Tarklin soared into the air, swinging his fist towards Carlos. Carlos's ears twitched. He sidestepped to avoid the blow and then kicked at Tarklin. Tarklin was tough-skinned and didn't mind the kick, but facing an invisible blind man, he still couldn't land a hit, which was a bit insulting to the dragon. Ah! Tarklin wildly swung his fists at Carlos, yet Carlos remained calm, dodging as if his masterful demeanor had returned. But Erqi wouldn't let him have his way. Just as Carlos reveled in teasing Tarklin, a dissonant voice suddenly surged into his mind. You're the most beautiful cloud in my heart. Let me use my heart to keep you. Carlos frowned, but he soon heard. Wooming Mountain connects to the mountains beyond. Then it continued with, come on, let's have fun. You are my little apple. Mambo. We travel through the universe. Countless chaotic voices flooded into Carlos's ears, severely disrupting his judgment. I'm not playing with you today. Realizing the situation was dire, Carlos prepared to leave. Want to escape? Icarian, use the parasitic seed. Terry, use the rapid capacitor ball. Flashing Bibbo, use charm. Erqi had long anticipated Carlos's attempt to flee, and in an instant, 3 elves attacked him. Carlos dodged Terry's rapid capacitor ball and unleashed a Black Moon Extreme Flash to injure Flashing Bibbo. But Icarian's parasitic seed stuck to him when it brushed against his clothing, and he couldn't see it. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. The vines had already wrapped around his limbs and torso. Carlos exploded with dark energy, shattering the vines around him. But he was then punched down to the ground by Tarklin. Struggling to stand up, Carlos suddenly found himself engulfed in flames. But this fire was not scorching. Instead, it was warm and quite comfortable. Finally, it's unleashed. Truly the most important divine skill of my Aiden clan. Its profundity is incomparable to those mindless output skills. Next to Carlos, Yalanlu was smugly pleased with his successful casting of the illusionary fire. By the time Carlos sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. Hidden dragon roars, thunder light, exploding fist. Once again, 2 attacks he was very familiar with struck him, sending Carlos flying back, crashing heavily against the wall. By the time he hit the ground, he had completely lost his combat ability. Tarklin, Terry, keep attacking. Erqi commanded the elves to finish him off. However, just as their attacks were about to hit Carlos, a surge of even more intense dark energy exploded in between, dispersing the elves' attacks. Stop it! A voice that penetrated the soul rang out, causing everyone present to freeze in their actions. Erqi then noticed, unbeknownst to Wen, a figure had appeared in the sky. It was a black robe, drifting in the wind mid-air. The entity beneath the black robe was unknown, but the evil and darkness that subtly leaked out made everyone shiver. Dean, what do you cosmic pirates mean by this? Weskier questioned loudly. Dean, riding on a flying device, slowly approached, and upon seeing the scene before him, was also astonished. His people had somehow started fighting with the evil spirit organization, and it was quite intense. In the corner, the elf saved by Weskier seemed to be Carlos of the evil spirit organization. How had he been injured like this, and who had done this to him? Boss, it's him. He hurt me. Carlos struggled to raise his hand, pointing at Erqi, the one who dared to hurt me. Weskier, disregarding his dignity, directly attacked Erqi. Weskier, it's inappropriate for you to intervene with my people. Dean raised his hand and deflected Weskier's attack with his sword. Dark energy flying over Erqi's head without harming anyone. Dean, are you going to protect him? Weskier, as the leader, you shouldn't interfere too much in the competition between your subordinates. Then Dean turned to Erqi, signaling him frantically. Dean stepped forward, and Erqi was very grateful. But he had to apologize to him today. Terry! Erqi shouted loudly. Terry seemed to receive some special instructions and suddenly charged at Carlos. Bold! What are you doing? In the astonished gaze of everyone, Terry hugged Carlos tightly, then showed him a big smile. Faced with Terry grinning at him, Carlos felt no goodwill, but instead was filled with dread. Hey! Terry's body suddenly erupted with endless lightning, the dazzling light blinding everyone. Probably more intense than the previous shock bomb. But this was just the light accompanying the lightning. Boom! The space could no longer support the release of so much lightning, resulting in a deafening thunderstorm explosion. After the thunderstorm, only 2 charred, motionless corpses remained on the ground. Erqi tossed out a spirit capsule, retrieving the seemingly dead Terry back in the capsule. But Carlos, unsurprisingly, was completely dead. I originally wanted to write 2,000 words, but I was afraid of being criticized for being fragmentary. Haha. Chapter 51. Sir. Times have changed. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Many had yet to recover from the terrifying thunderstorm. You're seeking death. A terrifying pressure erupted from Weskier, a vast, dark aura sweeping across the entire camp. No matter how prepared Erqi was, he couldn't help but tremble under such overwhelming pressure. Dark impact. Weskier raised his hand and shot a blast of dark energy at Erqi. Old tower, block it! Tarklin cried out in his heart, thinking that Erqi was an absolute fool for trying to force a kill at this moment. Wasn't that just madness? Earth's protection. Tarklin's skin was covered with a layer of rock armor, greatly enhancing his defense. However, he nearly failed to withstand the dark impact, retreating several meters before stopping. His rock armor already shattered. No one could stop me. The darkness is endless. Seeing that he couldn't kill Erqi with a single strike, Weskier became even angrier and decided to get serious. A more terrifying dark power erupted from him, and a lifelike skull rose from behind him. All living beings that saw the skull felt a shiver from their very souls. The consequence of opposing the evil spirit organization is only death. Weskier swung his dark whip, striking Tarklin and leaving him bloodied and screaming in pain. That's enough, Weskier. Dean swung his sword at Weskier's arm, interrupting his attack. Dean, are you really going to stop me? Weskier glared angrily. He is my man, and only I can deal with him. Dean was equally unyielding. All right. Very well. Weskier let out a chilling laugh. Then I'll send you both to hell. Weskier's dark whip lashed out at Dean, who used his arm blade to block repeatedly, but soon got hit, flipping backward. After knocking Dean back, Weskier turned his attention back to Erqi and Tarklin. It's your turn. I've thought about it, and I shouldn't use such gentle skills as the dark whip on you. I should directly turn you to ashes, turning you to dust. Old tower, can you hold on? Erqi asked urgently. To be honest, my legs are weak. Don't give up. Just hold on a little longer. Damn it. Watch me hold on with my life. I don't believe anyone in this world can kill you with a single strike. Grandpa Tarklin. Tarklin resolutely pounded his chest. Weskier, seeing that Tarklin not only showed no signs of despair, but instead appeared determined, was infuriated to the point of laughter. Then you can die. Sevenfold dark power. Dark shock. This was the closest he could unleash to his strongest attack. A torrent of dark energy surged toward Tarklin, instantly engulfing him. Weskier, stop. Sagros. Dean wanted to intervene, but it was too late. Tarklin's originally tall and mighty body was now blasted into a mass of flesh, showing clear signs of dark corrosion. You're courting death. Weskier scoffed, preparing to eliminate Erqi. However, just as he raised his hand to gather a dark impact, an ancient and holy dragon power emanated from the mass of flesh. Soon, he saw dark red inscriptions swirling around the mass, which was healing and reassembling at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the giant dragon he had just killed stood up completely unharmed. It seemed in better condition than before it absorbed his attack. What kind of power is this? Weskier finally paid attention to Tarklin. This giant dragon's lineage was probably not low. Hey, I'm all healed. Erqi, look, I'm completely fine. Tarklin excitedly touched his body, finding no wounds at all. He was truly healed. So what if you've recovered? I can kill you once, and I can kill you a second time. Weskier, do you think I don't exist? Sagros, Demon King Flame Strike Wave. Weskier raised his hand to block the Demon King Flame Strike wave with a dark barrier, planning to unleash Dark Shock again, but suddenly heard the little mouse who had been hiding behind Tarquin speaking. Weskier, I don't know if you've heard this saying, sir. Times have changed. Flashbang. Erqi threw a flashbang, and a blinding light exploded in the air, making Weskier feel like his eyes were on fire as he turned his head to avoid the strong light. You think such tricks can stop me? Of course not. Erqi sneered, tossing out flashbangs, stun grenades, and anything that could effectively affect the evil spirit organization. Weskier instantly fell into a world without vision or sound. His first reaction was that Erqi wanted to use these as cover to escape. However, he was overly concerned, as Erqi had also gone blind and deaf. Nearly everyone present was essentially blind and deaf, although the pirates were more experienced with such modern weapons. They instinctively closed their eyes and covered their ears when Erqi yelled flashbang, but there were simply too many thrown, rendering everyone equally affected. Countless people were cursing him under their breath, but fortunately, they couldn't hear each other, and everyone remained equal. What was truly waiting for Weskier was the attack from the spaceship. Can a spaceship still lock on to Weskier? Looking at a white screen, Six asked the gunner. Big brother, what era is this? They stopped using naked eye aiming hundreds of years ago. It's all radar now, don't worry. Just now, Seventh brother bought us time. Infrared radar, thermal imaging radar, pulse radar, active phased array radar. All activated to ensure we lock onto that grandson Weskier and bombard him without a single miscalculation. No problem. Enough talk. All gunners on the fleet prepare. Fire. In an instant, all the laser cannons and tracking missiles from the ships bombarded Weskier. Although Weskier lost his senses in the bright light, he could still perceive the energy fluctuations accompanying the attacks and hurriedly supported a dark barrier. However, the power of technology was terrifying. The cosmic pirates didn't have many powerful spirits, but they still dominated the universe relying on technology. Spirits compete with cultivation and bloodlines. But nothing compares to a big-hearted planet-destroying cannon. Perhaps there were spirits that could transcend technological power, but Weskier was definitely not one of them. The dark barrier shattered instantly, and Weskier was blasted away by several attacks, while still suffering from the debuff of blindness and deafness. However, his keen senses and battle instincts allowed him to evade and block many attacks. Gradually, his vision and hearing began to recover, making it easier to respond to the ship's bombardment. However, Dean and the others were also recovering. Seeing Weskier struggling in the bombardment, Dean's eyes revealed a fierce light. Ghost ship, heed my command. Activate the planet-destroying cannon. Boss, we're still down here. Using the planet-destroying cannon will kill us too. Allison quickly stopped Dean upon hearing his words. Shut up. Dean pushed Allison aside and repeated, Ghost ship, heed my command. Activate the planet-destroying cannon. He said this for Weskier to hear, and sure enough, upon hearing Dean's intention to activate the planet-destroying cannon, Weskier dared not stay any longer. He didn't believe Dean would truly go down with him. But today's battle had been truly frustrating, and he didn't want to continue. Although he failed to kill the pirate soldier who killed Carlos, next time, Weskier didn't believe he would have such luck again. Watching Weskier's retreating figure, Erqi was relieved to be alive. Chapter 52, Inciting War General. Thanks to your quick decision and clever tactics, you scared Weskier into a hasty retreat with the Annihilation Cannon. Your wisdom is like that of a contemporary sleeping dragon, and my admiration for you flows like an endless river. Erqi grinned and flattered Dean. Dean smiled back and beckoned Erqi to come over. Erqi, come here. When the boss smiles while you're in trouble, it's definitely not good news. Erqi steeled himself and approached. Damn you. Dean kicked Erqi down and then unleashed a flurry of kicks at him. This is for not following orders. This is for showing off. This is for throwing the flashbang. After kicking for a while, Dean felt a bit tired and paused. Seeing Dean's attitude, Erqi estimated he wouldn't be heavily punished. Otherwise, he wouldn't be venting his anger through punches and kicks. Just as Erqi was preparing to respond to Dean's questioning, Allison suddenly walked up. Boss, use this. It's handy. Erqi focused and found it was a light whip. Isn't this Zog's weapon? Dean's eyes lit up upon seeing the whip, and the anger that had just subsided flared up again. General, no. Please spare me. My butt. After kicking enough, Dean finally questioned Wu Erqi. Now tell me, why did you do that? General, didn't you signal me to finish him off? Wu Erqi made a face that pleaded for belief. Do you think I'm Zog? Dean started swinging the whip again. No. Spare me. My butt. Wu Erqi repeatedly begged for mercy, lamenting internally that he shouldn't have tried to be clever. Dean paused again, waiting for Wu Erqi's explanation. General, Carlos was too arrogant, allowing his subordinates to kill our brothers on White Star, and even went to the mine to cause destruction. Our elemental drilling was destroyed by him, and we'll be left with nothing for months. He also insulted us. Insulted you, General. He called us dogs. How can I tolerate that? But you should have killed him directly, especially with Weskier present. You're dragging our entire OB organization down with you. Dean said coldly. Boss, Wu Erqi has always been like this, the most selfish. He is the first to run for good things and the first to flee when things go wrong. He shouldn't be let off this time. Allison continued to add fuel to the fire. General, don't listen to the fourth general's nonsense. You know what kind of person I am. I'm your most loyal subordinate, raised by you. Enough. Dean interrupted their bickering, coldly staring at Wu Erqi, contemplating how to punish him. Feeling the low pressure released by Dean, Wu Erqi steeled himself and decided to raise the stakes. General, I was so decisive in killing Carlos because I heard a secret. It was told to me by a mysterious elf. It said that Grace Star originally had a clan of light guardians who protected it from being consumed by darkness. But the evil spirit organization slaughtered them all, occupied Grace Star, and plunged it into darkness. Dean had heard of this past as well. He had been negotiating with the evil spirit organization for so long, it was impossible he hadn't investigated it all. The second in command of the evil spirit organization, Black, is a light guardian. Weskier is the enemy who killed his entire family. Wu Erqi almost shouted. He knew that this could bring danger to Cassius. But as long as it could solidify Dean's determination to go to war with the evil spirit organization, this secret wouldn't reach Weskier's ears. Besides, Cassius had been gone for a while. Black was probably already preparing to attack Weskier, and this secret might soon no longer be a secret. Is this true? Is your source reliable? Dean questioned repeatedly. It's very likely true. I've investigated privately, and all the details match. Dean's eyes kept changing, weighing the pros and cons general, rather than sharing the Void Star system with the evil spirit organization and always being on guard against their backstabbing. It's better to eliminate them directly and then annex them. Now that Carlos is dead, if Black turns against them, who will Weskier have left? Just the third in command, Avon, and he'll soon be a loner. General, as long as we kill him, the Void Star system will be ours, and the evil spirit organization will also be ours. Even if he miraculously survives, as a loner, how can he command such a large evil spirit organization? In the end, it will just be a scattered mess. Wu Erqi advised softly, resembling a treacherous minister eager to flatter the emperor. Dean slightly nodded, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Instead of trading with the evil spirit organization, it was better to annex them directly. The general is wise. All right, I'll temporarily forgive your mistake this time, but while you can avoid the death penalty, you can't escape the living punishment. Weskier is dead set on killing you now. You should go out and avoid the limelight. The Dark Knight, Ice Fox of Tyro Star, is an old acquaintance of mine. Go invite him over. Weskier is not easy to deal with, and with the Dark Knight, Ice Fox's help, our chances will be much greater. Understood. By the way, General, now that the elemental drilling at the mine is destroyed, Weskier might attack White Star at any time. It's better to let the brothers evacuate the mine first to avoid the danger. Do as you think. Wu Erqi instructed Lu Zi about many things, telling him to take good care of his subordinates and to protect the laboratory equipment. He finally whispered to Lu Zi to cooperate fully if Cassius returned, but didn't specify exactly what to cooperate with. Wu Erqi piloted the spaceship towards Tyro Star. By the way, is Kane in the asteroid belt now? Wu Erqi suddenly thought of something and began to turn the steering wheel. Weskier returned to Gray Star, walking into the evil spirit temple with his hands behind his back. Boss, are you injured? Avon noticed the obvious battle scars on Weskier and hurriedly supported him. Get off. Weskier shook off Avon's hand. Avon sensed that Weskier was in a bad mood and dared not say much, while Weskier remained silent. The entire evil spirit temple fell into a ghostly silence. Carlos is dead, Weskier suddenly said, his tone calm and indifferent. What? Avon was taken aback, then filled with immense rage. Boss, who killed Carlos? I'll go kill him for revenge. It was the OB organization. Cosmic Pirates? Dean? Didn't they just come to an agreement? Dean. He deserves to die too. But the one who killed Carlos wasn't him. It was a pirate I've never seen before. Seemingly realizing it was inappropriate, Weskier added. It was a pirate who looked ordinary, just like any other pirate henchman. Boss, where is he? I'll go kill him. Don't act rashly. The OB organization has already broken ties with us and may go to war at any time. You need to notify everyone to prepare for battle. There are also some troop movements that you need to handle. Weskier and Avon arranged things for a while, then suddenly asked, Where's Black? Avon shook his head, not knowing. Weskier waved him off to leave. Sitting on the throne, Weskier revealed some fatigue, and his spirit slowly relaxed. At some point, he suddenly sensed a sharp killing intent and was jolted awake. Who's there? Chapter 53. Blake, Cassius versus Weskier. Who's there? Weskier sensed dark energy in an instant, alertly looking in a certain direction. Night Demon Sphere. 2 black energy balls shot through a door, quickly heading towards Weskier. Weskier dodged under his feet, avoiding the 2 energy balls, but they suddenly turned and flew back inexplicably. Bang! Bang! The energy balls exploded on Weskier, making him let out a low groan. The 2 explosions sounded like a referee's gunshot, and Blake burst through the wooden door, swinging his fist at Weskier. Evil Spirit Strike. Seeking death. Weskier gathered his strength and punched out. Both retreated. Blake, you really have a problem. Who are you? Weskier exclaimed. I am the last guardian of light from Greystar, and today I will avenge my deceased family. Blake said coldly, his eyes filled with hatred. Oh, I finally remember. The little brat who escaped last time is you. No wonder you look familiar. However, many have come to seek revenge on me, but unfortunately, none of them have returned alive. Weskier mocked with his arms crossed. Enough nonsense. Blake rushed forward. Night Invasion. A minor skill. Dark Impact. Blake confronted Weskier, and they both grabbed each other's hands, entering a stalemate as they began to contest their strength. Both gathered their power in their palms, try to overpower the other, but unfortunately, Weskier's cultivation was deeper. Blake, with your little skills, you think you could defeat me? Not even close. Weskier sneered, continuing to strengthen his power, and Blake soon couldn't hold on, his body slowly leaning backward. Blake, you can go die. It's you who should die. Who? Weskier was shocked, realizing there was a second infiltrator in the temple. Unfortunately, while he was wrestling with Blake, he was able to restrain him and quickly exhaust his stamina, but it was also a constraint on himself. Quantum Annihilation Wave. Cassius exerted all his strength, and Weskier had no time to respond, taking the hit directly on his back, also losing the contest with Blake. Weskier flew out, crashing into the wall and sliding down weakly. Before he could regain his senses, he saw Blake rushing towards him, so he hurriedly gathered a defense. Dark Barrier. Blake punched down hard, and the barrier Weskier hastily formed shattered instantly, the punch striking Weskier in the face with unrelenting force. Weskier screamed, his body flying back again, smashing into the wall, but this time it was his head that struck first. Weskier, come me. Double Shadow. Blake didn't give Weskier a moment to breathe. Attacking recklessly. Dark Impact. Weskier could only try to counter in haste, but he was no match for Blake's massive attack filled with overwhelming hatred. With a loud bang, the wall behind Weskier collapsed, and he was thrown out with the debris. Insolent. Half kneeling in the ruins, Weskier was furious. Since rising to fame, he had never been this embarrassed. Just as he was getting angry, a stone struck his head, released by Cassius, the voidless ghost stone. You will pay for this. Weskier roared with rage, his dark power swelling, ready to unleash his true strength. Dark Boundless. However, before he could truly unleash his power, that white spirit had somehow snuck up behind him, directly restraining him from behind. Blake, attack now. Let go of me. Weskier struggled desperately, but Cassius wouldn't let him escape. Double Shadow. Blake seized the opportunity, gathering strength again and striking Weskier in the chest. The momentum Weskier was building up instantly dropped to the lowest point. Evil Spirit Strike. Night Demon Sphere. Mind-piercing. Blake unleashed several attacks on Weskier, whose aura had nearly vanished, and Cassius felt Weskier was already dead before letting him go. But Blake continued to unleash skills on Weskier's body, as if demonstrating the skills recorded on the Shadow Scroll. Shadow Sphere. Evil Attack. Even if Weskier could endure, there was no way he could survive now. Blake. Cassius grabbed Blake's hand, comforting him. He dead. We VE1. Blake panted heavily, his hands trembling uncontrollably. We won. We killed Weskier? Yes. Mom, Dad, brother, sister. I finally avenged you. Blake's great vengeance was fulfilled, and tears flowed from his eyes like an explosion. Seeing Blake's face, Cassius could only comfort him by patting his back. Hee, kiki, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a harsh and piercing voice came from the ground, rising from low to high, becoming increasingly clear. Blake and Cassius were shocked to see that the mangled body had slowly floated up, hovering in midair, looking at them with eerie eyes filled with mockery. Do you think you can kill me like this? You've only broken the first layer of my boundless darkness. Let me show you the second layer. Dark Fury. Weskier's dark energy erupted completely, 3 horrific skulls made of ghost fire appearing behind him. Does he have 2 lives? No matter how many he has, I will kill them all. Blake and Cassius charged forward with determination. Weskier also manipulated the skulls to attack them. Blake and Cassius punched the skulls to pieces, but they quickly reformed behind them. The 3 skulls, like cold venomous snakes, quickly swirled around the two, waiting for the opportunity to strike. We can't drag this out. Attack his main body. All right, I'll cover you. Mountain collapse. Cassius smashed his fist into the ground, causing a row of hard stones to erupt from the earth, not only obstructing the skull's movement, but also disrupting Weskier's line of sight. In the midst of the mountain collapse, Blake used the interplay of light and shadow for cover, successfully closing in on Weskier and then leaping up to throw a punch. But at the moment he struck Weskier, a dark rope suddenly emerged from Weskier's chest, winding around like a snake, tightly binding Blake's arm. At long range. You can at least escape, but once you're close to me, you have no chance at all. Weskier raised both hands, and the 3 skulls that were attacking Cassius instantly vanished, returning to his back. Then, with a slight wave of his hand, they all lunged at Blake. Blake screamed as he fell from the air. Blake! Cassius hurriedly caught Blake, dodging the skulls that were chasing them. I'm Fine, Blake said bravely. Weskier is strange. At long range, he can only be drained, and at close range, he is restrained. Isn't he invincible then? I don't believe he has no weaknesses. What are you thinking? Dark spring water. Blake suspected that Weskier was drawing power from the dark spring water for himself. Bold Blake, you dare to rebel. Brothers attack. Evan suddenly returned with team. What do we do? Blake glanced deeply at Weskier, suppressing the urge for revenge. Retreat. Blake and Cassius launched an attack on Evan together, and Evan, unable to withstand their combined assault, hurriedly hid behind his minions, using them as a meat shield. Taking this opportunity, the two unleashed their full power, forcibly carving a path, and then fleeing at full speed from the evil spirit sanctuary. Did these 2 little bugs think they could escape just like that? Weskier, with his arms crossed, floated in the air, drifting out of the sanctuary. The evil spirit organization was ordered. The second in command, Black, was in rebellion, and anyone who encountered him could be killed. Chapter 54. Subduing Cain. As dawn broke at the top of Rainbow Mountain, Dyfit had already woken up early to catch up on his favorite show. Just when he was enjoying the exciting battle between Ciro and Belial, the television suddenly turned to static, followed by a loud noise from outside. Who is it? Disturbing the peace so early in the morning. Dyfit rushed out of his cave and saw 2 figures, one black and one white. The 2 spirits looked injured, with the white spirit supporting the black spirit, who appeared as if he could collapse at any moment. Dyfit was about to scold them when he met the terrifying gaze of the black spirit and quickly shut his mouth, instinctively sliding back a step. We're sorry for the disturbance. We'll leave immediately, the white spirit said politely. Make yourselves at home. Make yourselves at home. Dyfit quickly replied, then hastily ran back into his cave. Cassius said to Black, the pirate mine is right at the foot of Rainbow Mountain. We're almost there. I still don't want to trust pirates. Although Erqi is a pirate, he is trustworthy. Black did not argue with Cassius. He indeed needed a place to recuperate. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they found the pirate mine deserted. This surprised Cassius greatly, as he knew the importance of the White Star mine. Cosmic pirates would never give it up easily. Is that you, Cassius? A pirate suddenly emerged from a hidden corner. Brother Leozi, it's me. Seventh brother asked me to wait for you. Come with me quickly. Leozi led Cassius and Black into the dense forest on the first level of Rainbow Mountain. Be careful. It might be a trap, Black reminded. Don't worry. Brother Leozi is Erqi's trusted brother. Soon, Leozi brought them to a pirate base. You're injured. Go to the treatment room first. Brother Leozi, why has everyone left the pirate mine? Cassius asked. It's a long story, but to make it short, after you left, seventh brother killed Carlos. Seventh brother was afraid of Weskier's revenge, so he told us to hide temporarily. This is just one of the bases. Erqi killed Carlos. Cassius was very shocked, and even Black showed some surprise. Yes, now the OB organization and the Evil Spirit organization have broken off relations, and war could break out at any time. It is said that General Dean is waiting for the verification of a message. What message? They say the second in command of the Evil Spirit organization, Black, might rebel, and General Dean is waiting for news of Black's rebellion. Upon hearing his name, Black exchanged glances with Cassius. He quickly pulled Cassius, signaling him not to reveal his identity. Anyway, you two should recuperate first. Seventh brother told me to cooperate with you fully before he left. Cassius felt very touched. On the other side, Erqi piloted his spaceship to the meteorite area, but then the spaceship inexplicably lost control. He hurriedly maneuvered the ship to land and then heard a strange song. Kane is still here. Ciro hasn't come yet. Little Kane, be a good spirit for me, and I want to pursue the matter of your ship losing control. Erqi wickedly walked towards the direction of the singing and came to a large rock. He used his light axe to smash the rock, revealing the hidden Kane. Little Kane, be a good spirit for me. Erqi said with a sinister smile, scaring Kane to flee quickly. Don't struggle. Just obediently get into the capsule. Erqi chased after him with a capsule in hand. Yikelane, Flashwave, Alanlo, come out quickly to welcome your new brother. Three spirits suddenly appeared, surrounding Kane, leaving him nowhere to escape. Kane also became fierce. Since he couldn't escape, he would fight. He unleashed a ground spike attack. Sharp stone spikes constantly erupting from the ground, but they were all interrupted by Yikelane's 1,000-leaf slash. Kane wanted to continue, but he was immediately surrounded and beaten by the three spirits, causing him to hurriedly raise his shadow shield. The attacks from the three spirits hit the shadow shield, but could not break through, which surprised them all. They continued to exert their full strength, but the shadow shield remained unbreakable. You can't break it. Let Tarklin give it a try. Tarklin was summoned and was displeased to learn he had to deal with such a small spirit. However, after hearing Yikelane and the other spirits' chaotic explanations, he realized this little guy was not simple. Everyone step aside and watch your grandpa Tarklin's power. Tarklin gathered all his strength and slammed down with a heavy punch, shaking the ground. All the spirits looked on in anticipation. However, Tarklin was shocked to raise his hand. His full-strength strike had not broken the shield. Again, Tarklin continuously swung his fists at Kane, creating earth-shattering sounds, yet the shadow shield remained unharmed. He even started shaking his hips and making faces to mock everyone. Stupid pirates. Can't even break it. I don't believe it. Watch me unleash the hidden dragon roar. Tarklin released a powerful energy wave, crashing into the shadow shield. Tarklin thought this would surely work, but when the smoke cleared, the still intact shadow shield made him lose his temper. What the hell is this thing? Kane, although we can't break your shield, can you hold it up without eating or drinking? Once you tire out, won't you be at our mercy? Erqi mocked in response to Kane's taunts. Kane, even if I die, I will never surrender to you pirates, Kane declared resolutely. Erqi frowned upon hearing this. Could he be another poor spirit whose family was ruined by cosmic pirates? Erqi was about to ask for clarification when the phone rang. He then learned from Leozi that Cassius had returned, bringing a black spirit with him, and they were both injured. Erqi understood that they had attempted to assassinate Weskier, but must have failed. Upon further thought, he realized that killing Carlos and their assassination attempt on Weskier were almost simultaneous. He needed to hurry. There would be time to ask about Cain later. Erqi took out a black spirit capsule and threw it at Cain. The once confident Cain was unexpectedly sucked into the capsule under its glow. What the hell? Erqi, what treasure is this? It directly captured him. It's an invincible spirit capsule that can capture spirits 100 of the time. It's the most expensive and luxurious spirit capsule. If it weren't for my time constraints, you should have thought of using this for me. Next time. Erqi had never seen anyone so eager to get into a capsule before. The spaceship continued its journey towards Taro Star. Erqi activated the intelligent cruise and then released Cain, planning to ask him some questions. Cain, you filthy pirate, what have you done to me? Cain shouted at Erqi. You're now my spirit. Cain, impossible. Erqi threw the capsule again, capturing him once more. Then he released him again. Cain, you damn filthy pirate, what have you done to me? Erqi threw the capsule again, captured him, and released him, repeating this 7 or 8 times. There will be an extra chapter this weekend. Chapter 55, Taro Star. After going back and forth a few times, Cain accepted his fate. Damn it, even if you have subdued me, I will never help you with anything. Helping or not helping is a matter for later. First, tell me why you hate pirates so much. Cain, who had stabilized his emotions after being tortured, immediately exploded upon hearing Erqi's words. Damn it, you destroyed my tribe, captured my family and friends, and now you have imprisoned me. Do you think I shouldn't hate you? Erqi sometimes despised his own identity. Since his crossing over, his mental internal conflict had intensified. Sometimes he thought it might be better to surrender to the Sai Air How and eat a royal salary. With a single thought, the world opened up. Erqi shook his head to discard these dangerous thoughts and said, I feel very unfortunate and guilty about your experience. But the tragedy has already happened. We need to look forward. We shouldn't avoid mistakes, but rather think about how to make up for them. Aristotle once said. Erqi rambled on and finally said, I will do my best to rescue your family and have them work under me. I can protect them within the pirate ranks. Really? Cain asked. Of course. Then can you set them free? If you do, I'm willing to serve you. I can't do that. Erqi shook his head and made it clear, I'm just a small supervisor. Being able to use my connections to find your family and then protect them is already the limit of my abilities. It's simply impossible to let them go directly. If the situation allows, I can at most help you take out 1 or 2 enemies, which is already a significant mistake. Cain's emotions fell as he lowered his head. After a long time, he looked back at Erqi. Say my people. Erqi smiled. It was true that he didn't have the ability to set Cain's tribe free, but he also didn't want to. What could guarantee loyalty more than holding someone's entire family hostage? He then communicated with Cain about the details of the rescue, such as where Cain's tribe was when they fell, who the pirate leader was, and whether there were any nearby mineral veins. After Cain finished explaining, Erqi organized the information and sent it to Lu Zi, asking him to find out more. He suddenly realized that he was assigning more and more tasks to Lu Zi. He wouldn't be cursing capitalist dogs in his heart, would he? Maybe he should help him level up and see if he could get an elite out of it. The spaceship finally arrived at Taro Star. As soon as they disembarked, their eyes were met with greenery, interspersed with splashes of vibrant colors. The fragrance of the green grass made one's mood settle. Erqi suddenly felt the elven capsule of Yika lion vibrating. It seemed like it wanted to come out. Erqi, I smell the scent of energy fruits in the forest. Yika lion exclaimed excitedly as soon as it emerged. What are we waiting for? Let's go pick them. Erqi replied excitedly. Yika lion flew towards a towering tree about 100 meters away from the spaceship. It carefully circled around and found no dominant spirits guarding it, then opened its mouth and swallowed the energy fruit from the forest. As the energy fruit entered its belly, a warm current filled with surging life force instantly coursed through its entire body, making it feel intoxicated, as if its life had sublimated at that moment. Don't get carried away. Hurry up and leave. What if this fruit has an owner and we get in trouble? Erqi shouted to Yika Lion. However, the next moment, they felt a powerful aura suddenly appear. It was a blue and white divine deer, its 4 feet stepping on the ground, causing fresh grass to grow. Wherever it walked, the grass followed, as if it were the deity that governed life in the world. Erqi's heart leaped to his throat. It was truly as he feared. Just moments ago, he was thinking, on Tyro's star, if high-level grass-type resources weren't guarded by spirits, it probably wasn't that everyone didn't want them, but that all spirits dared not act recklessly. Who could make all spirits refrain from acting? Only that ancestral spirit beast. Ancestral spirit beast. We mean no harm. We just saw how fresh and juicy the fruit was, and happened to be thirsty. Haha. Erqi felt that even he couldn't convince himself with such words. The ancestral spirit beast ignored Erqi, but didn't attack him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. The ancestral spirit beast looked at Lion, revealing a hint of approval, and said, "You've grown quite well." Lion didn't sense any malice from the ancestral spirit beast, so it gathered its courage and said, "Thank you, Senior. I still have a long way to go. Continue to cultivate. Persistent effort will yield the results you desire. Remember, grass-type spirits are a peace-loving race. Do not go astray. Also, the energy fruits in this forest are grown by me. Next time, do not take them without asking." "I will remember." Lion bowed in apology. When it raised its head again, the ancestral spirit beast had already vanished. Fortunately, the ancestral spirit beast has a kind heart. Erqi let out a long sigh and praised, "See, that's what a great vision looks like. No wonder it's one of the 3 spirit beasts." Lion felt that the ancestral spirit beast's words held deep meaning, but it couldn't figure it out. Besides, it disliked riddlers. Erqi didn't dare to linger in the forest and hurriedly left. After some effort, he successfully found the Night-Eyes Fox. "Did Dean send you?" the Night-Eyes Fox asked. "This is a letter from General Dean for you." The Night-Eyes Fox took the letter, read it, and said, "Dean wants me to deal with Weskier?" "Yes. Dean really has guts. He dares to scheme against Weskier." The Night-Eyes Fox sneered and added, "But he has found the right person. I'm also quite curious if the notorious leader of the evil spirit organization, Weskier, is as powerful as the rumors say. Did Dean mention what kind of leverage he has to ask me to act?" The general said that the previous agreement still stands, and you can freely choose treasures from the evil spirit organization. Good. Refreshing. Doing business with Brother Dean is always straightforward. I'll set off right away. Erqi couldn't let the Night-Eyes Fox fly alone, so he invited it onto the spaceship. Along the way, Erqi shared the current situations of both parties with the Night-Eyes Fox. When the Night-Eyes Fox heard that the 4th-in-command of the evil spirit organization was dead and the 2nd-in-command had rebelled, it scoffed at Weskier. "He can't even manage his subordinates. What a pretender. It seems I'll be making a huge profit in this deal." Erqi was speechless in his heart, but maintained a smile on his face. After dropping the Night-Eyes Fox off at the ghost ship, Erqi picked up Terry, who was receiving treatment on the ghost ship, and returned to White Star. He needed to meet with Cassius and Blake to discuss how to deal with Weskier. The Night-Eyes Fox was right about one thing. It would indeed be making a good deal this time, because the main force against Weskier this time was not the Cosmic Pirates, but these 2 big shots. The Cosmic Pirates could help hold back the evil spirit soldiers. If they could delay Ivan and prevent him from causing chaos, it would be even more effective. After disembarking from the spaceship, Erqi finally met the legendary Blake. Chapter 56. The war begins. Ice Fox versus Evan on White Star. Erqi shared his experience of killing Carlos with Cassius, and of course, he didn't forget to mention how he forced Weskier to retreat. Cassius listened with sparkling eyes, occasionally chiming in with praises like "You're amazing, Erqi." Although he could handle Carlos alone, Cassius also shared his experience of teaming up with Blake to assassinate Weskier. Their coordinated strategies made Erqi repeatedly cheer, but unfortunately, Weskier had more than one life. Otherwise, they would have succeeded. After being resurrected, Weskier became extremely powerful. He could drain them from a distance and counter them up close. Together, they were no match for him. In that state, "I truly don't know how to defeat him," Cassius lamented. "Blake, do you have a solution?" Erqi asked the usually silent Blake. Blake nodded and succinctly replied, "I have some ideas." "Let's hear them." Everyone looked at Blake. "I think Weskier is so strong because he is secretly absorbing the power of the Dark Spring. I've drunk from that spring before. It's very peculiar. After drinking it, one's power increases greatly, making it tempting to drink more, but anyone who drinks from that spring will fall under Weskier's control. I sought out Cassius because his Chinquin reversal can help neutralize the dark energy in my body. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the qualification to seek revenge on Weskier. However, through my own experience, I found inspiration. Since dark energy can be neutralized by light energy in battle, we can directly use the light holy artifact to suppress the dark energy. At that time, I don't believe Weskier can become infinitely powerful. Light holy artifact? Where do we have a light holy artifact? Erqi suddenly remembered something and asked, Blake, you have the infinite energy, right? Blake raised his eyebrows and smiled. You're quite right. By the way, if we lure Weskier out of the cave, wouldn't he be unable to absorb dark energy? If we are outside, you two should be confident in defeating Weskier, right? Erqi suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at Erqi in surprise, their expressions becoming strange. On the fandom, Dean, I've been here for so long, when do we start fighting? The Dark Knight, Ice Fox, said impatiently. Ice Fox, why the rush? You should know that haste makes waste. It takes time to deploy my troops. And to be honest, I'm trying to contact Blake, but I've been unable to reach him. That's second in command of the Evil Spirit Organization. He might have been killed by Weskier long ago. However, Weskier is not easy to deal with. If someone could charge in a battle for us, that would be great. With all the commotion on both sides, if he hasn't died, he surely can't miss it. So I guess he's waiting for you to fight so he can take advantage of the chaos. Dean had already suspected this possibility. If he wanted to use others as guns, then others could certainly plot against him as well. In that case, let's start the war. By the way, Ice Fox here, take this. This amulet can enhance your power. It's high-tech. The Dark Knight, Ice Fox, unguardedly put the amulet around his neck and lightly tapped it. Though this is unnecessary. Thanks anyway. The OB Organization's army arrived at Grey Star and stopped above the Dark Knight cave. Their mines below. And although the Evil Spirit Organization is not as obsessed with ores as the OB Organization, no one dislikes valuable things. Therefore, this place is very important to the Evil Spirit Organization. Who dares to ambush my Dark Knight cave? Weskier slammed his stone seat in anger. My lord, the pirates have sent a terrifying ice fox that cut through our ranks like a hot knife through butter. We have no way to deal with him. Could it be the Dark Knight Ice Fox? That's not surprising. Evan, take your men to deal with them. And remember to be careful of that ice fox. He is no weakling. Yes, my lord. Evan charged out with the team. Weskier never took the cosmic pirates seriously. Although they were numerous, they were like ants, and no one could withstand him. Even if Dean had invited the Dark Knight Ice Fox, he was not afraid at all. But he couldn't act yet because the snake he feared the most was still lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. That's why he sent Evan a scout. The Dark Knight Ice Fox charged back and forth in the Dark Knight cave, exhilarated by the thrill of tearing apart enemies. Dean, the amulet you gave me really works. I feel like I have endless strength. After dispatching an evil spirit soldier, the Dark Knight Ice Fox turned to Dean. As long as you're enjoying yourself, Ice Fox. Someone's coming. Dean and the Dark Knight Ice Fox looked towards the distance simultaneously, but when they saw it was only Evan, the Dark Knight Ice Fox showed a disappointed expression. Dean, leave this guy to me. No one is allowed to steal him from me. The Dark Knight Ice Fox flapped his wings and flew towards Evan. Seeing the Dark Knight Ice Fox coming, Evan unleashed a dark impact. But the Dark Knight Ice Fox directly tore through the dark impact. This shocked Evan. Before coming, Evan had already regarded the Dark Knight Ice Fox with great importance. But he still underestimated him. From the brief exchange just now, the Dark Knight Ice Fox's strength was clearly above his. This amulet is incredibly useful. Someone like Evan is no longer my opponent. Ha ha ha. The Dark Knight Ice Fox laughed, feeling that in his current state, he could easily surpass the nine-tailed fox. The Dark Knight Ice Fox became even more enthusiastic, directly treating Evan like the nine-tailed fox to beat. But this was hard on Evan. Evan was beaten without the power to fight back, only able to defend. All of you attack. Kill this ice fox. Evan shouted at his subordinates. When he saw someone trying to back down, Evan directly flashed behind him and threw him towards the Dark Knight Ice Fox. That evil spirit soldier was easily torn apart by the Dark Knight Ice Fox, blood splattering in midair. Originally, Evan intended to use this person to establish his authority, but the result was too gruesome, which instead intimidated the other evil spirit soldiers. Many soldiers lost the courage to continue fighting. Weskier watched for a long time using a crystal ball. Although he saw Evan being suppressed, he didn't care at all. Once he confirmed that Blake was not among the Cosmic Pirates, he finally felt relieved. Cosmic Pirates, you've gone too far. I'll first eliminate you, then wait for Blake to come and seek death. Weskier flew towards the Dark Knight Cave. However, just as he flew out of the evil spirit temple, 2 dark energy balls came flying at him. He recognized this move. It was Blake's Night Demon Sphere, perhaps having learned from previous lessons. Weskier did not dodge, but raised his hand to form a barrier, blocking the attack. Blake, you dare to come back and seek death. Weskier, the one who is about to die is you. Blake stood before Weskier, his aura exploding as he confronted Weskier. Another figure descended from the sky, blocking behind him. Weskier recognized it as the dark shadow elemental from that day. I'm curious how you ambushed here. I remember you were brought into the organization by Solant. Has he also betrayed? Weskier hit the nail on the head. However, he felt little joy in his heart. Since Carlos's death, looking back, he found that only Evan remained as a usable talent among his subordinates. I'm too tired, go to sleep first. Sorry, huh? Don't worry. There will still be 3 updates, but this wave at dawn will just be this one. Chapter 57, Suppressing Weskier. Avon's death, since you've already guessed it, Solant. Blake shouted, and immediately a dragon's roar echoed in response from afar, followed by a dragon beast soaring in. Blake leaped up and landed firmly on Solant's back. Weskier, you're going to die today. Stop talking big. Today, I'm going to wipe out all the traitors of the organization. Blake and Solant unleashed their skills, attacking Weskier, who retaliated with a powerful beam of dark energy. I'm coming too, Quantum Annihilation Wave. Facing an attack from another direction, Weskier was forced to split his focus to respond. Just like that, Weskier single-handedly held off 3 spirits. Wow, the evil Emperor Weskier is truly mighty. It makes me want to give it a try. A snide voice suddenly came through, startling Weskier. It's simple, watch me, hidden dragon roar. Looking at the dragon breath coming straight at him, Weskier could only retract his hands, unleashing dark energy to quickly form a dark barrier. 3 energy beams converged at one point, resulting in a terrifying explosion, with light and mist spreading and thick smoke rolling. That guy must be dead for sure. Take her inside. Be careful. Never let your guard down when you don't see a body. Erqi was well aware of the rule that smoke means no injury. Ha ha ha. Blake, do you think you can win just because there are more of you? Darkness is boundless. Amidst the smoke, Weskier erupted with terrifying dark power, and 3 ghostly skulls suddenly appeared, revealing their hideous forms. Damn, they're not dead, Takerlin exclaimed, just as one skull shot towards him. Dragon King Wave. Takerlin hurriedly unleashed a Dragon King Wave, scattering the skull, but as soon as it was dispersed, the skull quickly reformed. Not dead again. Takerlin panicked, but Erqi remained calm. He summoned Kane. Kane, Shadow Shield. Kane spread his hands, creating a protective shield. The skull crashed into the Shadow Shield, which remained unscathed, causing the skull to shatter instead. Although the skull quickly reassembled, after several consecutive impacts, the Shadow Shield proved unbreakable. So it's Kane. You little bug really have a lot of annoying tricks. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Weskier. I regretted not killing you last time for quite a while. Seeking death. Weskier recalled the 3 skulls, preparing to gather all his strength to break the Shadow Shield. Weskier, do you think I'm dead? Blake launched an attack to draw Weskier's attention back. Blake, last time you escaped by luck. Today let my dark fury send you to hell. I want to see how much strength you can exert without external assistance. Blake's power suddenly exploded, the terrifying force clearly exceeding his capabilities, astonishing Weskier. Weskier experienced the taste of being abandoned by darkness. Blake poured all his energy into Weskier, making him feel a distinct light and heat, a power that could counter dark energy. Weskier felt his strength rapidly diminishing, and the skulls floating in the air disbanded after struggling for a few seconds. What have you done to me? I told you. You're going to die today. Blake rode Solant towards him, and Cassius immediately responded, forming a pincer attack. Weskier used his own power to fend off Blake and the others, appearing somewhat beleaguered under the onslaught of the spirits. He knew he couldn't continue like this and needed to retreat to the temple quickly. but the annoying pirate was blocking the cave entrance. Want to block me? Then you all can die. Weskier seized the opportunity to summon a dark longbow, knocking an arrow in one motion, firing a dark arrow. It's the dark arrow. Be careful. Blake and Cassius tried to intercept, but it was too late. The dark arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, creating immense pressure for Kane and Erqi behind the shield. Fortunately, the shadow shield held up after trembling violently. Damn it! Weskier gritted his teeth in anger. All members of the evil spirit organization, listen up. Slay the pirates and spirits blocking the temple entrance. Weskier unleashed a shout imbued with dark power, a voice that could be heard far and wide. Although Avon had taken away a group of elite soldiers, there were still plenty of soldiers around the evil spirit temple, perfectly suited to deal with this pirate. Weskier, you can't go back, double shadow. Blake punched towards Weskier. Weskier glared at Blake in rage. He knew Blake was determined to keep him from reaching the Dark Spring. But facing relentless pursuit, he had no way out, only to counterattack. In the dark night abyss, Avon and the other evil spirit soldiers heard Weskier's call. Not good. The boss is being ambushed. Avon exclaimed. Third mate, the leader is calling for our support. We should retreat quickly, a soldier advised. Yes, yes. The leader's safety is the most important. All the soldiers echoed, and they didn't want to fight for even a second. Avon hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow the soldiers' sentiments. All troops, return to support Lord Weskier. If the situation weren't so dire, the evil spirit soldiers would have cheered. Brother Ice Fox, it seems Weskier has been ambushed by Blake again. This time his situation is probably not good. We should help our ally. Let's sever one of Weskier's arms to allow Blake to focus on dealing with him. Is it really necessary to go through so much trouble? I can handle Avon and Weskier by myself without any help. The Dark Knight Ice Fox was very excited. He felt brave enough to take on the primordial spirit beast. Dean was quite speechless, thinking that the amulet shouldn't affect intelligence. Brother Ice Fox, if someone is fighting for us, why should we risk our lives? Wouldn't it be better to wait for the opportunity to reap the benefits? You have a point. The Ice Fox was persuaded. Sagros, join Brother Ice Fox to deal with Avon. Make sure he dies. Say, watch me kill him. The Dark Knight Ice Fox flapped its wings and flew towards Avon at high speed, then extended its sharp claws to grab him. Ice Claw. Avon was both surprised and angry. He had already decided to retreat, yet the Dark Knight Ice Fox was still entangled with him, treating him as if he were made of clay. Black Moon Flash. Dark Impact. Avon unleashed two skills in quick succession, but still couldn't block the Dark Knight Ice Fox's assault. As the Dark Knight Ice Fox closed in, he gathered a ball of ghost fire with both hands and then struck towards the Dark Knight Ice Fox. Black Fire Palm. The two sides clashed, and Avon staggered back several steps. Just as he regained his balance, a blade glinted behind him. Say! Sagros struck down heavily, catching Avon off guard and knocking him to the ground. You! Avon wanted to say, you are violating the rules of combat. But Sagros's scythe fell again. Avon let out a scream. Get away! The Dark Knight Ice Fox angrily knocked Sagros back and then grabbed Avon by the neck, lifting him up. His head is mine. The Dark Knight Ice Fox glared at Sagros. Say! Sagros glared back in anger. The Dark Knight Ice Fox sneered, gathering an ice spike with its other hand and then stabbing it fiercely into Avon's chest. Avon, who was still struggling to escape, trembled for a moment before his limbs and head drooped completely. The third mate of the evil spirit organization, Avon, is dead. I quietly asked everyone, if this endless energy explodes, does it count as highly toxic? Because it's related to the plot, if it doesn't explode, many subsequent storylines will become very troublesome. Even the Battle of God of War Island below will need to be completely rewritten, and I'm afraid I might not be able to handle it. If it's mildly toxic, I'll explode it. If everyone thinks it's highly toxic, then I won't explode it. Then wait for Blake to return the toilet number to Terry. Tarklin, you guys kill on the periphery. Remember not to run too far out. Be careful of Weskier. Echelane, Flashing Wave, Aramlo, use support from the inner circle at any time. And Kane, I will protect you. What? Kane tilted his head in question, looking down on people. Do you know what the difference between a person and a monkey is? Using tools. Kane, I've never seen a person or a monkey. Erqi took out a palm-sized tube from his belt, pressed a switch. and the tube made a few clicks, turning into a laser gun. Erqi aimed the gun and pulled the trigger, killing an evil spirit soldier in one shot. How was that? Erqi had an air of a master. Cain looked at the dense, evil spirit soldiers, pondering the difficulty of hitting them. Erqi usually doesn't use guns. A master doesn't need them. A novice doesn't use his, and occasionally using one against such rookies is quite easy. On the other side, Weskier's situation was not good. He wanted to see how his subordinates were progressing, but to his dismay, it was not just tragic, it was simply unbearable to watch. He didn't expect these subordinates to really break the shadow shield. He just hoped these cannon fodder could deal with Erqi's other spirits to create an opportunity for him. But they couldn't even manage this small task. The organization should cultivate some backbone forces. Weskia muttered to himself. However, he still had to get through this immediate crisis first. Not paying attention, Weskier was hit by Blake and was knocked to the ground. Although it wasn't a big deal, it was quite embarrassing for him. Useless. All useless. Weskier began to blame the evil spirit soldiers for their incompetence. But he didn't think about it. With Tarklin and Terry rampaging in front, how could they break through in a short time? The evil spirit soldiers dared to be angry, but couldn't speak. Since you are all useless, then become my nourishment. Weskier grabbed an evil spirit soldier and directly used dark absorption, draining his energy completely. In the blink of an eye, this evil spirit soldier was left with nothing but an empty black robe. Lord Weskier, what are you doing? An evil spirit soldier questioned in terror. What am I doing? Of course, I am merging with myself. Weskier laughed loudly, unleashing countless chains. Each chain pierced through the body of an evil spirit soldier, completely transferring their power to Weskier. What an evil method. Quickly stop him. Cassius and Blake teamed up to attack Weskier, hoping to interrupt him. They struck Weskier, but with just a glance from Weskier, they were bounced back. Ha ha ha. Now no one can stop me. Weskier's figure flashed and appeared in front of Tarklin. Then he threw a punch. You. Tarklin hadn't reacted yet when he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his organs displaced. Tarklin opened his mouth in pain, his body stiff and unable to react, but he was hit by Weskier's dark shockwave to the stomach and fell down in agony. Hey! Terry unleashed his electric energy, throwing a punch at Weskier, but it was blocked by the dark barrier Weskier had casually set up, unable to advance an inch. Weskier retracted the barrier and unleashed a dark shockwave that knocked Terry to the ground. Echelane and the other spirits were unable to retaliate at all. Swept away by the dark storm, Weskier casually unleashed, losing their combat ability. Just a little more. Ugh. Aranlo let out a final wail and fainted. Despite being in the shadow shield, both Erqi and Cain were trembling. Weskier, you will not return. Blake and Cassius continued to rush forward, desperately trying to block Weskier. No one could stop me. Weskier unleashed a terrifying dark beam that looked thicker than Tarklin, forcing Blake and Cassius to dodge, watching helplessly as Weskier destroyed the shadow shield. Weskier didn't care about using his own power. As long as he could return to the Dark Spring, he was willing to sacrifice any amount of his subordinates' power. Boom! Weskier almost mobilized all his power to strike the shadow shield, which shattered with a sound, sending Erqi and Cain flying out. Oomph! Weskier flicked his sleeve and rushed into the temple. Although this series of attacks flowed smoothly, taking out several spirits, repelling Blake and Cassius, and breaking the shadow shield. He knew his energy was already running low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have neglected to deliver the finishing blow. Don't mind me. Stop him. Erqi saw Cassius trying to help him and quickly pointed at Weskier's retreating figure. Cassius, seeing this, could only hurry to catch up with Blake. Erqi wanted to get up, but the previous hit had injured him too severely, and he couldn't muster the strength for a moment. At that moment, a large hand grabbed him and placed him on his shoulder. Tarklin, are you okay? Can you still fight? Well, I'm fine, but not really able to fight. He felt that in such a high-level situation, he shouldn't meddle. First, take me to retrieve Terry and the others, and then we'll wait for the right moment. Inside the evil spirit temple, Weskier had already arrived in front of the dark spring. He stared obsessively at the pool of spring water, laughing maniacally. Power, unparalleled power. Weskier reached his hand into the spring water and began to crazily absorb the power within it, and his momentum climbed to an unprecedented height at that moment. Ha ha ha! I am invincible now. Blake, today, is your day to die. Weskier seemed to have been influenced by the dark spring water. His mind was now completely like that of a wild beast. Cassius trembled in fear. He relies so much on external power, it will definitely harm both others and himself. So let me remove this dark energy. Blake injected his power into the endless energy, completely activating it, and the endless energy burst forth with dazzling brilliance. The light shone on Weskier, extinguishing the dark aura emanating from him. You want to get away with this? Weskier summoned a tremendous amount of dark energy, surging towards the endless energy like a tidal wave. The pitch-black dark energy clashed with the brilliant endless energy in the cramped stone chamber, battling and eroding, forming a clear line in between. But this balance didn't last long. As the collision of the two energies intensified, the energy began to distort, and the space could no longer bear it, exploding with a bang. The terrifying explosion swept through the entire evil spirit temple, affecting all three present. Blake and Cassius were blasted against the stone wall. Blake, because he was controlling the endless energy, was affected more severely, directly losing his combat ability, and despite his willpower, he barely managed to keep his eyes open. Cassius was only slightly better, barely able to stand. On the opposite side, Weskier also slid down from the wall, his injuries not lighter than Blake's, and he was almost at the brink of losing his combat ability. Cassius, kill him, Blake said intermittently. Cassius nodded and staggered towards Weskier. Unexpectedly, Weskier, still holding on to a breath, suddenly erupted and burst out the door. Cassius was shocked. It had come to this point, and he absolutely could not let Weskier escape. Weskier was now on the edge of collapse, trembling all over, and could faint at any moment. But he knew that if he didn't desperately escape, he would truly die. Almost there, he could already see the light. He had loathed the light countless times, but now he craved it so much. I'm out. Bang. Weskier slammed into a massive fist and was sent flying back. Quantum obliteration wave. Cassius unleashed his ultimate move at the returning Weskier, who was once invincible but was completely obliterated by this attack. Did I hit Weskier? Tacklin asked, a mix of excitement and uncertainty in his voice. Chapter 59 Mediation. The matter is resolved. Cassius was swaying unsteadily, unable to stand properly, when Erqi hurriedly supported him. Erqi, we won, Cassius said weakly, but an excited smile lingered on his face. Yes, we won. You killed Weskier. Thanks to you for driving him back. Don't talk for now, rest first. Erqi took out a stamina potion and fed it to Cassius. Blake is still inside. Erqi nodded and went to feed Blake a stamina potion as well. The two elves began to sit cross-legged, slowly recovering their strength. Meanwhile, Dean and the Night Ice Fox, who were rushing from the Abyss Cave, suddenly sensed a massive energy fluctuation, halting their steps and exchanging glances. What on earth happened? Was that really Weskier fighting Blake? The explosion caused by the endless energy and dark energy scared them. There were probably only a handful of beings in the universe capable of unleashing such power. It couldn't be anyone else. Did I waste my time investigating these past few days? Punny was already injured, hiding in the space station to lick his wounds. Who would participate in this battle at such a critical moment? With anxious hearts, Dean and the Night Ice Fox cautiously approached the evil spirit temple. When they arrived, they could see that a fierce battle had taken place here, far more intense than the one they experienced in the Abyss Cave. General Dean, Erqi, you're here too. Where's Weskier? General, Weskier is dead. Dead? Blake killed him? Sort of. A hint of surprise appeared on Dean's face. He had thought Weskier would be the winner of this battle, ultimately coming in to reap the rewards. Cassius and Blake, hearing the commotion outside the temple, paused their meditation, trying to gather their spirits and not show any signs of fatigue as they walked out side by side. They fixed their gazes on Dean and the Night Ice Fox, who were equally looking at them. The atmosphere was charged with a fluctuating killing intent. Come, let me introduce you all. These two are Blake and Cassius, the heroes who killed Weskier. And this is General Dean of the OB organization and Lord Night Ice Fox of the Fox clan, both significant figures in the universe. Erqi hurriedly stood in the middle to mediate, hoping that a fight wouldn't break out. Blake, your ability to kill Weskier shows you are indeed talented. Are you interested in joining my OB organization? Not interested. Powerful people often have tempers. I understand, and I won't force you. However, everything related to the evil spirit organization must belong to me. Do as you wish, but I won't allow anyone to destroy Gray Star. I say, Dean, why waste words with them? They look like they're just barely holding on. Since they killed Weskier, I might as well have a go at them, hee. Dean maintained a blank expression, offering no opinion. He even secretly gripped a remote control in his hand. Wait, Lord Night Ice Fox. How can we fight our own people? Besides, Blake and his team just killed Weskier. They are our benefactors. General, we can definitely sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. Erqi quickly moved closer to Dean and whispered, General, since Weskier is already dead, the most important thing now is to take over the evil spirit organization as soon as possible. You know, Blake was once the second in command of the evil spirit organization. Even though he later defected, the organization is now leaderless. If he rallies them, it could cause us trouble. It's better to appease him first and then annex the evil spirit organization. Dean pondered for a moment, then smiled. However, what our OB organization values most is not territory, but mineral resources. I can give up Gray Star and let Blake continue to be his guardian of light, but the mines in the Abyss Cave must belong to us. Go negotiate with him. Erqi turned back and quietly conveyed Blake's demands. Upon hearing that Blake requested not to harm the elves of Gray Star, Dean secretly mocked Blake for his compassion, but agreed nonetheless. After all, if he were to take over the evil spirit organization, there would definitely be some hardliners who wouldn't listen, making them perfect for mining. With Erqi's mediation, both sides were finally persuaded. The evil spirit organization was annexed by the OB organization, and all territories and treasures belonged to the OB organization. But they had to give up Gray Star as their base. Really boring. Dean, brother, even though I didn't take part in defeating Weskier, what we agreed upon can't change. The Night Ice Fox reminded. Rest assured, Ice Fox brother, am I someone who goes back on my word? Don't you know me? Dean patted his chest grandly. You can pick any treasure from the evil spirit organization, Ice Fox brother. Also, once I handle the matters of the evil spirit organization, I'll accompany you back to the Spirit Beast Valley to help you teach that annoying nine-tailed fox a lesson and retrieve the protective crystal that belongs to you. With your word, I can relax. Strange, why does my head feel a bit dizzy? After saying this, the Night Ice Fox suddenly felt his body lose strength and collapsed. Dean quickly supported the Ice Fox, saying, Maybe you're too tired, brother. You should rest well, and after you wake up, you can pick treasures. MMM. The Ice Fox murmured and completely fainted. Seeing the Ice Fox faint, Dean stopped pretending and directly let go, throwing the Ice Fox to the ground. He told his subordinates, take him down and take good care of him. Yes, Dean smirked, playing with the remote control in his hand. What a stroke of luck, but I'm also a bit interested in the protective crystal. On the other side, Tucklin, with a serious expression, said to Erqi, Erqi, I think the credit for killing Weskier should go to me. Erqi's face fell. Brother, can we not be troublesome at this time? Didn't you see that we almost had a fight just now? Let them fight if they want. I'm a pirate. Can they really beat me? Tucklin said nonchalantly, tilting his head back. Not to mention, Erqi, did you hear what the Night Ice Fox and General Dean were talking about? He, as a bystander who didn't participate at all, can casually choose treasures. If I hadn't landed a decisive punch and pushed Weskier back, would Weskier have died? My contribution is not only greater than Cassius and Blake's, but definitely far more significant than that Night Ice Fox, who was absent the whole time. No way. You have to help me fight for the credit. Otherwise, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'll try my best. Chapter 60 Phantom Titan. Clone Gaia Erqi really helped Takaren out. It was impossible to take the lead, but Dean was quite generous, rewarding him with a dragon scale, which emanated a dark and terrifying aura, probably not something that fell off a good dragon. Perhaps Dean intended to compensate the dragon race as well. Takaren cherished the dragon scale and was very satisfied with this reward. In the following days, Erqi also participated in the reorganization of the evil spirit organization and the mining operations. Dean regarded the strength and influence of Blake with caution and only saw Gray Star as a worthless piece of land. Other officials knew that they couldn't recruit labor or gather supplies from Gray Star, so they considered it a thankless task. Moreover, they were all wary of Blake. As a result, This mining operation surprisingly ended up in Erqi's hands. Erqi had no objections. Leaving a window open for communication with Blake was something he desired. After a twist of fate, Erqi became the governor of 2 stars again. Erqi took some time to visit Spirit Stone Peak, remembering that there were several Phantom Titans inside, which were quite impressive combat machines. Seventh brother, there really are some. Is this the high technology left by the Cybertronians? Leozi exclaimed, looking at the 3 stylish sports cars. When have I ever lied to you? Erqi replied. Leozi went to test drive them, but found that none of the 3 could be driven. They're all broken, he said. They should all be fixable. Erqi recalled that these 3 Phantom Titans had been repaired by Karalu. With 2 cobblers, they managed to fix them after a lot of tinkering. But soon a new problem arose. There was a supergravity at the bottom of Spirit Stone Peak that prevented both elves and machines from flying. Even though they were repaired, they couldn't be taken away. Erqi lamented his poor memory of the plot. It took him a while to remember that Karalu had installed an anti-gravity device on the Phantom Titans that had been confiscated from pirate aircraft. However, after finding a mechanic from his own team, this problem was quickly solved, and they finally drove the Phantom Titans back home. Not long after, the blacksmith came knocking. Erqi, congratulations on your fortune. What fortune? I'm so broke I might as well beg. Don't fool me. I've heard you got promoted and got your hands on 3 good items. Which bastard reported me? Don't worry about who told me. Let me borrow the Phantom Titans for a couple of days for research. Just for research, mind you. You still don't trust me? Erqi was dragged by the blacksmith to see the Phantom Titans. The Phantom Titans were a powerful weapon invented by the Troba people 1,000 years ago. Everything about them was a mystery, and he didn't expect these 3 to be so well preserved. The blacksmith marveled. Aren't they invented by the Cybertronians? Erqi muttered. Of course not. Wait, how do you know about the Cybertronians? Wow, there really are Cybertronians. Erqi and the blacksmith exchanged astonished glances. We've known each other for years. You can't hide anything from me, right? We'll talk about this later. Don't worry, if there are benefits, I won't forget you. The blacksmith dodged the question. By the way, I need your help with something. What is it? Leozi has been a 3-star soldier for a while now. I want to help him get promoted. The Phantom Titans were discovered by both of us, so you know what I mean, right? This is a small matter. Don't worry if you recommend him with me. It's basically a sure thing. Thank you very much. You go ahead. Don't disturb my research. Erqi informed Leozi about this, and Leozi immediately expressed his gratitude, swearing eternal loyalty to him. Regardless of whether this was entirely sincere, it was still pleasing to hear. However, Erqi helping Leozi get promoted meant he had to make him work. He indeed had a bunch of miscellaneous tasks to handle. Seventh brother, the information you wanted about the Kane family is starting to take shape. We're in contact with them. Is everything going smoothly? The asking price on the other side is a bit high, but it's not a big problem. If it doesn't go well, I'll just take people over there myself. Pirates, in principle, shoot and kill each other, in principle. Have you found any leads on Grey Wolf? Seventh brother, I was just about to tell you, Grey Wolf probably isn't in the organization anymore. Otherwise, it wouldn't take so long to find any news. Where else would he go if he's not a pirate? Is he going to join the Celestial ship? Erqi scoffed. Have you inquired about those under General Dean? Well, forget it. That's indeed hard to inquire about, so don't worry about it for now. The group of brothers he had before, 5942 and a few others, make a note of them. You find a way to help them with their position changes. Don't hesitate to spend money. Got it. Leozi mentally crossed out their fates. In the middle of the night, Erqi suddenly sought out Ivan. Seventh brother, you were looking for me. Ivan, can I trust you? Seventh brother, I owe everything I have today to your support. It's complete trust. Help me keep this from the superiors if necessary. Ivan paused for a moment, then said seriously, Seventh brother, we researchers have our own rules. We must be responsible to our sponsors. If you trust me and entrust me with an important experiment, I will keep it confidential unless you think I can't handle the responsibility. Erqi smiled, patting Ivan on the shoulder. I do have a very important research project to hand over to you. If you succeed, your status can rival Dr. Eter. Do you dare to take it? Seventh brother, if you trust me, I dare. Good. Ambitious. Get this delivered. Erqi took out a USB drive and handed it to Ivan. What is this? A virus. Ivan was so startled that he almost dropped the USB drive. It's just a safeguard. I hope you can understand. Erqi said indifferently. This virus can kill, right? It won't endanger life, will it? I'm asking you to do research, not to harm lives. It's just a safeguard, if you're really opposed to it. When you leave this door today, just pretend nothing happened. Ivan hesitated for a long time, but still accepted the USB drive. If he didn't accept it today, although Erqi said to pretend nothing happened, even if he wasn't suppressed or retaliated against, being marginalized or isolated was inevitable. Can you guess who the gene extraction liquid belongs to? I think it should be that of the war god Gaia. You're very clever. However, just having a bit of DNA won't be enough to clone Gaia. It must be paired with a very powerful life energy as a carrier. Ivan nodded, surprised that Erqi understood these things. I have the genes now. I was previously short on energy. Now I have a suitable energy carrier. Erqi took a puzzled Ivan to Gray Star. Dark spring water. Although Ivan had never seen dark spring water, he had heard its name long ago. It had already spread among the researchers. This dark spring water contains extremely terrifying dark energy. Previously, Weskia used it to control his subordinates or temporarily enhance their power. But the side effects were significant. However, Dr. Iter recently researched and made new discoveries. Certain factors in the dark energy have special assisting effects on gene fusion, and he even named this special factor dead black energy. Ivan nodded but corrected him. That's true, but dead black energy is not a new name. It was once recorded in the Encyclopedia of Genetic Technology as a legendary medium. I see, but if I give you enough dead black energy, are you confident you can clone a brand new Gaia for me? If Brother 7 trusts me, I am willing to give it a try. Although I don't have the talents and experience to doctor it, I am also confident that I am not inferior. Chapter 61, Grass System Celebration. General Dean's devilish training, who wants to go? Not interested. Taklin directly refused, preferring to spend his time subduing the power of the dragon scales. Besides, dragons are lazy. Asking him to undergo some devilish training would be a death wish. Hey, I just want to eat enough. Terry also refused, stating that his daily routine of charging and discharging, along with practicing Doctorate's lightning body tempering technique, was more than enough. Going elsewhere, who would recklessly consume his energy? I want to go out and find forest energy fruits. Ever since I ate the forest energy fruit from the ancestral spirit beast, I felt something big is about to happen. And there's this urge to collect more forest energy fruits. Damn, damn, damn. Erqi seemed to hear a few curses and directly bypassed Kane. Only Aramlo and Shining Bibbo were left, and Erqi looked at them. Beep, I don't really want to go either. I also think it's enough to just practice. Hearing that all 6 spirits were not interested in going, Erqi's face fell. Back in the day, he wanted to take advantage of the organization and bring all the spirits to participate in the devilish training, although it was tough. The improvement in strength was very obvious afterward. Now, not a single one wanted to go. Wasn't that a slap in the face for the leadership? So, Erqi directly grabbed people to force them, leaving only Shining Bibbo and Aranlo without proper reasons. After some bargaining, Aranlo finally got the precious training spot. Before leaving, Erqi advised Aranlo, you're different from the other spirits. Don't waste time on strength training. Practicing the illusionary fire is the right path. After sending Aranlo off, Erqi took the spirits out to seek opportunities. Their main goal was to help Yikalain find forest energy fruits, but they wouldn't hesitate to gather other treasures if encountered. Forest energy fruits are very special. They can only be nurtured in forests of a certain scale. Thus, Erqi and the others spent days traversing planets with dense vegetation across various star systems, finding only 3 forest energy fruits but collecting several baskets of other useful fruits. However, what excited Erqi the most was Terry's accidental find. It happened on Big Star during Thunderstorm. At that time, they were competing for opportunities against a group of grass-type chlorid, when suddenly the sky turned dark and lightning struck. They intended to take shelter from the rain, but found that the thunderstorm only struck one mountain peak. In such a situation, if there wasn't a lightning rod on the peak, there must be a great treasure. Erqi and Terry risked being struck by lightning and approached the mountain peak, only to discover a small, pitch-black stone. Had Erqi not seen the lightning continuously pouring into the stone, he would never have believed it. After the storm ended, they picked up the stone, and Erqi wanted to study it further, but Terry swallowed it whole. This scared Erqi. Terry then comforted him, saying he had eaten such stones before, and they were very energizing. Seeing the lightning threads continuously emerging from Terry's mouth, Erqi believed it was indeed energizing. Afterward, Terry showed no adverse reactions, except for an increased appetite. One day, Yikelane suddenly said he dreamed of opportunities appearing on Crossstar, prompting their aimless journey to finally cease as they headed for Crossstar. As soon as their ship landed, they were surrounded by a group of dark elves. Wow, so many pickled cucumbers. But upon closer inspection, they were actually a team of dark elves, the Dark Cactus caste. The pickled cucumbers, the caste suddenly parted, making way for a green elf wearing yellow hat, strutting confidently. He looked like a cactus, but Erqi had no impression of him. Could he be a super evolution of a giant cactus? You are the one Zog sent to assist me? Erqi was stunned for a moment, but quickly put on a smile. Yes, I am sent by General Zog. May I ask who you are? How could Zog not tell you this? Remember well, my name is Keeks. Greetings, King Keeks. My apologies, I hit my head and have a poor memory. Zog is such a fool, sending a subordinate who is also a fool. Keeks cursed, then added, forget it, as long as you can fight. Did you bring the flamethrowers and spirits? The flamethrowers are on the ship. As for the spirits. Erqi turned to look at Yikelane. Keeks frowned. Wasn't a giant Treant supposed to come? How did it become Yikelane? Forget it. Zog's brain has been bad for a long time. I see this Yikelane has decent cultivation. PLL do. By the way, is he from Crossstar? No, he's from 80 Star. Erqi hurriedly replied. 80 Star has the E tribe? It's a long story. It's all the fault of that despicable Sail Number. His parents were captured by Sail Number. Then he was born on 80 Star and ran away, leaving him a poor orphan to rely on me. He's a pitiful child. Keeks showed some sympathy. Then his expression turned extremely determined. Don't worry. Once I conquer all grass-type spirits and establish our own plant kingdom, such things will never happen again. Erqi was shocked, unsure whether to call him brave or ignorant. Hey, little pirate, in 3 days the Crossstar Forest will hold the Grass System celebration, which occurs once every 100 years. The God of Life will bestow very precious forest secret fruits. Your task is to clear out the interfering spirits and assist me in obtaining the secret fruits. Ensure the task is completed. Just then, a green light flashed in the distance, and Keeks immediately turned to look, with Yikelane following suit. Brothers, follow me to snatch the forest energy fruits. Keeks led his dark cactus army aggressively forward, and Erqi followed behind, coasting along. Perhaps they arrived early. The forest energy fruit was only contested by a mushroom monster and a giant cactus, which Keeks easily dispatched. Erqi assessed Keeks' strength to be close to the Combat League level. No wonder he had such ambitions. Keeks plucked the forest energy fruit and devoured it in just a few bites, making Yikelane beside him drool. See, this is the kind of fruit. In these 3 days, the Cross Forest will continuously produce forest energy fruits. Your task is to help me collect enough energy fruits. Understood? Understood. Keeks divided the team into 4 groups to scatter and compete for the fruits. As for why not divide into more, it was because there were only 3 flamethrowers. What a fool. Keeks cursed Erqi again. Meanwhile, on the Ocean Star, near Crossstar, a ship docked on a lonely island. A pirate stood there, looking confused at the vast ocean, with a spirit behind him resembling a wooden post, looking dazed. Where did this come from? Crossstar doesn't have an ocean, right? Chapter 62. The basket will be returned later. You guys search over there. And you guys search over there. Erqi dispatched the caste he was following and secretly slipped away with Yikelane to the E tribe. Suddenly, an outsider burst in, a pirate, which startled them and put them on high alert. However, after Yikelane explained the situation to everyone, the E clan let them pass. Yikelane took Erqi to meet his grandfather, an elderly Yikelane who was once the strongest of the E clan. Yikelane asked his grandfather about the secret of the energy fruits in the forest. He had previously heard terms like the Grass System Festival and Forest Secret Fruits from Keeks, which seemed closely related to the energy fruits in the forest. How many energy fruits from the forest have you eaten? Yikelane's grandfather suddenly asked. 6. Incredible, incredible. I've only eaten 6 too, and you're so young, his grandfather said with satisfaction. However, Since you've already eaten 6 energy fruits from the forest, I won't say much more. You'll understand everything in due time. Excuse me, what do you know about this elf Kikits? Erqi asked. Kikits. Icoline's grandfather twitched slightly at the mention of the name and reminisced. He's a very ambitious guy, not at all like a grass-type elf. He has been aiming to create a plant kingdom ruled by grass-type elves since 100 years ago, and he has worked hard to recruit many powerful elves. But he has also offended quite a few. Our grass-type elves are mostly a peace-loving race, not fond of fighting. If Kikits achieves his wish, many grass-type elves will have a hard time. After learning about Kikits' background from Icoline's grandfather, they left and continued to blend in with the group. However, at that moment, the pirates sent by Zoj finally arrived. Seeing the giant tree demon behind the pirate and his fluent responses, Kikits immediately began to suspect Erqi's identity. Who exactly are you? Speak honestly, and for the sake of you being a pirate, I'll spare your life. Kikits questioned Erqi. Erqi saw another pirate and understood that the real deal had arrived, but he couldn't back down at such a moment. What do you mean by that, Kikits? I'm here to help, sent by Boss Zoj. Are you trying to kill the donkey after the grind? Nonsense. Boss Zoj only sent me here alone. Where did you come from, and why are you pretending to be me? The pirate questioned. How dare you say that? When did Boss Zoj ask you to arrive? And when did you actually get here? You delayed Boss Zoj's important business. I want to question you about that. I have my own arrangements, but that doesn't prove your innocence. You want me to prove my innocence, right? Erqi sneered and made a phone call. Let me ask Boss Zoj if I'm one of his people. Soon, Zoj answered the call. Erqi, it's me, General Zoj. How are you? How is General Dean's special training going? Not bad, but the special training is indeed exhausting. My Radget is worn out. It seems your Alamlo is even worse. That's because General Dean values us. Others don't even have the qualifications to be worn out. I don't have anything urgent. I just wanted to greet you, and everything is going smoothly on my side. Just reporting and let you know. You continue with your work. We'll talk later. I'll treat you and General Allison to some oil later. Erqi hung up the phone, looking at them with a cold smile. Now you understand, right? Boss Zoj is concerned about this side, so he sent me over. Who would have thought you left before me, but arrived much later? Can you even do your job properly? Do you believe I'll have Boss Zoj turn you into a toilet? Erqi pointed at the pirate's head, making him unable to lift his head in shame. Erqi's reversal of the situation completely dispelled Kikits' suspicions. The scattered team members returned one after another. Leveraging the power of the flamethrowers, they were unstoppable in the battle for the forest energy fruits, ultimately collecting a total of 17 energy fruits. Kikits looked at the full basket, his face beaming with excitement. I've basically taken all the energy fruits from the forest. Even if there are some omissions, it won't matter. In this festival, besides me, no other elves have the qualification to approach the sacred tree. Kikits picked up one of the energy fruits and was about to put it in his mouth. However, upon biting down, he found nothing but air. Thank you for your basket. I'll return it later. Erqi ran off with the basket. Damn pirates, chase after them. Kikits shouted in anger. Tarklin, give them something big. Erqi summoned Tarklin, and the terrifying dragon's pressure enveloped all the cast. Tarklin, who had absorbed some black dragon scales, looked even more fearsome. Turned to ashes. Tarklin exhaled a breath that created a fierce sandstorm that covered the cast, knocking down a large number of them. You useless fools. Kikits was furious, wanting to confront Tarklin himself, but Erqi directly recalled him and fled with Icoline. Everyone, chase after them. Kikits shouted at the fallen cast. Hurry, Icoline, eat up, and then we'll keep running. Erqi said, panting. I feel like I don't need to eat anymore. Icoline waved his tendrils over the forest energy fruits. In the next moment, the 17 energy fruits flew out of the basket one by one as if guided by some force, swirling around Icoline. Erqi watched this magical scene in shock, and soon he saw all the energy fruits transform into pure energy, directly flooding into Icoline's body. Icoline let out a groan, feeling his life energy reaching a limit on the verge of a breakthrough. I understand now. These forest energy fruits are specially designed for my EE clan, a treasure for breaking through racial limits. Although the forest energy fruits were also beneficial to other elves, they could not directly help them break through racial limits. Icoline's eyes sparkled. The more he absorbed the energy fruits, the more he could understand. Originally, the secrets of the forest energy fruits were shrouded in mist, but now they were crystal clear. And he even had a premonition of what would happen next, and what he should do. In the next moment, an ancient tree that had stood for 10,000 years in the Kloss forest suddenly emitted a holy light, looking like a divine tree from a distance. All the elves were attracted by the divine tree and rushed towards it. The divine tree has appeared. The secret fruits of the forest are above the divine tree. Only by obtaining the secret fruits can one complete the final step of super evolution. So many elves? I'll cover for you. Don't worry about them. Non-grass type elves cannot get close. Among grass type elves, only those who have obtained enough forest energy fruits have the qualification to ascend the divine tree. Then I'll help you block Kikits. Thank you. Icoline nodded at Erqi and flew towards the divine tree. On the other side, Kikits also couldn't care about reclaiming the energy fruits from the forest. He could only join the tide of elves rushing towards the divine tree. Kikits, Grandpa is coming. Erqi grabbed the foot of Shining Bobobo and descended from the sky, blocking Kikits' path. I want to set this to post on a timer. You damn pirate again. If you obstruct me again, I'll kill you. Stop talking big. With me here, you won't get past today. Tarklin, Terry, Kane, come out. Erqi released 3 elves in succession. Kektis felt the pressure emanating from the opponent's spirit, and even he was feeling the strain. The previous giant dragon was tough to deal with, and that electric-type Big Mouse was clearly violent. Only that little one didn't have much of an aura. However, having navigated the universe for many years, he had some insight. It was a Kane. I know you're third in command, Zog. Do you believe I'll go tell on him? Erqi whistled with his hands behind his back, acting as if he didn't care. I also know Dean. Erqi stopped whistling and looked seriously at Kektis. Seeing Erqi's reaction, Kektis felt a surge of joy, only to see Erqi suddenly give him the middle finger and mockingly say, "Who doesn't know him?" Completely insane. Everyone attack. Tear them apart. Kektis shouted at the castors behind him. Although he was angry, he still had some rationality. He needed the castors to distract the opponent's spirits to create an opportunity for him to escape. Taki and Terry, don't hold back, give it to them hard. Then, Erqi pulled out a gun to help share the pressure. However, at that moment, Shining BB suddenly brought a group of Pikus in their evolved forms charging at the castors. Shining BB, did you do all this? Erqi was very surprised. Beep beep. Shining BB proudly lifted his head. He remembered that the last time he came across Star, he couldn't fit in with the Piku clan, but this time, after changing his appearance, many Pikus were fond of him. Watching the castors being held up by the Piku clan, Kektis felt both anxious and angry. Sensing that the divine tree was slowly drifting away from him, a mix of urgent rage and disappointment overwhelmed him, and Kektis began to give up on himself, willing to forego the secret fruit of the forest just to teach Erqi a good lesson. However, to teach Erqi a lesson, he first needed to take down Terry and Takin, and finally break the Shadow Shield. The last spirit to complete this series of feats was called Weskier. Without Kektis as a formidable enemy, Icarion's actions became very smooth. At first, a few spirits tried to block him, and one mushroom monster caused him quite a bit of trouble. But as he climbed the divine tree, those spirits felt the overwhelming pressure from the secret fruit of the forest. Only Icarion absorbed a total of 23 forest energy fruits, and absorbing 20 fruits could create a perfect foundation, ensuring a 100 successful breakthrough. Halfway up the divine tree, only that mushroom monster was still struggling to climb, while Icarion continued to move swiftly. Finally, he arrived in front of the secret fruit of the forest, touching it lightly with his 2 tendrils, and the fruit immediately emitted a vibrant green light. The spirits illuminated by the green light felt their stamina rapidly recovering, their wounds healing, and even some spirits experienced enlightenment, breaking through their bottlenecks. This was a small gift from the secret fruit of the forest after finding its master. With the power of the secret fruit, Icarion was enveloped in a dazzling light of evolution, evolving into the more powerful Elantes. Seeing the white light of evolution, Kektis felt as if all his energy had been drained, losing his fighting spirit. Elantez flew down from the divine tree, basking in the admiration and awe of all the grass-type spirits, and came to woo Erqi. I did it. I successfully broke through. Congratulations. Were you called now? Elantez. Woo Erqi was genuinely happy for him, swallowing back the words. You don't look as good as before. Elantez. I will seek revenge on you sooner or later. No one can stop my determination to create the plant kingdom. No one. You Elantez and the ancestral spirit beasts. Just wait, I will be back. Hearing Cactus's grandiose words, Woo Erqi's eyes twitched. How did this guy offend the ancestral spirit beasts? Is he really that stubborn? The holy light of the divine tree slowly dissipated, and everyone gradually dispersed. As the glow ascended, a hazy altar appeared in the sky, dreamlike. The Piku clan seemed to have been summoned, kneeling in unison, filled with reverence. The illusory altar lasted only a short while before disappearing, and the Piku clan stood up again, enthusiastically discussing among themselves. Shining BB, what are they saying? Beep beep. They're saying the realm of divine pets has appeared. It really is the realm of divine pets. Woo Erqi was both surprised and delighted, not expecting that a carrion had just successfully evolved, and Shining BB's evolution clues had also arrived. Unfortunately, they waited for 2 days on Claw Star, but the realm of divine pets never appeared again. Shining BB quickly integrated with the Piku clan and learned many secrets about the race that he had previously been completely unaware of. Woo Erqi floated outside for a long time and was finally ready to go back. After returning to the White Star Mine, Woo Erqi learned that Cassius had also returned. He was now living in seclusion at the top of the colorful mountain. Fishing while wearing a straw hat, he looked quite content. This was Cassius. After the battle at the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, he accompanied Blake to find the Seed of Light, dispelling the darkness of Gray Star, and then helped him clean up the mess left by the Evil Spirit Organization to rebuild their homeland. Later, the Cell Robot came to them, asking for the return of the Endless Energy, but the Endless Energy had already been destroyed. Blake, unwilling to owe anyone a favor, agreed to search the universe for the Endless Energy to return to them. They consulted High Priest Mumu and visited some old friends of the Light Guardians, but came up empty-handed. In the end, the Cell Robot got a piece of news. After a year, God of War Island would re-emerge, and the Ares Crystal could grant any wish. Blake decided to spend this year training hard, striving to obtain the Ares Crystal. Thus, Cassius returned. After obtaining Defuti's consent, he secluded himself in Colorful Mountain, creating a stone cave and digging a small pond, fishing whenever he had time. After listening to Cassius's story, Woo Erqi also carefully recounted his experiences during this time. Upon hearing that a carrion successfully evolved into Elantez, Cassius was very excited. He hoped that Woo Erqi's spirits would become incredibly powerful and be able to protect him. Cassius, will you still help Blake with the competition for the Ares Crystal? Yes. I plan to help him a bit to repay this favor. But this will conflict with us. Such treasures are unlikely to not attract the interest of space pirates. Cassius had already considered this issue. Erqi, do you have any wishes? Me? As long as it's something I can help you achieve. Cassius had already reached a conclusion in his heart. He would help Blake compete for the Ares Crystal and was also willing to fight for Woo Erqi's wish. The two did not necessarily conflict. This was some insight he gained while being around Woo Erqi. Erqi's interests and the pirate's interests did not align, and at times could be completely opposite. Woo Erqi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Could he say that he also wanted the Ares Crystal? His spirits were gradually becoming stronger, and if the cloning of Gaia went smoothly, with Cassius's help, he might have a chance to benefit from it all. Chapter 64, you are called acing a ring ring ring. The urgent ringing of the phone sounded, signaling an emergency message. Governor, something bad has happened. The Dark Knight mine has been attacked, and the assailants are the Dark Knight Ice Fox. Hold the line, I'm coming right away. Woo Erqi and Cassius rushed to Gray Star at the fastest speed. By the time they arrived at the Dark Knight mine, it was already in shambles, with the Dark Knight Ice Fox rampaging wildly. Stop! Dark Knight Ice Fox, what are you doing? Woo Erqi was furious. The Dark Knight mine was definitely a tough job, with personnel needing to be gathered from outside and supplies needing to be transported in. To avoid friction with the native elves of Gray Star, he had repeatedly emphasized discipline and even punished a batch of pirates to curb the pirate atmosphere. He had worked so hard to get the Gray Star mine on the right track, and now, after just a short trip, it had been destroyed? Dark Knight Ice Fox. You deserve to die. I think the ones who deserve to die are you. Despicable pirates. How dare you scheme against me and steal our shelter crystals? The Dark Knight Ice Fox was angry, but also a bit wronged. Erqi then noticed a red fox standing beside the Dark Knight Ice Fox. It was the nine-tailed fire fox. So, Dean tricked the two of them and also stole their shelter crystals? Truly worthy of being the most charming villain in the competition. Aside from dealing with the protagonist team and the War God Alliance getting beaten up routinely, he shows no mercy to anyone else. Are you crazy? Dean! General Dean stole your shelter crystals. Go find him. Why are you destroying my Gray Star mine? The entire Dark Knight mine was conquered by me, so I should destroy it. Damn it. Cassius, get him. Terry, tack Aaron, you too. Attack. Hit him where it smokes. Erqi directly ordered the elves to gang up on the Dark Knight Ice Fox. Ice Fox, why don't we? The nine-tailed fire fox called out to him. In fact, the nine-tailed fire fox did not quite agree with the Dark Knight Ice Fox's destruction of the mine, but also understood how badly the Dark Knight Ice Fox had been fooled by the pirates. So after failing to stop him, he no longer intervened. But now that the enemy's strong ones had arrived, staying would serve no purpose. It would be better to quickly find Dean and retrieve the shelter crystals. However, seeing the Dark Knight Ice Fox rush in, he could only helplessly follow. The five elves fought together, various elemental energies erupting, creating a stunning scene. I said, Dark Knight Ice Fox, why is your face so big? You dare to wear whatever around your neck without a brain. Don't you know what neck is for? If you think the stuff on your neck is superfluous, just give it to me as a urinal. Erqi unleashed a barrage of insults at the Dark Knight Ice Fox, making its already dark face turn pale, screaming and shouting that it wouldn't rest until Erqi was dead. And you, Fire Fox, you really are a saint of a mother. Even after being so badly tricked by the Dark Knight Ice Fox, you can still forgive him and trust him. If I were you, I would definitely kill the Ice Fox first and monopolize the Divine Beast Valley. Nine-tailed Fire Fox. Ice Fox, forget it, let us just go. Fire Fox, don't stop me. I must tear this guy apart and chop him into 8 pieces. Look at you, I told you you're stupid. You don't even know how many pieces to tear him into. Just 8 pieces and you dare to call it tearing apart? Completely insane. Ice Fox, he is provoking you. The nine-tailed Fire Fox finally realized something was wrong. The other side seemed to be deliberately preventing them from leaving. Suddenly, the nine-tailed Fire Fox sensed a killing intent. The next moment, dense artillery fire covered the Ice Fox and Fire Fox. Fortunately, the Fire Fox reacted in time, pulling the Ice Fox out of the coverage area, sustaining minimal injuries. The two Divine Foxes turned to look, and 3 tall mechanical warriors were running towards them, their shoulder-mounted cannons firing continuously. Behind them, there were also countless small black dots. These were the reinforcements of the pirates. Run! The nine-tailed Fire Fox warned again. The Dark Knight Ice Fox took a deep look at Erqi. Next time I will not spare you. Crazy bastard. Erqi raised his middle finger in response. Seventh brother, sorry for being late. It's not your fault. The nine-tailed Fire Fox is too rational. Seventh brother, should we chase after them? We must stop them. No need, let General Dean deal with them. After all, this mess was originally Dean's. He wouldn't take the blame. Looking at the wrecked mine, Erqi felt heartbroken. He had worked hard for nothing again. While cursing Dean for causing him trouble in his heart, he reported that the Ice Fox was seeking revenge on him. And report the losses, applying for subsidies from above. In the following days, Erqi often went offline, leaving all the work to Lyozi and others to manage. He had thought about boosting his strength before the Ares Crystal competition, but unfortunately, he couldn't think of many good treasures in a short time. In the later plot, there were indeed quite a few, but 1, the distance was too far, and 2, most of them were difficult to obtain. For the past 6 months, he had been training and scavenging everywhere, and the elf's strength had steadily improved, but he had not achieved the kind of transformative progress like with Elantes. However, every time he returned, he would definitely inquire about Ivan's research progress. He had thought that the experiment would temporarily fail, but unexpectedly, in the last month, Ivan's research made a significant breakthrough, and the clone Gaia was created. Ivan, are you serious? Of course, I'm serious, seventh brother. If you don't believe me, hit me. Seventh brother, just rest assured, the experiment was indeed successful. It's a living, intelligent elf. More successful than Bogo's experiment. This is so great. Ivan, you're really amazing. You will definitely become the most outstanding genetic researcher in the universe. I think so too. By the way, seventh brother, can you remove my virus? That's just a little rogue program. When opened, it plays personal music. Huh? Ivan quickly checked, and suddenly a strange sound came out his mouth. Mambo wow. Hakimi duong, he aminos. Ivan quickly covered his mouth, looking around with a strange expression. Just leave it for now. It won't make noise unless you actively open it. Erqi opened the cultivation chamber, and the clone Gaia opened its eyes, walking out of the chamber and absorbing the surrounding information. Who are you? I am your father. The clone Gaia turned its head, showing confusion in its eyes. But you're a robot, I am an elf, and you are so ugly. Erqi, that hurts. Godfather, your dad died. Before he died, he entrusted you to me. You must listen to me from now on. Okay, call me Daddy. Daddy. Hey, good son. By the way, good son, you haven't named yourself yet. From now on, you will be called Asinger. Erqi turned to Ivan and whispered. His brain needs to be adjusted. His aesthetic sense is too poor. Chapter 64. The Divine Envoy White Eagle. I'll let you have one move, seventh brother. Are you leaving again? Keep the home safe. This time, the experts from White Star and Gray Star are basically all heading out, so don't let anyone take advantage of it. Don't worry, seventh brother. I will definitely guard the home well. According to the instructions, Erqi was the first to arrive at Lucio Star, where there was a pirate base. Ever since Regea reconciled, they could no longer establish a base on Helka Star, so they gathered here at the base closest to Helka Star. Erqi, you're a bit late. The Rift Star system is too far from here. By the way, has General Dean arrived? General Dean has gone out, saying something about meeting a guest. Oh, by the way, did something happen between you and Kekedes? Zoj suddenly asked. Well, we do what pirates are supposed to do. Just be careful of him. He's not easy to deal with. Thanks for the reminder, third brother. From Zoj's attitude, it seemed that his relationship with Kekedes was also just okay. He might have helped him out before, perhaps owing him a favor or something. Has General Allison arrived? Erqi and Zoj were chatting at the base entrance when suddenly a cry of an eagle echoed from the sky, and a brown and white eagle appeared above the base. It flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind that swept through the entire base, causing many pirates to stumble and some lighter objects to be blown around. Cosmic pirates, today Grandpa White Eagle has come to meet you all. Who dares to fight? White Eagle provocatively shouted. Where did this stinky bird come from, daring to wreak havoc on pirate territory? Step out, Kikitaton. Kira, my Radget has evolved. Kikitaton is here. Zoj and Kikitaton struck what they thought was a cool pose, making Erqi's toes curl in embarrassment. But it wasn't over yet. Zoj made a gesture like Ultraman releasing an Ultra Beam. Kikitaton, use your ultimate move, Earth Shaking. This directly left Erqi stunned, his energy level almost rivaling that of Terry. General Zoj, isn't it a bit of a disadvantage to use Kikitaton against a flying-type spirit? Erqi reminded him. Don't worry. My Kikitaton is very strong now. Ordinary flying-type spirits are no match for him, Zoj said confidently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Kikitaton was blown away by a single move of a whirlwind. How is this possible? Zoj couldn't believe it. That's the divine envoy White Eagle of Hades. AI, what was it again? Anyway, it's very strong. Having fought with Ray countless times, Kikitaton could never be a match. But why would the divine envoy White Eagle attack cosmic pirates for no reason? Erqi couldn't think of a reason. In the end, he could only assume that this was Hades demonstrating power. It could also be a test of the strength of potential allies. In any case, it shouldn't pose too much danger. Since that's the case, Shining Borkle, come out. Shining Borkle had already evolved into Shining Borkle, but suddenly facing an opponent of the level of the four divine envoys was still too much. As soon as it appeared, Shining Borkle felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, a feeling it only experienced when facing the big brother Terry and Senior Tacklin. It was incredibly powerful and violent. As for Elon Tez, his aura was much gentler, more about a heavy presence. Is this all the spirits you pirates have? White Eagle Aiglas said disdainfully. Shining Borkle, although a rare spirit, was nothing but a little sparrow compared to spirits of his level. Then please enlighten me, Shining Borkle. Use wing dance. Good move. The shining tornado swept towards Aiglas, but he didn't use a skill to counter it. Instead, he relied entirely on his control of the wind to circle around the shining tornado until he pulled it apart. The divine envoy White Eagle is indeed terrifying. Ha! Your shining spirit will never be my match in this lifetime. Aiglas was satisfied with his performance and released a spiral airflow that knocked Shining Borkle to the ground. Erqi recalled Shining Borkle, realizing that it was indeed too much for him to deal with a spirit of this level. Terry, come out. Electric type counters flying. Terry is best at electric birds and electric fish. Erqi, hold on for a moment. I'm going to call for help, Zoj said and immediately turned to run. Erqi didn't care whether Zoj was really going to call for reinforcements. In any case, no one disturbing him would help him perform better. So, it's an electric type spirit. Kid, I'll let you have one move. Having won 2 spirits in a row, Aiglas was a bit cocky. Now that he saw it was a spirit that countered him, he not only didn't rush to attack to gain the advantage, but was confident enough to let Terry attack first. Really? Of course, really. Erqi revealed a mischievous smile. Terry, use Power Spring, use Electric Storm, use Charge. When Terry first came out, Aiglas still underestimated him. When Terry used Power Spring, suddenly his attack power increased by 2 levels, which made Aiglas feel the pressure. When Terry unleashed Electric Storm, that terrifying aura that would explode for 2 turns made him feel fear. But who knew that Terry would follow up with Charge? Further amplifying the power of his electric-type skills, Aiglas cursed himself wildly in his heart, then frantically flapped his wings to escape Terry's attack range. Erqi sneered. What a silly bird. Do you understand the value of explosive attack-type spirits? Terry, Thunder Burst Fist. Terry punched towards the sky, and a massive shadow of a Thunder Fist quickly rushed towards Aiglas. Aiglas managed to dodge in time, but the Thunder Fist shadow was too enormous. He was merely grazed by the lightning threads, and the overwhelming lightning surged into his body. Aiglas let out a miserable cry that echoed through the sky above the pirate base. A large black bird fell from the sky, hanging on the treetop of a big tree outside the base, narrowly avoiding hitting the ground. Everyone heard it, and this was him insisting on letting me have one move. Erqi said innocently. In just a few breaths, the sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, thunder and lightning clashed, and the sky darkened. Suddenly, purple light began to emerge from the dark clouds, and the lightning turned purple as a spirit slowly emerged from the center of the clouds. Erqi looked up, watching the spirit's entrance, feeling only one thing. This entrance is so cool. Hades looked at Aiglas, who was hanging on the tree, and saw him blackened all over, in very poor condition, feeling extremely surprised in his heart. Aiglas, you lost. And you lost so badly. He turned to look at Dean, who was approaching on a flying device. Could it be that Dean left his dark mantis at the base? But Aiglas shouldn't have lost so badly. Lord Hades, you must stand up for your subordinate. Aiglas quickly complained as he saw his boss approaching. What on earth happened? It was that Terry who hurt me like this. He didn't follow the rules of combat at all. Damn it, White Eagle, what are you doing? Didn't you insist on letting me have one move? Why are you pretending to be cool and then backing out? Erqi jumped and cursed. Only then did Hades notice Terry on the ground. Take a look. Take another look. Fly in front of Terry, examining him closely, suddenly revealing a look of surprise, as if he were looking at a treasure. Chapter 66. Pentagonal Thunderstone. Terry unlocks powers. It really is the Pentagonal Thunderstone. Hades exclaimed, staring at Terry in surprise. Although Erqi didn't know what the Pentagonal Thunderstone was, seeing Hades' expression as if he treasured it like a gem made him feel that Hades was about to grab Terry and skin him for dinner. He secretly took out a pot capsule and threw it at Terry. However, Hades noticed his little move and effortlessly struck it down with a bolt of lightning. Hades cast a cold glare at Erqi, who instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Don't disturb me, Hades said coldly. Hey! Terry hurriedly shielded Erqi. Dean also flew down and asked, What did you discover, Hades? Hades gripped Terry and released a current into him. The current flowed through Terry's lightning veins, disappearing like a mud cow entering the sea. Hades, both amazed and a bit regretful, confirmed it was indeed the pentagonal thunderstone. Although it was just a fragment, it was enough to completely transform a Pokémon. It's a pity that it is already completely fused with your Pokémon. Even if we were to cut him open now, we wouldn't get anything. Hades spoke without any burden, but Erqi felt immense pressure. His hand was already stealthily reaching for a capsule. Hades, please don't do anything reckless, Dean warned. Don't worry, I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me, Hades replied. Then turned his gaze back to Terry, asking, Terry, right? Are you interested in following me? I can make you my 5th divine envoy. Your future power will definitely not be inferior to Aegla's. My lord, Aegla's exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Terry, he shook his head resolutely. Is it because of him? Hades looked at Erqi. Hey, Terry nodded firmly. Hades sneered, showing disdain. My lord, Terry is my Pokémon, and I'll take good care of him. Erqi said under pressure. Do as you wish, Hades said as he flew away, seemingly losing interest. Once Hades left, Erqi let out a long sigh, recalled Terry, and quickly hid him away. It seems your Terry has had quite the adventure. General, do you know what the pentagonal thunderstone is? Dean asked. I've never heard of it. Dean shook his head, but added, later, I will host a banquet for Hades. If you see him in a good mood, you can ask him, but I think it's best if you avoid provoking him. Erqi felt quite apprehensive. He first consulted several experts in the pirate community, but neither the blacksmith nor doctor. Iter had heard of it. Finally, with a nervous heart, he steeled himself and knocked on Hades' door. Not long after the banquet had ended, Hades was training in his room. Erqi's visit did not anger him. Instead, he looked at Erqi with great interest. My lord, this is the monkey wine from White Star. Please have a taste. Erqi said with a flattering smile. Hades took the wine pot, sniffed it, and indeed found the aroma rich. After taking a small sip, a tingling sensation burst forth in his mouth, and the fine lightning threads stimulated his taste buds, making the wine smell even more enticing. Does this wine have electricity? Hades asked. My lord, this is a specialty of the Denairu clan. By infusing electric energy into the wine, it not only stimulates the taste buds, but also serves as a great energy supplement. Good, bring me more, Hades said. Of course. You want to ask about the pentagonal thunderstone, right? Hades got straight to the point. My lord, you guessed it right. The pentagonal thunderstone can significantly enhance the attributes of a Pokémon, allowing its attack, defense, and speed to far exceed its peers. But its greatest effect is to help a Pokémon accumulate more lightning, unleashing destructive power that far surpasses its true strength. Terry actually has such a treasure inside him. Erqi was astonished. Your Terry is indeed very lucky. You should know that even I am quite tempted by the pentagonal thunderstone. But don't worry. The pentagonal thunderstone has already fused with your Terry. I won't lay a hand on him. My lord, do you have a pentagonal thunderstone in you? Erqi asked, somewhat presumptuously, but Hades nodded candidly. I have one, a very small one, only the size of a tooth, but it took me 10 years to absorb it. The piece that Terry ate was much larger than a tooth, and Terry said he had eaten even larger ones before. But Terry is still not even 10 years old. This treasure is quite peculiar. It has a particularly strong affinity with a few electric-type Pokémon, but for the vast majority of Pokémon, it is a deadly weapon. The terrifying current contained within it would destroy any creature that attempts to conquer it. However, I am strong enough to have spent 10 years draining it. My lord, you truly have the grace of a celestial being. Erqi wanted to say awesome, but opted for a more elegant phrase instead. Your Terry is the second Pokémon I've seen that has such a strong affinity for the pentagonal thunderstone. The last one was a Thunder Beast. Back then, I was young and found it hard to imagine that a mere Thunder Beast could match my control over lightning. It's a pity he ultimately sought to evolve and ended up blowing himself up. That's truly a sad story. All right, kid, take good care of your Terry. He's a bit underdeveloped right now. Underdeveloped? Erqi felt that Terry was already incredibly powerful. According to Terry's racial limit, he should be under the 3 main Pokémon. Without his Terry, the one from his father's hands should be the strongest in the universe. But now, Terry felt more than capable of overpowering the 3 main Pokémon. He could even face the weak Battle League head-on. So it's better for him to follow me. It would definitely be much better than being with you. I can take good care of him, my lord. Erqi said with an awkward smile. After bidding farewell to Hades, Erqi finally understood why Terry was so special. Initially, he thought Terry was an excellent Pokémon with a perfect individual value, stubborn or cheerful personality, full learning ability, and an electric storage characteristic. But he also understood that it was impossible for him to be so lucky. Such excellent Pokémon would take elders 10 years to catch just one. It turned out that even Terry himself didn't know he had such a great opportunity. Due to his high affinity with the pentagonal thunderstone, he easily swallowed it, thinking he had just eaten a rare, delicious electric stone. Oh, and it was twice, both times much larger than a tooth. However, if it were the size of Terry's tooth, that would still be considerable. My Terry, you really struck it rich. As time went on, the combined forces of the Cosmic Pirates and Hades began their operation against the War God Island. With the combined efforts of Lei, Gaia, Blake, and Cassius, the seal was broken, and the War God Island surfaced. Hades, we should take action, Dean said. Those 4 guys have some power. Aiglas, Escapa, El Paso, Albacena. You go and challenge them. Understood. The 4 divine envoys transformed into 4 beams of golden light and flew toward War God Island. Hades, why not deal with them first and eliminate a few competitors in advance? Dean, how many times have I told you? To make the Ares crystal fulfill a wish, it must be a strong person recognized by it. If their strength checks out, I will personally step in to defeat them. Chapter 67. The Ares crystal appears. The War God Island has surfaced. Let's part ways here. I intend to defeat all of you once I find the Ares crystal. Come on, let's try it now. If you want to involve that pirate spirit of yours, I'm still not at ease. Gaia, calm down. We're all here to help Sai Xiaoxi retrieve the endless energy. There's no need for us to attack each other. The original War God Alliance has now completely split into 2 factions, almost at odds with each other. Aside from Ray, who wants to reconcile the differences, Cassius and Gaia are practically itching to fight right now. That's right, Black Cassius. Ray and Gaia are excellent spirits. They're here to help us retrieve the endless energy too. Since our goals align, why not unite and face the external threat together? Seeing that the 4 he had managed to bring together were about to part ways, Sai Xiaoxi hurriedly advised. No need, I don't like fighting alongside outsiders. Black replied coldly. Xiaoxi, don't mind him. Ray and I can defeat all enemies and help you seize the Ares crystal. The 3 of Sai Xiaoxi looked at the 4 spirits, who clearly did not want to continue teaming up, feeling anxious. Strange, why is it raining? At that moment, the weather suddenly changed and large raindrops fell, soaking them. Ray opened his hands, looking at the rainwater falling into his palms. Puzzled, the rainwater was black. This is suspicious. Black was the first to notice something was off, and Ray and the others quickly sensed the killing intent, hastily jumping back with Sai Xiaoxi. The next moment, an attack fell from the sky, creating a large pit where they had just stood. Who ambushed us? Show yourself if you have the guts. Gaia shouted. Laughter echoed from the sky as 4 spirits descended, and the black rainwater dissipated, clearing the sky once more. Who are you? Hee. They are the 4 divine envoys of the Dark God. White-browed Eagle King Aiglas, golden-haired Lion King Escapa, blue-winged Bat King El Paso, Purple Light Dragon King Ibashina. Allison and Zod piloted their ship to the War God Island and addressed Sai Xiaoxi and the others. What 4 divine envoys? I've never heard of them. If you're capable, face me directly. Gaia, with the shortest temper, was the first to throw a punch and was pushed back by Escapa's sandstorm attack. What skills do you have? Escapa and Gaia charged at each other again. Their movements acted as a signal, igniting the first battle between the War Alliance and the 4 divine envoys. Brother Hades, they've been hit by my weakening poison. They definitely won't be a match for the 4 divine envoys. Brother Dean, you are a bit too concerned. Compared to the allure of the Ares crystal, Ray and Gaia are also a significant concern for me. Don't worry, once we obtain the Ares crystal, I will help you deal with them. For now, let them live. Let's go set up the venue. To gain the Ares crystal's recognition, we must win the Spirit Martial Arts Tournament fair and square. Dean turned to Erqi and said, Erqi, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the Pirate Rumor Special Attack Team. Take people to spread rumors about the Ares crystal and summon powerful beings from various star systems to participate in the spirit martial arts tournament. Yes. Erqi glanced at the battlefield of the four divine envoys and Cassius. Let them suffer a bit for now. There's no danger to their lives anyway. He remembered that Ray and the others, who had yet to form the War Alliance, had fought several battles against Hades' four divine envoys this season. The War Alliance was slightly stronger, but the four divine envoys could also hold their own. If the War Alliance didn't have debuffs, they would win. Otherwise, the four divine envoys would win. The task of the Pirate Rumor Special Attack Team was simple. Distribute flyers featuring the Ares Crystal and the Spirit Martial Arts Tournament across the four major star systems, attracting spirits who wished to compete. It was a tough job, but it didn't require much thought. Just send people to distribute flyers. However, one report from a distributor caught Erqi's attention. He said he saw a green pirate. A green pirate? That must be a subordinate of the pirate Jiu. Is Jiu here too? Or did the distributor see things wrong? Or is it just a green-skinned pirate here on a mission? With a mindset of better to believe than to doubt, Erqi reported the information to Dean, but it didn't attract Dean's attention. He just instructed everyone to report if they saw a green-skinned pirate again. On the other side, the four divine envoys defeated the Poison War Alliance and successfully captured them, only to be rescued by Ruiz. After Ruiz informed them about the Spirit Martial Arts Tournament, he turned to leave, and the War Alliance fought the four divine envoys again. This time, having removed the weakening toxin, they triumphed over their old rivals, the four divine envoys. Immediately after, they were harvested by Hades, who controlled the field with a thunderstorm, trapping the entire War Alliance, setting them up nicely. Then, the War Alliance was saved by Ruiz again. Before they could make their next move, the time for the Ares Crystal's emergence finally arrived. The sun and moon rise together, and the crystal appears. The sun and moon shine together, dazzling light flashes. The brilliant glow enveloped the entire War God Island, captivating everyone with the beauty of the Ares Crystal. Ares Crystal, we meet again. Ruiz, shouldering his sword, stared at the Ares Crystal. This time, no one can stop me. I am the strongest. Hades was determined to have it. So, this is the Ares Crystal? I wonder if I have a chance. It's time to prepare. Erqi looked up at the magnificent Ares Crystal, revealing a hint of desire. In a very secluded canyon on War God Island, a group of green-skinned pirates were captivated by the brilliance of the Ares Crystal, momentarily staring blankly upwards. So this is the Ares Crystal. I heard it can fulfill any wish. Since I am here, it can only be mine. The cosmic pirate Jiu also decided to get a piece of the action. Rest assured, General Jiu, with me here, I will ensure you get what you desire. Next to him, a red-black spirit confidently said, Then I'll leave it to you, Unica. General Jiu. I ask for nothing else, but that after you obtain the Ares Crystal, you can avenge me. Amidst the group of green-skinned pirates was a blue-purple pirate, looking very out of place. This pirate, clearly an outsider, could bargain with their General Jiu. Don't worry, once we obtain the Ares Crystal, I will reward you generously. In the future, your status under me will be on par with Shadelro. The 95-27 you mentioned, I will make sure he is crushed to pieces, dead as a doornail. Thank you, General Jiu. This person was the Grey Wolf, who, after being defeated by Erqi, turned to Jiu. Since he was considered a senior officer under Dean and had access to a lot of intelligence, he had been treated as a guest of honor by Jiu during this time and was quite valued. He knew that this level of favor could not last long, so he wanted to achieve merit to establish himself within Jiu's faction. Using his hidden connections from his time under Dean, he had learned about the Ares Crystal's emergence in advance and successfully persuaded Jiu to send troops to compete for it. The Grey Wolf let out a cold laugh. This time, he would ensure that 9,527 pays in blood for his debts. Chapter 68. Selling information again. The death of the Grey Wolf, General Jiu. Dean has encouraged many elves to participate in the competition. My subordinates find it suspicious. Shouldn't it be better if there are fewer people competing for the Ares Crystal? You make a valid point. I wonder what insights you have. I can't say I have insights, but whatever Dean wants to do, if we can prevent him from succeeding, it must be the right move. General, I volunteer to infiltrate and stir up trouble, making all the elves resent Dean and completely stand against him. At that time, you can raise your arm and rally all the elves to attack Dean, ensuring that he fails completely. All right, go ahead boldly. I will support you from behind. The gray wolf left confidently. General Jiu, you really have a good subordinate, Unica complimented. He does have some skills, but one wolf is still to be wary of. Erqi has actually always known the whereabouts of other endless energies. If he told the celestial ship, they might embark on a journey to find the demon god Erqi and the divine beast Chelan. In this Ares crystal competition, Hades would have no rivals. But what benefit would that have for him? He is just a small pirate leader, and the endless energy wouldn't reach his hands. Erqi is waiting for the elves to grow stronger, waiting for Acing to appear, waiting for him to also have the qualifications to take a look at the Ares crystal. He plans to sell the news of the endless energy to the celestial ship. Of course, just one piece of information alone cannot deter them from their determination to compete for the Ares crystal. But once people have a fallback, they can easily waver when facing difficulties. They would definitely try to stop Hades from winning, as Hades has great ambitions, and his victory would not be good for the entire universe. But if they realize they cannot win, and Erqi is willing to join them in stopping Hades, their rejection of him might be much less. Erqi believes that if they know the whereabouts of another endless energy, even if Hades is powerful and invincible, Cassius would be willing to help him. Blake might too, for the greater good. Ray Gaia might also choose the lesser of two evils. Of course, Gaia would scold him harshly. Without further ado, Erqi transformed into Aminos and called Celestial Xiao Shi. Aminos? What do you want now? Upon hearing it was Aminos, Atai and Ka Lulu hurriedly leaned in to hear what he had to say. I heard you have been searching for endless energy. I have accurate news here. And it's not expensive, just 1,000 gold coins. Huh, let me tell you, we can find endless energy very soon. Not the Ares crystal. How do you know we are competing for the Ares crystal? That question is very expensive, 10,000 gold coins. You merchant. The accurate news about endless energy is only 1,000 gold coins. Good price, fair for all. I'd rather die. Wait, I'll pay for the information. Blake snatched Nono and repeated, I'll pay for the information. Pleasant transaction. The money quickly arrived, and Erqi did not hide it from them, honestly saying, on Demon God Star, there is a demon god Erqi, and he has the endless energy you're looking for. Erqi. Ray Gaia was startled upon hearing this name, and immediately snatched Nono from Blake, urgently saying, do you know Erqi? It's the Thunder God Ray. That question is not expensive, just 500 gold coins. And I'll throw in some extra news. Why are you always about money? Celestial Xiao Shi jumped with anger, and Blake directly helped pay the money. Thank you, Ray said gratefully. Hearing that the money had arrived, Erqi smiled and said, Erqi is the nephew of the High Priest of Helkastar, and he is also your and Gaia's long-lost senior brother. What? Celestial Xiao Shi and the others were incredibly surprised. You and Gaia know those past events, so I won't show off. I will only tell you that Erqi is still alive on Demon God Star, and he has an endless energy as well as 3 core energies. They didn't know what core energy was, but Ray and Gaia had heard about it from their master before, and upon hearing the news of core energy again, they appeared very excited. I hope this news makes you feel the money was well spent. In fact, it wasn't worth it. Once they meet Erqi, everything will become clear. However, Ray and Gaia felt it was worth it. Ray, are you all going to leave? Should we still compete for the Ares crystal? Or should we just go find Erqi since he is your senior brother? Celestial Xiao Shi and the others asked. We can't leave yet. If we leave, the endless energy will be taken by Hades and the pirates. With only Ruiz alone, he might not be able to deal with Hades and the 4 divine envoys. Ray's words convinced everyone, and they all decided to stay and block Hades. On the other side, the Grey Wolf took off his proud elite horn, removed the ornaments symbolizing his status, and took off the high-tech equipment. Although his hardware was still much stronger than ordinary pirates, his appearance no longer differed much from that of regular pirates. He easily blended into Dean's ranks, using Dean's name to provoke the elves in various ways, inciting anger among them. Everyone already had a bad impression of pirates. Many elves held grudges against pirates, but were unwilling to break with them now to preserve their strength. However, the Grey Wolf, relying on his excellent pirate skills, completely ignited the hidden fury within the elves, calling for them to attack the pirates. Meanwhile, The gray wolf enjoyed hiding and watching his masterpiece. Erqi received reports from his subordinates and was quite puzzled. This part was not in the original story. Why weren't they conserving their strength to prepare for the competition? Why were they causing trouble now? His subordinates did not know either. Do you have any recordings? Photos would work too. We have that. The pirate quickly sent the video recorded from the scene to Erqi. The scene consisted mainly of those elves who appeared in Season 4. Aside from a few dominant elves with some strength, most were just fodder. Of course, it couldn't be entirely different, but nothing surprising. However, soon, Erqi spotted a brown-gray figure in an inconspicuous corner at the back of the elves. This is Link Mouse? Erqi zoomed in. Although the image was not very clear, he felt it was indeed Link Mouse. Link Mouse was not a unique elf of the Grey Wolf. He originally came from Space Station and was a reward elf from the Battle Gate of Trainer's Door. During a mission led by Dean, the Grey Wolf fortuitously obtained a young Lino from Trainer's Door. At that time, he was not yet called the Grey Wolf, and Erqi wasn't very clear on his digital code 27. It was because he was attracted by the fierce and valiant image of Link Mouse on the promotional poster of the Battle Gate that he named himself Grey Wolf. Although he later learned that the calm and battle-hardened wolf was actually a mouse, and he had even gone through a period of seclusion, Link Mouse soon dispelled all of Grey Wolf's dissatisfaction with his powerful abilities. This was all the Grey Wolf's doing, right? Although he knew Link Mouse was more likely from the space station, when things were unusual, there must be something wrong. Coupled with the previous discovery of the green skin pirates, caution was warranted. Last time I didn't manage to kill you. This time I won't let you escape. Erqi found it easier to disguise himself as a miscellaneous soldier. He concealed his aura, acted foolishly, and altered the electromagnetic wave frequency, producing a clumsy pirate soldier. He stepped out, planning to personally search for some clues. If I had known, I wouldn't have come alone. I can't even find a reliable helper. However, sometimes the goddess of fate loves to play little tricks. Just as Erqi stepped out of the base, he bumped into a pirate head-on, an unremarkable little pirate. However, a person's aura, when not deliberately concealed, is easily discernible. Although it's said that a person is judged by their attire and a horse by its saddle, one can often tell the difference when a fallen noble appears. Moreover, this pirate exudes an air of treating the world as a chessboard, with himself as the player and a flair for controlling the situation with ease. This aura makes him relatable, as he often displays a smug expression after successfully playing the fool to catch the tiger. Ahem. As Erqi passed by him, he suddenly took out a communicator, pretending to answer it. Who did he catch? Link Mouse? Just kill him. The pirate abruptly looked up, meeting Erqi's smile waiting there. The axe came down, and the Grey Wolf quickly dodged in fright, but before he could catch his breath, he was knocked over by Erqi's Iron Mountain Strike. The Grey Wolf tumbled on the ground, but Erqi's axe was faster and more ruthless. Bang! The sound of the axe striking metal was deafening, leaving the Grey Wolf dizzy and Erqi's arm numb. However, Erqi did not stop, raising the axe to strike again. Wait, I have a big secret. Bang! The axe struck the Grey Wolf's face, creating a large crack in the iron mask on his face. Bang! 95. Bang! Squeak, 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 bang. Until his death, the Grey Wolf remained in a daze. What did he just say? He really liked Mimi? Chapter 69, Blood Wolf Clan. The competition begins. Is it really a Grey Wolf? Will it be a mistake to kill? After killing, Erqi began to reflect. What are you doing? The base guard nearby heard the commotion and hurried over, only to see Erqi, who had just committed murder, commenting on the corpse as if he were a psychopathic killer admiring his work. Put your hands up, don't move. The guard quickly raised his gun, warily staring at Erqi. He's one of us. Erqi tossed a nameplate to the guard, which was his identification badge. 9527, Captain Erqi? The guard immediately lowered his gun. It's me. I suspect this is a spy. I'll take care of the body. Understood. Erqi dismissed the guard and began to carefully examine the corpse. The outer shell was thicker, indicating enhanced defense. There were obvious signs of modification on the body. Although it had been concealed, it was clear this was an elite pirate. It was definitely a Grey Wolf. While examining the body, Erqi found some items. The most valuable was a chip and a spirit capsule, which was not empty. It seemed that Link Mouse was inside. Erqi returned to the base and called Tari and the others out. This spirit capsule contains Link Mouse. I will release him shortly. You all attack together and don't hold back. The spirits nodded in agreement. Seeing that they were ready, Erqi pressed the button to release the spirit from the capsule. Tari and the others were also prepared to act. Wait! Erqi suddenly realized that the released spirit was not Link Mouse and quickly called them to stop. Don't! Yalanlu shouted, having already unleashed a flame. Fortunately, Elantez reacted quickly, spewing out a concentrated liquid to extinguish the flames. The spirits then looked at the little creature that had been released, a small red-haired puppy. It should be a young werewolf. Erqi, what spirit is this? This should be a cub of the Blood Wolf clan. Erqi remembered there was a Blood Wolf clan in the game Sailor Star, with one red and one blue wolf, both ultra-nose spirits that could transform into mounts, and they looked quite good. It seemed they were all combat types. This gray wolf seems destined to have a lifelong struggle with wolves. Erqi didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Erqi then noticed that the little wolf cub was wearing a collar. Surely a gray wolf wouldn't treat a spirit like a dog. The collar looked more like a control device for a fierce tiger. Erqi crushed the collar, and the little wolf cub seemed to suddenly wake up, excitedly looking around. But upon seeing Erqi's face, it immediately shrank in fear. Am I that scary? Erqi touched his face, dissatisfied. The little wolf cub might have been controlled before, but remembered it was pirates who had controlled him, so he was afraid of Erqi. Whoever is closest to him, keep an eye on him. Don't let him make a fuss, and don't let him run away. Erqi had lost much interest in raising a spirit from scratch, unless that spirit was Manta or Little You. However, these two offspring of divine beasts only looked small. Their actual age was probably not small at all. He then studied the chip and found it contained information about the Blood Wolf clan, further confirming the little wolf cub's identity. The Blood Wolf clan had two spirits, the red one named Wei Wolf and the blue one named Wei Lit. The little wolf cub was the pre-evolution form of Wei Wolf, named Wei Air. If it could be raised, its power wouldn't be bad. So he decided to keep it for now. Erqi suddenly received orders to lead the soldiers to gather at the Ares crystal location. It seemed the spirit martial arts tournament was about to begin. Erqi secretly sent a message to Cassius, telling him to leave now. Unfortunately, Cassius was in a fierce battle with the blue-winged bat King El Paso among the 4 divine envoys and couldn't check his messages. By the time Erqi arrived, Cassius had already reunited with the other spirits and was trapped in an energy shield. Erqi helplessly sent another message, telling him to lie down and rest to conserve energy. Cassius didn't quite understand the meaning, but chose to trust Erqi. However, he couldn't sleep, so he began to meditate. Dean piloted the aircraft in the sky and addressed everyone. The Ares crystal belongs to the entire universe, and of course I, Dean, also have wishes. However, as a cultured pirate, I will obtain this crystal through fair competition. What do you mean by fair competition? Since you can't settle on the competition rules, then let us cosmic pirates set the rules. Don't worry, I will be very fair. Now for the first match, Erqi, will take the stage with my spirit Yalanlu. Me? Erqi was taken aback for a moment, then quickly went up on stage. Although he didn't understand why it wasn't Zorge or Caratodon, he decided to go along with it. Yalanlu, come out. It's him. Let me take the stage. Gaia glared angrily at Erqi, then turned to glare at Cassius. Cassius was also stunned for a moment, but quickly returned to his normal expression. Another pirate, but he didn't send out that Tari. It seems like it won't be hard to deal with, said Sai Xiaoxi. To be fair, as I said, you will be randomly selected by the machine for your duel. Selection begins. The list of contestants scrolled, quickly locking onto a cactus. Allison smiled and pushed out a claw machine, reaching its claw and roped deep into the energy shield to grab the cactus. Come on up. Allison controlled it to throw the cactus onto the stage. With such weak spirit strength, being a grass type, Yalanlu didn't even need to consider a strategy. A single fire attack knocked it down. Then several other very weak spirits were selected, all easily defeated by Yalanlu. The next opponent was locked onto Salomos. Seeing an old acquaintance whom he had previously tricked, Erqi smiled. I'm already ugly enough, but I didn't expect the pirate spirit to be even uglier than me. Salomos, injuring 1,000 of his enemy, but losing 800 of his own, taunted. Then take this, ugly fish. Illusion fire. Yalanlu unleashed illusion fire, and his casting speed was much faster than a year ago. If he faced Weskier again, he would be confident in executing it. Salomos sensed something was wrong immediately, but soon felt warm all over, very comfortable, and his alertness dissipated completely. What is Salomos doing? TIA shouted. It seems he has been hypnotized. What kind of skill is this? Carolus summoned Nono to search, and quickly got the result. This is Yalanlu's illusion fire skill, which can hypnotize the enemy. It is a very powerful control skill. It's actually illusion fire. I didn't expect this ugly spirit to also have illusion fire, Gaia said in surprise. Salomos fell into sleep, completely losing the ability to fight back, and was directly knocked off the stage by Yalanlu after being enhanced, then was promptly locked in a cage. Since illusion fire had already been exposed, Yalanlu didn't pretend anymore and transformed into a Control Master. Control Master Trilogy. First Control, Enhance. Ultimate Push. Several spirits fell to Yalanlu one after another, casting a shadow over the hearts of the spirits. The next one, Nanafendo. Haha, it's Nanafendo. Nanafendo is amazing. He will definitely defeat this ugly creature, Sai Xiaoxi exclaimed. Facing Nanafendo, Erqi was much more cautious. Nanafendo was also very careful. Yalanlu illusion fire. Nanafendo had already been cautious, but unexpectedly, he still fell for it. Seeing that Yalanlu could still execute the first control, Erqi breathed a sigh of relief. The battle was already half won. However, just as Yalanlu was halfway through enhancing his attack, Nanafendo suddenly woke up. Not good. Yalanlu is using Flamestorm. Erqi discovered that Nanafendo's control time is much shorter than that of other elves, so he quickly ordered Yalanlu to change tactics. Hee! Nanafendo shouted and released a mental disruption, scattering the Flamestorm. Damn it! Yalanlu continued to use illusionary fire. Nanafendo's strength is above Yalanlu's, and he could only hope to control him again. How? Nanafendo roared, releasing the skill prelude. The sharp sound of a horse's neigh pierced through the illusionary fire and entered Yalanlu's ears, filling him with boundless fear. Unexpectedly, both sides managed to control each other. Yalanlu, wake up quickly. Nanafendo, you wake up too. Both sides were shouting. Chapter 70. Jiwa angrily rebukes Dean, coming here only for fairness. Alanlo first breaks free from his fear, channeling all his flames to unleash his strongest skill, Fire Spirit. A lifelike fire spirit emerges from Alanlo and flies towards Nanafendo. Nanafendo awakens just a moment later than Alanlo, and seeing Alanlo gathering his ultimate move, he quickly prepares to respond. Nanafendo's body slowly floats, gathering a dazzling aurora in his mouth, which is his ultimate move, Siren's Ecstasy. However, for some reason, Nanafendo only spews air, and the ultimate move fails to launch. Boom! The fire spirit crashes into Nanafendo, sending him flying and nearly falling off the stage. Nanafendo! Get up, Nanafendo! Don't fall down. Why did Nanafendo's skill fail? Did the pirate use some trick? Damn pirate. So despicable. Inside the energy shield, the spirits all criticized Erqi. However, one spirit knew the root of the problem. It was Ruiz, who was sleeping on a big rock. Nanafendo seemed to have no consumption, but in reality, his energy had been significantly drained, possibly even worse than Alanlo, who had fought several rounds. Good job, Alanlo. Stay focused, Alanlo. Don't lose face, Alanlo. Zog and Allison cheered him on. Alanlo was panting heavily. Using his ultimate move was a huge drain on his energy, and he felt a bit tired. Seeing Nanafendo, who had just been knocked down, stand up again, Alanlo felt considerable pressure. Take another hit from my illusory fire. Alanlo still wanted to control the situation. However, this time Nanafendo quickly pivoted, dodging the control range of illusory fire and circling around Alanlo. Alanlo was nearly dizzy from the spinning and wondered if Nanafendo could also hypnotize him. Damn guy, take my flame vortex. A massive flame vortex appeared around Alanlo, engulfing Nanafendo. Huh, you can't circle around now. Alanlo laughed. Damn, it's a flame vortex. If my Gallus were fighting, he definitely wouldn't fall for it so easily. Aetida exclaimed excitedly. Just as Alanlo was feeling pleased, he suddenly felt a tremendous force explode beneath him, and then he was knocked away. Alanlo. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Even Erqi didn't expect it, and hurriedly jumped down the stage to catch Alanlo. It turned out to be a last-ditch strike. The weaker Nenefendo became, the stronger this move became, and this strike unleashed 3 times the original power. Karalu excitedly explained to everyone. Last-ditch strike, what a powerful skill. I really want to compete with him in the future. Gaia marveled. Dean felt somewhat disappointed by Alanlo's defeat. However, Nenefendo was the guardian of Eddie's star, and Alanlo's true strength was not on par with him. So losing wasn't unjust. Well, it seems I need to choose a new opponent for you. Your next opponents are Deceit and his conductor, Allison. All right, I love bullying weak spirits the most. Allison happily stepped on the stage. It's unfair. Unfair. Nenefendo just finished fighting and needs to rest. Ataida's dissatisfied voice came from the energy shield, and the other spirits also voiced their support, only to be directly reprimanded by Hades through the energy shield. I decide the rules here. Since you're here to fight, you must fight until the end, or you can surrender directly. Dean sneered. They certainly couldn't surrender, but they were unhappy that Deceit had a conductor while Nenefendo did not. Previously, Alanlo was Erqi's spirit, and they let it slide, but they were well aware of what Allison was capable of. He would absolutely not be able to tame the mountain god, Deceit. All right, I'll satisfy you. Dean directly picked the loudest protester, Xiaoxi, and pulled him out to team up with Nenefendo. In this battle, although Nenefendo was at a disadvantage, thanks to his outstanding performance and Xiaoxi's keen battle intuition, they actually gained the upper hand. Speaking of which, Xiaoxi is indeed a protagonist template. He knows nothing about fighting, doesn't recognize the spirit, and can't name the skills. Luckily, the attributes don't contradict. But when it comes to the critical moment, his war instinct becomes particularly sharp, able to seize fleeting opportunities and issue commands in time. However, Allison used a dimensional strike, showcasing the excellent qualities of a cosmic pirate, and began to play tricks on the stage, successfully reversing the disadvantage. Unfair. Unfair. You're cheating. Unfair. Despicable pirates. Come and have a fair battle. Let me in. Let me in. The spirits inside the energy shield were all in an uproar. Dean remained unmoved. Allison was merely utilizing the rules, and low-level robots could utilize them too. They had no one to blame but themselves. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the energy shield, mocking them. TSK, TSK, TSK. So the infamous Dean is a despicable little man. I truly feel it's unjust for everyone. Who is there? Dean and Hades looked alert, and it was a black spirit with bright red hair. Brothers, the cosmic pirate Dean is despicable and shameless, openly cheating and ignoring the rules of the tournament. We cannot accept this. Unica loudly rallied the spirits within the energy shield. We want to accept it. We want to accept it. Some impulsive spirits began to echo, but there were still many clear-headed spirits. Someone asked, but we can't get out. What should we do? That's easy. Unica concentrated her power in her fist and slammed it against the energy shield. Stop her, Dean shouted loudly. Hades had already unleashed a purple-black lightning bolt at Unica. This energy shield is extremely difficult to break from the inside, but it's not as solid as imagined from the outside. With Unica's heavy punch, the energy shield shattered. The spirits were liberated and cheered. However, they quickly ignited with fierce anger, targeting the cosmic pirates and Hades with their hatred. The battle was about to break out. Ha ha! How can I miss out on such excitement? Just as both sides were preparing to launch a full-scale attack, a group of people suddenly rushed out from a distance, catching the attention of both sides. When the spirits saw that all the newcomers were cosmic pirates, their anger was significantly doused, and some spirits already wanted to make a run for it. Seeing the green-clad Dean, his face turned green as well. Are you trying to ruin my plans? Dean said coldly. Dean, I've long been displeased with you. It's people like you who tarnish the reputation of cosmic pirates, causing public outrage and disdain. Today I come here for 3 things. Fairness. Fairness. Still, fairness. Dear Spirit Brothers, let's Southband together and drive this despicable and shameless guy, Dean, off the God of War Island. Chapter 71. Dean's Defeat. on the brink of collapse. Jiue, you're looking for death. Huh. This time, it's you who will die. Everyone attack. Kill Dean, and you'll be richly rewarded. The battle between both sides is about to erupt. The elves are unaware of the situation, but seeing this wave of green pirates helping them deal with Dean, they unconsciously join forces. How dare you mess up my plans? Hades is also furious and flies directly toward Unica. Unica doesn't want to confront Hades right now and quickly dives into the crowd, using other elves and pirates as shields. Hades, your opponent is us. Ray and the others step forward to help Unica block Hades. This friend, you go first, will handle Hades. Ray says solemnly to Unica. Then thank you. You're really good people. I knew I didn't save the wrong person. Unica immediately blends into the crowd, playing the role of a sneak. You again. Come out. Let us meet your old rival. Hades opens a box, and 4 small stone statues emit light, transforming into 4 vibrant elves. At your command, Lord Hades. The 4 divine messengers respond in unison. Why is it them again? How many times have we fought them? Gaia complains. Perhaps Unica disrupted the situation too early. The 4 fighters of the Alliance are severely exhausted, so they are not at a disadvantage. If it were the original plot, they would have to wait until the Sai Xiaoxi team defeats Di Fute, then be broken by Sagro's sudden burst, and finally be defeated by the latecomers. The Sprinter Master and Apprentice, before Hades unilaterally called off the Elven Martial Arts Tournament. In the end, Rue C broke the energy shield from within, allowing everyone to escape, but their stamina had already been drained by more than half. Now, the energy in the energy ball should be less than half of what it was in the original plot, but for Erqi, it's still a treasure. Thus, in the intense melee, another sneak, Erqi, has secretly ordered the elves to escort him to the device that activates the energy shield, stealthily retrieving the energy ball. He thought everything he did was flawless, but another sneak was watching him closely. Little brother, everyone is fighting desperately. I isn't it inappropriate for you to sneak around alone? Unica says with a half-smile to Erqi. Unica, let us not interfere with each other. You pretend not to see, and I want to call Hades. How about that? Not how about that. Hand over the energy ball. Erqi's heart sinks. It seems Unica knows what this is, or has guessed what it is. What if I don't hand it over? Not handing it over? Then you can die. Wow, what a big Yamina. Erqi points behind Unica, and upon hearing her sister's name, Unica quickly turns her head, only to find that the little pirate has already run away. Playing clever. This will only make me strike harder. Erqi doesn't care about that and runs for his life. Perhaps due to the chaotic battle, neither Dean nor Hades paid attention to the energy ball, and others were unaware of it, allowing Erqi to escape smoothly. Only one elf was closely pursuing him, and that was Unica. He didn't want to participate in the melee. He only wanted to conserve energy for the final harvesting. It was just a good opportunity to play with this little mouse to pass the time. However, this action caused trouble for Jiue. Jiue originally wanted to use Unica's power to defeat Dean with a thunderstrike, but in the blink of an eye, Unica disappeared, leaving him to face Dean alone. If it weren't for the current situation being unfavorable for Dean, he might have been the one to flee in embarrassment. Dean, I want to give you a surprise, but it seems I can't hold back anymore. Whatever tricks you have, bring them on. Then watch closely. Jiue sneers and throws out a Pokeball. A strong and handsome tiger is summoned by Jiue, and the King of Tigers roars to the sky, announcing his arrival. The King of Tigers? Ha ha ha, you really know your stuff. However, Dean focuses his attention on the King of Tigers' neck. Mocking, is this how you train your elves, with chains? The method doesn't matter. What matters is the result. Your character disgusts me. Sagros, defeat him. King of Tigers, charge. Sagros engages in battle with the King of Tigers, and they exchange skills back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand after several moves. However, during the last powerful attack, the King of Tigers is slightly at a disadvantage and is pushed back a few steps. King of Tigers, don't embarrass me. Jiue takes out a remote control and presses a button. The control ring on the King of Tigers releases unbearable electric shocks, causing him immense pain. Using such a method to train your elves. As a Pokémon trainer, you should treat your elves as comrades. Jiue's behavior of enslaving elves is something Dean despises greatly. However, The next moment, the King of Tigers erupts with an even more terrifying aura than before. Sagros, be careful. King of Tigers, use Tiger Fang instant strike. Sagros jumps to dodge, but the King of Tigers follows closely, leaping behind Sagros. Tiger Tail. The King of Tigers swings his tail heavily, knocking Sagros down. Fear is the best way to unleash an elf's potential. Ha ha ha. Dean, after all these years, your broken mantis has made no progress. King of Tigers, given the final blow. The King of Tigers charges towards Sagros. Stop. Dean charges in personally, blocking the attack with his forearm. No matter who comes, it's the same. Dean, how strong you are, how capable you are. Today you will still be defeated by me. King of Tigers, tear him apart. Dean gathers power into a punch and strikes the charging King of Tigers. Although he pushes the King of Tigers back, he himself is forced to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, a tall figure appears beside him, and a claw strikes down. Dean quickly defends, but is knocked into the air, spinning. Clang! Shidello seizes the opportunity to attack Dean. Dean, with an incredible reaction, blocks Shidello's sneak attack. However, the King of Tigers and Kamina are also pouncing at him. This time, Dean is unable to fully defend and is knocked flying. Dean boss. Allison and Zog notice Sagros has been defeated and want to come to support, but in just a moment, Dean is heavily injured from the siege. Allison and Zog, feeling distressed, hold Dean and run, not forgetting to pull Sagros along. Want to run? No way. Kamina, King of Tigers, charge. Jiue glances back at the mighty Hades, thinking to let this group of foolish elves exhaust him first. After he deals with Dean, he'll come back for his Ares crystal. Allison, Zog, let go of me. Boss, let us hurry and leave. Jiue is sneaky in attacks. You and Sagros are injured. We can't deal with him. Let Hades handle it. Boss. Hades is entangled by swordsmen and can't get away at all. Dean realizes that their situation has become so dire. He has been defeated by Jiue, and Hades is also entangled by a sudden expert. As for the expert who broke the energy shield, it seems to be Jiue's person, and now he doesn't know where he has gone. Retreat first, set up defenses at the base. Dean decides to stabilize the morale first. Haha, Dean, you can't run away. Today is your day of death. Jiue has already surrounded them, and his soldiers are much stronger than Dean's subordinates and can follow orders better. Although there are few people brought this time, they are all experienced elites. The Dean army, which has lost its morale, is nothing more than a bunch of worthless chickens and dogs in front of them. On the other side, Erqi has also been stopped by Unica. Hand over the energy ball, and I will spare your life. Chapter 72, defeating Unica. Hand over the energy ball, and I'll spare your life. Unica, you really have no fear of death, running out of your haunted castle to stir up trouble here. Unica was amused by Erqi's bold words. I see you're self-destructing and starting to babble. Since you seek death, I will oblige you. Holy magic judgment. Unica gathered power and charged at Erqi. Asinger, welcome to your first battle. Asinger burst out from Fairy Capsule and threw a punch at Unica. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Unica stepped back in surprise at Asinger's strength, but even more at Asinger's appearance. You look a lot like Gaia. What is your relationship with him? I don't know anyone named Gaia, but right now I want to take you down. Take me down? You're dreaming. Unica's figure flickered and transformed into a shadow, appearing behind Asinger the next moment, perfectly utilizing his shadow powers. However, Asinger had already sensed Unica's attack and turned around to throw a punch, blocking Unica's sneak attack. Interesting. I really can't understand why a master like you would serve such trash. Unica pointed at Erqi, mocking him. Asinger didn't reply. There were many things he didn't understand. He only knew he had to be loyal to Erqi, but didn't know why. But Erqi spoke up. Unica, do you know why I brought you here? Because there are fewer people here, making it easier for me to unleash my strength. Oh, what strength do you have? Unica still looked down on Erqi. The strength to make you cry. Tyree, Taklin, attack. Summoning Tyree and Taklin at the same time was Erqi's signature opening move, balancing terrifying power with strong defense, capable of handling most situations. Unica frowned slightly. These two fairies seem to be quite strong. I can handle it myself. Asinger said, stop talking nonsense, all together now. Eat my dragon tail. Huh. Tyree and Taklin launched an attack on Unica together. Unica dodged using his speed advantage, but Asinger's fist followed closely behind. Unica raised his hand to block and used Asinger's strength to fly back, creating distance between them. Do you think having more people can defeat me? Shadow Clone. Unica's figure danced chaotically, suddenly creating more than 10 copies of himself. Unica had mastered the Shadow Clone technique to a very high degree. Even Riel couldn't easily see through it, let alone woo Erqi's fairies. Now the numbers are reversed, little mice. More than 10 Unicas spoke in unison, taunting them. You're the little mouse. Dragon King's Wave. Taklin unleashed a Dragon King's Wave, directly piercing through 2 Shadow Clones, but they were all fakes. Tyree also used Thunderbolt against the Unicas, lightning breaking through several shadows, yet still unable to catch the real Unica. Asinger's perception was sharper. He sensed that something was different in one area and threw a punch, but only shattered one clone, with a real Unica just beside it, missing by just a bit. Arrogant little mouse. Let's see who can save you now. Unica laughed as he shook off Tyree and charged towards Woo Erqi. However, the next moment, he saw Woo Erqi summon another fairy, a small one. But this little one spread its hands and created a protective shield. Several Unicas attacked simultaneously. Powerful punches striking the shadow shield, but only causing ripples, showing no signs of damage. How is this possible? Unica was very surprised, but he had no time to think as he had to deal with the 3 pesky fairies. Asinger and the others can chase you down, but you can't break through Kane's shadow shield. Unica, I wonder how you plan to hurt me? Hee hee. Woo Erqi, hidden behind the shadow shield, smiled brightly. Unica was infuriated by Woo Erqi's arrogance, but he truly had no good way to deal with Woo Erqi for now. We don't interfere with each other. You go back and rescue your General Dean, and I'll leave immediately. How about it? Unica dodged Tyree's lightning attack and said in the meantime, No way. Either I beat you up now, or you quickly get off Wargod Island. Are you also interested in the Ares crystal? Unica took advantage of Taklin's punch to create distance from the 3 fairies and said, Isn't that obvious? Woo Erqi thought that since he had summoned so many fairies, his purpose was clear, right? Then I'll leave now. You clear a path. Sure. Elantez, use the forest ambush. Woo Erqi would never believe Unica's words. This old silver coin must be eyeing the benefits. So Woo Erqi secretly took out Elani's fairy capsule, waiting to give Unica a surprise. The grass-type power spread from Elantez, quickly enveloping the surrounding area, with grass and trees growing wildly, transforming into vines that wrapped around Unica. Unica hurriedly used Shadow Clone to confuse the judgment of the vine's entanglement, causing many vines to miss, but still accidentally got his foot caught, pausing his movements for a moment. Right there, Woo Erqi aimed his gun at a specific Unica and fired several shots. Unica casually raised his hand, conjuring a dark shield to block the bullets. But his figure was already revealed. Thunderlight, exploding fist. Green leaf light, slash. Sun-piercing moonstrike. Eat this, your grandpa's move, subterranean dragon roar. Thunderlight, dragon breath. Green leaf flying knife, and fighting energy wave. The 4 fairies combined their attacks, all crashing towards Unica. Knowing he had no time to dodge, Unica unleashed all his energy to endure. Holy magic judgment. With a loud bang, Unica was directly blasted away, crashing heavily into the mountainside and then sliding down. Cough, cough. Unica half-knelt on the ground, coughing painfully, his face twisted in agony. Who exactly are you? Unica questioned. Just as you see, an ordinary little pirate. Ordinary my ass. Having such powerful fairies clustered under a pirate is just unscientific. If this is still an ordinary little pirate, then Gaia must be a waste. I said long ago, wasn't it better to stay in the haunted castle? Why come to stir up trouble? When you die, I will definitely take good care of your sister. Go to hell. Unica suddenly unleashed dozens of clones and recklessly charged out. What the hell? How are there more now? Ashes to ashes. Taklin executed an area attack. Sharp stones scattering like bullets, shattering many Unicas. The other fairies also used their skills, trying to attack Unica's clones, but unfortunately, in the end, they failed to select the right one. This Unica is using Shadow Clone to the death. Woo Erqi said angrily. He is just bullying us for not being able to distinguish between true and false. Taklin snorted. They truly couldn't distinguish between the Shadow Clones. Previously, It was purely because Alani's skill was used at the right moment, coupled with the numbers, that each fairy couldn't take down more than a few clones. Aesinger, can't you see it either? Aesinger shook his head helplessly, but added, if he pulls off that last wave of explosions again, I won't make a mistake. When Unica made his final escape, he unleashed dozens of clones. It was unclear if it was due to his injuries or a lack of control, but in retrospect, it was much rougher than before. Behind a giant rock, Unica gasped for breath, relieved to have successfully deceived his opponents. Although I don't know your name, I will remember you. What if your spirits are numerous? Do I have no brothers? In front of my evil 4 spirits, you are all just ants, easily crushed. Cough, 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 cough. Chapter 73. The Power of the Curse. 5 elements unify. That recent burst of concentrated fire should have hurt him quite a bit, right? Unica shouldn't be a problem anymore. Having driven Unica back, and not even using the energy ball yet, not bad, not bad. Brothers, let's go seize the Ares crystal. Oh, Aesing, come with Daddy. A flash of conflict crossed Aesing's face, but in the end, he chose to remain silent and follow the main group. Just then, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the location of the Ares crystal, causing all of Erqi's spirits to feel panic and pressure. It's Hades' aura. Is this his 5 elements unification? Erqi thought warily. No way. Are we going to challenge someone like this? Previously in the base, Taklin had seen Hades from a distance and had rated him as stronger than Hammerit. But just stronger than Hammerit, it can't be that exaggerated. Hey, I could try to draw lightning into my body. Terry, don't mess around. This is not the time for that. Aesing, what do you think? Are you confident? I won't give up easily. Kane, what about you? Can you hold on? Kane, should I go back to the capsule? Forget it. Just a mere Hades. Can he really scare us off? The earlier Unica was just a warm-up. We are now terrifyingly strong. While Hades must be at the end of his rope after a tough battle, Erqi encouraged himself with a stiff upper lip. Time moves forward. The War God Alliance faced off against the 4 divine messengers once again. Although the War God Alliance was not at a disadvantage at the start, after more than 10 rounds, they realized they were running low on stamina, only then realizing that the energy shield was absorbing their energy. Especially Cassius. He remembered the message Erqi had sent him to remind him to rest. Unfortunately, he couldn't truly calm down to conserve his energy, and now dealing with El Paso was extremely taxing. A bunch of useless trash, can't even deal with them. Hades unleashed 4 chains of dark lightning, channeling energy to the 4 divine messengers, strengthening them. Hades, do you think I'm dead? Shadowless light, sword break, slash. Ruiz severed Hades' dark lightning chains with a single sword strike, interrupting the enhancement of the 4 divine messengers. What an annoying guy. I originally wanted to have some fun with you, but since you want to seek death, I'll grant you that. You are the first to witness my divine power, but also the last. Hades stopped paying attention to his 4 subordinates and began to deal seriously with Ruiz. To eliminate future threats, he even used a trump card, drawing power from the evil spirit beast. On the other side, the already dominant 4 divine messengers received further enhancements. Although the enhancement was interrupted and they couldn't achieve Hades' expectation of a quick victory, they still kept the War God Alliance from raising their heads. The War God Alliance struggled to hold on, but the decline was becoming increasingly obvious. 4 pitiful little insects, accept your defeat. The 4 divine messengers unleashed their ultimate moves on their respective opponents, defeating the entire War God Alliance. Ray and the others regrouped, but all were injured, their breaths weak, and their stamina exhausted. Damn it, I have no strength left. Can't we stop them? We can only trust Ruiz now. Ruiz. They suddenly saw Ruiz caught off guard by Hades and knocked down to the ground. Why? I've not wasted a moment in training for 50 years. Yeah, I'm still not as good as you. Ruiz asked as he propped himself up with his sword. Because no matter how much you train, you are still a spirit. While I have already become a god. Ha 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 ha. Hades laughed maniacally. For 50 years, he had wanted to step on Ruiz, and today he could finally realize that wish. Ruiz, accept the divine judgment of death. I won't give up easily. Ruiz swung his sword again and fought Hades. Ha ha, our great dark god is invincible. Rather than relying on that swordsman, you might as well kneel and beg Lord Hades for mercy. Perhaps he will take pity on you and spare your lives. Damn guy, come fight me fairly. Gaia shouted angrily. Noisy, Golden Lion Escapa unleashed a punch wind, knocking Gaia to the ground. Gaia. Ray quickly supported Gaia. Ray, my strength is almost gone. I can only rely on you now. Gaia trembled as he instructed. The four divine messengers knew they were all at the end of their rope, struggling to even stand straight, so they did not immediately go for the kill. Perhaps they were also toying with them. Indestructible fighting spirit. Gaia transmitted all the fighting spirit within him to Ray, then directly fainted. Gaia. Blake and Cassius were shocked by Gaia's actions. Although they were in dire straits, giving their remaining strength to a teammate meant they would truly have no power to resist. Cassius suddenly felt that this loose-tongued guy wasn't so annoying after all. Cassius, I'm counting on you. Reignite your fighting spirit. Blake suddenly grabbed Cassius's hand and infused all his remaining strength into Cassius. Blake, what are you doing? In an instant, Cassius erupted with an incredibly terrifying power, far stronger than Ray, who was barely able to fight back, showing no signs of being at the end of his rope. Blake reignited his fighting spirit, awakening the cursed power hidden deep within Cassius's soul. In fact, Cassius' cursed power had never been completely eliminated. Merely soaking in the colorful hot spring could only cleanse the surface level of his cursed power. What the hell is going on? It's all your fault for dragging things out. Hurry up and deal with them. The four divine messengers saw Ray and Cassius standing up again, quickly joining forces to attack the two. Cassius. Ray called out softly, but Cassius seemed completely lost in madness. Helpless, he could only fight by himself. He once again set his sights on the white eagle Aegis. Thunder God Dawn Flash. Damn it. Sky-piercing flying eagle flash. The yellow and white figures flashed by, completing their clash. In the next moment, a violent lightning burst from Aegis, completely engulfing him. Aegis twitched all over, losing the ability to fly, and fell to the ground. Now a char mass. Meanwhile, Ray could only hold on for a moment in the air before collapsing due to exhaustion. The other three divine messengers surrounded the crazed Cassius. Cassius' cursed power erupted, his aura so powerful that even Hades took notice. Cassius attacked all enemies with madness, especially targeting El Paso, who had been opposed to him, relentlessly pursuing him. Within a few rounds, El Paso was beaten into submission and fell from the sky, unable to continue fighting. Damn it, you will die. Golden Lion Escapa concentrated his fighting spirit into his fist and slammed it towards Cassius, but Cassius also gathered his strength for a punch in return. Earthquake Frenzy Strike. Quantum Annihilation Wave. With a loud bang, both Cassius and Escapa were knocked back by the explosion. However, before Escapa could regain his footing, Cassius broke through the smoke and sent a punch that knocked Escapa flying, completely knocking him out. In the blink of an eye, only the purple light dragon king Abhazina remained, facing Cassius with no fighting spirit left. I didn't expect this little thing to unleash such terrifying power. Since that's the case, let you see what true divine power is. 5 elements unify under the watchful eyes of many. The charred white eagle, the unconscious golden lion and blue bat, along with the still-standing purple dragon, all transformed into light orbs and merged into Hades' body. In an instant, Hades' power surged, making the already formidable him extraordinarily terrifying. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder and lightning crackling due to his terrifying aura. However, in his cursed state, Cassius was completely oblivious to fear, charging at Hades like a cannonball. Good courage. Hades' hand danced with purple lightning as he threw a punch at Cassius, and the two engaged in a fierce clash in the sky. Ha! Only by defeating a guy like you can I gain the full recognition of the Ares crystal. Hades laughed maniacally as he fiercely battled Cassius. Hades, don't forget about me. Shadowless light, soar break. Damn it. Ruiz used the last of his strength to try to stop Hades. At this point, he no longer cared whether his desperate efforts were in vain. He just wanted to do his best, with no regrets in his heart. I fear no one. Dark Knight, Thunderstrike. In the sky, the attacks of the three collided with a deafening explosion, sending them all flying. Ruiz landed heavily on the ground, unconscious. Hades and Cassius both endured this round of confrontation. Hades' hands trembled, clearly indicating that he hadn't had it easy in that clash. Kid, come again. Hades once again unleashed the thunderous power within him, resembling a lightning dragon ready to devour Cassius whole. Quantum Annihilation Wave. Cassius also charged forward with all his might. Both unleashed their strongest powers, a strength that even the spirits on God of War Island could not match, and they were locked in a stalemate midair. Hades let out a proud laugh. Cassius' display of power even put pressure on him, but he was confident that he would be the one to win in the end, defeating such a powerful opponent at the last moment and then achieving victory and glory. How could that not stir one's spirit? However, suddenly, Cassius seemed to suffer a backlash, his expression turning grim, and the power in his hands dissipated in an instant. Cassius was blasted away by Hades with a single strike. Hades glanced at the seemingly lifeless Cassius, ultimately shaking his head with a hint of helplessness and regret. What a pity, I thought I could have some fun. Hades looked up at the Ares crystal, thinking that no one should be able to contest with him now. Suddenly, several voices came from behind, causing Hades to frown and turn around. What a terrifying battle, they've all fallen. Huh, it's that kid Cassius. It's really him. But wait, how did he get so injured? Hey, Hades noticed a small pirate nearby, surrounded by many spirits, one of whom was Terry, and he realized who it was. Hey kid, have you taken care of them all? Hades commanded, as if instructing a subordinate. However, Erqi seemed to ignore his words, merely taking out a potion, prying open Cassius' mouth, and pouring the potion in. What are you doing? Hades' voice turned extremely cold, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Erqi took out a spirit capsule and retrieved Cassius, then turned to glare at Hades with icy eyes. Is he your spirit? Hades' eyes flickered with confusion, unable to comprehend the scene he had just witnessed. How did he get injured like this? Hades suddenly laughed. He didn't answer Erqi's question, but muttered to himself, things are getting more interesting. No wonder the Ares crystal hasn't shown. It turns out there's this little mouse. In that case, purple lightning, red thunderblast. Sun-piercing moon, striking blow. Hey, thunderclap fist. As if in sync, Aesinger and Terry launched their attacks, combining their powers to disperse the purple lightning red thunderblast, then continued charging at Hades without hesitation. Good. Dark Knight, Thunderstrike. The three spirits completely bypassed any testing, launching all-out attacks. Eat my kick from Grandpa Tucklin. Tucklin descended from the sky, using his terrifying weight to enhance his kick. Looking for death. Purple lightning, red thunderblast. Hades shot a bolt of lightning into the sky. However, Terry reached out his hand to grab the purple lightning, drawing all of it into his body. Hey, the violent purple lightning surged into Terry's body, causing his expression to twist for a moment, but he quickly overcame it. You again, you big mouse. Hades had initially felt some affection for Terry's talent, but it was better for a genius that posed a threat to him to be dead. Hey, Terry sent the absorbed lightning back, while Tucklin crashed down like a mountain. Hades, under siege, remained completely unfazed as he drew out the lightning within him, creating a barrier of lightning around him to block the dual attacks from Terry and Tucklin. And me, Aesinger, who had just been temporarily repelled, charged again, unleashing a powerful punch at the lightning barrier. I'm coming too. Green leaf light slash. Take that. Shadow Earth split charge. Boom. Wing dance. Elantez and the others joined the attack, all six spirits launching their strongest strikes at Hades. Do you think having more people means you could defeat me? Ah. Hades roared, completely unleashing the lightning within him. The terrifying wave of lightning engulfed all the spirits. Hades employed a reckless strategy of inflicting harm on both the enemy and himself. Ha ha ha. No matter how many spirits there are, it's useless. The gods are invincible. God. Nonsense God. Terry, can you all still stand? Today, we will take down this bragging god. Erqi shouted angrily at Hades. You're looking for death. Hades' expression twisted into a snarl. Today he would definitely tear this arrogant little pirate apart. Since you're looking for death, I'll use the power of the gods to annihilate you. So you'll remember this divine strike even in hell. Dark Knight, Thunderstrike. Hades concentrated almost all his power into this strike, determined to completely crush his opponent. The terrifying thunder split the space, resembling an unstoppable lightning dragon, opening its massive jaws to devour everyone. Aesinger, Use focus and return. Aesinger formed a barrier of fighting spirit to block the raging lightning dragon, but only held for a moment before the barrier shattered. And Aesinger was violently thrown back by the onslaught of lightning. Tucklin, use Earth Guardian. Tucklin took on the defensive role, forming a barrier of rock around him. But it only lasted a few seconds before it crumbled into dust, and Tucklin fell as well. Elantez, Thorn Totem. Elantez was instantly engulfed by a mass of thorns. But facing the terrifying lightning dragon, the thorns snapped one by one, and Elantez was also knocked away. Kane, Shadow Shield. Kane raised the last defense, shielding Wu, Erqi, and Terry within the barrier. The lightning dragon completely consumed the shield, unleashing endless lightning strands around it, and after a moment, the shadow shield began to crack. Boom! The shadow shield, unable to bear the weight, exploded completely. Accept the judgment of the gods. Hades laughed maniacally, determined to annihilate his opponent with this strike. Terry, draw the lightning into your body. However, in the next moment, Terry mobilized his power, absorbing the entire lightning dragon into his body. You're looking for death. The one who is dead is you. Before Terry floated an energy ball, formed from the energy absorbed from Ray and the others. The furious lightning dragon surged into Terry's body, overwhelming him with immense pressure, even with the Pentagon lightning stone embedded within him. But Wu Erqi used the energy ball to provide Terry with ample energy to overcome the terrifying destructive power of the Thunder Dragon. With the power of the energy ball, Terry directly refined the Thunder Dragon, condensing it into an extremely unstable purple lightning ball. The energy ball and the purple lightning ball gently swayed on either side of Terry, seemingly achieving a balance. Then, Terry extracted all the lightning from within himself and compressed it into a lightning ball. The three small balls, each containing terrifying energy, began to rotate in front of Terry, mutually attracting and repelling each other, starting to spin faster and faster. Go! Three-phase power. Terry hurled the spinning energy balls at Hades, creating a heart-pounding sound of slicing through the air. No! No! Hades finally panicked. He knew how powerful he was, and he also understood how terrifying the energy contained in that energy ball was. I will not give up. Hades gathered as much power as he could to form a lightning barrier, but in the face of the three-phase power, the lightning barrier was like a thin sheet of paper, easily torn apart. Surrounding Hades, the entire god of War Island erupted with a Chapter 75 fair competition. The aura of a king after the earth-shattering explosion, Hades, located at the center of the blast, was battered and bruised, barely able to kneel on the ground. What was that move called? The three-phase power. Left 0, right fire, thunder god assist me, 3 phases for lines, electric mother manifest. Three-phase power, what a good name. After saying this, Hades lost all his strength and collapsed completely, his eyes losing their color. It's a pity that a generation's prodigy died in my hands. By the way, did we win? Hee hee. Terry, you did well, taking down such a terrifying guy. Although I, Dragon Lord, contributed too, you are definitely the one who deserves the credit. Tacklin slapped Terry hard, who had just been battered by lightning, but was now full of energy. Ahem, congratulations. You're strong, Acing praised. Elantez and the others also praised Terry. The Ares crystal lit up, emitting dazzling light. It seems the Ares crystal recognizes us too. Ha ha. Wu Erqi laughed. By the way, can we make a wish now? I wonder if someone like me, a trainer, counts as a whole. Wu Erqi thought to himself, wishing to complete the 5-pointed thunderstone inside Terry, but there was no response. As expected, it didn't work. Wu Erqi didn't expect Ares to recognize his loophole idea. Of course, you can't, it has to be Terry. Tacklin sneered. However, what was surprising was that Terry's wish also failed. Without exception, all their wishes failed. What is going on? Wu Erqi didn't stop them from trying. And when he saw everyone fail, he explained, the Ares crystal only recognizes the strong determined by the fair competition tournament. You all need to have another match to fairly compete for the Ares crystal. Are you sure, Erqi? Tacklin questioned. Sure. Now all the experts are injured, and he has a few who can still move on his side. Who else could compete with them? The rest is good thing? Tacklin was overjoyed, as he was in the best condition now. The next moment, a green light burst from Elantez, and he smiled at everyone, saying, Let's recover our strength. The other spirits also started moving, wanting to fully recover before the match. Hey. The Ares crystal is already lit up. I estimate that everyone on War God Island can see it. If you guys drag it out for a few more minutes, who knows what powerful experts will come. Don't forget about Gue and Dean. You and T want your hard work defeating Hades to let them reap the benefits. Wow. Then hurry up. Taklin was about to rush when two gusts of wind erupted beside him, one from Terry and the other from Acing. I'm going to, Uncle Taklin. Elantez flapped his petal-like wings and followed them. Wait for me. Taklin hurriedly stepped up to catch up. At the pirate base of War God Island, it was bustling. Initially, Dean led his men to break through and successfully withdrew to the base. But Gue was unwilling to give up such a great opportunity and directly ordered an assault on the base. Unfortunately, Dean's men suffered heavy casualties in the melee, and most were scattered, leaving them severely lacking in manpower. Even with the help of base defense weapons, they were still at a disadvantage. Under Gue's extremely cold whip, the green-skinned pirates broke through the base. Dean, today I will definitely kill you. Stop talking big, come on. Dean brandished his armed guard sword, ready for battle. Roar. Beside Gue, a link mouse roared, eager to be the first to charge in. You want to fight? Then go ahead. This link mouse belonged to the Grey Wolf and happened to be executing a sabotage mission planned by the Grey Wolf, not following him. And as a result, he never saw Grey Wolf again. He didn't know who killed his master, but he was certain that this person in front of him was to blame. The strength of the link mouse was far from comparable to Dean's, and it quickly fell at a disadvantage after just one encounter. Gue sneered and ordered, Tiger King, go deal with Dean. The Tiger King roared and charged at Dean. Sagros suddenly burst out from behind Dean, intercepting the Tiger King's attack. Sagros, how will have you recovered? Sagros nodded firmly, indicating that he could still fight. This Mantis again, Dean, sending him 1,000 times won't help. He has already fallen behind. Clemna, you go too. Make sure to end this quickly. Boss will help you. Zog and Allison summoned their spirits, trying to block Clemna, but were quickly taken down by Clemna. Mynisk and Lisik. Allison hurriedly recalled them. Karataton was knocked down, but, being tough-skinned and meaty, stood up again. Shirataton, you must hold on. You must stall him. Zog cheered for Karataton. Almost forgot. I still have one spirit. Allison suddenly slapped his head and released the mountain god Dyfit. Although he had been somewhat depleted from the previous battle with Nanafendo, Dyfit still had the strength to fight. General Allison. Dyfit, go deal with Clemna. Okay. Dyfit charged toward Clemna. Roar. Clemna roared, unleashing a terrifying aura that instantly pressured Dyfit, causing his steps to halt involuntarily. However, being a dark shadow-type spirit, this ugly creature was much weaker than that kid who occupied the house next door and fished all day. Roar. Dyfit also roared back at Clemna. Who's afraid of who? Perhaps I can't win, but that doesn't mean I don't have the strength to fight. Still got experts? Dean, this is your trump card, and it's nothing special. Gus sneered. Dean's mouth twitched. When did Dyfit become a trump card? However, thankfully bringing Dyfit along. Otherwise, this battle would indeed have been disastrous. Tiger King, put in some effort. Haven you eaten? Seeing the Tiger King unable to break through after a long attack, Gue activated the electric shock again. Stimulated by this, the Tiger King's strength surged, directly suppressing Sagros. Sagros, come back. Dean shook his head helplessly. Sagros had new injuries on top of old ones and was no longer suitable to keep pushing. What Dean didn't expect was that Sagros directly knocked away the capsule Dean threw. Sagros, don't be impulsive. However, soon Dean noticed that Sagros' momentum was continuously rising, completely surpassing his peak state. In the next moment, a moon-white light enveloped Sagros, and his body began to change rapidly. As the evolution light dissipated, Sagros had completely transformed. Now he exuded an aura of a king. Sagros evolved. Sagros' evolution shocked everyone, undoubtedly giving Dean's side a boost of confidence. Evolution? Interesting. Gue witnessed the birth of King Sagros, still wearing a confident smile. He looked down on Sagros, believing that even if Sagros evolved, it would be superficial and not worth a hit. Tiger King, Tiger Tooth, instant strike. Nether Void slash. However, what Gue did not expect was that after Sagros's super evolution, he truly underwent a transformation, breaking the Tiger King's teeth with a single strike. What? Fool! Get up and fight again. Jiue released the electric shock again, stimulating the Tiger King to go berserk. You're gonna get the Tiger King killed like this. Dean said coldly. Umph. A beast, dead is dead. No big deal. We can catch a stronger one next time. Jiue, your despicable character makes me feel disgusted. The Tiger King, with bloodshot eyes, charged towards King Sagros again. King Sagros, attack with all your might. Hold nothing back. Even though Dean looked down on Jiue's actions, he wouldn't show kindness at this moment. The Tiger King was once again knocked back by King Sagros. A cross-shaped gash appeared on his face. Blood gushed out, quickly covering his entire tiger face, causing him to howl in pain. What a waste. After cursing loudly, Jiue recalled the Tiger King. Dean, this time you're lucky, but you won't be so fortunate next time. After making his threats, Jiue threw out 2 metal balls, which were 2 powerful smoke bombs. In the blink of an eye, the base was engulfed in thick smoke, making it impossible to see anything. Jiue, I will definitely not let you go today. King Sagros, pursue him. Everyone pursue him. Dean shouted loudly. Even though the only thing visible was thick smoke, Dean led King Sagros to chase after him. No matter if he could catch Jiue in the end, he had to make Jiue know the consequences of offending him. One annoying guy. In the thick smoke, Jiue muttered softly and turned to leave. He was not afraid to escape using the smoke. His personal radar allowed him to navigate this environment with ease. Meanwhile, the competition for the Ares crystal was reaching its climax. Taklin was in the best condition, but unfortunately he was too slow, and his large size made him the primary target. Elandez was also not fast enough. He originally wanted to trap everyone with the grass and trees as weapons, but only managed to trap Taklin, the unlucky one, and it was too late to catch up. In the end, only Terry and Asinger were left competing. Both of them were actually in poor condition, but due to their speed advantage, they took the lead. Their attack power was also extremely strong, and neither had outstanding control abilities, so they basically ran and fought all the way from the bottom to the top of the pillar, all the way to the Ares crystal. In the end, Terry gained the upper hand and got to the crystal first. Terry raised the Ares crystal high. The crystal emitted a brilliant light, directly bouncing Asinger away, who was just 1 step away. This indicated that the Ares crystal acknowledged this match and recognized Terry's victory. Congratulations, Asinger said, his tone showing little emotion. I didn't expect the one who won in the end would be that kid Terry. Taklin said speechlessly, then punched Elandez. Calm down, calm down. Elandez quickly pleaded for mercy. I don't even know what wish he wants to make. Terry, Pentagon Thunderstone. Pentagon Thunderstone. Under the pillar. Erqi looked up and loudly reminded Terry. If Terry could complete the entire Pentagon Thunderstone, his strength would definitely reach the league level, and it might even be higher. Not to mention strength, just the terrifying charging ability brought by the Pentagon Thunderstone. If he really got a whole piece, at least electric-type spirits wouldn't dare to mess with him. I don't know if he could withstand the peak explosion of Reiku with awakened wings and double buffs. Terry looked down at Erqi and made a decision. Hey, Ares Crystal, please grant Erqi the most powerful strength. Wildly explosive. Terry, don't mess around. Quickly wish to complete the Pentagon Thunderstone. What is the use of power if it just leads to you guys fighting? However, the wish was already established and could not be changed. The Ares crystal released a beam of light towards Erqi, who felt his body undergoing intense changes. Wow, Terry, don't add unnecessary modifiers to your wish. Erqi felt something growing from his waist. However, the embarrassing situation did not occur. After the light merged into Erqi's body, everything returned to normal, and he looked the same as before. Why do you still look like that? I thought you could look a bit cooler. Taklin commented. Erqi, how do you feel now? Did the wish have an effect? Elandez quickly asked. This is so awesome. I have awakened the power of the machine's soul. Erqi excitedly raised his hand and then slapped a big rock, shattering it with a loud bang. Not bad. Your strength has increased a lot. But it's not just strength. Erqi moved quickly, circling Taklin at high speed. My speed has also increased. Taklin and Elandez were both very surprised. Terry and Asinger also came down from the top of the pillar, and they all saw Erqi's transformation. Hey, how is it? Are you stronger now? Terry, remember to leave such good things for yourself next time. Erqi patted Terry's shoulder, feeling immensely touched. Hey, compared to us, you need to become stronger. Erqi was so moved, he almost cried. In the future, if anyone dares to offend, you need to lift a finger. Just watch me take them down. By the way, Terry, next time don't add unnecessary modifiers. The Aries crystal might not understand. Hey, what's wrong? Everyone looked at Erqi. Erqi, rarely showing a hint of shyness, turned to face a large rock, standing with his hands on his hips. Machine Soul Cannon, activate. Immediately, a mechanical sound was heard, and a cannon barrel emerged from Erqi's waist. Then, with a bang, it fired a laser projectile. The large rock was directly blasted into pieces, leaving everyone stunned. That was impressive. It really is wildly explosive. Erqi slightly embarrassedly retracted the Machine Soul Cannon. This is the strongest attack method granted to me by the Aries crystal. It may look like an ordinary laser cannon, but in reality, it carries the power of the Machine Soul, which is not comparable to an ordinary laser cannon. What is the power of the Machine Soul? I can't explain it clearly. It's similar to your Dragon Clan's Dragon Soul power, or the combat will of combat types. Quite metaphysical. Aren't you a robot? So the end of science is metaphysics. Oh, but does this Machine Soul power affect your modifications? What's wrong? I just feel like a super expert with your face looks a bit off. Tacklin casually commented, but it drew agreement from others. Asinger even directly said, I still think you look a bit ugly now. Asinger, Chapter 77, Who Stole the Crystal, and What Should They Do? Help me out. You guys lend a hand and lift me onto the spaceship. Huh? Where did Ruiz run off to? Wasn't he just lying down? It seems Ruiz woke up in the middle and left without saying a word. He was actually quite nice, not causing them any trouble. These three guys are seriously injured. Before we arrived, how fiercely were they fighting against Hades? They're fine, but Cassius is badly hurt. I don't know if he can be saved. Everyone chatted back and forth. Erqi was also worried about Cassius. It would be troublesome if he couldn't be treated. They might have to ask for the ancestor spirit beast. Hopefully, it doesn't come to that. He really doesn't know how to convince the ancestor spirit beast. Erqi had already docked the spaceship somewhere else, just in case of emergencies. And it came in handy. This spaceship isn't big, but although it's small, it has everything necessary. The basic medical equipment is mostly complete, and Erqi placed Lei, E, and the others in the recovery chambers. Are you really going to save them? Tacklin asked. Yes. Now that both sides are no longer shouting to fight, let's just consider it a personal favor. People like them are very particular about such things. I hope good intentions don't lead to bad outcomes. Enough of this. Has the battle between Dean and Jair come to a conclusion? That kid Asinger went to check. Tacklin said flatly, arms crossed. Erqi had no intention of saving people, nor did he. Tacklin was curious to see how Erqi planned to deal with Dean. At his level of strength, he should be plotting for power by now. Asinger was feeling very confused. Since he could remember, 3 questions had always lingered in his mind. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? But just now, he saw that elf named Gaia, who looked a lot like him. What is his relationship with Gaia? Are they of the same kind or relatives? Asinger didn't dislike Erqi and the others. He felt comfortable around them, but he still wanted to know more about his origins. Feeling troubled, he took the initiative to go out for a walk. He didn't know Dean and Jair, but he recognized the soldiers on both sides. The ones under Dean looked just like Erqi, while the ones under Jair looked like they were painted green by Erqi. There was still some distance to the base when he heard the sounds of battle. He stealthily approached and saw a group of Erqi attacking a bunch of green figures. Asinger already knew the outcome of the battle. However, just as he was about to head back, he noticed a sneaky figure hiding in the grass not far away, also watching the fight. Asinger focused and looked closely. The person opposite seemed to sense something, turned around, and their eyes met. Damn, Unica cursed in a low voice. And the next second, Asinger charged at him like a cannonball. Unica didn't dare to be careless and quickly conjured a dark shield, which Asinger shattered with a punch. The shield bought Unica a moment of breath. He quickly jumped away and distanced himself to confront Asinger. Are you crazy? Unica couldn't help but curse. Just as he finished speaking, Asinger charged again. Unica was frustrated, but only cursed a few times in his heart this time, not verbally. Dealing with this hot-headed brute who gets angry over a single insult is best avoided. Unica used Shadow Clone to shake off Asinger, but Asinger was relentless and continued to chase him. I didn't check the calendar before going out and ran into a madman. Unica ran for his life and finally spotted a spaceship. Only about 100 meters away from the spaceship, Dean and Jair were fiercely engaged in combat. Jair fired several shots in quick succession, temporarily halting Dean's advance, giving him a moment to breathe. Dean, are you really going to go all out? Aren't you afraid of the leader's wrath? Still trying to turn the tables now? You're really despicable. Dean scoffed. Jair's expression shifted. He was so close to getting back to the spaceship, but Dean was holding on tighter than a dog. It seemed he had to sacrifice something. Clemena was out of the question. That was his main spirit. The Tiger King, while powerful, had always been forcibly controlled and was far from truly tamed. So losing him was acceptable. Finally, there was Shidello. Shidello was being besieged by Zog and Allison, chattering nonstop, struggling to hold on, nearly facing disaster several times. He suddenly felt a chill, causing him to slow down just enough to almost get hit by Caratodon's punch. Forget it, Shidello was loyal, so keeping him around might be useful. Jair had already decided to sacrifice the Tiger King to open a path for him. However, just then, a dark shockwave suddenly struck Dean. The attack was easily blocked by Wong Sage Rose, but the delicate balance was shattered. Awesome, Unica! Quickly help me deal with Dean. I'll reward you handsomely. Jair didn't blame Unica for abandoning his post. Seeing him now felt closer than a father. General Jair, we should leave quickly. My subordinate is also badly injured and can't handle them. Unica grabbed Jair and ran. Trying to escape? Wong Sage Rose, Shadow Slash. Unica used his old trick, and his figure flickered to create several clones. Wong Sage Rose only slashed at an illusion. Across the finish line, Unica carried Jair and successfully jumped into the spaceship cabin. Then Jair frantically pressed buttons to close the cabin. General Jair, wait for me. Shidello leaped up, ready to jump into the cabin. Leave it behind. Dean rushed forward, grabbing Shidello's foot and pulling him back, throwing him to the ground. Ouch, General Jair. It seems Shidello couldn't make it. Quick, start the spaceship. Start the spaceship. Jair shouted. Shidello's life doesn't matter. If Dean breaks into the cabin, that guy really might slice him in half with a sword. They had to hurry and run towards the Dark Cross Fortress. At the Dark Cross Fortress, Dean definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If he did, that would be even better. At that time, he would give the leader some eye drops, and Dean would surely suffer the consequences. It seems General Jair's plan has gone slightly awry. Unica, where have you been? Why have you been missing since the beginning? Jair glared at him. Calm down, General. I went to deal with a master under Dean, but unfortunately, I couldn't win and got injured badly. I almost couldn't return to see you. Unica, do you think I'm easy to fool? General Jair, I'm telling the truth. My injuries can't be fake. Jair examined Unica closely and saw clear signs of battle and numerous wounds on him. I see you're secretly competing for the Ares crystal behind my back. Jair sneered. That was the plan. Unica thought. No way. He's truly a master. He has 5 strong spirits, all of which are difficult to deal with. Unica recounted Erqi's spirits to Jair one by one. Jair saw that Unica spoke convincingly and didn't seem to be making things up, so he tentatively believed him. Then who took the Ares crystal? He had been focused on dealing with Dean, originally planning to eliminate Dean first before going for the Ares crystal. At the very least, he should have injured Dean enough to drive him away and prevent him from being a nuisance. As a result, Sage Rose evolved unexpectedly, disrupting all his plans, leaving him to escape in embarrassment. Unclear, it could be Hades, or it could be those guys with late E, or maybe it's that little pirate with several powerful spirits. Chapter 78, Revenge. Separation, damn it. Let him get away. Dean said angrily as he watched the spaceship disappear into the distance. Boss, what should we do with Shidello and these soldiers? Allison stepped forward and asked. A cold light flashed in Dean's eyes as he said indifferently, kneel and surrender. Kill the resistors. The green-skinned pirates, already demoralized by Jiyu's escape, immediately knelt down in droves upon hearing this, with only a few waiting for Shidello's response. I cannot resist, but you must keep your word, Shidello shouted. Dean swung his sword down, and Shidello's legs immediately bent in submission. General Dean, spare me. Zorg, tie them up. Yes. Zord pulled out a rope from behind, grinning menacingly. Don't mess around. Treat the captives well. Treat the captives well. To hell with treating captives well. If you're going to be so rule-abiding, why don't you become a seer robot? Zord kicked Shidello twice, making him furious but not daring to resist. Dean completely ignored Zord's behavior. He was more concerned about who would end up with the Ares crystal. The original deal was that Hades would help him acquire the crystal, and in return, he would absorb energy from other elves for Hades, a fair trade. But now, the deal was definitely ruined. So who won? Was it Hades or Ray? It could also be that meddler, Unica, or it might be some other expert. Let's go. Leave Zord to deal with these captives. Dean led his men quickly toward the Ares crystal contention point. Upon arriving at the contention point, the place was already deserted, leaving only a scene of devastation. Seeing the terrifying explosion pit that took Hades' life, Dean couldn't help but gasp. He even felt a sense of relief that, after Sagro's super evolution, he chose to let his emotions drive his actions and seek revenge on Jiu, avoiding such a terrifying blow. The battle was intense, but who actually won? His instinct told him it wasn't Hades. With Hades' arrogance, if he had won, he would probably be eager to announce it to the world. But it couldn't be ruled out that he had won while heavily injured and was temporarily avoiding the limelight. Boss, let me lead the search. No matter who got the Ares crystal, I will definitely get it back for you. No need. Dean shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Even if the Ares crystal still existed now, it must have already been wished upon by someone. Allison, once Zord reunites with you, go summon the scattered soldiers. Then contact the Phantom ship and have them gather elite troops as quickly as possible. They must complete the deployment before you return to the Phantom ship. Don't waste any time. Finally, I order you to command the army and eliminate GU's bases one by one. Boss. Allison was surprised for a moment, then said seriously, I guarantee the task will be completed. Lastly, without my command, do not stop your actions and listen to no one else. Yes, but boss, aren't you personally leading us to take revenge? I have more important things to do. I need to return to the Darkcross Fortress. Dean realized that this matter absolutely could not end peacefully. If GU wanted to survive, he could only seek the leader's protection. If GU wanted revenge, he also needed the leader's support. Otherwise, he would just have to wait for death. The leader would not stand by and let Dean kill GU. He enjoyed watching his subordinates fight, but he absolutely did not like watching them kill each other and weaken his own strength. So Dean also had to return to the Darkcross Fortress to report to the leader, to prevent GU from turning black and white. But he also couldn't easily swallow this anger. Even if the leader wanted to smooth things over and give both sides a talking to, GU's territory still had to be swept clean. Dean was still Dean, and this was already a reversal. After hearing Asink's report, Erqi sighed. But it's a pity that Asink hardly knows anyone, so Erqi still doesn't know that GU has already controlled the King of Tigers. Nor does he know that Sagros has completed super evolution. What a pity. If Dean could have an accident, you could directly take over. Taklin said leisurely. Don't talk nonsense. My loyalty to General Dean is as clear as day. Old Tak, whether you believe it or not, I'm really happy that General Dean can win. Erqi said sincerely. He understood Taklin's thoughts. They were not without reason. Erqi's strength was growing stronger, and he was already becoming too big to handle. A separation from Dean was only a matter of time. But separation could either be amicable or lead to a rift, and if Dean had an accident, there would be no need to consider it. Moreover, once Dean had an accident, if Dean's faction did not want to be completely wiped out, they would have to push out a new spokesperson. Although Erqi's seniority was insufficient, he was still stronger than Zord and Allison, and he was very likely to get the biggest share of the inheritance. But it was more likely that he would be targeted and swallowed by Jiu, Carol, and Faldos, being treated as a thorn in their side. In any case, his foundation was too shallow now. It was safest to remain under Dean's command and gradually become independent. But it wouldn't take long. On the surface, he had already demonstrated impressive strength. Terry had once injured the White Eagle, Eglas, and Alanlo swept the arena with illusion fire, while Taklin was still his ally, and he had an ambiguous relationship with Grace's Star Guardian, Blake. Very few knew about his relationship with Cassius. Cassius had not returned to his side since his evolution. Most of the time, he was hiding at the top of the Rainbow Mountain, And Dean probably still didn't know that Cassius was the evolved form of Cassius. So Erqi was pursuing greater autonomy, wanting to control White Star and live a secluded life, but still listen to Dean's orders on major issues. Both sides would save face, naturally achieving practical independence while nominally remaining subordinate. Suddenly, the communicator rang, and Erqi switched to a different expression upon seeing it was Allison. Erqi, are you still alive? General Allison, fourth brother, I almost didn't get to see you. That guy who broke our shield is just too despicable. He kicked my subordinate. He wasn't kicking but he was clearly slapping you and General Dean in the face. If my subordinate hadn't accidentally fallen into the sea, he would definitely have turned into a pile of industrial waste by now. Tacklin twitched his lips, feeling that Erqi was truly ridiculous. It was that guy Unica. He really is a bastard. If it weren't for him, we could have definitely kept GU. By the way, if you're okay, hurry back to regroup, and then come with me to take revenge. Fourth brother, how are we going to take revenge? How else are we going to take revenge? Allison recounted Dean's instructions to Erqi, pride evident on his face. See, such an important task. The boss didn't give it to Zorg, nor did he give it to you. It's obvious who he values most. Fourth brother, how about I go directly to the Phantom ship to regroup? What happened? My elf was seriously injured, so after I escaped, I took the spaceship to bring them back for treatment. Oh, wait, you're fleeing again. Hey, this can't be said. I'm calling it a strategic retreat. A strategic retreat. Chapter 79, Akos, you guys have made me a deserter again. Erqi said to Cassius and the others, to himself. He insisted on bringing them back, not only to gain a favor, but primarily for the genes. Acing had already been born. How far could the other dark alliances be? Erqi, that blonde, seems to be waking up. Tacklin suddenly said. What? Waking up? This won't do. Erqi quickly ran to Lei Yi, struck him with a knife hand, and Lei Yi's slightly moving eyelids and lips immediately quieted down. Damn, why are you using so much strength? I'm still not used to my current strength. They can't wake up now. How can I extract genes if they wake up now? But we're still far from White Star. I can't just knock out whoever wakes up. They're still too lightly injured. I'll give him an anesthetic injection to make him sleep a bit longer. Erqi decided to take matters into his own hands. He had self-studied gene extraction, practiced extracting stem cells privately, so it should be fine. Unfortunately, the current technology cannot meet the cloning conditions by directly drawing blood. And he didn't know if Galileo directly used a syringe in the original plot, indicating that cloning technology had made breakthroughs. Cassius was too badly injured, so I won't extract from him. Gaia had already been extracted, so I won't extract from him either. I'll be rude to Lei, E, and Blake. Done. After a busy period, Erqi finally obtained 2 vials of extraction liquid, a smile plastered on his face. Inside are the future Elon D and Noir. Before long, Lei, E, Gaia, and Blake woke up one after another. The biggest issue for the 3 of them was exhaustion, so they were in much better condition than Cassius. And as soon as the anesthetic wore off, they all woke up. Where's this? Are we still alive? It's pirates, let me go. Gaia saw Erqi and struggled, but unfortunately, the anesthetic hadn't worn off yet, and he was too weak. If you keep moving around, I'll throw you down. Let me go, let me go. Erqi stuffed a cloth in Gaia's mouth. Don't hurt Gaia, Lei weakly said. No one wants to hurt him. Saving you is purely because of Cassius, and Blake counts too. So I won't hurt you. Once you heal up, you can go wherever you want. Woo-woo. Gaia struggled and whimpered. It's you. Lei suddenly remembered Gaia mentioning that Cassius was an elf pirate. Anyway, thank you for saving us. Was the Ares crystal taken by Hades in the end? I don't know. It might also be Unica. Erqi suddenly had a bad thought and decided to help Unica stir up some hatred. It's him, thank goodness. Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by him. He's an ally of the cosmic pirate Jew, who is much worse than Dean. You'll know if you ask around later. Lei was stunned, suddenly feeling that the world was quite complicated. So what do they want the Ares crystal for? How would I know? Don't talk. Rest first. Lei and Gaia got off before reaching White Star, both feeling very complicated but still expressing gratitude to Erqi. Why do I owe him a favor? Gaia said sadly. Ever since he met this pirate, his life has been miserable. He was still thinking about getting revenge sooner or later, but he was saved first. How could he not feel bad? Gaia. He saved us to gain Cassius's recognition, so he must not be a villain. I understand. As long as he doesn't do anything wrong, I'll just keep my distance from him. Blake's home was right next to White Star, so he continued to hitch a ride, and he was also worried about Cassius's condition. Cassius was cursed, and his situation might not be good. What to do? Can the Rainbow Spring dispel curses? We can only try. If the Rainbow Spring doesn't work, you can take him to find the Ancestor Spirit Beast. It's on Tyro Star. Erqi suddenly thought that it wouldn't work for him to find the Ancestor Spirit Beast, but Blake might be able to, because of the Dark Knight Ice Fox incident. The Cosmic Pirates have listed Tyro Star as a forbidden zone, so it's best to avoid wandering around there. You might not come back. Okay, I understand. After the spaceship returned to White Star, Blake took Cassius away. Erqi was still counting on having time and prepared to deliver the extraction liquid to Ivan first, letting him start the cloning. Seventh brother, you mean this is the stem cell extraction liquid of Thunder God Lay, Ian Blake? Ivan carefully took the 2 vials of extraction liquid, his eyes shining with excitement. Are you confident you can clone 2 masters again? Asing performed exceptionally well this time. His strength is on par with Gaia. I'm confident. But a trace of bitterness appeared in Ivan's eyes. But what? Seventh brother, actually, the expenses for cloning Asing earlier were quite high. We have no money left in the account, and we've also advanced quite a bit. We don't know how to balance the accounts this year. Are we that poor? Ivan was speechless. You've been a hands-off manager for a year, and didn't he even notice the money was gone? Don't worry, money, right? It will come soon. It will come soon. Erqi comforted. If there's not enough money, we can only borrow some from Ju. Ivan, you get ready to start working. The funds will be in place soon. Erqi initially thought he could just coast, but now he had to take it seriously. Sixth brother, gather all the combat personnel. Board the spaceship and come fight with me. Bring that large transport ship from mining too. We might need to load a lot of things. Yes. No wonder seventh brother. As soon as you come back, there's big work to do. Sixth brother thought to himself. Erqi arrived just as Allison did, so he was not late. Third brother. Fourth brother, you finally came back. We must clear our names this time. Erqi said passionately. Is everyone here? An elite pirate stepped forward. General Allison, as per your orders, we have mobilized the elite from 13 nearby bases. The rest are either too far away to arrive on time, or have important tasks, and cannot be relocated. Everyone is here. Good. This time let's flatten Ju's territory. All troops, listen to my orders, attack. Allison clasped his hands behind his back. The feeling of mobilizing thousands of troops was indeed intoxicating. The Phantom ship, accompanied by various warships, formed a massive space fleet, heading towards the Spiral Galaxy. General Allison, since we're going to war, it's a perfect opportunity to test my new creation. Doctorate said. Doctorate, why are you here? What do you want to test? Doctorate took out a spirit capsule, pressed a button, and summoned the spirit. It was a dark purple spirit that looked like a goat. It emanated an aura of coldness, giving off a sinister feeling. Doctorate, what kind of spirit is this? It looks so ugly. So mock it. The spirit seemed to understand the mockery and sprayed Zog with a blast of cold air, instantly freezing him. Such strong power. Doctorate, what is this spirit? This is a brand new species of spirit I cultivated by merging the genes of Axia and Rios. I believe this is a revolutionary advancement in the history of gene technology. Doctorate said proudly. Axia and Rios? One ice and one fire. Before Allison could speak, Erqi was already shocked. Doctorate, you actually managed to successfully merge the genes of 2 opposing attributes to cultivate a brand new spirit. You are truly the most outstanding spirit expert in the universe. The pets from the Cyru Star are nothing compared to you. And Guzman under Ju is even more illiterate, where I'm just an experimental product, still with many shortcomings. Yait waved his hand, feeling flattered. But you're right. How could someone like Pat, a foolish disabled person, compare with me? Guzman is even less worth mentioning. This time let us see my Akos display its power. On the surface, Erqi flattered him, but he was secretly distancing himself from Akos. Others may not know, but Erqi was clear that this thing was a failure. The fusion of ice and fire was not so easy, and Akos would lose control sooner or later. The ice base is an important base for GUE, known as the unbreakable cold of 1,000 miles. However, today, they encountered a dimensionality reduction blow from their peers, the so-called unbreakable, was merely bullying the indigenous elves. Akos. Freeze them. Akos exhaled cold air, instantly freezing the enemies. This cold weather was very unfavorable for the elven combat, but it was like a fish in water for Akos. The elf created by the doctor was indeed powerful, easily defeating the enemies. Allison praised sincerely. Under the terrifying attack of Akos, the ice base was soon breached, completely reduced to ruins. But this was just the first one. The rock fortress is the core base of Jiue, guarded by the ground-type elf Shank. Originally, Shank was quite strong, but faced with the luxurious lineup brought by Allison, it had no power to fight back at all. Starlight Mountain, Steel Fortress, Kamikaze Fortress. One by one, large and small bases were all breached. This is too slow. Let us split up and act. Chapter 80. Will Erqi versus Pokémon everyone. Stay alert and don't let any suspicious individuals slip by. The mechanical factory is our top priority for defense and must not be compromised. A pirate with grayish-white hair and a crescent headpiece on his forehead was sternly addressing his crew. He carried a heavy metal shield on his back and wore high-tech glasses that gave him a distinctly advanced appearance. Compared to the usual dull-witted pirates, he seemed quite extraordinary. He was also an elite pirate, specifically a 3-star elite, the pinnacle that pirate soldiers could reach. Above him were the generals. But the position of general was not easily granted. Someone like Allison achieved that rank after accomplishing significant feats like sealing the Punisher. In fact, those qualified to be promoted to 3-star elites were often not much inferior in ability to actual generals. What they lacked was often just an opportunity. Such pirates were commonly referred to as brigadiers. "Captain, are we just going to hide in the base?" One subordinate said indignantly. "The mechanical factory is of utmost importance. Our weapon manufacturing and research all come from here. Other territories can fall, but we absolutely cannot lose the mechanical factory. Moreover, the situation is truly strange. One base after another has fallen, and several have completely lost contact. We don't even know who is targeting us." "ISNT at Dean's men?" The captain scoffed. "I'm well aware of that trash under Dean. Our soldiers can take down 3 of them at once. Even if they did this, they must have hired experts for assistance. However, our mechanical factory is fortified with high walls and strong defenses, equipped with all sorts of weapons, and guarded by the latest war machine. Pokémon, I'm not afraid of anyone coming here. By the way, have you contacted General Jiu?" "Captain, I was just about to mention that General Jiu has not responded, and we also cannot reach General Shadeluo or any other commanders." "How can this be? Could something have happened to General Jiu?" The captain murmured softly, but quickly shook his head. "No way. Absolutely impossible. What kind of person is General Jiu? How could he encounter an accident? As far as I know, General Jiu has already controlled the powerful Tiger King and allied with the evil spirit, Unica. Who could possibly harm the general? By the way, have you contacted the Darkcross Fortress?" "The Darkcross Fortress can only communicate through special frequencies. Could General Jiu have gone there?" The captain suddenly remembered and said, "Not yet." "Then hurry up and do it." Just as he finished speaking, a massive explosion suddenly rang out from outside the factory, startling everyone. There really are some who aren't afraid of death. "Everyone prepare for battle and eliminate the intruders," shouted the captain of the rapid response team. The guards were momentarily thrown into chaos, but quickly regained their composure and skillfully set up defenses. In the next moment, the mechanical factory's gate was violently blown open, and a horde of blue-purple pirates rushed in, appearing disorganized. This showed that the military quality of Jiu's pirates was significantly stronger than Dean's. "Open fire. Raise shields." Both sides issued commands almost simultaneously, and a hail of bullets and cannon fire rained down, but the enemy managed to block it with shields, resulting in minimal casualties. They underestimated them. The soldiers seemed lacking in quality, but their equipment was not bad, the mobile team captain commented. Their rapid response team is also equipped with a large number of shields. While shields are cumbersome, they can be very effective when used well. However, when it comes to using shields, I'm the expert. The captain smirked coldly, preparing to order his soldiers to change tactics to counter the shields. This base has strong firepower. Seventh brother, according to our investigation. This mechanical factory is Jiu's arms factory and weapon research center. No wonder it is heavily guarded. If my brothers can't handle it, I'll take care of it. With that, Erqi dashed into the mechanical factory. What audacity! The captain was startled. After all, Erqi's speed was indeed astonishing. However, upon realizing it was just a low-ranking soldier, he regained his confidence and launched an attack on Erqi. After awakening his machine soul, Erqi had significantly enhanced attributes. Ordinary bullets couldn't even graze him, let alone hurt him. Erqi easily dodged several shots, and in the blink of an eye, charged right in front of the mobile team captain, revealing a terrifying smile. Are you human or ghost? The mobile team captain screamed. I am the reverse butterfly. Erqi swung a powerful punch that struck the mobile team captain's face, sending him flying. Dare to knock our captain away? Brothers, kill him. A barrage of bullets was unleashed towards Erqi, who summoned a light shield and light axe, raising the shield to withstand the hail of fire as he charged towards the enemy, cutting down anyone in his path. The mobile team captain, who had just been stunned, was now coming to his senses, but still found it hard to believe how a lowly pirate could possess such formidable strength. This should be engaging in a gunfight. But why did one person disrupt all of his plans? Damn it! Hurry up and follow. Sixth brother was also completely shocked. Erqi charging in alone didn't surprise him, but he thought seventh brother would rush in to release spirits, allowing Taklin and Terry to break the situation with force. But certainly not in this way. Don't be arrogant. Bakate. With a loud shout from a mobile team captain, Bakate descended from the sky. His eyes glowed red, constantly locking onto Erqi. Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Eliminate. Eliminate. Missile attack. Bakate raised both hands and fired 2 missiles. Erqi firmly gripped his shield and braced himself against the explosions of the 2 missiles. The intruder was not eliminated, initiating higher intensity attack. Good job, Bakate. Quickly destroy this guy for me. The mobile team captain exclaimed excitedly. Erqi wanted to challenge Bakate one-on-one, but his subordinates couldn't handle the guards. He couldn't just focus on his own enjoyment. The mobile team captain soon saw that the terrifying pirate was continuously throwing out spirit capsules. Then he watched as powerful spirits burst forth from the capsules. Huge dragons, lightning-dancing giant rats, and some spirits he didn't even recognize, but without exception, they all exuded great momentum. As a general under Jiu, he was quite familiar with the strength of Clemena, and felt that several of these spirits were not inferior to Clemena. You. The mobile team captain was so excited that he couldn't speak, pointing at Erqi and repeatedly saying, You all go help the others. I'll deal with this mechanical spirit. You should be able to handle it, right? Count on it. The intruders are increasing. The intruders are increasing. Changing elimination target. Target relocked. Ultimate impact cannon. Bakate, whether it was a programming issue or not, suddenly turned the cannon towards Taklin. Could Erqi stand for this? He lunged forward with a sword step, and with one swing of his axe, he redirected Bakate's cannon. You just focus on practicing with me. Eliminate the intruder. Armor charge. 2 jets of black smoke erupted from Bakate's exhaust pipes as he leaned forward and charged violently at Erqi. Erqi raised his shield to block, but was still pushed back several steps. Not bad strength, but now it's my turn. Erqi tossed aside his shield, then charged forward, leaping high with his axe raised above his head before bringing it down forcefully. Clang! With one swing, Erqi nearly severed one of Bakate's arms, exposing the wires arranged beneath the mechanical shell. Atomic light wave. Erqi braced himself against the laser beam and continued to strike at Bakate. The light axe continuously struck at Bakate, leaving deep wounds on its shell, with sparks of electricity flashing constantly. Elves joined in, and the guards of the mechanical factory quickly fell, some dead, some fleeing, and those who couldn't escape knelt down to beg for mercy. The captain of the rapid response team, the highest commander of the mechanical factory, was easily captured after a few punches from Taklin. Thus, the elves began to watch the battle between Erqi and the mechanical-type elf. Bakate's hand, originally used for defense, was severed, its cannon barrel was deformed, and its chest plate was split in the middle, exposing a mass of wires and circuit boards inside. The invader cannot be eliminated. The light in Bakate's eyes gradually dimmed, and it fell down. Chapter 81. Mixing mud, self-punishment of 3 cups. 7th brother, we have struck gold. 6th brother ran over excitedly. 7th brother, there are warehouses full of weapons and ammunition, enough to arm the brothers in the mine to the teeth with a huge surplus left over. There are also many machine tools and instruments, all looking like they are for manufacturing weapons. We have directly seized a munitions factory. Not bad, not bad. Erqi also started to smile. Hurry and move your brothers. As for these guys, those who are sensible can help move, and anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Yes. Erqi squatted down to study the Pokémon. Although he had defeated Pokémon, the latter was not weak in strength. It could only be said that Erqi was too strong now. In the original storyline, this guy had caused Sai Xiaoxi's team considerable trouble. If it weren't for Riel's sudden return, it was uncertain how they would have gotten through that situation. The final outcome was that he was blasted to death by Riel. What Erqi was most concerned about was whether this thing could be mass-produced. If it could be mass-produced, it would be incredible. Otherwise, it would just be a luxury version of Reynaldo. 7th brother, we caught a technician. A subordinate brought over a robot that looked distinctly different from the other pirates. A mechanic? Yes, yes. The other party nodded repeatedly. What position? Just an ordinary technician. Responsible for the barrel rifling. Kill him after asking. The other party was taken aback and hurriedly shouted. I am the chief engineer of the mechanical factory. Sarah, stop. Erqi quickly called for a halt. Let him go. Let him go. How can we be so rough with a master? Master Sarah, please have a seat. Erqi instantly put on a smiling face. No. Master, please don't be so formal with me. I happen to have many questions I'd like to ask you. Please, General, can Pokémon be mass-produced? It's currently not possible to mass-produce. But as long as we continue our research, overcoming all obstacles is definitely not a problem. Seeing Erqi's expression drop, Sarah quickly stood up and exclaimed, That's good. Master Sarah, please sit down. Standing is tiring. Sarah wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and sat back down. Master Sarah, may I ask, is the ring that can control spirits, like the one used by Jiu made by you? Sarah shook his head rapidly, seeing Erqi's expression drop again, and hurriedly explained, It was made by Guzman. I'm just a mechanic and can't create those strange things. Don't be so modest. You mechanics are all versatile. Our smiths back home are the same. They seem low-key but actually know everything. Is Hephaestus one of them? He and I are old friends. Who is Hephaestus? Oh, he usually calls himself a blacksmith. You know the blacksmith? Yes. We are very good old friends. Sarah quickly replied. In fact, he had seen Hephaestus for decades. But having found a lifeline, he naturally wanted to hold on tightly. Erqi felt a bit disappointed. He actually suspected that Sarah was Guzman. If he could capture Jiu's top spirit expert, it would be like severing an arm from him. Master Sarah, let me ask you one more thing. Please, General, do you know where Guzman is? He might be at a secret base. Erqi smiled. Please take me there. Dark Cross Fortress. Jiu arrived at Dark Cross Fortress first and went directly to the leader of the OB organization, starting to complain about his grievances and accusing Dean of his atrocities. Leader, you must stand up for me. I clearly went to help Dean with good intentions, but Dean repaid kindness with enmity, ambushing my subordinates, and they almost got killed, nearly unable to return to see you. What exactly happened? Jiu exaggeratedly recounted the events on War God Island to the leader. Oh dear, how could Dean do this? Not only did he ignore organizational discipline and kill his own, but he also repaid kindness with enmity. Leader, you can't protect Dean this time. Faldos fanned the flames from his side. Leader, Faldos is right. Dean is just relying on his strength, looking down on everyone and disregarding the law. He doesn't even respect the leader now. Seeing Faldos support him, Jiu quickly started to slander. The two of them quickly stirred up the leader's underlying wariness of Dean. Shut up. Before he arrived, Dean pushed the door open and walked in. Leader, things are not as Jiu described. He clearly disregarded organizational friendship. First sabotaging my plans on War God Island, and then taking advantage of my disadvantage to try to eliminate me. If it weren't for my spirit breaking through by chance, I would have been captured that day. Leader, don't believe Dean, I was almost killed. Leader, Jiu is lying. He harmed me first. I was just acting in self-defense. Dean and Jiu started arguing, each accusing the other. Enough, the leader shouted loudly. stopping the two from accusing each other. Dean, you say Jiyu harmed you. Do you have evidence? There is surveillance footage from the War God Island base. Dean directly played the copied surveillance video in public, directly overturning Jiyu's previous claims of good intentions to help, causing Jiyu to close his mouth and start looking for excuses. While Faldos didn't dare to fan the flames anymore. Jiyu, do you have anything to say? Leader, I was just making a small joke with Dean, but he really wanted to kill me. Is it only allowed for you to kill me and not for me to kill you? Aren't you fine now? I'll kill you right now. Enough. The leader once again stopped the two. This incident was caused by Jiyu violating organizational discipline and sabotaging colleague actions, maliciously provoking internal strife and causing mutual harm, a grave crime. Jiyu was so scared that his legs went weak upon hearing the leader's judgment. However, Dean, you were too impulsive. Even if Jiyu made many mistakes, you should have reported to me and waited for my handling instead of taking matters into your own hands. Upon hearing this, Dean squinted his eyes. The leader is right. I know I was wrong, and I asked the leader for another chance. I will definitely change. Upon hearing the leader criticize Dean, Jiyu guessed the leader's intention and quickly admitted his mistake. The leader was very satisfied with Jiyu's compliance and then turned his attention to Dean. It's all up to the leader's handling. Dean replied, neither softly nor hard. Since Jiyu was at fault first, you should sincerely apologize to Dean, and then the mining of Starstone will be handed over to Dean. Starstone Mine is an important mining site in Jiyu's hands, rich in Starstone, which is a very high-quality energy ore. But this punishment is too light. How is it different from letting Jiyu go? As the saying goes, it is better to resolve a conflict than to escalate it. Why not both take a step back? Jiyu, you will self-punish with 3 cups and apologize sincerely to General Dean. I believe General Dean will not hold grudges, right? Faldos started his antics again. Dean shot a cold glance, and Faldos displayed an awkward smile, silently taking 2 steps back. However, his attitude still stood on the leader's side. Everyone present could see that the leader did not want to punish Jiyu severely, including Jiyu and Dean. Since the leader has commanded, I dare not disobey. But I ask the leader to forgive me for my innocence. Due to Jiyu's previous heinous behavior, my subordinates are very angry, and they may take some extreme actions that violate organizational rules before I arrived. So ask the leader to forgive them for their innocence. You have every right to be angry. I will not pursue it. The leader nodded. I will not pursue it either. Jiyu quickly echoed. Only he didn't know that in a few minutes, he would wish to fight Dean to the death. Chapter 82. The Confrontation of the Dual Generals. Victory settlement in the game between Dean and Jiyu. It is hard to say who suffers more, but a mutual loss is certain. The leader's protection of Jiyu leaves Dean dissatisfied. Even though he made arrangements beforehand to slightly balance his mood, he still feels disappointed. Dean walks alone down the long street of the Dark Cross Fortress, and Jiyu approaches him with a smiling face. A pirate soldier follows behind him, holding a tray with 4 cups of transparent liquid. General Dean, my brother, I'm here to apologize. Let me drink 3 cups as punishment, and we'll clear up our previous grievances. Ethanol gasoline, I'll drink it all. You're welcome to do as you please, Dean. Jiyu downs 3 cups of gasoline in one go, leaving only the last cup, and gestures for Dean to go ahead, with a hint of sarcasm and provocation in his smile. Dean squints, feeling a raging fire ignite within him. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, a cold and sinister laugh. Jiyu, do you think just because the leader protects you, you've won? You can't compare to General Dean. Jiyu responds neither soft nor hard. The two confront each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent, and the air around them grows colder. At that moment, a green-skinned pirate rushes in, panting. Report. General Jiyu, the mechanical factory, Steel Fortress, in Starlight Mountain, among several bases have been attacked and have now fallen. What did you say? Jiyu turns around sharply, questioning loudly. It's... The pirate stammers, his gaze inadvertently shifting to Dean. It's you. Jiyu's anger erupts, pointing at Dean, his eyes filled with killing intent. Jiyu. This is my repayment. Are you satisfied? You. Dean leisurely picks up the last cup of ethanol gasoline and takes small sips. Jiyu, this time I forgive you. As you wish, we'll clear it up. But if there's SA next time, I will make you repay tenfold. Dean turns away and tosses the cup, which arcs through the air and lands steadily on the tray. All right, I've taken Starlight Mountain directly. No need for you to concede. Dean, I will never let you go. Absolutely not. Jayu, watching Dean's back, jumps up in a frenzy. Jayu's angry shout reaches Dean's ears like celestial music. Oh dear, General Dean is indeed formidable, silently delivering a heavy blow to Jayu. A foppish voice interrupts Dean's mood, and he frowns. Faldos, what are you doing here? The leader asked me to call you. With such a big issue, the leader cannot just sit back and watch. Just say I'm seriously injured and need a rest. Dean, don't throw a tantrum at this moment. If the leader really gets angry, it will be counterproductive. Rare for you to speak human words. Since that's the case, you help me smooth things over with the leader, please. Don't worry, my men will withdraw in an hour. By then, no one will be embarrassed. You better not mess it up, otherwise, what should be right will turn wrong. Dean ignores him and continues walking forward. Dean, if the leader really stands on your side this time and deals with Jayu according to the rules, wouldn't all your actions be superfluous? Hearing Faldos's words, Dean shows a bitter smile. If the leader really handles it fairly, what does it matter if it's superfluous? What does it matter if right becomes wrong? Balance. What a load of crap. An hour later, Allison receives Dean's order to retreat. Before this, he had already received threats from Jayu through other channels, as well as reprimands from the Dark Cross Fortress, but he bore the pressure and pretended not to see them. Now he could finally end it. However, if he wanted to leave, there was actually a small problem. Just as Erqi was worried, Akos had lost control. Doctorate, is this the epic-making work you advocated? He almost ruined my great plan. Allison scolded. It seems that ice and fire are not so easily blended. No wonder. Akos is not of the ice and fire type, but of the ice shadow type. It seems that Akashia's genes have completely overwhelmed Rios. So his shadow abilities must come from the dead black energy? Doctorate, however, appears unfazed and begins to analyze seriously how to deal with this madman. Wait until he exhausts his energy or take him down. Allison, furious to the point of spitting blood, decides to take down Akos first. Unfortunately, Nisk was not a match for Akos at all and was frozen after just a few moves. Helplessly, he had to send out Diffit again. Diffit, go deal with him. Diffit looks at the crazed Akos and hesitates a bit. This kind of madman is the hardest to deal with. He fights without caring for his life. Diffit, what are you dawdling for? Diffit, helpless, can only stack some enhancements on himself and then steels himself to go in. As a result, Akos spits out a breath of ice, freezing one of Diffit's feet, causing him to shiver in pain. I'm going to get serious. Mighty and unyielding, Diffit unleashes an energy beam that directly sends Akos flying. Good job, Diffit. Seeing his attack effective, Diffit proudly raises his head, but the next moment, a block of ice strikes him on the head, leaving him dizzy. Roar. Akos howls and charges at Diffit. They're like a bull and a goat, making close combat simple, just using heads and horns to butt against each other. However, with each collision, Diffit feels as if cold air is being blown into his head, making him feel frigid. Where did this monster come from? Diffit curses, then turns around to run. Akos crazily chases after him, making Allison furious as he keeps scolding, causing many pirate soldiers to stifle their laughter. Yes, just like that, exhaust Akos's energy and will naturally be able to capture him. Doctor is still praising Diffit on the side, which only makes Allison angrier. Yalanlo, flame storm. A voice comes, and an ugly elf unleashes a fiery flame, blocking Akos's attack. Yalanlo, it's great that you can come help me. Lore Mountain God, how did you end up fighting with this guy? Diffit hurriedly explains Akos's madness to Yalanlo. Erqi, seeing Yalanlo's assistance, finds that Akos's ice powers are effectively restrained, so he feels relieved to meet Allison. Third brother, Doctorate. What's going on with Akos? Erqi, you came back just in time. Hurry up and deal with this guy. Quickly send out your Terry and Takarin. Erqi nods and complies. With so many elves joining the fight, Akos will soon be subdued. Doctorate is pleased, but then receives a fierce glare from Allison, making him awkwardly close his mouth. Erqi, how many bases did you take down? Only two. Only two. What were you doing? Allison immediately gets angry. He had managed to take down 4 bases with this big thunder. Third brother, don't be anxious. I took down a mechanical factory. What did you just say? Wait, did you say the mechanical factory? Yes. ISNT, that Jiu's arms factory? Yes. Great, Erqi. You took down a mechanical factory. That will definitely hurt Jiu badly. Taking down this one is worth more than taking down 4 or 5 ordinary ones. Allison is clearly very pleased with Wu Erqi's achievement. Ha ha ha. You took down the mechanical factory. I can't wait to see Jiu begging us for weapons in a pitiful manner. Ha ha. Just thinking about how Jiu will have to lower his head and plead makes Allison want to laugh. Wu Erqi thinks, no matter how miserable Jiu gets, he wouldn't come to us for weapons. ISNT, they're still Saidashi? Is it possible to have Saidashi transfer the weapons to Jiu? Dean gains benefits. Jiu saves face, and Saidashi makes money. Everyone is happy. I wonder how Zoj is doing. Speak of the devil, Zoj has returned, and his entrance is quite unique and impressive. He came back riding a dragon. He was holding an iron chain that was tied to a modified giant dragon that is half mechanical and half dragon. Go, go, mechanical Tyrannosaurus, hurry up. Haven't you eaten? The mechanical Tyrannosaurus looked humiliated, but under the circumstances, it had no choice but to bow its head. Chapter 83, Gene Technology. Ancient Demon Allison. Look at the mount I just tamed. Isn't it cool? Isn't it impressive? Zog shouted, waving his hand. Wu Erqi saw the mechanical T-Rex and silently mourned for Jiao for 3 seconds. Dean commented on Jiao. He might be an excellent schemer, but he's a terrible trainer. Setting aside his scheming abilities, Jiao's Pokémon's strength isn't weak. His main Pokémon, the Kamen Rider, controlled by him, is roughly on the same level as Sagros. Additionally, he has several other Pokémon under his command, all of which are decent. First is Bakate, whose full firepower is terrifying and was killed by Wu Erqi. Next is Shank, who despite being a ground-type Pokémon, has wings and can fly. Before the division of forces, everyone worked together to take him down. At the beginning, everyone was filled with anger, and he crashed into the gun barrel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even had time to shout for surrender. Finally, there's this mechanical T-Rex. In the original storyline, it guarded Jiao's junkyard, and now it has become Zog's mount. When Jiao returns and sees the wreckage, the various mechanical equipment, weapons, ammunition, and treasures all looted, with Shadelo captured and all of his combat-capable Pokémon gone, he will surely feel very lonely. Don't show off, you fool. Hurry up and retreat. Boss Dean has already ordered us to withdraw. Oh, fine. I originally wanted you to ride the dragon with me. Allison paused, turned around, and carefully examined the mechanical T-Rex. Since you invited me so sincerely. Allison also climbed up. I have to say, riding a dragon feels really majestic. I really envy Erqi. He gets to ride the dragon from early morning. So chakut. Wu Erqi. Don't talk nonsense. Most of the time I can't. In this battle, Wu Erqi and the others swept away more than half of Jiao's forces, directly injuring him severely. It is likely that he won't have the strength to seek revenge unless he finds external help. Everyone returned home satisfied, except for Doctorate, who didn't seem very happy. He had been holed up in the lab, analyzing various samples from Akos. Wu Erqi was also very interested in Akos, as his birth also came from the dead black energy, so he found an opportunity to chat with it. As the conversation grew lively, Wu Erqi asked a question that had been on his mind. Doctorate, why don't you find some powerful Pokémon genes for cloning and cultivation? That should have a much higher success rate than fusing different Pokémon genes, right? Single cloning can be done by any skilled genetic engineer, and there have already been many research results. Why should I waste time on that? Is it really that impressive? I find it hard to believe. Unless it's a powerful Pokémon with a complex gene structure, it has some research value for me. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time and resources. What about Pokémon like Regaya? Wu Erqi asked cautiously. If it's the Thunder God Ray and the War God Gaia, then it indeed has research value. Doctor, it nodded and then continued, but recently, there have been new breakthroughs in gene technology, and it has something to do with you. Do you remember the Dark Spring from the Evil Spirit Organization? I extracted a type of dead black energy from it. This energy has a very strong catalytic effect on gene fusion and can greatly increase the success rate of genetic engineering. So you understand now. The difficulty of cloning technology has been violently reduced by this dead black energy. As long as a little dead black energy is added during gene cloning, the success rate can be significantly improved. Therefore, single cloning has little research significance now. Unless you can find me a complete gene of a level like Punya, then I would definitely be interested. But if I really clone Punya, the dead black energy won't be enough. Moreover, dead black energy is essentially a type of dark energy. Just look at Akos and you'll understand. So if I really clone Punya, using dead black energy might backfire. Speaking of which, when I went to Grey Star last time, I found that the concentration of dead black energy in the Dark Spring had decreased significantly. I don't know what happened. Erqi was startled, but didn't show it. It might have been neutralized by the endless energy at that time. Weskier absorbed the energy from the Dark Spring to strengthen himself and was nearly killed by Black using the endless energy. You might be right, but shouldn't the concentration have been at rock bottom from the beginning? Doctorate shook his head, unable to figure it out, but it wasn't necessary to dig deeper. In short, we have little dead black energy to use, and we currently can't produce it. So we should use it wisely. Isn't the world of gene fusion more exciting and vast than single cloning? Just think about it. What would happen if the completely opposite elements of ice and fire were fused together? What kind of scene would the combination of light and shadow create? And think about it again. Water, fire, grass, electricity, ground, flying ice, light. When these basic elements are fused together, can they give birth to new attributes? Could it possibly be a Holy Spirit type? Doctor. It described the grand vision of gene fusion to Erqi with shining eyes, and Erqi nodded repeatedly. However, he was thinking, I need to hurry back and extract all the dead black energy. Erqi, I congratulate you. Erqi raised his hand to stop the blacksmith. Don't congratulate me on getting rich just yet. I want to ask if you've put someone beside me. How come you quickly find out whenever I have something good? How could it be? It's Sayla. Sayla told me. The blacksmith explained. You really are something, actually taking down Jiao's mechanical factory and even helping me capture Sayla. It seems you've had quite the adventure lately. Wait, what do you mean by helping you capture Sayla? I still have use for this guy. Erqi corrected him. He even planned to take Sayla back to White Star to help him with things. Who are we to each other? I need to use him first. This kid is Jiao's chief mechanic, and his skills are not small. He was previously working on some war machines, just a step away from mass production, which I'm also very interested in. If it's about that, you can take him away first, but he must be returned. Erqi had no intention of keeping him for himself. Mass-producing war machines requires a solid industrial foundation. He can't manage it alone on White Star. Even if he could, what would he do with so many Bacate? They can't be sold, and it would just be a waste of money. By the way, fix this Bacate for me. I'll take it back to guard. Okay, no problem. By the way, blacksmith, can you forge a really awesome mech suit? I think it's time for an upgrade. Isn't your current suit enough? I told you not to forge an ordinary suit. Although the black crystal can ensure your defense, it's still not as good as an elite suit in terms of performance. It's not an elite suit. You don't mean you're trying to forge a general level suit, do you? Why do you want to upgrade? Erqi lowered his head and whispered, Is there one with the strength of General Dean? Something incredibly powerful? Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The blacksmith was startled. Erqi, don't joke around. Let's not even talk about how difficult it is to forge such a high-level mech suit and how many resources it requires. With a chi processor in your body, it will be very hard to be compatible with the top mech. Do you know the consequences of incompatibility? It could lead to disability, frequent short circuits, or even potentially becoming a plant robot. I think I have a 90 chance. The blacksmith gave him a look that said, Do you think I believe you? Erqi had no way to explain, saying that he had awakened the mech soul and felt that he was now incredibly strong. Where did that mech soul come from? An accidental awakening? No one would believe that. You just say whether you can do it or not. Yes, I can. Forget it, let's talk about it later. I can't put you in danger. Besides, even if you really want to upgrade your mech suit, you at least need to hold a general rank, right? Although I know your position in the organization is no less than that of an ordinary general, many things are still not legitimate. You are right. Dean was really pleased after learning about Allison and the others' achievements. Looking at the list of spoils sent by Allison, he could already imagine how Dark Gyre's face must be. Unfortunately, soon, the leader made a biased decision again. He assigned the task of conquering Giant Rockstar to Gyre. The Giant Rockstar is a big cake, and originally, without this incident, the leader should have given the task of conquering Giant Rockstar to him as compensation. Although it was a bit of a twist, overall it was still a huge profit, which did not affect his happy mood. Just then, a message came through his communicator. Mission accomplished. Ancient demon essence successfully excavated. Upon seeing this message, Dean could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter in the room. Chapter 84. How to subtly remind leaders not to do foolish things. Third brother, fourth brother, you guys carry on, I'm off. General Dean, let me know when you're back. Erqi separated from the main unit and returned to White Star with his own people. Reflecting on his experiences during this time, it has indeed been quite eventful. First, he went to War God Island to participate in the Ares Crystal competition, maneuvering among various masters and ultimately reaping the rewards. Then he hurriedly followed the main unit to raid Jiu's home, nearly leaving Jiu bald. Erqi finally experienced the joy of working overtime on the Sailor Star. Now, he just wanted a vacation. Seventh brother, how should we arrange the spoils? Liuzi asked. Distribute all the weapons, let the brothers be fully armed, and store the excess in the warehouse. The treasures and energy ores we seized should first cover the previous financial shortfall, then distribute a year's worth of bonuses to the brothers. Even those soldiers and miners who didn't participate should receive a month's salary as a reward to lift everyone's spirits. The remainder will go to the laboratory account. As for the seized machinery and equipment, let the technical department study how to use them, what needs to be purchased, and what should be sold. Make a set of regulations. Oh, and for the next month, add some meals. Don't be stingy. After arranging the work with Liuzi, Erqi lounged back. Cain was worried about his people and, upon returning to White Star, rushed to the new tribe of the Cain clan. Initially, Erqi had settled the Cain clan next to the Chocolai clan, but unfortunately, they preferred darkness over light and couldn't adapt. Cain was quite satisfied with the environment of the Abyss Cavern, but Erqi was not. After all, Grey Star was Blake's territory. Eventually, he settled the Cain clan in the Black Cavern of White Star, where the Yellow clan resided, also a ground-type spirit. Speaking of the defensive capabilities of the Cain clan, they weren't as terrifying as Erqi had expected, estimating their strength to be at most at the level of 3 main pets. Therefore, Erqi's Cain was also quite gifted. After all, he was the only survivor from the tribe, the hope of the entire village, so having some imperial potential was quite normal. Yalno also returned home, coming back with Daifit. However, not long after, Daifit returned again. Governor Wu, I saw that Cassius left you a letter. Daifit held a letter in his mouth, and Erqi took it, opened it, and read. Dear Erqi, I'm sorry I couldn't help you on War God Island, and I even caused you to rescue me. I am fully recovered now, so don't worry. I wanted to see you. The letter was filled with longing and gratitude, and after reading it, Erqi felt warm inside. This guy, why is he always so innocent? Finally, Cassius mentioned that he and Blake had set off again to search for Eric. However, unless something unexpected happened, Eric had likely already given the endless energy as thanks to the divine beast Sheelan. Erqi wondered if Dean had started making arrangements against Sheelan by now. He probably hadn't. Due to Erqi's influence, the endless energy that released the evil spirit beast had not been created. So the plot directly skipped the segment involving Demon Star, and Dean should still not have had time to focus on Sheelan. However, if possible, Erqi thought he would not participate in the actions against Sheelan to avoid awkwardness between both sides. After only a few days of rest, Erqi received another deployment order. It turned out Dean had returned and was gathering his elite forces again. As soon as Erqi returned to the ghost ship, he was notified to assemble in the laboratory. Erqi was puzzled, but didn't think much of it. Upon arriving at the laboratory, he saw that all the senior members of the ghost ship were present, led by Doctorate, along with Allison and Zog. They were all focused on a piece of equipment. On the equipment, a palm-sized object was floating in mid-air, continuously absorbing the electric energy being fed into it. Taking it all in without any output, Erqi recognized this equipment. It was the Essence Incubator. This device, which had a high appearance rate in the game, was rarely seen in the anime world and had a low usage rate. Erqi, you're here. Do you know what this essence is? Erqi shook his head, puzzled. It is the essence of the ancient demon Cabeza. Erqi showed a look of surprise. For Cabeza to truly evolve to its highest form, it needs a treasure. You, along with Allison and Zog, will retrieve it. Understood. Wu Erqi and the other two replied in unison. With a bang, the essence in the incubator successfully hatched. A plump spirit resembling a wild boar was born. Welcome to this world, ancient demon Cabeza. But for now, you should be called Coveted. Nostar is a picturesque planet. However, every 10 years, it experiences a toxic fog that sweeps the globe, perhaps due to the favor of the god of life. There grows a divine tree on Nostar, which bears a fruit of light every 10 years, dispersing the toxic fog. The Agia clan has guarded the divine tree for generations, ensuring the smooth birth of the light fruit while preventing it from being coveted by ambitious individuals. Allison, how do you think we should attack? Do we even need to think about it? Of course, we charge directly. Allison said dismissively. They're just a bunch of natives. They're not a challenge at all. Third brother, fourth brother, then I wish you victory. I'll stay at the camp to command the brothers in defense. Wu Erqi said meaningfully. Then you take care of the home front. Allison casually replied, but the previous victory made him a bit overconfident, forgetting that Wu Erqi didn't want to participate, which likely indicated something was off. Although the Agia clan appeared to be lagging behind, their strength was not as weak as imagined. At least the initial waves of attacks from the space pirates were repelled, while Wu Erqi felt that if he intervened, he could break through the Agia clan's tribal gates. The problem was that the divine tree needed to wait for the toxic fog to appear to bear the light fruit, and it was still early for that. They couldn't just capture it and hold it indefinitely. Wu Erqi wasn't foolish enough to turn the game from pushing towers into defending towers. Additionally, there was another very important issue. Cabeza was inherently rebellious and couldn't be controlled. Wu Erqi didn't believe that Dean hadn't tampered with Cabeza. But once Cabeza evolved to its highest form, any control methods would likely fail. Therefore, it was best to keep Cabeza in its intermediate form, Coveted. Cubed's strength was already considerable. Not only was it strong and powerful, but it could also create clones. And these were not the fake shadow clones like Unica's, but genuine clones. When a leader is about to do something foolish, how should you subtly remind them? Wu Erqi quietly asked on the forum. Answer: a leader's words are always right. If you think they're wrong, it's definitely your problem. You should reflect on it. Can't you just let the leader be a fool and relax? Answer: pretend you didn't see it. If they don't make mistakes, how will you improve? Deeply resonates with me. Answer: you can directly ask the leader. If you make a mistake, how should I subtly remind you? Chapter 85. The three great evil spirits. Wu Erqi exclaimed that the ideas of the netizens were genius, but he still couldn't think of any effective warning methods and simply gave up. When Coveted kills the Lord and tramples Dean into the ground, he can at least dig Dean out, which would be a way to repay General Dean's favor. Unsurprisingly, Allison and Zoj were defeated. Their long guns, artillery, tanks, and armored vehicles lost to the feathered bows and arrows of the Agia tribe. What the hell? How are those natives so strong? Zoj, be gentle. You fool. Allison was wrapped up like a dumpling, screaming in pain. Sigh, if I had known, I would have guarded the camp with Erqi. Zoj regretted. How dare you say that? Wait, I feel like something is off. After thinking for a long time, Allison couldn't figure out what was wrong and simply gave up. No, I can't swallow this anger. The more Allison thought about it, the angrier he became. So he said, why don't we just let Coveted out to cause some destruction? I don't believe those natives can hold back. Once they come out of the city walls, they will be at our mercy. Allison, you're really smart. Coveted was released and rampaged through the woods outside the Agia tribe city, damaging many trees and injuring 2 patrolling tribesmen. The daughter of the Agia tribe's chief, Mona, stepped forward, riding a unicorn beast and wielding a spear and bow to hunt Coveted. It was during the hunt for Coveted that Mona encountered warriors from the Seer team. Although she initially mistook them for pirates and attacked, she quickly resolved the misunderstanding and teamed up to defeat Coveted. We are the Seer Vanguard Team, Interstellar Explorers. I'm Xiao Ke, and they're Xiao AI and Xiao Tong. We discovered pirate activity on this planet, so we came to investigate. If Wu Erqi were here, he would be very surprised, as this time the Seer team had transformed from 3 useless ones to 3 flying ones. But then again, the Seer team was tracking the whereabouts of the infinite energy and couldn't leave. Mona told the Xiao Ke team that Nostar is attacked by poisonous fog every 10 years, and informed them that the Fruit of Light can disperse the fog. They also learned about Kabuto's ancient origins, and that Kabuto is the nemesis of the Divine Tree. The Shauka team proposed to bring Kabuto's essence back to the Seer ship for destruction, and Mona agreed to their proposal. However, just as the Shauka team was about to return to the Seer ship, a silver-white figure suddenly charged in, sweeping them away with almost unstoppable force. They only saw clearly when they fell to the ground that it was the infamous cosmic pirate Dean who had defeated them. Dean stepped on Shauka's head, mocking, "Want to learn to be a hero and save the world? Have you watched too many comics? Daring to take my things? With it, I will soon make this planet live in fear forever. What a wonderful feeling that is. And you, who always seek pleasure and avoid fear, will suffer more than death. I'm very happy to see your pain. Tell the Aegea tribe to hand over the Divine Tree, or the apocalypse is coming." Ha ha! Dean spared the lives of the Shauka team, leaving them to deliver the message. "Damn it, Dean is too arrogant," Shauka said angrily. "Exactly, so ungentlemanly. What should we do? The essence of Kabuto has been stolen, and Dean is so powerful." Xiao Tong worriedly said, "We'll go back to the Seer ship to get reinforcements and find Captain Justin. I don't believe we can't handle Dean." Dean returned to the camp with a cold expression. When Allison and Zoj saw Dean return, they quickly got up to greet him. Dean placed Kabuto's essence back into the essence incubator. Zoj asked in confusion, "Isn't that Kabuto? Why has he turned back into essence?" "Yes, why has he turned back into essence, you two useless ones? Why didn't you keep an eye on Kabuto? He almost got destroyed by the Seer ship." Zoj and Allison trembled in fear. Dean really wanted to give them both a beating. They couldn't even handle such a small matter. If it weren't for their recent great achievements, he would have already done it. "You two, go attack the Aegea tribe." Dean was also a bit puzzled. Why was Allison often able to perform well in other matters, even showing the demeanor of a general when dealing with pirates, but whenever it involved the Seer ship, he would repeatedly mess up? "General Dean, please don't be angry. It's not worth getting upset over such a small matter." A hard-pressed voice came, and three spirits slowly emerged from the shadows. "It's you." Allison pointed at them and shouted, "You three sneaky guys from War God Island, isn't it? General Allison has a good memory. You can actually remember us. What are you? Why can't you just disappear?" "Allison, step back," Dean said. Allison obediently shut up and stepped back. "These three are the three great evil spirits under the evil spirit beast. They're my guests. Thank you, General Dean, for your kindness. Last time on War God Island, we had no ill intentions. We just wanted to investigate the ownership of the Ares crystal and may have inadvertently offended General Allison. Please don't hold it against us," Nashki said in a seductive voice, though she didn't charm anyone at all. "Evil spirit beast? Boss, didn't Hades mention the evil spirit beast?" Allison asked in confusion. Dean nodded. In fact, the three great evil spirits went to War God Island as overseers, monitoring Hades' actions because the evil spirit beast actually didn't trust Hades. However, there are too many coincidences in this world. Who would have thought that someone as strong as Hades would actually be defeated? Dean also confirmed from them that Hades had indeed been defeated and even died. This made him sigh, but just a sigh. Hades and he were merely using each other. If he died, he died. It's just a pity that the three great evil spirits were also unaware of who ultimately won. The final battle was too intense, and there were too many masters on War God Island. The three of them didn't dare to get too close. Once discovered by real masters, they might be directly eliminated as hidden dangers. These three have made a deal with me to deal with the Qilin. They will take the infinite energy, and we will take the Qilin's sacred artifact, the Firewing. Infinite energy. Both Allison and Zoj were surprised. How did another piece of infinite energy emerge? And it's in the hands of the divine beast Qilin? How come they had never heard of it before? Of course, before this, the three of us are willing to serve General Dean. For example, in this operation to seize the Fruit of Light, we are all willing to contribute. What strength can you have? Zoj said with a hint of disdain in his tone. Looking at these three guys, short and ugly, they seemed to lack strength, unlike his Caladidin and the newly subdued mechanical Tyrannosaurus, which were full of power. "What do you mean?" Ice Snake angrily said. "It means I think you're weak. Dare to underestimate us? Come on, let us fight. Bring it on." Just by looking at your underdeveloped appearance, it's clear that you usually can't even fill your stomach. Chapter 86 Mechanical Tyrannosaurus versus Bimora. You dare to boast. Today, I must let you know the price of insulting the three evil spirits. I am the thousand-armed General Bimora under the evil spirit beast, and I am now challenging you. If you're not a coward, come out and fight me. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Zog has been displeased with these three pretentious, ugly creatures since early morning. They say it's a cooperation to deal with the Chelan, but it sounds like they just want to take advantage. Come out, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Zog sent out his newly captured spirit. Your spirit, like you, is just a muscle-bound fool with a simple mind. That is still better than you, an underdeveloped life form. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, Iron Claw Smash. Dean watched this farce unfold without any intention of stopping it, even enjoying the show. To be honest, he shared Zog's doubts about the strength of the three evil spirits. He knew about the evil spirit beast and its terrifying power, which far surpassed that of Hades. But the strength of Hades' subordinates should not be underestimated. Each of the four great angels is formidable. Looking at these three subordinates of the evil spirit beast, Zog's description is quite fitting: underdeveloped life forms. Nashki also did not intervene. He knew the cosmic pirates wanted to test their strength. So let Bimora show off and let the pirates know their might. As soon as they clashed, Bimora took the upper hand, skillfully using ice control to toy with the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, and pride was evident on Nashki's face. However, gradually, Nashki realized that Bimora was unable to finish off his opponent. The stupid dragon looked awkward, but it had not lost its fighting capability. This made her expression darken. Bimora, why haven't you dealt with your opponent yet? Under pressure, Bimora's gaze turned fierce. I won't hold back anymore. I'm not afraid of how long this takes. Bimora's attacks became more ferocious, with ice spikes relentlessly striking the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, causing it to cry out in pain. Damn it! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus used magnetic diminishment. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus released a magnetic field covering the entire area, and Bimora suddenly realized that the ice spikes he shot out were flying much slower in the air. By the time they landed on the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, they barely caused any harm. Fourth brother, why is third brother fighting someone? Second 7, where did you run off to? I went out on patrol. Erqi was completely uninspired by this operation. Who wouldn't lose motivation when faced with a task where hard work yields no reward, while slacking off could lead to minor gains? Just as well, the scenery on Nashtar Mountain is beautiful, with lush trees and plenty of fruits. So he dragged Elanez out to hunt in the wild. Upon returning to camp, he unexpectedly encountered the three evil spirits. How are these three guys end up here? Erqi was puzzled. Third brother is going to lose. Before Erqi could finish his sentence, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus was struck by a massive ice block conjured by Bimora and fainted. Now you know the power of me, the thousand-armed General Bimora. Bimora panted heavily, looking exhausted. Good job, Bimora, but if it were me, I would have easily taken care of the opponent. Pumpkin Cat Ramos praised while not forgetting to mock Bimora. Who said I only have the mechanical Tyrannosaurus? Caratodon. Zog, step back. Dean interrupted Zog. I have seen the strength of the thousand-armed general. He is indeed a general under the evil spirit beast. Since that is the case, I hope the three of you can contribute to the upcoming operation to seize the Fruit of Light. Don't worry, with the three of us, we can easily get the Fruit of Light. Ramos patted his chest confidently. Then thank you three. Dean was polite on the surface, but looked down on these three guys in his heart. It turns out they're not only ugly, but also truly weak. Looking at their proud expressions after winning the battle, they were quite lacking in self-awareness. However, releasing the evil spirit beast is also beneficial for him, so he might as well take advantage of them for now. Report to General Dean. The radar has detected the celestial ship. A pirate soldier reported. These guys, are they still afraid they won't come? Dean smirked coldly, then turned to the three evil spirits and said, the celestial ship is my old rival. I wonder if the three generals could help me hold them off. Don't say just holding them off. It would be easy to wipe them out. Dean was very pleased with the three generals' arrogance. This is the quality a cannon fodder should have. Everyone, follow orders and attack the Aegea tribe with all your might. Seize the divine tree. Yes, the two sides split into two routes, with the three evil spirits flying into space to directly take down the celestial ship, while the cosmic pirates, led by Dean, headed straight for the target. On the celestial ship, Captain Justin, it looks like we can only rely on you to deal with the pirate Dean. We'll block the other pirates. Don't worry, Captain Roger. I've fought Dean many times. I can definitely hold him off. Just as Captain Roger and Captain Justin were conversing, the ship suddenly shook. Captain Roger, not good. A purple mist has appeared in front of the ship. The ship is out of control. Alice quickly reported. This isn't a cosmic phenomenon. It's the ability of a spirit, Dr. Sean analyzed. Instructor Raymond tried to open the captain's cabin door, but found that the ship's door had malfunctioned. Captain Roger made a quick decision and opened the ship-wide broadcast. All Celestials, the celestial ship is under attack by unidentified creatures. Everyone must enter battle readiness and be on high alert. Everyone must enter battle readiness. We must be on high alert. Captain Roger repeated several times to express the urgency of the situation. This is likely an ambush set by the pirates. We must quickly drive out the invaders. I'll do it. I'll break the door. Captain Justin summoned his lightsaber, concentrated his power, and struck the door, which instantly split in two. Captain Roger, you command everyone. I'll go flush out the invaders. Captain Justin charged out. At this moment, the three evil spirits were still pleased with their work. They had knocked out countless Celestials affected by the purple mist, and those that resisted were easily dealt with, which made them look down on the celestial ship. Who are you? The little K trio encountered the three evil spirits and immediately went on guard, adopting a combat stance. Do you really want to know? Then you better perk up your ears and listen. King of the Shadow System, the furious purple devil flame, General Ramos of Halloween, Guardian of Ice, the melancholic Azure Sea, Thousand-Armed General Bimora, and me, the perfect fusion of water and psychic power, the splendid and blooming radiant flower, shape-shifting General Nashki. Evil is our calling card. Stupidity is your epitaph. Let us launch a beautiful youth operation that sweeps the universe together. The little K team was completely disgusted. Ugh, such disgusting lines. How could they say such embarrassing lines with a straight face? What a terrifying sense of conviction. I don't care what you are. Get out of the celestial ship now, or you'll regret it. Upon hearing the mockery from the little K team, Nashki became furious. Congratulations, you've successfully annoyed me. I've decided to end your tiny and pathetic lives as soon as possible. Chapter 87. Inkaros vs. Wong Sagros, stop boasting. Terry, get in there. As soon as Terry appeared, he unleashed several electric strikes towards the three evil spirits, covering them. Trivial skill. Bimola raised his hand to summon an ice shield, blocking all of Terry's lightning. We're coming too. Xiao AI and Xiao Tong were about to summon their spirits, when suddenly a magnetic voice rang out. Step aside. Justin rushed in quickly, striking down with his sword, shattering the ice shield with a bang. How is that possible? Bimola's eyes widened in shock. Justin's sword light flashed, and the three evil spirits hurriedly dodged, looking quite flustered. Captain Justin, we can handle these minor characters. Xiao Ku and the others said unhappily. Don't delay. They are pirates sent to buy time, and every minute we waste puts Nasi Star in danger. Xiao Ku and his companions instantly snapped to attention, remembering that it was their fault the Kabuto essence was stolen, and they felt guilty. Let's all go together. We must quickly deal with these three ugly creatures. Who dares to call me ugly? Nasiki was furious and shot a water bomb at Xiao Ku. Terry used Thunder Punch. King Russ, Water Jet. The two commands rang out simultaneously, and Nasiki's water bomb was easily shattered, scattering into a shower of droplets. Xiao Ku and the others quickly turned around and realized that Captain Roger and his crew had also arrived. Don't think we're useless just because we're older. Captain Justin, you all go support Nasi Star. Leave these three invaders to us. Esphia, use Fantasy Wave. Instructor Raymond laughed heartily. Two flame demonic gorillas, King Russ, Esphia, Pokal, and a black Axia. Xiao Ku and the others were shocked to discover that the leadership led by Captain Roger was actually quite powerful. Damn it. Shouldn't the sailor be weak? How come there are so many high-level spirits? Nasiki was already panicking. She was thinking about escaping. Fortunately, the sword-wielding robot really left and took those 3 kids with it. Otherwise, they would have been in big trouble. To die before the battle even starts is a shame. Third brother, you shouldn't have lost. You should have gone all out and won for sure. On the other side, Erqi said to Zoj. I think so too. It's all the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's fault. If it had been my Caratodon, it would have knocked that ugly snake down already. Zoj agreed wholeheartedly. Third brother, actually, the mechanical dragon type is 4 times weak against ice type. Zoj suddenly looked at Erqi. What did you say? Ah, so regrettable. I really regret it. I should have let the mechanical Tyrannosaurus fight with all its might. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus was too slow, and their coordination wasn't enough. It couldn't hit the agile Bimola at all. But if it really fought to the death, Bimola wouldn't be able to dodge completely either. With a 4 times weakness. What is there to hesitate about? Just charge in. Forget it. We need to attack the city. Be careful. Erqi reached out and grabbed an incoming arrow, looking up to see a dashing female elf. Is she the woman Cassius wanted to chase, but couldn't? Should we catch her? Mona suddenly felt a malicious intent. She focused her mind, drew her bow again, and shot at Zoj. Third brother, be careful. Erqi pulled Zoj back into the tank cockpit. The heavy armor could defend against all arrows. Chief, we can't break through their tank. What should we do? Prepare rolling logs and catapults. You don't have a chance. Dean jumped onto the city wall single-handedly, catching the Aegea tribe guards off guard within a few breaths, and the tribal gate collapsed under the continuous bombardment of several tanks. The pirate army surged into the city like a tide. Without the interference of the War God Alliance, the Aegea tribe's defenses under Dean's direct command crumbled easily. The gate has been breached. Chief, what should we do? The Aegea tribe leader fell to the ground, muttering, It's over, all over. We can't stop the pirates. The sacred tree will be taken by the pirates. No, we still have a chance. Mona shouted. The other tribe members looked at her. We can still rely on the sailor. The poison fog hasn't erupted yet, and the sacred tree hasn't borne the fruit of light. The cosmic pirates want to use the fruit of light to evolve Coveted, so they must obtain the fruit of light. We still have time. The sailor will definitely stop them. The sailor? Will they really come? They will. Mona wasn't entirely sure, but she had no choice but to believe in the sailor now. Is this the sacred tree? Dean arrived beneath the sacred tree, looking up at it. Unfortunately, although the sacred tree had lush leaves, there were no fruits on it. Do we really have to wait for the poison fog to engulf Nasi's star before the fruit of light can be born? Dean was displeased. He wished he had waited a bit longer. Dean, leave the sacred tree. Take your people and leave Nasi's star. A streak of aurora passed through the sky as Justin flew towards him. Justin, you actually came too, just in time for me to catch you all at once. Flames erupted from under Dean's feet, propelling him into the air, charging towards Justin. The two sides collided in the air. After one exchange, neither could gain the upper hand. Heaven has a path you refuse to take. Hell has no door you insist on entering. Justin, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Dean, give up your ambitions. I will definitely stop you. Inkaros, come out. Inka. Dean looked at the familiar Inkaros, sneering. Justin, your Inkaros really hasn't made any progress. There's no sense of accomplishment in bullying such a low-level spirit. Wong Sagros, let's see your old rival. So, upon seeing Wong Sagros, Justin couldn't hide his shock. Your Sagros has actually evolved. Wong Sagros, use Death Scythe. Inkaros, use Double Blade Light. The two mantises swung their arms, slashing out 2 beams of blade light. However, Wong Sagros's Death Scythe easily cut through Inkaros's Double Blade Light, and with the first test, Inkaros fell into a disadvantage. Inkaros swung its blade to cut through the oncoming blade light and charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Wong Sagros. Boss, let us deal with these 3 little mice. Allison said, You are not allowed to intervene. Let Coveted come. I want him to evolve into Cube Devil before the Fruit of Light is born. Understood. Allison hurriedly complied. Damn it, they actually underestimate us. Coveted was our defeated opponent. Xiaoka said angrily. Xiaoku and his companions sent their spirits to fight Coveted. In its initial form, Coveto's strength was indeed quite average, and the spirits of Xiaoku's trio were not weak. Working together, they indeed suppressed Coveted. However, under enough pressure, Coveted actually evolved, easily making Xiaoku and the others doubt life itself. What was even more life-doubting came next. The evolved Cube Devil's strength saw a tremendous leap, and Xiao Ku and his companions were no match for it. Even Justin and Dean were taken aback. Dean estimated that with Cube Devil's current strength, it was already comparable to his Wong Sagros. But this was only the intermediate form. If it were to evolve into the high-level form Cabeza, how devastating would its power be? Only Wu Erqi revealed a wry smile. It would have been better to stop while they were ahead, at least obtaining a spirit stronger than the Battle League level. If they insisted on evolving into Cabeza, it would definitely be a futile effort. At that moment, the sailor had also driven off the 3 evil spirits and repaired the ship's malfunction, entering the atmosphere of Nasi Star. Allison, you lead the charge. Understood, brothers. Let's give these low-level robots a good lesson. Chapter 88. Cabeza. Harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself, the seer robots picked up their weapons and rushed down from the spaceship, engaging in an intense battle around the sacred tree with the cosmic pirates. One side wanted to protect the sacred tree, but they had to first reclaim it. The other side aimed to seize the sacred tree, but they had to ensure the tree they had taken remained safe. Both sides were tacitly understanding. No matter how fiercely they fought, the sacred tree remained unscathed. Captain Roger noted that the strength of the pirate soldiers seemed to have significantly improved, and their equipment was much better. I also noticed that they seemed determined to obtain the sacred tree, having sent in real elites. Roger nodded and said, "We can't afford any more casualties. Let's retreat for now and wait for a better opportunity." Under Roger's command, the seer robots gathered together, relying on the houses and streets of the Agia tribe to guard the southern half of the tribe. General Dean also didn't want to waste all his soldiers here. As long as he could seize the fruit of light, Cabeza would evolve, and no one would be his match. At that point, he could easily eliminate those pesky lower-level robots. The battlefield briefly fell into a stalemate, with both sides positioned north and south, confronting each other around the sacred tree. Tension high yet restrained. As the sky gradually darkened, a sudden wave of poisonous mist swept across everything on Nas Star. During a moment of respite, the poisonous mist reached the Agia tribe, nearly blowing some lighter individuals into the air. Everyone clung to solid objects around them to maintain their balance, with only a few able to withstand the poisonous wind directly. Stimulated by the poisonous mist, the sacred tree emitted light, and a fruit of light was born atop its crown. Not good. Chief Justin, you must grab it. Captain Roger exclaimed in alarm. General Dean, go for it. 2 figures rushed out almost simultaneously, their dual swords clashing with a metallic hum. Justin, do you think you can save everything? You've lost. I will never admit defeat easily. Justin unleashed his power to repel Dean, then flew toward Cabeza at top speed. Dean sneered, switching to his laser cannon and aiming to fire at Justin, feeling rather pleased. Like a cat playing with a mouse, the poisonous mist appeared in the form of a fierce wind, catching everyone off guard and directly interrupting both sides' plans. Although it was only for a moment, the appearance of the fruit of light dispersed the poisonous mist. But in that brief moment, the outcome was already determined. Damn pirates, why don't you fight fair? Little K charged forward angrily. Terry, thunderclap fist. Terry, thunderclap fist. The commands were issued almost simultaneously as 2 Terrys unleashed their powerful attacks against each other. In the next moment, Little K's Terry was forced back several steps. It's you again. Little K was both shocked and furious. He and T expected his Terry to be at a disadvantage in a single encounter, especially since Terry had been training hard during this time and had made significant progress in strength. This time, we absolutely won't lose to you. Let us call it this time, next time for sure. Wu Erqi raised his head, realizing that the fruit of light had already fallen into Cabeza's belly. After consuming the fruit of light, Cabeza's power surged instantly, followed by a return of the poisonous mist. In the astonished gaze of everyone, Cabeza's body expanded rapidly, transforming into a terrifying giant beast towering like a mountain. Cabeza let out a thunderous roar, continuously spewing energy beams that indiscriminately attacked everything. Time to go. Wu Erqi had long planned to escape and found a corner he had previously locked onto to hide. Cabeza, go attack the seer robots. Attack Justin. Dean commanded loudly. Cabeza paused, slowly turning his gaze toward Dean. Seeing Cabeza obey, Dean's furrowed brow finally relaxed. However, the next moment, Cabeza raised his foot and stomped down toward Dean. Cabeza, you! Dean's words were cut short as he was stomped into the ground. Why is he attacking Dean too? Justin, witnessing this scene, was utterly shocked. Had Dean raised such a monster that couldn't distinguish between friend and foe? But this was also good. It wasn't the worst outcome. After stomping Dean into the ground, Cabeza continued to attack everything in sight. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Allison barely escaped from an energy beam and shouted as she fled in panic. Calm down, calm down. Captain Roger tried to stabilize the chaotic crowd and organize an orderly retreat. Justin narrowly saved his seer, but many more seer were struggling to survive amidst Cabeza's rampage. Only Erqi secretly approached the spot where Dean was buried, taking out a shovel to dig him out. My subordinates have done their best for me. Just as an energy beam approached, Erqi hurriedly said, Tacklin, block it. Drink. Earth S shield. Tacklin was instantly covered in a layer of solid rock armor, looking like a sturdy tank fortress. However, even with full defense, Tacklin was directly knocked to the ground by the energy beam. How could this be? So strong. Tacklin uttered his last words, rolling his eyes, unsure of his fate. Erqi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Tacklin, strong as he was, to not withstand even a single blow. Unfortunately, Cabeza did not exhibit the demeanor of a merciful expert. Whether he had any brains left was debatable. Tacklin was the largest on the scene, nearly matching Cabeza's size, making it easy for Cabeza to aim. Cabeza gathered energy and once again spewed it towards Tacklin. Tacklin! Erqi exclaimed. Damn! The originally unconscious Tacklin suddenly opened his eyes, quickly getting up and grabbing Erqi and Dean to run outside. Damn! What a lack of martial ethics. I'm already down, and he still attacks. Tacklin cursed. Cabeza seemed provoked, and the others stopped attacking, continuously firing several energy beams at Tacklin. Tacklin was hit by the laser, causing Erqi and Dean, who he was holding, to be thrown away, and his back was blasted to pieces. However, the next moment, a dark red glow emanated from Tacklin, ancient runes swirling around him, and the heavily injured Tacklin was instantly rejuvenated. Erqi, this big oaf is too much for me. I'm out of here. Tacklin, no longer daring to be boastful, was cautious after using the dragon totem. Where are you going? Erqi tossed out a spirit capsule to retrieve him. With his size, he was the easiest target to hit. Damn, he's coming for me. Erqi pulled Dean and ran. Erqi. Dean slowly woke up. General, you're finally awake. Cabeza has gone crazy. He can't tell friend from foe. Cough, cough. Hurry. I understand. While running, Erqi spotted someone familiar and shouted for help. Chief Justin, help me block him. Justin turned to see a small pirate pulling Dean toward him, his face filled with shock, followed by intense anger. But the next moment, he was horrified to find several seer around Erqi. Chief Justin, help. Little AI screamed, terrified and trembling at the sight of the terrifying energy beams. Incarlo, let us go together. Chief Justin teamed up with Incarlo to confront the energy beams. Terry, you help too. Hey. Justin and the two spirits finally managed to block the attack. Justin flew back to Erqi's side, barely coming to a stop, looking at the weakened Dean, seething with anger. Dean, is this the demon you wanted to awaken? Hey. At least you guys are quite troublesome, aren't you? You're really a foolish person who harms others without benefiting yourself. What weaknesses does he have? And how can we solve him? Solve him? Cough, cough. With you? That's impossible. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Dean's voice was weak, but full of mockery. Chapter 89. Promoted to General. Thank you, Captain Justin. I won't disturb you any longer. I'm leaving now. Terry, run fast. Erqi dragged Dean and hurriedly ran to another place. Hey, ISNT, that young Master K? Are we not going to spar? I brought my Terry. Damn you. Stay away from me. Terry, quickly use the wall of light. Don't be shy. Erqi smashed the wall of light with a punch, laughing like a madman as he dashed toward young Master K. Don't come over. A beam of energy from Cabeza exploded between the two, but fortunately, neither was hit. The shockwave sent both of them and Dean flying. But, damn, where's General Dean? General Dean, I'm under you. Ah, saw thee. Dean grabbed Wu Erqi's hand and said solemnly, Erqi, it's up to you. Lead everyone to retreat. He shakily took out a spirit capsule, then tilted his head and fainted. General Dean, don't die. What will I do if you die? Even if I take over your position and inherit your Wong, Sadros, and Phantom, I absolutely don't want that. After crying out a few times, Wu Erqi continued to roll and crawl away. General Allison. Wu Erqi finally found someone in charge. He handed the unconscious Dean to Allison and turned back. Erqi, where are you going? I'm going to cover for my brothers. Wu Erqi declared with righteous indignation. You're throwing your life away. Wu Erqi walked away without looking back. This was Dean's last entrustment. He had to complete it beautifully. Wong Sadros, come out. Wong Sadros, according to General Dean's orders, cover everyone as retreat. Sigh. Wong Sadros nodded. Wu Erqi ran back, wanted to see the outcome settle. Normally, the celestial ship wouldn't win, and even Xiaomi wasn't around, so they were up against it. Brother Seven, save me. Calling him Brother Seven meant he was one of their own and would be saved. In fact, there weren't many left alive on the field. Those who could run had already escaped, and the ones remaining were either strong or lucky. The only ones still capable of rescue were Justin and Wu Erqi. After feeling it was about time, Wu Erqi withdrew Wong Sadros and the other spirits and fled. Cabeza was unstoppable. Justin also gave up on defeating him and focused on rescuing his comrades as much as possible. In a hidden corner, 3 odd-looking spirits were peeking out to watch the terrifying beast wreak havoc. Big Sister, is this the monster that the cosmic pirates want to cultivate? Its strength is probably greater than that of Lord Evil Spirit Beast. Don't talk nonsense. Lord Evil Spirit Beast is the most omnipotent being in the universe. Even this monster might not necessarily be able to kill him. Nasky ended up doubting herself. Fortunately, he went crazy otherwise. If the cosmic pirates could control such a terrifying beast, what would be the point of our cooperation with them? Thank goodness. Stop watching. Let us hurry and leave. Meet up with the cosmic pirates and get out of this hellhole. The celestial ship and the cosmic pirates retreated, leaving Nask Star. The Aegea tribe also fled with the celestial ship. Through the cabin glass, looking at the ravaged Nask Star, Mona shed tears of sadness. Captain Justin, is Cabeza really unbeatable? Justin got a bit injured while covering for everyone, but it was nothing serious. Sorry, Captain Roger, I am no match for him. However, from my observation, his weakness is likely the golden shell on his abdomen. Since we know his weakness, can't we defeat him? It's difficult. Relying solely on my strength is simply impossible. We need stronger reinforcements. It seems we must ask Lei and the others for help. Hopefully, they can defeat this demon, or it will be a catastrophe for the entire universe. Boss Dean, you're finally awake. I was so worried. I escorted you back to the ship, Allison said joyfully, but didn't he forget to take credit? Where's Erqi? Dean, didn't he forget who saved him? He went to rest. General Dean, thanks to Governor Wu. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have seen you again. An elite pirate cried. Yes, General, I was also saved by Brother Seven. I almost died at Cabeza's hands. I must say it's still thanks to the General. Without your disregard for personal safety, sending out Wong Sadros, and ordering Governor Wu to go back and cover everyone. Otherwise, the casualties would have been severe. A clever person flattered, eliciting agreement from many. Dean's expression changed. When did he order Wu Erqi to go back and cover the retreat? But it didn't matter. The casualty numbers being controlled was indeed an unexpected joy, and Wu Erqi deserved great credit. Indeed, thanks to Erqi, I will reward him well. The General is wise. What happened to Cabeza in the end? Boss, when we left, Cabeza was still crazily destroying everything. His destruction was no longer limited to the Aegea tribe and had begun rampaging all over Nask Star. Dean sighed. After working so hard for so long and having high hopes, he didn't expect such a result. The only consolation was that this was a big trouble. But the cosmic pirates wouldn't be responsible for it. Rather, the celestial ship would have to deal with the aftermath wholeheartedly. After resting for a while, Dean also regained his strength and gathered everyone. This mission has failed, but it's not a total failure. At least the outcome is favorable for us. In the critical moment of Cabeza's rampage, Wu Erqi took on the mission, disregarding his own safety to cover everyone's retreat, achieving great merit. Now I announce the appointment of Erqi as general, equal in status to Allison and Zog. This appointment will be reported to the Dark Cross Fortress and approved by the leader. From now on, Erqi will be recognized as a general by everyone in the entire OB organization. The scene erupted in warm applause. Everyone knew this day would come. Erqi's momentum in recent years was unprecedented, and becoming a general was just a matter of time. Not to mention that many of those saved by Erqi would support this appointment even more. As for those who weren't saved, their opinions no longer mattered. Thank you, everyone. Erqi bowed to express his gratitude. From today on, he finally became a general. After the awards ceremony, he called Allison and Zog into the captain's room. He patted Erqi on the shoulder and encouraged him. Do well. I will not let the general down. Let us put Cabeza's matter aside. It's beyond our capability to resolve it now. The remaining troubles will certainly be handled by the celestial ship. The general is wise. All right, we need to lift our spirits, look forward, and continue our work. Allison, Zog, here. You two go to Paysol Star, lure out the Chelan, and the 3 evil spirits will assist you. I will explain in detail how to proceed later. Erqi, here. You have a more arduous task. Jiue still has his ambitions and is currently accumulating strength on Giant Stone Star. Go disrupt him, sabotage his plans. I want him never to raise his head again. Chapter 90 Seeking Help Captain Roger. We have arrived at Paysol Star, the planet where the Chelan once appeared. I believe we will find the Chelan soon. Sai Xiaoxi received a call from Captain Roger himself and solemnly reported on the war progress. However, Roger was not concerned about the progress of finding the Chelan at all. He appeared very anxious. Xiaoxi, it's bad. The cosmic pirates have released a terrifying demon, and we urgently need support. You must contact Ray and the others quickly. Do it fast. Otherwise, the entire universe will face a catastrophic end. It's those despicable pirates again. Don't worry, Captain Roger. I will contact Ray and the others as soon as possible. As long as Ray and the others take action, any demon can be defeated. By the way, what is the name of that demon? The ancient demon lord Cabeza. Sai Xiaoxi had never heard of Cabeza, but the brilliant Carolou had heard a little about him, though she was not clear on how terrifying he truly was. But when Captain Roger sent them the video of Cabeza rampaging and slaughtering on Nas Star, along with detailed information about him, all 3 were shocked. I will seek help from Ray immediately. No, and Blake and the others. Also Hammerit and Erqi and Sai Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly. Sai Xiaoxi hurriedly called Ray, but the call didn't go through. Ray, please pick up. They then dialed Gaia's number, but no one answered. Why isn't Gaia answering the phone? Sai Xiaoxi and the others were panicked, and finally, they got through to Blake. Sai Xiaoxi, what is going on? Blake asked. Help. The demon wants to destroy the universe. A white rabbit head came into the frame and said, It's Sai Xiaoxi. Are you guys joking again? This is no joke. Cassius, Blake, the cosmic pirates have released an ancient demon lord named Cabeza, and he is now rampaging. Wait a minute, I'll send you the video. Cassius awkwardly touched his nose. What a terrifying spirit. How could such a monster exist in this world? Weskier and Hades seem harmless compared to him. Cassius exclaimed in horror. What do you need us to do? Blake asked with a frown. I would like to ask you to help deal with Cabeza. We cannot let him continue his slaughter. Otherwise, countless planets will suffer. We are currently on Paysol Star and will join you at the sail ship as soon as possible. Thank you. Wait, you're also on Paysol Star? Coincidentally, Blake and the others had also heard of the Chelan's whereabouts and followed them to Paysol Star. We found something strange about Paysol Star. It may have the pirates' involvement, but compared to Cabeza, these are minor issues. It's likely that the pirates want to exploit the ethnic conflicts for war profits and plunder energy ores, as they have always done. Blake and Sai Xiaoxi would never have thought that there was a conspiracy as terrible as Cabeza lurking within, and by the time they realized it, it would be too late. Ding ding ding, it's Ray. Sai Xiaoxi excitedly answered the phone. Ray, help. The demon wants to destroy the universe. Huh? Ray and Gaia. Are you guys cosplaying? After Sai Xiaoxi screamed loudly, he suddenly noticed that Ray and Gaia were both wearing large cloaks, covering half of their faces. It's a long story. We have found the Chelan, and he indeed has a piece of endless energy, but if we want it, we must help him with something. We are currently on Giant Rock Star. You have already found the endless energy? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. You guys are ahead of us. Blake crossed his arms. Of course. Don't you see who we are? Eric is our senior. Gaia said proudly. Let us not talk about that for now. Xiaoxi, you just said the demon wants to destroy the universe. What is going on? Well, the cosmic pirates have released a spirit named Cabeza. Listening to Sai Xiaoxi's account, Ray and Gaia grew increasingly alarmed. It's indeed very tricky. We will never stand by and do nothing. However, the situation on Giant Rockstar is also very tricky. The cosmic pirate Jiu has taken control here and destroyed the ecological environment of Giant Rockstar, turning it desolate overnight. You're not scared, are you? Blake sneered. What are you saying? Gaia retorted angrily. It's not that we are shirking our responsibilities. Ray calmed the furious Gaia and pointed the camera behind him, revealing an endless, desolate desert. This used to be a green paradise, or rather, the entire Giant Rock Star was covered in lush vegetation, thriving and vibrant. But overnight, it was as if life was drained from Giant Rock Star. Almost all the plants died, and all that could be seen was desolation. Ray sighed. He and Gaia had witnessed the decline of Helka Star and felt sympathetic towards the disaster of Giant Rock Star. However, the decline of Helka Star was indirect. While the drastic change of Giant Rock Star occurred overnight, catching its life forms completely off guard. What should we do? Cabeza is also very dangerous, but we can't ignore Giant Rock Star either. Sai Xiaoxi said dejectedly. How about this? I will return to support you, and Gaia will stay behind to investigate the issues on Giant Rock Star. Me? Gaia pointed at himself and protested. Ray, I think I'm more suited to challenge Cabeza. I happen to want to experience the power of the ancient demon myself. No more arguing. Gaia, I believe in you. Ray patted Gaia's shoulder, placing great expectations on him. But the yellow sand here makes me very uncomfortable. You know I'm an electric-type spirit. I don't really like this environment. All right, just be careful. Ever since reconciling with Ray, he and T really used his brain much for years. He just asked Ray, this external brain, whenever something came up. With the help of Ray, Blake, and Cassius, the chances of success for the sail ship would increase significantly, but they still felt uneasy. Not only Sai Xiaoxi, but also the entire sail ship was doing its best to find helpers to fight against Cabeza. La 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 Damesha la 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 Damesha Wu Erqi leisurely hummed a song as the spaceship traveled through the dark space. Seventh brother. Aren't we going directly to Giant Rockstar? Leozi asked. Leozi, do you know what mission General Dean gave me? To disrupt Jiu's plans and sever his hopes of rising. ISNT that right? I still don't understand. Don't be fooled by Jiu's current thriving situation on Giant Rockstar. The last blow has left him struggling to recover. Now, he can only rely on his remaining prestige and that traitor Unica. Though Jiu and Unica appear to be in love and like a family now, they each have their own schemes, merely using each other. I, on the other hand, will help them see through each other as hearts quickly, so they can fight and stop the exhausting act. So seventh brother plans to use a divide and conquer strategy? Brilliant. Leozi didn't quite understand, but that didn't stop him from putting on a show of praise after picking out the keywords. We're almost there, my beloved Yamina. We'll be able to meet soon, and thinking about it makes me a little excited. Chapter 91. Little Dragon Girl. I'm your Ian Jeeping. The Evil Spirit Castle. A beautiful female elf is carefully tending to the wounds of an injured little elf. All right, I've applied the medicine for you. Remember not to engage in strenuous activities these days. Don't run around carelessly next time. The Evil Spirit Castle is very dangerous. Yamina gently pats the little elf's head and releases him from the Evil Spirit Castle. Who? A little elf that looks like a hellish imp flies beside Yamina, its low and melodious cries sounding remorseful. It's all right, Didi, you don't need to feel guilty. I know guarding the Evil Spirit Castle is your duty, but remember to clearly identify the enemy before attacking next time. The hellish imp flies away happily. Looking at the empty Evil Spirit Castle, Yamina sighs, wondering how her brother is doing outside. She walks deep into the castle, returning to the training room, sitting cross-legged, calming her mind. However, suddenly, she feels a surge of malice approaching. Who's there? In the next moment, countless vines emerge from beneath her, attempting to entangle her. But Yamina is very agile and dodges all the vines. However, Before she can breathe a sigh of relief, she feels herself surrounded by a ball of flames. This flame is not hot. On the contrary, it feels very comfortable, warming her body as if she is basking in the sun, making her want to take a beautiful nap. By the time Yamina realizes something is wrong, it is too late. She has already been tied up tightly by the vines. Who are you? Little dragon girl. I'm your Jeeping. Erqi said with a wicked smile. Damn it. Let me go. Don't struggle. I'm here today for one thing. Someone is causing trouble outside, and since I can't find him, I can only come to you. Brother, you are my brother's enemy. Yamina quickly realizes Erqi's purpose. I suppose you could say I'm an enemy, but he has more enemies than just me. Little sister, do you know what your brother has done outside? Have you been to Giant Stone Star? What a beautiful planet, with clear mountains and waters and lush trees. But it was destroyed by Unica and Jiue working together. It was truly a sight too terrible to bear. Erqi's performance is somewhat exaggerated, but Yamina, worried about her brother, completely fails to notice anything amiss and genuinely believes Erqi has come for revenge. Erqi embellishes the things Unica did on Giant Stone Star, even attributing many of Jiue's wrongdoings to Unica, seemingly trying to paint him as a great villain. Impossible. My brother would never do such a thing. You say he wouldn't, so he wouldn't? The heart of a man is as deep as the sea. Now, Yamina, listen carefully. You better cooperate with me and advise your brother not to assist the wicked. Don't assist the wicked. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turning back is the shore. You should quickly distance yourself from Jiue and actively atone for Giant Stone Star. That is the right path. But, wait, aren't you a pirate too? Yamina discovers the blind spot. Ahem, not important. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Can't I be a kind-hearted and just pirate? And why do you care whether I'm a pirate or not? In short, your brother is definitely doing evil on Giant Stone Star. Hurry up and advise him to turn back. That way, you'll be good, I'll be good, and everyone will be good. Yamina ponders for a long time and solemnly says, if my brother has really done bad things, I will advise him to stop. But I will not become a pawn for you to use. Otherwise, you might as well kill me now. Yamina raises her head, revealing her slender neck, showing an attitude of being at the mercy of others. What are you talking about? Just fight and kill. Why do you make me out to be some great villain? You will pack your things right now and come with me to Giant Stone Star. If your brother remains stubborn, I'll kill you in front of him. If he knows what's good for him, I promise to let you go back safely. Erlantes let her go. Erlantes shows a questioning look, but after seeing Erqi nod, he chooses to release Yamina. As soon as Yamina frees herself, she jumps back repeatedly, like a light butterfly, and in a few breaths, she has created enough distance from Erqi. Erqi is not angry, just watching Yamina, and Yamina stares back at Erqi. After a moment, Yamina is the first to deflate. I'll go with you, but I must see my brother with my own eyes. Then please. Yamina snorts and walks ahead. Yamina follows Erqi onto the spaceship, heading to Giant Stone Star. At this moment, Unica is still unaware that his sister has been abducted by the blonde and boarded the blonde's ghostly fire. And he certainly wouldn't think that this blonde has the audacity to bring his sister to trouble him. He is currently with Jiue, discussing their next actions. Jiue, with a cigar in his mouth, exhales smoke while holding a cup of ethanol gasoline, embodying a middle-aged man in a state of disarray, never far from his vices. The problem is ethanol gasoline is not liquor, and he isn't afraid of catching fire. Anyway, Unica tries to keep a distance when talking to him. Our accomplishments on Giant Stone Star have been praised by the leader. The hardest obstacle has finally been overcome. The leader won't see me as defeated. Just watch. He will definitely give me enough support to continue restraining Dean. But first, I need to find a way to redeem Shidello. That Dean. Jiue's anger flares up as he thinks of the humiliation Dean has caused him. I don't know what conditions Dean will propose. He's strong now, and ordinary benefits won't sway him. But without Shidello, I always feel like I'm at a disadvantage. However, arming the team is more urgent. That damn Dean. If it weren't for them destroying my machine factory, I could have continuously produced weapons and fully armed my subordinates. My subordinates are all battle-hardened elites, unlike Dean's ragtag bunch, many of whom have been captured due to Dean's despicable sneak attacks. Damn Dean. Unica looks at Jiue with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He sees that Jiue is truly a bit obsessed, blinded by hatred and consumed with thoughts of revenge. However, this has little to do with Unica. Jiue can fight Dean however he wants. It's none of his business. I have a guest coming. Jiue suddenly says. Should I step aside? No need, come together. Jiue introduces Unica to a robot that looks quite shabby. One of its hands is even a magnet, and it emanates a smell of decay. Isn't this just a disabled scavenger? How does it deserve such a solemn reception from Jiue? Boss Sai, we finally awaited your arrival. General Jiue, long time no see. I brought the goods you wanted. Do you want to check them now? Cannot trust Boss Sai. Jiue shows a very trusting expression. But in the blink of an eye, he commands his men to check the goods. General, these are all top-notch weapons. 99% new, and the performance is quite good. General, wait, this seems to be our weapon. A soldier discovers the problem. He notices that all the serial numbers on the weapons come from their machine factory. In the next moment, a gunshot rings out, and the soldier falls to the ground, silent. You saw wrong. Jiue coldly says as he puts away his gun. This action frightens the other soldiers, who dare not say a word and all focus on counting and inspecting the goods. That scare me to death. Boss Sai gasps, patting his chest. General Jiue, you don't have to be so jumpy. Boss Sai is joking. The transaction is quickly completed, the weapons are unloaded, and Boss Sai takes the money and leaves immediately. General Jiue, are you just letting him go like that? A pirate pays for the goods obediently. And it seems like this batch of weapons is even from Jiue's own. Do pirates really follow rules like this? Even if pirates have rules, you shouldn't follow them, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't even be as good as Dean. I am a pirate with a business spirit. Chapter 92, Grandpa Gaia, Stone Town. This is one of the few remaining indigenous gathering places after the ecological collapse of Stone Star. Today, in the central high platform of Stone Town, an execution is taking place. A terracotta-colored sprite is hanging on the gallows, waiting to be executed. General Jiue has long ordered that no one is to inquire about any information regarding the Gate of Katugan. Do you think this is a joke? This is the consequence of defying General Jiue's orders. Today we are going to execute this unruly sprite. The little sprite Jita is slowly lowered, and a pirate places a noose around his neck, waiting for the order to hang him and strangle him to death. However, at that moment, someone leaps onto the high platform and punches the elite pirate who is declaring the execution away. Who are you? You are not worthy to know my name. The person is cloaked, making it hard to see their face. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Get him. Kill him. This person is Gaia, and with fists like a fierce tiger and feet like a dragon, the pirates cannot withstand even 2 moves against him. Before long, the pirates are frightened and trembling. Now you know the power of Grandpa Gaia, right? Grandpa Gaia, I remember you. Just wait. If you have the guts, don't run. The leading pirate curses and leads his men to flee. I'll wait. I'm scared of you. Gaia rescues Jita from the gallows and proudly looks at the residents below, waiting for their cheers and adoration. However, the expected cheers do not come. Instead, the residents harshly criticize him. Get out. Leave here. You've offended the pirates. Face it yourself. Don't drag us down. That's right, get out quickly. Gaia is very surprised and confused as he is shoved out of Stone Town by the residents. How could this happen? Looking at the tightly closed gate, Gaia feels an indescribable bitterness in his heart. I'm sorry, I caused you trouble, Jita apologizes. Forget it. Let us not hold it against them. Gaia is also broad-minded. He understands that the residents are afraid of pirate retaliation, so he does not blame them. Little guy, why don't you come with me first? Let us leave Stone Town for now. Thank you. Gaia takes Jita away from the town, and shortly after, he learns the secret of the Gate of Katugan from Jita. Stone Island Base. After completing a deal with Sidaxi, Jiue becomes preoccupied. After a phone call, he becomes excited again, dancing with joy. Ha ha ha, Dean, today is your day of misfortune. Unica, do you know that bastard Dean just ran into big trouble? Have you heard of Cabeza? Dean resurrected him, and after finally cultivating him to his highest form, guess what? Cabeza went mad. Ha ha ha. Not only did Cabeza go mad, but he also killed his master. That fool Dean nearly died at Cabeza's feet. Jiue laughs so hard he nearly cries. I heard from Sidaxi that the pirates released a demon called Cabeza, and I thought it must be related to Dean. I just asked Faldos about it, and it really was Dean's fault. He deserves his misfortune. Ha ha ha. It seems that the day I can stomp Dean underfoot is coming soon. Hee. Dean's ancient demon may go mad and kill its master. But my ancient demon won T. Upon hearing this, Unika's expression shifts slightly as he plans to find an opportunity to test a few words. However, right now, he must sincerely congratulate Jiue. Come on, tonight we drink until we drop. Let's have a blast. Report. Report to General Jiue. Some rioters injured our executioner and rescued the condemned prisoner. At this moment, an urgent voice enters the hall, causing Jiue, who is just enjoying Dean's misfortune, to instantly turn cold. He kicks the messenger against the wall. You blind fool, dare to interrupt my fun. General Jiue, there are rioters attacking the execution ground. This is serious. Celebrating can wait. You're right. What do the rioters look like and what is their name? He said his name is Grandpa Gaia. He is tall and strong, and his strength is terrifying. Grandpa Gaia? Jiue sneers as he walks towards the messenger. The messenger is confused, and the next second is kicked out by Jiue, rolling out of the hall. Brain-dead fool. I didn't expect Gaia to come too. His strength is not weak. Oomph. So what if he is strong? In this world, it's all about power and background. Sadly, you go. Unika, you take people and bring Gaia back. I want to see if my control ring can control a powerful and intelligent being like Gaia. Understood, General Jiue. Unika leads a group to Stone Town, but finding that Gaia has already escaped, he follows the footprints to continue the pursuit, though he does so half-heartedly, staying far behind Gaia, well-versed in slacking off. While Unika and Gaia are chasing each other, a spaceship cuts through the skyline and lands on Stone Star. Finally here. Miss Yamina, it's time to fulfill your promise. Please contact your brother now. Yamina does not respond. She steps off the spaceship, looking at the endless desert without a hint of green, her heart trembling involuntarily. Is this Stone Star? No doubt about it. How could this be Stone Star? Yamina's eyes brim with tears. She can hardly believe the scene before her is related to her brother. I want to see my brother. You might as well make a phone call. I want to see him in person. TSK. Yamina, let us not mention that I can't find Unika at all. Even if I could, I wouldn't let you meet him directly, or wouldn't I'd be catching you for nothing. I'm using you to threaten Unika. Wu Erqi speaks candidly. Yamina is choked by Wu Erqi's honesty. I'll help you contact him, she says softly. Unfortunately, Yamina cannot contact Unika using a communicator either. Unika has not mentioned much about collaborating with the pirates, as he does not want to involve his sister. However, Yamina has other ways to contact Unika. She uses a secret technique to summon a messenger eagle, sending it far away. While Unika is waiting in a tavern for news from the pirates, he suddenly receives Yamina's distress signal, instantly alarmed. Yamina, it's impossible. The range of the messenger eagle's distress signal is limited. The fact that I can receive it means my sister is not far from me. She is now. On Stone Star, Unika can no longer care about chasing Gaia and abandons his team to rush towards Yamina's location. Lord Unika, where are you going? A pirate notices Unika's movement and hurriedly asks. Unika's expression turns cold as he releases a dark shockwave at the pirate. The pirate is struck and loses his life instantly. Chapter 93, Gaia? Unika no longer had time to explain to Jiu. He quickly moved through the endless yellow sand, eager to find Yamina. Soon, he spotted a pirate ship in the distance, surrounded by a group of pirates. His intuition told him that Yamina was among them. Do you really have to do this? Yamina said helplessly. She was once again tightly bound. However, during their time together, she sensed that Wu Erqi did not harbor much malice, so she gave up resisting. Additionally, she realized that Wu Erqi's elven power was surprisingly strong, and resisting would not yield good results. Sorry for the trouble. This is mainly for your brother to see, Yamina said with expression. The thought of having to cooperate with this detestable pirate to threaten her brother made her feel guilty. It would be better to resist a little, get beaten up, and then end up tied up. At least her guilt would be lessened. Someone's coming. Is that your brother? Yamina looked up and shouted excitedly, Brother! Yamina, let go of my sister. Come at me if you have something to say. Looking at Yamina, who was bound and had a gun pointed at her, Unika felt both angry and scared. Hearing her brother's concern made Yamina's guilt even stronger. However, this was also for her brother's good. He could not continue to make mistakes. Unica, it's really not easy to see you. Do you remember me? Who are you? Unica looked at the little pirate who looked like a complete pirate lackey and could not recall who he was. But when he saw the tense elves around, he suddenly remembered Erqi's identity. So it's you. Last time on God of War Island. Thanks to you, I missed the Ares crystal. It seems I really should repay you. Unica emphasized the word repay. Then you really have to repay me. If I hadn't chased you away beforehand, you might not have returned in one piece after facing Hades, Erqi teased. Did I offend you in any way? I was the one who suffered in the last battle on God of War Island, and now you've captured my sister. Don't you understand the principle of not bringing disaster upon family? I'm too lazy to argue with you about principles. You don't deserve to hear it. Unica, if I were to say grandly that I want to uphold justice for the beings of Giant Stone Star, you probably wouldn't believe it. To be honest, I want you to defect in exchange for your sister's life. Would you agree? You want to deal with Jiyu? Are you planning to eliminate him completely? Unica sighed. As expected of pirates, you're ruthless even to your own. I can agree, but you must release my sister first. Unica, do I look like a fool to you? With such a request, even Zorge wouldn't agree. You might as well go ask Empress Dowager Tsishi if she dares to sign. Don't harm a single hair on my sister, or I will never let you go, no matter where you escape to. Erqi resisted the urge to pull a hair, nodded to Unica, and said, then let's cooperate happily. By the way, have you read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Just as Unica was about to leave, Erqi suddenly asked, you really aren't here for Giant Stone Star? After Unica left, Yamina exerted herself and broke the ropes binding her. Can you at least act a little, sister? You want my brother to help you deal with Jiyu, but you never plan to save Giant Stone Star. Yamina stared coldly at Erqi, waiting for a result. Does it matter? If Jiyu is taken down, Giant Stone Star will be peaceful, and the God of War Reuelus will come, and then there will be clear skies. Who is the God of War Reuelus? None of your business. Don't worry. I will only deal with Jiyu. You can clean up the mess of Giant Stone Star yourselves. Unica, where have you been? As soon as Unica returned to the tavern, he was questioned by Jiyu. Sorry, Lord Jiyu. I just received a distress signal from a friend. I was eager to save them and accidentally delayed my duties. You better not play tricks. Don't forget your